Chapter 1. Oh, dear Moyen, you shall not find yourself in such a predicament. You know nothing. I am to be murdered by a book. On the X day of X month, X year, the hope of the People's Republic of China, Moyen, met her demise while reading Harry Potter. Woe is me. I assure you, you will not perish in such a manner. Woe is me. How can you be so certain? Because you are about to perish right now. Moyen looked up in shock, only to see the dark barrel of a gun. Farewell, Saya. Lily, take the child and flee. I shall hold him off. Do not harm my child. Please spare my child. Get away, you foolish woman. Get away now. Please, I beg you, spare my children. Kill me in their stead. Take my life instead. Move aside, woman. This is your last warning. Do not touch my child. I implore you. Show mercy. I will do anything for you. Foolish. Avada Kedavra. With a long, piercing scream, Hux's nearly white eyes filled with tears. Another flash of green light erupted, and Harry, lying beside him, waved his chubby little arms and began to cry loudly. The evening's icy wind seeped through the cracks in the walls, chilling the two infants who were weeping so violently they were nearly choking. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as if a wounded dog was howling from the sky. Oh, James, Lily, Harry, Hux. The sorrowful, resounding voice repeatedly called out the names of the Potter family, accompanied by the dull thud of heavy objects being thrown and crashing to the ground. Oh no, James. Lily. No. Suddenly, Harry let out a low whimper, sounding more like a hiccup from a child too weary to cry. The curtain that blocked his view was drawn aside, revealing an unexpectedly furry, large face, its hair and beard long and tangled, nearly obscuring the entirety of its visage, save for a pair of black, beetle-like eyes that confirmed it was indeed a face rather than a ball of yarn or fluff. The furry giant let out a thunderous wail. My goodness, Merlin above, what have I witnessed? You are all still alive. Bless Merlin. Oh, James and Lily's poor little fluff. As the giant continued to wail, large tears fell upon the faces of Harry and Hux, and the cold wind caused Harry to cry again while he managed to push aside the fallen cabinet that loomed above him, cautiously lifting the two children and wrapping them in a blanket he had somehow procured. He mumbled to himself, glancing around, then unexpectedly pulled out a pink umbrella. At that moment, a roaring noise came from above, followed by a massive motorcycle gently descending onto a nearby patch of ground. Hagrid, James, and Lily, a young and handsome man, stepped off the motorcycle, his face as white as paper, filled with anguish. Before he could utter another word, he caught sight of the two bodies laid aside by the giant, seemingly wanting to approach, but swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Harry's sobs seemed particularly pronounced. The man slowly turned his head, and into his hollow, despairing gaze, a flicker of color finally broke through. Hagrid, Harry, and Hux. Do not worry, Sirius. Hagrid let out a loud, snuffling sound. The children are still alive, but Harry bears a wound on his forehead. It seems the Dark Lord attempted to harm him, only to seal his own fate. Then, Hagrid, hand the children over to me. I will take good care of them. Sirius stepped closer, gazing at the breathless Harry and the softly sobbing Hux. I'm afraid that is not possible, Sirius. Hagrid cradled Harry and Hux in one arm, tightening his grip on the blanket around them with the other. I must deliver them to Dumbledore. I am their godfather, Hagrid. Sirius pressed forward with anger. No one is more qualified than I to raise them. But Dumbledore has ordered me to take the children, Sirius. We must heed his command. Hagrid tightened his hold on the pink umbrella. Silence lingered for a moment, then Sirius softened his tone. No need to be so tense, Hagrid. Since Dumbledore has spoken, you may take my motorcycle. However, you must hand Hux over to me. He needs to receive treatment at St. Mungo's tomorrow morning. Hagrid pondered for a moment, hesitating, but Dumbledore said, whatever Dumbledore says, it should not delay Hux's treatment, Hagrid. Sirius spoke calmly. If there's a delay, we both know the consequences. If Dumbledore wishes to find Hux, he can do so at St. Mungo's. Very well, but if you take the motorcycle, what will you do? Do not worry, I can use Muggle tools. Right now, Harry is in grave danger. Hagrid, you must deliver him to Dumbledore as swiftly as possible. I do not trust you completely. All right, just be careful. Sweetheart, Wait here patiently. I shall return shortly. Sirius kissed Hux's tear-stained cheek, gently prying away the small hand that clung to his collar, gripping his wand like a knife as he strode toward the short man at the street corner, his eyes filled with hatred, madness, and resentment. He completely ignored Hux's faint cries, reminiscent of a newborn kitten. Do not go. You shall not kill him instead. You will be accused, losing your only chance to defend yourself. You will become a notorious traitor and murderer, imprisoned in Azkaban. Gradually, the Dementors will drain your joy and sanity, and even if you escape Azkaban 11 years later, you will never be able to walk in the sunlight again. You will endure 11 years of a life worse than death, then hide like a mole for 2 years and ultimately perish. Do not go. Do not go. As the first star twinkled into existence, over 100 candle flames illuminated the grand hall with ever brighter radiance. Goblets clinked, fragrant aromas wafted, laughter and merriment filled the air, and elegant dance steps graced the floor. The ball was nearing its conclusion. Countless transactions had been made during the charity gala, yet few noticed what the children, whom they had brought to witness the world and forge connections, were up to. Moyen tightened his red bow tie, set down his half-finished orange juice, and rose to discreetly slip away from the crowd. Sir, may I assist you with anything? The doorman, only slightly taller than Moyen, inquired with a respectful bow. Moyen glanced around and smiled. No need. I've spotted my father. Thank you for your kindness. The doorman was taken aback, and before he could respond, Moyen hastily followed a portly middle-aged man, adopting an expression of slight timidity and compliance as he entered the elevator with him. Upon reaching the ground floor, he trailed the man out of the building, finally relaxing as he merged into the throng. In any place, no matter how prosperous, there are inevitably some hidden corners shrouded in darkness, where those at the lowest rungs of society reside. Pipe Alley is precisely such a place. The narrow alley was flanked by black, gaping doors, faint glimmers of light seeping from within, occasionally accompanied by muffled cries or pleas for help. The walls were coated in a deep black hue, having long since been neglected, adorned with layers of crude graffiti and lewd inscriptions. The alley was littered with refuse and stagnant water. To traverse even 10 meters without soiling one's shoes was akin to asking Bismarck to dance a striptease. Sparse figures lingered in the alley, men and women of all ages, each equally gaunt, with deep-set eyes, sallow complexions, and fierce, cold gazes, resembling beasts poised to pounce. Moyen was walking through Pipe Alley. At this moment, he had changed into tattered, filthy jeans and an oversized t-shirt, his messy red hair caked with dirt and unidentifiable substances, topped with a cap. His hands were shoved into his pockets, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, and he carried a frayed canvas bag over his shoulder. The predatory gazes in the alley fixated on the inconspicuous canvas bag, their greed palpable. Yet, Moyen continued to stroll leisurely until he poosh. Moyen opened the envelope and beheld a purple wax seal adorned with an emblem, a grand letter composed of a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Level Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Evans, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The school term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Moyen searched all around and discovered a gray owl with round, bulging brown eyes perched on the edge of the wall in the corner of the courtyard. Moyen smiled gently, returned to her room, and took up her pen to write. Dear Professor McGonagall, I am delighted to have the opportunity to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, I fear that my guardian, Mr. Neil Auric, may not concur. Additionally, I have never encountered the books listed on the form in any shop. Could you kindly inform me where I might procure these items? Yours sincerely, Moyen Evans. Although Moyen was aware that Diagonal Alley lay behind the Leaky Cauldron, the dilemma was that he had resided in London for a decade yet had never managed to discover the legendary pub. He had to concede that London was indeed rather vast. Moreover, as a child raised amidst thieves and con artists, it seemed far more prudent to feign ignorance. Did it not? Moyen dried the ink on the letter, carefully folded it, and waved over the languid owl to deliver the message. Only then did he rummage through the kitchen for some bread and devour it hungrily along with cold water. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he gradually calmed his excited heart, and it was then that Mo Yin realized just how bizarre his earlier conversation with Alan had been. Indeed, were it not for his innate identity, it would be akin to another tale of a young Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Mo Yin stroked his chin and sighed with regret. Dear Mr. Mo Yin Evans, I am delighted to welcome you as a member of Hogwarts. There is no need for concern regarding your guardian and the acquisition of your school supplies. The professors will arrive at your residence tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock to address these matters. Please be patient. Yours faithfully, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. From the moment he received the letter, Mo Yin had been anticipating the arrival of the professor who was to escort him. Considering that the letter might have been penned the previous day, he began his vigil on the 26th, fortunate that he had an entire week of leave to idly linger at home. However, the 26th passed without any visitor. He reluctantly admitted to feeling somewhat anxious, suppressing his impatience until the following evening, yet still, no one arrived. He speculated that perhaps the professor, whom he envisioned as the meticulous and serious McGonagall, based on his mental image of Hogwarts educators, had been delayed due to an abundance of Muggle students requiring her attention. He hoped that someone would come on the third day. But once again, disappointment greeted him. Mo Yin could no longer remain still. However, he found himself devoid of any solutions, wandering aimlessly within the confines of his room. Everything appeared unsatisfactory to him, and he unleashed his ire upon nearly everyone except for Neil. Believing that Mo Yin had been suffocating from monotony, Neil granted him the liberty to venture outside, implying that he could manage his earnings from the past few days as he pleased. Yet, amidst the envious and begrudging gazes of others, Mo Yin continued his circular pacing, albeit finally extending his territory to the courtyard. By the morning of the 30th, despair had nearly consumed him as he resignedly prepared to acquiesce to Neil's suggestion. Suddenly, he was jolted by the resounding knocks at the door. A stark violation of the eerie silence that enveloped Pipe Lane, a place where vigilance was perpetually maintained. Mo Yin was suddenly seized by a fit of violent coughing, as if the world itself had been shaken. In that moment, he realized which professor had come to fetch him. Who else could have the audacity to knock so boldly at the door and delay his arrival for a staggering 4 days, if not the half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid? Mo Yin could not help but smile wryly, realizing that sending such a rough character to deal with a yard full of thieves and con men was indeed a case of employing a villain to combat another. Dumbledore truly knew how to make the most of his resources. With a thunderous crash, the rickety iron gate flew open like a tattered piece of paper in the wind, arcing gracefully before slamming against the wall, then creaking and groaning as it swung back slightly. A half-giant stooped low as he entered, and Mo Yin noted that his face remained as furry as ever, with long, unruly hair and a beard tangled together, while his beetle-like eyes sparkled with a dark brilliance. Yet his attire, a patchwork of mismatched garments, appeared even worse than that of a legitimate beggar. Hagrid turned to close the door, glancing around, seemingly taken aback by the number of children present. He stared at the astonished group in the yard for a moment before squinting his eyes and asking in a gruff voice, "Children, who among you is Mo Yin Evans?" All eyes swiftly turned to Mo Yin, as they suspected he had caused some trouble outside. No wonder he was reluctant to step out. Whispers of speculation began to ripple through the crowd. Neil glared fiercely at Mo Yin, his grotesque face etched with fear and a blustering menace, his gaze seemingly predatory. Yet his legs trembled like brittle twigs in an autumn breeze. Mo Yin surmised that Neil had likely never faced someone of such towering stature or fierce demeanor, and decided to forgive Hagrid's tardiness for the sake of Neil's remarkable expression in that moment. With a light chuckle, he composed himself and stepped forward to Hagrid, extending his hand amidst the collective intake of breath. "Hello, I am Mo Yin Evans. You must be the professor from Hogwarts?" Hagrid responded, "I am Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." Seeing Mo Yin take the initiative seemed to relieve Hagrid, who grasped his forearm and gave it a hearty shake. "Just call me Hagrid. I apologize for my delay. I misremembered the date." Mo Yin shook his head and replied, "It's nothing, Neil." Upon noticing Hagrid lounging nonchalantly at the circular stone table in the courtyard, seemed to awaken from his stupor. Likely perturbed by the sight of a rather ample posterior occupying what he deemed his exclusive dining space, he resumed his usual polished tone, addressing Hagrid with a hint of irritation. "Sir, may I inquire what business you have with this rascal?" He shot a fierce glare at Mo Yin. "Has this duplicitous little fellow pilfered something of yours? Steal?" "No, certainly not," Hagrid responded, somewhat taken aback. yet he maintained his patience. I have been sent by Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, to escort this child to Diagon Alley for some shopping. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a cup of tea? Alan tremulously accepted the cup Hagrid offered him, cradling it as though it were a volatile explosive, and made his way indoors. Wait, what school? What is Diagon Alley? I have no money to squander on strangers and children, Neil exclaimed in a fit of outrage. Diagon Alley is not a mere object, it is our marketplace. As for the financial aspect, you need not worry. Hogwarts provides assistance to children from challenging circumstances, Hagrid explained. Oh, thank you, child, he said as he took the tea from Alan and gulped it down without concern for the steam still rising from the cup. You are aware that Imogen Evans is set to attend Hogwarts, correct? I am not aware. Neil seemed on the brink of apoplexy. What school? I never permitted him to attend school. What institution would accept someone like him? This is impossible. You must be mistaken. I will never allow him to attend that wretched school. Imogen anticipated Neil's reaction, for he regarded him as a veritable cash cow. It would indeed be peculiar if he were to let go. Initially, he had assumed that Neil's disparagement of Hogwarts would provoke Hagrid to rage. Yet this half-giant merely furrowed his brow and turned to him. What is it, Imogen Evans? Have you not informed your guardian about your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Imogen shrugged slightly. Given the anticipated anger and rejection, I decided to wait until the school professor arrived before engaging in conversation. Ah, in that case, Hagrid turned to Neil. Mr. Auric, if I recall correctly, our institution, Hogwarts, is a school dedicated to nurturing children with exceptional abilities. Imogen Evans is qualified to attend our school, and I am here on the orders of Professor Dumbledore to escort this child. Exceptional abilities? Neil's small, murky eyes darted about in confusion. This gentleman, Imogen Evans, is merely a bit mischievous at times. What exceptional abilities does he possess? Oh, I am uncertain whether I possess the authority to disclose that to you. Hagrid stuffed the teacup into his coat pocket, patting the exterior as he did so. At that moment, Imogen noticed that Hagrid's tattered coat was nearly covered in pockets, all bulging with various contents, leading him to suspect that this half-giant had transformed his coat into a mobile storage unit. As he tucked the cup away, an ornately designed teapot, seemingly ancient, peeked out, prompting Imogen to instinctively appraise its age in his mind. He then observed Neil's eyes fixating on the teacup, the old thief licking his lips, his breathing quickening. Neil's eyes rolled, and with an incredulous shout, he exclaimed, What? You can't tell me? You break into my home, claiming to take my child, whom I have raised since infancy, yet you refuse to share any information? Listen here, big fellow. I warn you. He was cut short as Hagrid abruptly stood, brandishing his signature pink umbrella menacingly at Neil's throat. It was difficult to ascertain whether the seasoned, greedy thief was silenced by the sudden realization of their stark physical disparity or by the fact that his throat was under the control of another. However, Imogen suspected that he was simply taken aback by the sight of such a formidable and fierce figure wielding a dainty, feminine umbrella. Listen here, little man, Hagrid said, his eyes glinting with menace. I am 4 days late in retrieving this child, and today I must also go to fetch Harry. I have not seen that child in a decade. Nothing can delay this. I have not received Dumbledore's permission to disclose any information about the school, so do not expect me to share anything. As long as Imogen Evans consents, a muggle like you cannot impede his path. Your knowledge matters not, Neil suddenly shrieked, his voice overpowering Hagrid's furious roar. If Imogen knows nothing, he will not go with you. You. Neil seemed to want to curse, but wisely swallowed the words before they escaped his lips. Hagrid appeared momentarily troubled by this assertion. He retracted the umbrella and scratched his head, hesitantly looking at Imogen. You will go, won't you? I mean, you have agreed, haven't you? Imogen sighed regretfully. Realizing that the dispute had swiftly shifted toward him, it seemed that this captivating drama was nearing its conclusion. How he wished to witness Hage delivering a thorough thrashing to old Neil. Nevertheless, he promptly responded, Of course, as long as I can retrieve 2 items, we can depart. Wait, Imogen, Neil suddenly pulled him aside, speaking with urgency. How can you agree so readily? Perhaps this hulking figure belongs to some agency, or worse, he might be a trafficker. Where is your discernment and vigilance? Neil, I am well aware of his background. Imogen mockingly regarded the anxious Neil, maliciously declaring, This giant is neither affiliated with any governmental department nor a trafficker. He is a member of the Italian mafia. Imo shook off Neil's hand, greeted Hagrid, and ascended to the loft. Shortly thereafter, he descended with a tattered canvas bag slung over his shoulder. He leaned in close to Neil's ear and whispered, The godfather of the mafia holds me in high regard. He will send me for specialized training, paving my way into the upper echelons of the organization. I am destined for greatness, Neil. Farewell. I shall never think of you again, nor of your filthy, dilapidated courtyard. What is the mafia? Hagrid suddenly inquired after they had walked a considerable distance from Smoker's Alley. Imogen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the hearing of this half-blood giant would be so astutely refined. It was truly remarkable that he had not posed this question in front of Neil. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "The Mafia is a prominent and formidable organization in Italy, widely acknowledged by all." He believed this would be more comprehensible for him. "What? You have never heard of it at all?" "Oh," Hagrid muttered. "I have little knowledge of the Muggle world." "Muggle?" Imogen feigned ignorance. Hagrid explained, "It refers to those who cannot perform magic. That is how we refer to them." He tugged at his beard several times, and Imogen even noticed some bloodstains upon it. Yet, the half-giant seemed entirely oblivious to any pain, repeatedly reaching into his pockets only to withdraw his hand again. His pace fluctuated between hurried and leisurely, compelling Imogen to jog in order to keep up with this half-giant, who largely disregarded the boy's presence. Imogen adjusted the canvas bag on his shoulder, quietly lamenting his greed for acquiring so much private property. He pondered the cause of Hagrid's evident agitation. As far as he knew, this giant had a temperament as tough as steel. After all, one could hardly expect anything ordinary from a person capable of housing a fire-breathing dragon in his humble abode. At last, just as Imogen felt that both his shoulders might be chafed raw from the straps of the bag, Hagrid decisively halted. Running with stiff legs? Imogen collided with Hagrid's legs, causing him to bump his nose against something hard in Hagrid's pocket, eliciting a painful reaction that brought tears to his eyes. My apologies." Hagrid appeared startled by the tears in Imogen's eyes. To express his regret, he bent down and produced a filthy handkerchief, offering it to Imogen. Imogen stared at the rag, its original color indiscernible, and then glanced up at the half-giant awkwardly bending to accommodate his height. Up close, he could see the round, black eyes filled with anxiety and trepidation. In all honesty, he had no desire to hurt this innocent half-giant's feelings. But using such a handkerchief to wipe his eyes was a fate he would rather avoid. Thus, he resolutely shook his head and took 2 steps back to emphasize his refusal. As anticipated, Hagrid appeared even more unsettled, his enormous hands opening and closing like the lid of a trash can. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to say, "Evans, there is something I need to discuss. It's very important. I cannot delay." "To pick up Harry?" Imogen interrupted him, finding it quite an unsightly sight for such a towering figure to gaze at him with the eyes of a frightened rabbit. Goosebumps prickled on his arms. Moreover, this half-giant, towering over 2 adults, was bending over to speak with him rather than squatting down. Had he never realized the immense pressure this posture placed on the child before him? After all, he was merely 11 years old. Well, at least he appeared to be 11. Imogen felt a twinge of shame for using his age as an excuse. Hagrid, however, seemed startled by his blunt inquiry. "How did you know?" "You mentioned it during your argument with Neil," Imogen pointed out. "You said you had to pick up Harry today, and that you haven't seen him in 10 years. Hagrid fidgeted with his hands. "Oh, I see. Well, knowing that isn't a big deal, you'll meet him once you arrive at school. I mean, yes, I must go pick up Harry tonight. But you are 4 days late to pick me up," Imogen pressed, striving to infuse his voice with suppressed displeasure. Did it not matter at all that Harry was late? Was he the one who could be delayed? He successfully coaxed a few tears to the corners of his eyes. "No, of course not." Hagrid seemed horrified by the sight of his tears, flustered as he attempted to offer the grimy handkerchief once more. Fortunately, Imogen nimbly dodged it. Yet those few tears were also frightened back, for a person with even a slight aversion to dirt found that handkerchief to be an exceedingly powerful tear-stopper. Hagrid was oblivious to the fact that his unoffered handkerchief had already worked its magic twice. He merely noticed the boy's panicked retreat and believed he had deeply hurt him. He awkwardly explained, "Actually, tomorrow is little Harry's birthday. I want to pick him up then. It would be a wonderful surprise. Of course, I'm not saying I'm anything special, but being able to attend Hogwarts is certainly a birthday gift he will never forget, don't you think?" Seeing the eager, expectant look in Hagrid's eyes, Imogen managed a reluctant smile. Yes, it will certainly be unforgettable. He had been so caught up in the joy and anxiety of starting school at Hogwarts that he had almost forgotten his own birthday was also tomorrow. How ironic. He had only intended to tease this giant, yet found himself feeling melancholic. Hagrid, however, did not notice the sudden disappointment on Imogen's face. He broke into a wide grin. Then, Finally crouching down, he eagerly proposed, "Since you agree, how about we use a little trick to arrive at Diagon Alley sooner? You see, I'm not very familiar with the winding paths of the Muggles." Mo Yan's curiosity was piqued. "What small trick?" Hagrid smiled mysteriously, producing a small pouch of shimmering silver powder from his pocket, and whispered with a volume that would normally require shouting, "This is Floo powder. With this, we can travel from one fireplace to another, as long as both are connected to the Floo network. Wizards typically use Floo powder for their travels. But when welcoming new students, we must adhere to Muggle methods. However, if I do that, I certainly won't make it to Harry's before midnight. I mean, this could actually be quite an interesting experience, don't you think?" "Well, yes," Mo Yan replied reluctantly, though he was not particularly keen on having such an interesting experience. He vividly recalled how distressed Harry had been during his first use of the fireplace, even shattering his glasses in the process. But since it was for this reason, "If you use the Floo powder, I swear I won't tell anyone," he stated. "Excellent." Hagrid beamed, gratefully stowing Mo Yan's backpack into one of his own pockets. "Now, let us go. I remember Professor Flitwick lives nearby. It's just a short walk away. But wait, you probably can't greet him. As we must let Professor Flitwick see me escorting a new student through the Floo network. Can you hide beneath my coat? Under your coat? That filthy rag stuffed with who knows what?" "Absolutely not." "All right." He heard his own voice giving an utterly reluctant response, nearly exasperated enough to bash his head against a wall. The wind howled around him, a piercing and deafening sound, while green flames licked at his clothes and face, offering no warmth but a chilling sensation. If he attempted to focus on anything, the flickering flames would dazzle him, making him nauseous. Hagrid held him tightly, and they spun and tumbled together, propelled and pressed down by an invisible force. Hagrid's massive frame collided with various objects, and twice Mo Yan worried he might get stuck. Despite his efforts to curl up as much as possible, he frequently bumped into things due to Hagrid occupying most of the space. Then, he felt an abrupt emptiness. Yet he managed to stand firm under Hagrid's great strength. "Where are we?" Once Mo Yan steadied himself, he found himself standing alongside Hagrid in a dimly lit, dilapidated tavern, its lack of illumination casting an eerie pall over the establishment. "The Leaky Cauldron," Hagrid responded, "a place of considerable renown." "Oh, where else could it possibly be?" Mo Yan murmured silently, feeling as though the Floo network had considerably diminished his intellect. "Wait, I must first show you around," Hagrid said, pulling Mo Yan out of the tavern. Mo Yan stood agape in astonishment. Dream Cinema, Old Barty-esque grocery, Blue Dove bookstore, and a sound shop with its once gilded sign, now faded and barely legible. This was a bustling street lined with numerous shops. It was a street Mo Yan knew all too well, a vibrant thoroughfare teeming with life yet devoid of patrolling officers, a haven for thieves. Despite being several blocks away from his residence, he often spent half a day wandering here, persistently searching for the fabled Leaky Cauldron. He traversed the street 2 or 3 times a week, and he had once endured 6 hours of travel simply to seek out the tavern at the city's far end. Having measured every inch of this chaotic thoroughfare with his own feet since childhood, he was astounded to discover that the very tavern he had sought so diligently was, in fact, right beside him. Sometimes, the most elusive treasures are found without effort. Mo Yan had previously found this saying amusing, but now he truly grasped its meaning. He pondered whether Feng Menglong experienced similar emotions when coining this phrase. Was he filled with joy, frustration, or perhaps a mix of both? In any case, Mo Yan was nearly seething with rage, though he couldn't quite identify against whom he should direct his ire. As he glanced back at the Leaky Cauldron, he realized that if he did not focus intently on that spot, it could easily be overlooked, as if the tavern's entrance were merely an inconsequential stain upon the wall. Suddenly, Hagrid clapped him on the shoulder, catching Mo Yan off guard, nearly causing him to collapse. "How's that? Do you remember this place now? Here. This is a map of the route from your home to here. Next time, you'll have to come on your own," the half-giant boomed, handing Mo Yan a crumpled piece of parchment made from sheepskin. Mo Yan felt a bitterness in his mouth, rendering him speechless. He nodded stiffly, took the parchment, and, taking advantage of Hagrid's momentary distraction, crumpled it into a ball and discarded it on the ground, stamping on it with considerable force. "Well, to enter, you must first know how to navigate Diagon Alley," Hagrid said, pulling Mo Yan back into the pub. They ventured into the backyard, moved 3 bricks to the left and 3 to the right, then tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. In an instant, the brick shifted, revealing Diagon Alley before Mo Yan, yet he lacked the energy to feign astonishment. "All right," Hagrid continued, "everything on the list can be procured here. You should be able to manage on your own, right? Of course, I'll bring Harry along tomorrow." If you have any questions, you can ask me then. Perhaps you might even become friends with Harry. The last statement was delivered with an involuntary pride in Hagrid's tone, as if forging a friendship with Harry was a matter of great honor. Indeed, it was true, provided that the person he was addressing was not the twin brother of the Golden Boy. Mo Yin replied curtly, "No need." Upon hearing that his beloved Harry had been rejected, Hagrid felt a twinge of displeasure. After handing Mo Yin a bag of galleons, funded by the school, he bid farewell and turned away. The canvas bag that settled on Mo Yin's shoulder seemed to activate the pain receptors throughout his body, causing him to suddenly feel an overwhelming ache. He rolled up his sleeves and discovered that his elbow was scraped, with fine threads of blood seeping out. He then noticed several bruises on his legs from the impact. However, all this pain combined was scarcely a fraction of the agony in his shoulders, which, although unscathed during the use of the flu network, had been firmly grasped by Hagrid to prevent him from being thrown off. The frustration that had been suppressed throughout the day finally erupted in a surge. Mo Yin forcefully kicked the wall and a more intense pain surged from his toes. Damn it! Mo Yin, in a fit of anger, flung her bag over her shoulder, disregarding the sudden sharp pain that pierced her back, and hurried back to the Broken Cauldron pub. Although it was still morning and the windows remained uncurtained, the sunlight seemed to be unceremoniously denied entry into this establishment, leaving it shrouded in darkness. The pub was dimly lit by a few flickering candles, suffusing the air with the acrid scent of melting wax. The floor and tables were adorned in a hue that evoked a sense of uncleanliness. The patrons were sparse, consisting only of a balding old bartender polishing long-stemmed glasses and an elderly woman clad in a thick green robe, quietly enjoying her breakfast. "Can I assist you, child?" the old bartender inquired, continuing to wipe another glass. "I am Tom, the proprietor here. I wish to reserve a room," Mo Yin replied, placing the gold galleons that Hagrid had given her upon the bar. From today until the morning of September 1st, Tom glanced at the coins in his hand and chuckled. "You must understand, child, that amount will only suffice for a 2-day stay." "I am aware it is insufficient," Mo Yin replied with unwavering composure. "I shall pay this now and settle the remainder this afternoon. I plan to visit Diagon Alley shortly." "Very well then," Tom conceded, retrieving a jangling set of keys from beneath the bar. Mo Yin noticed his pronounced hunch. "Follow me, child. By the way, what is your name?" "Ivan Evans," she replied. Mo Yin followed Tom up a sturdy and spacious staircase, astonished to discover that the floor was far cleaner than the tables outside. They arrived at room 306, where Tom opened the door for Mo Yin. Inside, there was a luxuriously comfortable bed and some gleaming oak furniture. The fireplace ignited with a satisfying pop the moment it was lit, quickly resembling the warmth of a well-established household hearth. Mo Yin felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the immaculate cleanliness of the room, the warm ambience, and the refreshing air. A window opened to reveal the bustling Muggle street outside, yet the clamor failed to penetrate the sanctuary within. "Excellent." Mo Yin nodded in approval, his earlier concerns about the bar's environment dissipating, before curiously inquiring, "Tom, what about the surroundings outside?" Tom chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "It merely appears that way, Mr. Evans. You see, there are always some Muggles who might inadvertently wander in. I, for one, have not." Mo Yin sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. "If you require anything, Mr. Evans, do not hesitate to ask. Meals are complimentary, though drinks will incur an additional charge." Tom laughed lightly. "Of course. It may be a tad premature for you to concern yourself with that. Enjoy your stay. I shall take my leave now." "Wait," Mo Yin called out to Tom, who was about to depart. "Could you provide me with some paper and ink? I wish to write something first." "There is some in the desk drawer, Mr. Evans," Tom replied. After standing patiently for a moment, he noticed Mo Yin had no further requests, and with a slight bow, he departed. Mo Yin tossed his canvas bag onto the bed, retrieving his sole set of attire that appeared quite presentable, which he reserved solely for occasions requiring his presence in formal venues or gatherings. He then indulged in a leisurely soak in a hot bath, changing into his clothes afterward, feeling a level of comfort he had never experienced in his life. "Dear officer," Mo Yin paused after writing the first sentence, biting the end of his quill in contemplation. He pondered whether to use the term dear, for he had never truly experienced childhood and, thus, could not fathom the thought processes of those raucous little children who spent their days shouting and reveling in mischief. It was not until the quill began to twist uncomfortably in his mouth that Mo Yin reluctantly conceded, reassuring himself that perhaps boys in their teens struggle with grammatical structures. What harm could there be in a minor mistake in a letter? "Greetings. My name is Alan, and I reside in a small courtyard at 23 Pipe Lane. Mr. Neil Oric, who has taken in me and 13 other children, is a thief. Not only does he steal himself, but he also coerces us into thievery on his behalf. I have no desire to steal. My mother once said that only the most hopeless of individuals resort to such a life. Yet, I find myself powerless. For if we do not procure a certain amount of money, we face punishment and hunger. I earnestly beseech the police officer to assist us. Please, save me. Yours faithfully, Alan. P.S. A few days ago, Mr. Oric stole a plethora of exquisite jewels from a place called a charity ball. He often boasts about a large green ring he pilfered, adorned with a rose emblem. I suspect it too was stolen, despite his claims that it symbolizes his family. Mo Yin shook the parchment, observing the awkward formation of letters he had inscribed with his left hand. He frowned in dissatisfaction, yet cautiously blew on the ink to hasten its drying, revealing a sly smile. The London police might not concern themselves with a trifling den of thieves. Yet the jewels lost during that charity ball, alongside the ring belonging to the White family, were sufficient to divert their attention from most of their pressing duties in pursuit of the culprits. Not to mention, Mo Yin had concealed 2 financial statements under Neil's bed. Documents potent enough to compel the current mayor's resignation. As for the possibility of being traced back to Mo Yin, it was highly improbable that he would have any dealings with the Muggle world for the next 7 years, even if a deluge were to ensue. Mo Yin opened the canvas bag on the bed and retrieved a black crocodile leather handbag from within. He stuffed the letter paper inside, carelessly discarded the 4-year-old canvas bag into the trash can, and turned to leave the room. It was July 31st, 1991, at 11 a.m. Mo Yin languidly sat outside the ice cream parlor, adorned in a freshly crafted black robe, clutching a pristine copy of A History of Hogwarts in his hands. On the table before him rested a generous cup of chocolate-flavored ice cream. Perched gracefully on his shoulder was a petite, sleek black cat. Her eyes half closed in a feigned slumber, her slender tail gently swaying behind Mo Yin. She was his new companion, Leia. Unbeknownst to others, Mo Yin possessed considerable wealth. The old canvas bag he carried was filled with treasures amassed from nearly 8 years of thievery. Although he was required to surrender the majority of his gains to Neil each day, Mo Yin discreetly retained a small portion for himself. Neil, suspecting Mo Yin's clandestine actions, turned a blind eye, for the boy consistently returned with far more pounds than all the other children combined, multiplied by 2. What Neil remained oblivious to was that the treasures Mo Yin kept for himself were genuinely valuable, while the amounts surrendered paled in comparison. Near the broken cauldron stood a large pawnbroker, renowned for its commendable reputation in the industry. Mo Yin had observed this establishment for quite some time, but it was only yesterday that he had the opportunity to step inside, bearing all his possessions. An hour later, a vault was generated at Gringotts under the name of Mo Yin Evans. Mo Yin was aware that he should possess a considerable fortune, yet he was taken aback by the staggering value of his accumulated possessions. In his previous assessments, he had always employed the standards from his former life, neglecting the fact that artificial gemstones had reached a point of overwhelming abundance. As a result, his valuations were often off by at least 5-fold. Consequently, what he initially believed would afford him a modestly comfortable existence during his 7 years of study, he now realized could grant him an exceptionally lavish academic experience. He indulged in purchasing the latest books, instruments, robes, and even acquired the celestial globe he had long coveted but hesitated to buy, alongside other items that appeared both useful and magnificent. The amount of galleons provided by Hogwarts could scarcely cover the tip of a tail for Leah. Yet here he sat, in this long-anticipated place, holding the magical tomes he had yearned for, only to find himself unable to read a single word. He struggled to focus his attention on the texts, but sadly discovered that the letters seemed to dissolve into mere ink in his eyes, blurring into an indistinct haze. Each time he attempted to read more than 2 words, his vision inexplicably adjusted to infinity. He then tried to recall other aspects of his experience. Gringotts was far grander than he had imagined, standing out amidst the surrounding shops like a crane among chickens. No matter where one stood in Diagon Alley, it was effortlessly visible. The goblins, as it turned out, were indeed quite unattractive, a disservice to their title. Their dark faces bore an air of indifference and a hint of resentment, with fingers long and slender like withered twigs. Despite their diminutive stature, their unsteady gait belied their power to nearly eradicate the thefts in the wizarding world, though this was only true because Voldemort and Harry had once successfully infiltrated and escaped. Coincidentally, the goblin who attended to him was also named Griphook, seemingly the same one who had later assisted Harry. Enough. There was no place more exhilarating than the underground passages of Gringotts. Roller coasters and Ferris wheels were utterly incomparable. Imogen harbored serious doubts that no wizard had ever perished while withdrawing money due to that infernal cart. For he himself needed to cling tightly to the handrail to combat the centrifugal force of the cart's swift turns, which occurred almost every few seconds. Harry had the audacity to attempt to navigate in such circumstances. How foolish. Stop. The so-called craftsmanship of Madame Malkin, who claimed to create robes suitable for all occasions and ages, was rather unimpressive. The styles she produced were all remarkably similar, hardly comparable to the ever-changing fashions of Muggles. That very shop still stood, undoubtedly enjoying a monopolistic advantage, as every student attending Hogwarts procured their uniforms there. Even a young lord like Malfoy had to comply and stand on a small stool for his measurements. Stop. He had initially contemplated acquiring an owl, but upon reflection, he realized he had no one to send letters to. And the thought of those creatures flapping their wings and scattering feathers everywhere was rather bothersome. Imogen had even taken the time to seek out several white owls. Aside from their distinctive color, they bore no difference to other owls, and he could not discern which might become Hedwig in the future. Stop. The pet shop was a fascinating place. Although somewhat odorous, the peculiar little creatures more than compensated for this flaw. Some animals were incessantly fidgeting and chirping, creating a cacophony of sounds. Others sported bizarre colors, such as purple lizards, orange poisonous snakes, blue rabbits, and pink dogs. There were even some large, seemingly dangerous creatures, like a tail-wagging dog that bared its teeth and growled at a Muggle couple with children. Yet among all the animals, Leah was the finest, elegant, serene, beautiful, noble, reserved, and proud. Imogen recalled every conceivable word to describe Leia and found himself increasingly fond of the black cat. He gently stroked her head. Leia, half asleep, seemed to sense her owner's affection, opening her eyes to glance at Imogen and nuzzling his cheek softly. Her eyes were a vibrant green, reminiscent of leaves glistening after a rain. I wonder if Harry possesses such enchanting eyes as well. Imogen AI cried, burying her face in her hands. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world. Yet from the moment he realized he had entered the realm of Harry Potter and became the brother of the boy who lived, he never associated those words with Harry. At that time, when he believed he was dead, his consciousness floated like a severed kite, surrounded by darkness. And his thoughts began to blur until a sudden kick struck his abdomen. In that moment, Imogen was furious. Even in death, he was being kicked. His scattered thoughts swiftly aligned. Just as he prepared to retaliate in anger, he panicked to discover his body was weak and limp, his eyes and mouth unable to open, as if they did not exist at all. He wished to take a deep breath, but found he could not even breathe. At that instant, fear seized him, causing him to forget the very fact that he was indeed dead. However, the next moment, warmth enveloped him. A small life was nestled closely by his side. Though he could neither see nor hear, he instinctively knew someone was there with him, a bond of blood connecting them. In that fleeting moment, Imogen felt a sense of belonging to this unfamiliar environment. This little being was a restless one, often kicking or punching him unexpectedly, though it did not hurt. The sensation was far from pleasant. Yet Imogen never considered returning the favor. Whenever he moved, it was only to gently touch that life, quickly withdrawing his hand. Regardless of the confusion and helplessness, his heart found immediate solace. After a considerable period of calm observation, Imogen ultimately concluded that he had been reborn as an infant, and moreover, as one of a pair of twins. No matter how implausible this assumption seemed, he embraced it with tranquility and even joy. He never dared to linger in his touch, though he longed to hold the tiny creature. He feared that upon their birth, they might become conjoined twins, as legend foretold. He could only hope for the future. Once they were both born, he could cradle him, stroke his hair, speak to him, and comfort him when he cried. All he needed to do was wait. Curled within their mother's womb, their hearts beat in synchrony, each pulse resonating with the other. When Imogen finally became aware through his ears, despite the discomfort of amniotic fluid filling them, he completely disregarded this discomfort, greedily listening, immersing himself in a profound sensation. Thump, thump, thump. The entire world was filled with that sound. In that moment, Imogen was overwhelmed with happiness. As infants, their strength was undeniably feeble. Imogen felt as though he spent over 90% of his day in slumber, awakening briefly only to drift back into a state of oblivion. Yet each time he awoke, he was reassured by the presence of his twin. Until one fateful day, he sensed a chilling wave emanating from their mother's body, cold, malevolent, and eerie. As his mind remained somewhat foggy, His body instinctively began to absorb this coldness. Upon regaining consciousness, Mo Yin exerted all his energy to draw this icy essence into himself, his body responding obediently. When he finally succumbed to exhaustion, a proud smile graced his face, free of any reservations. When he awoke again, he found himself on a small hospital bed in St. Mungo's. Occasionally, he glimpsed his father's somber expression and his mother's tearful sorrow, but his twin brother was nowhere to be found. Though he continued to spend his days lost in sleep, he felt an undeniable emptiness, as if a part of his heart was missing. Each time he fell asleep, he held on to deep hopes. Every time he awoke, he was met with profound disappointment. Day by day, he passed through cycles of waiting and yearning, until the light in his eyes began to dim. After enduring a birthday at St. Mungo's, a long time passed before he could finally emerge from that grand and ornate confinement, returning to their home. And then he beheld a healthy, joyful Harry Potter, babbling as he learned to speak. His twin, laughter, embraces, flowers, fireworks, and merriment, despair, screams, tears, sorrow, and death. Then, once more, separation. The human body is an enigma. At St. Mungo's, he received the most attentive care. His biological parents could not have done better. He underwent examinations and treatments from the finest healers, receiving the most expensive potions. Yet life slowly ebbed away from him, day by day, growing weaker. However, once he was sent to the orphanage, he had never known a full stomach. Enduring the torment of unruly children who pinched and hit him, freezing in the bitter winter, and plagued in the summer by mosquitoes and cockroaches, yet he somehow survived. It is worth noting that during that time, his parents had never dared to let him leave St. Mungo's for even a day, fearing he might cease to breathe at any moment. Moreover, his once almost translucent hair and skin gradually returned to their normal hues. His hair inherited his mother Lily's red, albeit a shade lighter, brighter, and straighter. Only his eyes, the most delicate of organs, underwent little change. The pupils transitioned from white to a silvery hue, preventing the horrific appearance of eyes that seemed composed solely of sclera. Throughout these 10 years, he never once encountered Harry, despite countless fantasies of doing so. The address for Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, danced upon his tongue innumerable times. A few times, in a daze, he boarded a bus and unwittingly uttered the name, only to scramble out before the vehicle departed. He was too afraid to meet him. He feared he would recklessly divulge the truth, beating the Dursleys into a pulp, setting fire to Harry's school, hanging Mrs. Fig by her hairnet, and dunking Dumbledore's head in a toilet. If he possessed sufficient strength, he was certain he would act on those impulses. At the very least, he would reveal the truth to Harry and whisk him away. But what then? Mo Yin dared not contemplate the consequences that lay ahead. Yet now, he could finally meet Harry with a sense of legitimacy. Harry, his brother. Although the boy's psychological age was significantly younger than his own, and he was merely a few minutes older in physical age, this did not diminish the inexplicable sense of dependence that arose within him whenever he thought of Harry. However, he felt increasingly anxious, even frantic. A feeling of guilt clutched at his heart. He was acutely aware that the reasons for not having seen Harry all these years were justified and prudent. Logically, he should have no memories of him at all. Yet Mo Yin could not shake the feeling that he was one of the principal architects of Harry's suffering and torment, second only to the Dursleys. Perhaps even eclipsing Dumbledore, for he knew everything yet chose to remain passive as events unfolded. Now, he was about to see Harry. They would become classmates, sharing 7 years together. What should he say upon their first meeting? "Hi, how are you?" Certainly not well. He had just emerged from the oppressive confines of the Dursley household, a place rife with abuse and isolation. "You must be Harry Potter. Did you know? I am your twin brother." The dilemma was how he could possibly know that, having been separated at infancy. There was simply no reasonable explanation. Wow, Harry Potter. The boy who lived. How foolish of him. Hadn't he just been the center of attention for those wizards? Onlookers gazed at the red-haired boy, whose expressions fluctuated between dreamy smiles of bliss, furrowed brows of deep contemplation, and exasperated cries of despair. Suddenly, a sound of bricks colliding reverberated at the entrance of Diagon Alley as a small opening gradually widened. Mo Yan's body instantly stiffened. Upon a mere glance, his heart felt as though it were being tugged. Standing there timidly was a very thin and small boy, seemingly no older than 7 or 8 years. His short black hair protruded wildly in all directions, an astonishing mess as if each strand possessed a fervent desire to express itself and follow its own whims. To make matters worse, the individual responsible for his haircut appeared to be a peculiar genius, managing to create such an utterly bizarre and asymmetrical shape. Perched on his nose was a pair of exceedingly tattered, utterly unrefined black-rimmed round glasses, which seemed to have been shattered countless times, now held together by layers of transparent tape, rendering them even more dilapidated. Through the glasses, Mo Yin beheld a pair of bright green eyes. The boy's palm-sized face tapered swiftly from the cheeks down to a pointed chin, his complexion slightly pale, a hue that suggested he rarely basked in sunlight, which directly evoked thoughts of his life confined within that tiny closet. He was clad in an oversized shirt and baggy trousers, the hem of the shirt trailing well past his knees, while the cuffs of his pants were clumsily rolled up. On his feet were a pair of old white sneakers, the synthetic leather peeling away to reveal the dark stuffing within. The boy gaped in wonder, taking in the strangeness of this new world. Hagrid flashed him a toothy smile, and together they stepped through the archway. Hagrid strode forward confidently, while the boy quickly grasped the hem of his garment, panting as he trotted along behind, his small head swiveling eagerly to absorb the sights of the shops on either side of the street, the wares both inside and out, and the bustling shoppers around them. His dirty little face alight with astonished excitement. Mo Yin shielded his eyes with his hand, fearing that he might inadvertently burst into tears in front of the bustling crowd. When he looked again, his heart nearly ceased to beat. Harry's head was turning towards him. "Merlin, what should I do?" "Ah, you need to buy a cauldron, but first, we must retrieve your money," Hagrid remarked with a smile, as Harry gazed intently at the various cauldrons piled outside the shop. Harry wished fervently for 8 eyes, so he could take in everything around him. Each item was so intriguing. Even the owls he had often seen before now radiated an aura of mystery. Oh, and he wished for 8 ears as well, to catch every word spoken, even though much of it was utterly incomprehensible to him. A rather stout woman was vociferously advertising. Lizard liver, 17 galleons an ounce. A girl in a black robe was playfully coaxing a tall woman beside her. "Please, Mum, I really want to buy a Swift. Owls are just too ordinary." A group of boys had their noses pressed against the glass, one of them exclaiming, "Look, the latest Nimbus 2000. The fastest broomstick in the world." A short wizard was loudly haggling, 7 galleons. "Only 7 galleons. Not a penny more." "Up ahead is Gringotts," Hagrid announced. But Harry was oblivious. His attention was captivated by a red-haired boy outside the ice cream shop. This boy appeared to be of his age, but was already showing the first signs of a lanky adolescence, his long red hair tied back with a silver ribbon, with 2 strands cascading down by his temples. Though his hair was red, it was not fiery or ostentatious. Rather, it possessed a soft, warm hue, pure enough to stir one's heart, reminiscent of the morning sun's essence or softened flames. Against the backdrop of his dark attire, his skin appeared almost translucent, glowing faintly in the morning light, akin to an angelic presence. He was engrossed in a thick book, a graceful black cat perched elegantly on his shoulder, while a cup of ice cream on the table had nearly melted away. Merely by sitting there, he drew the attention of those around him, rendering them breathless. It seemed as if even the dust had quieted in his presence, and the restless air turned languid and serene. The entire atmosphere felt as though it had been muted. Suddenly, Harry felt an overwhelming jealousy towards the book the boy was so intently reading. "Why won't you look at me?" he thought, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. The red-haired boy seemed to hear his unspoken plea. He slowly lifted his head, arching an eyebrow and meeting Harry's gaze directly. His bright silver eyes were transparent, clear, profound, and ethereal, comparable only to the untouched snow atop a mountain or the moonlight flowing like a river on a cold, wintry night. The sunlight reflected in those eyes, like the shimmering stars in a pitch-black sky, deep, tranquil, and beautiful. He gazed at Harry, his expression as clear as water, and within those calm, dignified depths flowed an infinite tenderness that was utterly intoxicating. Everything around them, the bustling streets, the clamor of the crowd, the myriad of bizarre goods, faded into the background, leaving only those beautiful, extraordinary eyes. Harry suddenly found himself breathless. Even as Hagrid pulled him into Gringotts, he twisted his neck to keep his eyes on the boy, fearing that a mere blink might cause him to lose the gaze that seemed so intent on him. When the walls of Gringotts finally obstructed his view, Harry felt an intense urge to burst forth. Had Hagrid not been holding his hand tightly, he was certain he would have done so. Mo Yin could hardly believe his own timidity. He had actually fled the moment he saw Harry. With lightning speed, his gaze darted towards Hogwarts, his heart racing with a deafening sound. Would anyone hear him? Embarrassed, he stole a glance around, only to find his ice cream had melted in the cup, chocolate and cream intertwining into abstract gray lines. "Oh no," Mo Yin lamented inwardly. Is it not enough that I am already humiliated? Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his heart, a peculiar sensation, devoid of logic, compelling him to look up, before his mind could analyze and rationalize this impulse. His body instinctively obeyed. His silver eyes met the green ones. Breathing came as naturally as ever, washing away all tension, panic, embarrassment, worry, and anxiety like a receding tide, leaving only a profound sense of relaxation and tranquility, reminiscent of countless experiences in his mother's womb. Moyen watched as Harry was led into Gringotts by Hagrid, letting out a gentle sigh followed by a smile. Leia, did you see that? That is my brother. He appears even thinner than I had imagined. But that is all right. The house elves at Hogwarts will surely fatten him up. It's evident that he has had the best of times these past years, and truthfully, neither have I. However, everything shall pass, won't it? There is no need for me to be troubled by the sufferings of the past. Our focus should be on the present and the future. What does it matter if we acknowledge each other? I know who he is, and I know he is right there. Isn't that enough? If our bond relies solely on blood, it would be rather fragile. Leia, shall we visit the toy store for Peter Pan? Then we can procure wands. I wonder what kind of wand I might possess? Leia, disturbed from her afternoon slumber, emitted a disgruntled murmur yet nestled into Moyen's embrace, yawning softly before closing her eyes once more. I apologize. Moyen heard Harry's voice at the door. What struck you as wondrous? Ah, so Harry has acquired his wand already? He had delayed purchasing it, fearing he might inadvertently select the wand destined for Harry, which would indeed be a calamity for him. This wand would go on to save Harry from peril many times in the days to come. I remember each one I have sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. You see, 2 tail feathers from the same phoenix were used. One crafted this wand, while the other made its counterpart. You were meant to wield this wand. And its brother, well, it was indeed its brother that left you with that scar. So, you are Harry Potter? Moyen, with his hands tucked into his pockets, cradled the recently awakened Leia on his shoulder. The boy who lived? Harry's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Moyen, soon followed by a hint of confusion. I am Harry Potter. What is your name? And what is this boy who lived business? Were you not informed? Moyen glanced at the scar on Harry's forehead. You are the only one Voldemort sought to kill but failed, which is why people refer to you as the boy who lived. By the way, I am Moyen Evans. It is a pleasure to meet you. At the mention of Voldemort, Hagrid and Ollivander both visibly shuddered, with Ollivander gasping, Oh, how dare you? How dare you utter Voldemort's name? He maliciously repeated it, taking delight in the paleness that washed over the 2 adults, then turned to Harry. You see, even now, people hesitate to speak his name, terrified at the mere sound of it. Yet he fell before you, vanishing into obscurity. Countless individuals revere you, Potter. People believe you to be the savior of the wizarding world. Your name echoes through the annals of modern magical history as a significant figure of the 20th century. Is that so? Harry appeared incredulous. Indeed, you are quite the celebrity, Moyen affirmed. However, Harry furrowed his brow, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Everyone seems to think I am special. Every patron at the Leaky Cauldron clamored to shake my hand, and the goblins at Gringotts were no different. Yet until today, I had no inkling I was a wizard. I know nothing of magic, and no one has ever spoken to me of such things. I don't understand why I am renowned. I mean, I have no recollection of the night my parents perished. I am utterly bewildered by all of this. It feels as though it has been stolen from me. He vented his frustrations to Moyen, gradually realizing the weight of his words. His voice dwindled, and his head nearly sank to his chest. Hagrid called out loudly, Harry, how can you think like that? Listen, you simply need time to adjust. But soon you will be famous at Hogwarts. You won't harbor such thoughts then. Indeed, Mr. Potter, Ollivander interjected. You have no idea how many remarkable feats that fellow has accomplished. Though dreadful, they are undeniably grand. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Since this wand has chosen you, you are destined to achieve something of great significance. Harry pursed his lips, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on Moyen with a stubborn expression. Just be yourself, Moyen smiled. No one has the right to demand anything from you regarding memories you do not possess. Your life is your own. Do not allow irrelevant matters to trouble you. Harry beamed widely. Leia let out a soft mew of discontent, clearly not fond of the dim surroundings. Midday should be a time to bask in sunlight. Just a little longer, Leia. I shall procure the wand shortly, Moyen reassured her, patting her head before turning to Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander? Hagrid signaled to Harry that it was time to leave, but Harry implored him to see what wand Moyen would choose. Let me take a look. Ollivander replied coolly, still harboring a grudge for the earlier fright Moyen had caused him. Yet his professionalism swiftly restored the old man's demeanor. Which hand do you favor? Both are quite adept. Perhaps my right a touch more. Extend your arm, like this. A dark, curling tape measure sprang to life, measuring Moyen from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to the floor, from knee to armpit, in the entirety of his head. Moyen frowned at the dirt upon the tape, feeling rather disgusted. Ollivander, meanwhile, retrieved a long rectangular box, thick with dust, from the shelves laden with countless small boxes. Try this one, made of you, with a unicorn hair core. 9.5 inches. Give it a flick and see. Moyen casually waved his hand, and a dozen boxes erupted in explosions. No. This one, a red willow wand, 12 inches in length. A fierce blaze surged towards Ollivander, singeing his hair and eyebrows before he could extinguish it, rendering him even less appealing. Yet, paradoxically, Ollivander seemed to revel in the chaos. How discerning, is it not? Behold this one, a maple one with a phoenix feather core, 8.5 inches. Quite resilient. Harry recognized it as one he had previously attempted to wield. With a resounding crash, a wind chime hanging from the ceiling clattered to the ground. A wand of cedar wood, with unicorn hair, 8 inches. One of the tables sank into the mire. Harry felt a twinge of envy, for during his own trials, his wand had seldom reacted, while Moyen seemed to invoke some form of magic with each attempt. Though Ollivander consistently declared them unsuitable, his excitement escalated. His gaze upon Moyen akin to that of a miser gazing at a trove of galleons. Moyen felt as though his arm might break from the vigorous waving. Several times, he sensed a warm current surging from his fingertips throughout his body, believing he had finally found the wand he desired, yet Ollivander consistently declared it unsuitable. Gradually, he came to understand. He could command those wands, but they were not the most fitting for him. It had become a situation of mutual selection. Leia, no longer irritable, was now eagerly perched on Moyen's shoulder, watching him dismantle Ollivander's wand shop. The cantankerous customers were no concern. Surely, there was a wand meant for him. Ollivander cheerfully meandered among the shelves, nearly 100 wands strewn on the floor, with even more wands being selected and set aside by Ollivander. Try this one, oak. Dragon heartstring, 11 inches. When Moyen grasped the wand, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. What was that saying? 36,000 pores. All feeling at ease. He felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, warmth radiating through him, inducing a profound relaxation. Upon opening his eyes, ready to perform a customary flourish, he discovered several onlookers gazing at him in astonishment. What's wrong? Harry stammered, flailing his arms. Suddenly, Ollivander exclaimed, Goodness, splendid. How marvelous. This has never happened before. Could someone please explain what transpired? Moyen raised an eyebrow, feeling irked by the lack of control over the situation. At that moment, Harry finally caught his breath. Just now, when you held the wand, red flames erupted from your entire being, enveloping us all. But it felt wonderful. The flames looked real yet consumed nothing. It seems this is the one. Moyen inquired, how much? After paying 13 galleons. Ollivander bowed and sent them off from the wand shop. Let us go. Harry, I must take you back to the Dursleys, Hagrid said gruffly. Harry, reluctant, shuffled his feet and asked Moyen, where are you planning to go? I shall remain here. I am not yet ready to return to Diagon Alley. In truth, he had no intention of ever returning. Yet he preferred to be diplomatic in Hagrid's presence to avoid being forcibly sent back under the pretext of a minor's inability to live independently. I have booked a room at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid, can I stay here too? Harry pleaded, I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. You know how they treat me. Don't worry, Harry. If you encounter any trouble at the Dursleys, send me a letter with your owl. It knows where to find me. You are still a minor and cannot live alone. Hagrid suddenly fixed Moyen with a piercing gaze. By the way, lad, where did you acquire all that money? The funds from Hogwarts seem insufficient for your possessions. I once assisted someone, Moyen replied without hesitation. And he left me a sum upon his passing. Though it was but a trifle compared to his wealth, it was substantial for an ordinary person. It's enough to cover my expenses at Hogwarts. Well, in that case, Hagrid blinked, seemingly unconvinced, but I advise you not to linger here too long. Children should be under adult supervision. Come along, Harry. Harry cast a forlorn glance at Moyen, who opened his lips to speak, but remained silent. Convincing Hagrid, a half-giant with a notoriously stubborn disposition, to allow Harry to stay was nearly impossible. Moreover, Harry would likely not suffer any abuse upon his return, although neglect was disheartening. It was bearable. Yet now, Moyen suddenly felt the need for an owl. Dear Harry, how have you been? When we last met, I sensed that your living situation was less than ideal, and I grew somewhat concerned. Please write back as soon as you receive this. I wish to know how you're faring. Yours faithfully, Mo Yin Evans. Dear Mo Yin, receiving your letter brought me immense joy. Can we be friends? Oh, I believe we already are. That was a silly question. Life at the Dursleys is rather dull, but fret not. They no longer dare to lock me in the cupboard or shout at me to perform chores. They are now quite fearful of me and harbor even more disdain. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon hardly speak to me, treating me as if I were invisible. However, Dudley's reactions are amusing. He trembles in terror at the sight of me, as if I might conjure a pig's tail or snout at any moment. If I attempt to converse with him, he screams and runs away. It is rather entertaining, though I fear it may provoke Uncle Vernon, so I refrain from indulging in that amusement. There was a moment I genuinely thought Uncle Vernon might leap up to strike me, but he merely shot me a fierce glare. I named my owl Hedwig. It's a lovely name, don't you think? I came across it in my studies of magical history. She enjoys flitting in and out of open windows, sometimes bringing dead mice with her. I dread Aunt Petunia discovering this. Thankfully, she no longer enters my room. To be honest, life at the Dursleys is somewhat stifling. Yet reading those books remains quite enjoyable. I hope to discover a few spells to curse Dudley. However, Hagrid mentioned that I cannot use magic in the Muggle world except under very special circumstances. Is that true? Harry P.S. If I do not reply, would you truly come? If so, I hope this letter does not reach you. Dear Harry, I am delighted to hear you are well. My last letter was intended to intimidate your aunt and uncle. I hope they might check your letters or confine your owl to prevent it from delivering messages. Should they realize such actions might invite a wizard to their home, they would surely be more considerate. But if your letters do not reach you, then yes, I would come. Hedwig is a splendid name. I imagine she is a beautiful girl, is she not? My Leia is as well. The owl delivering your letters is named Raphael. He is a strong fellow. I have heard that Hogwarts permits only one pet per student. I hope Raphael can fly to Hogwarts on his own. Are you reading? Pre-studying is commendable, though not strictly necessary, unless you can memorize everything. It is easy to forget what you read. You grew up in a Muggle household, correct? Therefore, I believe your current priority should be to familiarize yourself with the wizarding world and acquire some basic knowledge. I recommend reading Hogwarts, a history. Magical History, the very book you are currently reading, a directory of notable wizards, and the Magical World, a book intended for wizards of Muggle descent. Raphael will bring you the other 3 books aside from Magical History. As for spells, believe me, Harry, there are hardly any useful spells in the first-year textbooks. Even if there were, you could not use them to curse your cousin. Hagrid is correct. Underage wizards are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. And should you do so, the Ministry of Magic will be immediately informed. In severe cases, you could be expelled from Hogwarts and sent to Azkaban. For specifics, refer to page 235 of the Magical World. I look forward to our meeting at Hogwarts. Dear Mo Yin, thank you for the delightful books you sent. They are truly captivating. I find myself utterly enchanted by the magical realm, and I yearn to arrive at school as soon as possible. It is rather disheartening not to be able to wield magic outside of school. I sincerely hope that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia never discover this, for they would undoubtedly torment me as they did before. Hogwarts is even more wondrous than I had imagined, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to attend. However, I am filled with apprehension regarding which house I will be placed in. I hope I do not end up in Slytherin. Hagrid mentioned that Hufflepuff is far superior, as dark wizards often emerge from Slytherin. Yet, I once encountered a boy who was also heading to school, and he claimed that Hufflepuffs are all fools. I fear I might be sorted into Hufflepuff, as I know nothing at all. What worries me more is the possibility of being sent home after arriving at Hogwarts. What if the teachers suddenly realize I am unfit for magical education? I mean, my magical abilities only manifest when I am extremely angry. But I cannot be perpetually angry at school, can I? Harry P.S. Do you know the criteria for sorting? I wonder if I could prepare myself in advance. Dear Harry, there is no need to fret about being sent home from Hogwarts. No child who has received an acceptance letter has ever been turned away at the school gates. Only those who have seriously violated the school rules face expulsion. But I doubt such a fate will ever befall you. Raphael will provide you with a book on modern magical history, which will enlighten you about your reputation in the magical community. If Hogwarts were to deny you admission or expel you, then the cries of enraged wizards would drown Headmaster Dumbledore in a deluge of fury. If there is one individual who may be an exception to the rules, it is you, Harry. As for the sorting criteria, Each cohort of students and all the teachers keep this matter shrouded in secrecy, seemingly finding amusement in the anxious speculation of the newcomers. However, I suspect that the basis for sorting does not hinge on knowledge or spells, as that would be rather unjust to those from non-magical families. Children from magical households, even without formal education, possess more knowledge than those born to muggles. I conjecture that the sorting criteria are based on two aspects, potential and character. Have you noticed the requirements that each founder of Hogwarts had for their students? Slytherin values pure blood and ambition, Gryffindor prizes courage, Hufflepuff cherishes loyalty, and Ravenclaw seeks wisdom. Reflect carefully on your own qualities, Harry, and you will discern where you belong. Furthermore, as far as I know, family members typically reside in the same house, and the Potter lineage has always been Gryffindor. You possess Gryffindor blood. Yesterday, I acquired a book on curses and counter-curses, and I found 2 amusing spells that I have transcribed for you. If the inability to cast spells is disheartening, why not give it a try? It would certainly teach that Dudley a lesson. Until you begin your studies at Hogwarts, the prohibition on minors using magic does not apply. Therefore, you may still practice magic for now, but that privilege will soon be revoked. Make the most of this time and enjoy it while you can. Dear Imogen, yesterday, I attempted a spell you taught me, though I remain uncertain of its success. While Dudley exhibited no unusual behavior yesterday, he has been afflicted with diarrhea all day today. Perhaps he simply consumed something that did not agree with him. He has indeed overindulged, leaving Aunt Petunia bewildered as to which food to scrutinize. Fortunately, this has led them to harbor no suspicions toward me. Additionally, during this ordeal, Dudley's tale has caused him considerable distress. Aunt Petunia mentioned she would take him to have that charming appendage removed in a couple of days, and he is adamant that he cannot bring it to Smeltings. I can only express my regret regarding this matter. At long last, I have completed reading all the books. In recent days, I have also practiced several spells, successfully mastering the Lumos and Reducio charms. I managed to shrink one of Dudley's favorite toys to the size of a thumbnail. However, I cannot revert it back to its original form. Consequently, I have been diligently practicing the enlarging charm. Thankfully, Dudley has never been able to recall where he places his toys. I have also reread the history of Hogwarts, and I feel I would belong in Gryffindor. Furthermore, I discovered a member of the Potter family in the famous contemporary wizard directory you gifted me. His name is Bruce Potter, and I sincerely wish to ascertain our relation. Harry P. S. I plan to attempt a second curse tonight. Wish me luck. Dear Harry, tomorrow, you shall embark on your journey to Hogwarts. Ensure you retire early this evening to avoid oversleeping in the morning. Enclosed is a set of clothing and a vial of potion. Dispose of the tattered garments from the Dursleys. Additionally, I believe the scar upon your forehead might attract undue attention. To prevent you from appearing overly conspicuous, consider tying a headband or similar item around it. I am certain you would not wish to be gawked at as if you were a rare specimen, would you? The vial contains a potion for enhancing vision. Consume it. Then remove your glasses. If that hideous contraption obstructs the view of the world's most exquisite emerald, Merlin himself would condemn me. Imogen placed the book he had just finished reading back on the shelf, rubbed his eyes, and cast a glance out the door, only to realize that night had fallen. For the past month, he had immersed himself in Lehan Bookstore, absorbing knowledge at an impressive pace of 1 book every 15 minutes. In his previous life, Imogen had possessed a remarkable memory, and in this life, he had honed it from a young age, achieving the ability to remember everything with ease. However, even with such aptitude, the relentless memorization over 30 consecutive days had become overwhelming, leaving his head feeling heavy and painful. Thus, while he found joy in acquiring knowledge, he was equally delighted at the prospect of taking a trip to Hogwarts the following day, freeing him from the burden of studying. Imogen let out a sigh of relief, massaging his sore neck as he picked up the 2 selected books and approached the counter. A brief discussion on spatial magic? Powerful potions? The shopkeeper adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and, with a serious expression, addressed Imogen. I am pleased to see your diligent studies, Imogen. But remember that Diagon Alley was not built in a day. If I were in your position, I would focus on mastering the fundamentals first, at the very least. Finish reading the 52 books you have already purchased. Rest assured. Imogen shrugged nonchalantly. I know my limits. The shopkeeper shook his head, yet proceeded to wrap up the books. 2 galleons and 12 sickles. Thank you. By the way, I will be heading off to Hogwarts tomorrow. Imogen remarked cheerfully while rummaging through his wallet. Considering our daily companionship, could you spare me 12 sickles? How rare it is for you not to suggest saving 2 galleons instead, the shopkeeper retorted sarcastically. Really? Mo Yin feigned surprise and shoved his wallet back. You are truly a wonderful person. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief, and he huffed in indignation. Mo Yin chuckled softly, placing 3 gallons on the table. He opened his arms and embraced the old shopkeeper. I am truly grateful for your care during this time. Thank you. Ah, what nonsense are you speaking? Ben replied, his face flushing, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. I must take my leave now, farewell. Mo Yin released him, smiling as he spoke. Wait a moment. Ben suddenly called out to Mo Yin, who had already reached the door. Take this with you. Mo Yin merely observed the old man's hand flicking, as if he had cast something into the air, yet all that met his gaze was the void. However, based on his understanding of this balding elder, he knew he would not jest with such an airborne trick at a moment of parting. Thus, he extended his hand to grasp the slightly trembling air before him. An invisible object struck his palm with considerable force. What could it be? Mo Yin, astonished, felt the object in his hand, which resembled a book, and watched as his hand seemed to engage in a futile caress of the empty space, hastily retracting it. An invisible tome of sorcery. Perhaps you would find it intriguing. Mo Yin gazed in astonishment, his mouth agape. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly pressed his hand to his chest and lamented, to entice me into the depths of hell, this wretched old specter has exchanged his treasures for my affection. He seeks to transform me from a saint into a devil. The fervor of love disregards the graying strands of hair. Enraged, he seized a book and hurled it at Mo Yin, exclaiming, Begone. Mo Yin gazed melancholically at the receding figure of the crimson steam train, his lips tightly sealed, fearing that the moment he spoke, an unending torrent of curses would pour forth like a relentless river. He had set off from the Broken Cauldron pub at 10 o'clock in the morning, and under normal circumstances, he would have been quite likely to be the first student aboard the train, enjoying the privilege of selecting a compartment. This was especially true given that these British wizards seemed to lack the habitual tendency of his compatriots from a previous life, who always arrived at their destinations an hour or more in advance. Yet, to his dismay, he encountered a traffic jam. There is nothing more exasperating for a traveler in haste than to find oneself ensnared in a long line of immobile vehicles. Consequently, he arrived 3 minutes late. By the time he pushed his trolley onto platform 9 3/4, all he could see was the Hogwarts Express disappearing into the distance. Is there still such a punctual train in existence? Indeed, is there? Mo Yin drooped his head against the small cart, gloomily contemplating the words he would pen to Professor McGonagall. Oh dear, poor child, did you miss the train? A woman's voice exclaimed in his ear. Mo Yin raised his head, and a fiery red hue captured his gaze. Before him stood a girl slightly younger than himself, petite with a pointed chin, somewhat slender yet not unattractive. A robust middle-aged woman, holding the girl's hand, regarded Mo Yin with a look of genuine concern. Mo Yin suddenly realized who they were. He promptly stood up straight, courteous yet somewhat disheartened, saying, Yes, I was caught in traffic and consequently missed the train. If his memory served him correctly, Mrs. Weasley had expressed considerable admiration for Harry's polite demeanor upon their first meeting. It seemed that middle-aged women were particularly fond of such young men. And what of your family? Children? The tone of the plump woman undeniably grew warmer. I am an orphan, madam, Mo Yin replied with a blink. I have no parents. I came here on my own. Oh, I'm so sorry, poor child. The woman's eyes instantly brimmed with sympathy and compassion. Do not worry, dear. I believe you can come to our home. My husband Arthur can escort you to Hogwarts. I am Molly Weasley, and this is my daughter Ginny Weasley. Hello, Ginny said. Greetings, Mrs. Weasley. Hello, Miss Weasley. Mo Yin replied with a slight bow. I am Mo Yin Evans. I hope I am not intruding too much. Of course not. Dear child, Mrs. Weasley beamed at Mo Yin. Perhaps you could join us for some cream buns. Arthur will be working late today and won't return until the evening. The Burrow was quite an intriguing place, not to mention its architectural style, which was not something easily replicated. The lower 2 floors were constructed of stone, while the upper levels were a haphazard assembly of wooden rooms, stacked precariously atop one another, making it impossible to discern how many stories it actually had at first glance. The entire building leaned at odd angles, with one room dangerously jutting out into the air. 4 or 5 chimneys rose from the red-tiled roof, and an asymmetrical sign posted by the door proclaimed it as the Burrow. Adjacent to the Burrow was a dilapidated garage, its walls adorned with various Muggle items, ranging from tires to yo-yos. On the ground, a few chicks with golden down were pecking at the earth. Mo Yin recalled that in the film. The Burrow featured a rather sizable pigsty, yet he found none in sight as he turned his head around. Mo Yin beheld the clock hanging on the wall of the living room, its 9 hands inscribed with the names of the entire Weasley family. The edge of the clock's face bore words such as at school, on the road, Ministry of Magic, and in mortal danger. Presently, Mr. Weasley's hand pointed towards the Ministry of Magic. Ginny and Mrs. Weasley's hands indicated at home. Bill's pointed to Gringotts in Africa, while Charlie's was directed towards injured. The others pointed on the road. Noticing Mo Yin's astonished gaze at the humble abode, Ginny flushed and dashed upstairs. Mr. Weasley, with a calm demeanor and a hint of delight, remarked, "Not much, is it? But it is a home." "No, it's splendid," Mo Yin sincerely exclaimed, feeling an aura of warmth that resembled the enchantment of a fairy tale. "Oh, Mr. Evans," Mrs. Weasley chuckled, her eyes squinting with joy. "You will find that this is nothing when you arrive at Hogwarts." Nevertheless, it was evident that Mo Yin's compliments brought her great pleasure, as she waved her wand, causing brooms, cloths, and knitting needles to spring to life. She inquired about Mo Yin's lunch preferences. "Mrs. Weasley, that clock is truly remarkable. Could you tell me how it works?" After Mr. Weasley erupted into laughter for the 3rd time, affectionately referring to Mo Yin as Dear Mo Yin, he seemed to dismiss the inquiry with a casual demeanor. "You see, Muggles' clocks can only tell time. They ring at a designated hour only after being set. However, this clock appears to be quite different. It must change according to one's location, correct? How is that achieved?" It is a type of magic. Though it is not particularly extraordinary, however, not many are aware of it. Mrs. Weasley began to elaborate, but was suddenly interrupted by a call from the kitchen. "Time to cook. Time to cook. Look, our alarm clock has gone off," Mrs. Weasley said as she stood. "I believe you can find the answers in books. You do not dislike reading, do you?" "Of course not. In fact, reading is my greatest pleasure," Mo Yin added silently, "as long as the books provide what I seek." "That's good," Mrs. Weasley replied, ascending the stairs with a lively tread. Shortly, she returned with a yellowed parchment notebook, handing it to Mo Yin. "These are my notes from my time at Hogwarts. I almost forgot about them until now." "Tracking and counter-tracing reading notes?" Mo Yin read the title softly, asking. "This should be a book from the restricted section, right? I read in a history of Hogwarts that students are generally not allowed to enter the restricted section. Did your professor sign to allow you to borrow this book?" "Oh, Mo Yin," Mrs. Weasley winked. "I was once a Gryffindor myself." Mo Yin smiled knowingly. The notebook was not thick. It took her merely 7 minutes to peruse it entirely, committing its contents to memory. She then returned to examine it more meticulously. From the pages, Mo Yin discerned that the girl with golden brown hair who had once pilfered books from the restricted section was quite intelligent and possessed considerable potential. Many sections contained her own hypotheses and deductions, which appeared highly feasible. However, this girl seemed rather restless, as most of her reasoning only skimmed the surface without delving into deeper research. Perhaps it was this very reason that led Hogwarts to uncover only a single Marauder's map. Gazing at the elegant script, she reminisced about the spirited girl who stealthily infiltrated the library in the dead of night, contrasting her with the stern, plump middle-aged woman before her, who was now waving a wand while cooking. Mo Yin sighed softly, uncertain if it was warranted. "Hey, Evans, what are you up to?" she inquired. "Reading a notebook from your mother's school days," Mo Yin replied with a smile, observing the red-haired girl bending over her knees to glimpse the title. Comparing their hair, she noted that hers was a vibrant crimson, akin to Chinese red, whereas Ginny's was a softer hue, putting her at ease. She certainly did not wish to be mistaken for a Weasley. Ginny's expression turned blank, clearly unable to fathom her mother as a student like herself. "Tracking and counter-tracking," Mo Yin remarked, handing her the notebook. "I presume the clock on the wall was crafted by Mrs. Weasley?" "I wouldn't know," Ginny shrugged, flipping through the pages with disappointment. "I thought it would be about dragons or defense against the dark arts." "Believe me, this is quite intriguing," Mo Yin reassured her. "Perhaps," Ginny replied, "but Fred and George loathe that clock. With it around, they can't sneak off to Knockturn Alley, as Mum would know immediately. Charlie despises it as well. He studies dragons in Romania and often finds himself in peril. His needle frequently points to danger to life or injured. Each time, Mum sends a howler to scold him. Once, he attempted to cast a confundish charm on the clock, but Mum caught him and punished him with a day of floor scrubbing, forbidding him from using magic. They prolonged their voices," Ginny said sadly. "I have 6 brothers, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, and Ron. They've all attended Hogwarts. Ron is a freshman this year. I will enter Hogwarts next year, but I'll only have old cauldrons, old books, and old quills. Everything is second-hand. I do not expect an owl." but I hope Mom will make me a new set of robes, considering I'm a girl. Ron's robes are hand-me-downs from Bill. If I were to wear them too, I would surely be the subject of ridicule among my classmates. Mo Yin tilted his head, gazing at the sorrowful little girl before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. As the deepening twilight enveloped the sky, Mr. Weasley finally returned home after a long day of work. He bore little resemblance to the Arthur Weasley from the films Mo Yin had seen. He was leaner, his face etched with profound fatigue and joy, with conspicuous bags under his eyes, as if he had not enjoyed a good rest or sufficient sleep in quite some time. He wore silver-framed glasses, his head slightly balding, a common affliction among older men in the magical world, Mo Yin mused. Could they not employ magic or potions to remedy this? Even muggles had countless methods to combat baldness, though their efficacy was questionable. Darling, how was your day? Mrs. Weasley hurried to greet him as he emerged from the fireplace, embracing Mr. Weasley despite the soot that clung to his clothes, and they exchanged kisses on the cheeks. Very well, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, removing his coat with palpable excitement. Today, we finally recovered all the items that had been lost from the Flitch family, and we have completed all the follow-up work. Thus, from tomorrow onwards, I can enjoy a 3-day holiday. Oh, how wonderful, Mrs. Weasley said, kissing him again. If only the holiday could have come a day earlier. Then you could have seen the children off to the train. Christmas will be delightful as well. Did you make the onion soup? Mr. Weasley sniffed eagerly, glancing at the table, only to notice the courteous smile of Mo Yin. Ah, who might you be, young lad? Hello, Mr. Weasley. Mo Yin stood up. I am Mo Yin Evans. Dear, this child came alone to the station but missed the Hogwarts Express due to traffic. Mrs. Weasley affectionately ruffled Mo Yin's hair, to which he shyly smiled in return. I think you can take him to school, can't you? Of course, Molly. Mr. Weasley picked up his coat from the chair again. You should have informed me sooner. I could have returned earlier. By now, Ron has probably already boarded the little boat. The boy cannot miss the sorting ceremony. Why not rest for a moment, Arthur? Mrs. Weasley suggested. You can go directly through the fireplace in the Stiffia office, can't you? There should still be enough time. Molly. Stiffia has left due to illness, Mr. Weasley replied, exasperated. Have you forgotten that he taught defense against the dark arts? No one has lasted more than a year in that cursed position. The new defense against the dark arts teacher must have reconnected his fireplace. We can no longer travel directly to Hogwarts from here. Mrs. Weasley became flustered, snatching the notes Mo Yin had been studying. Darling, this material is far too advanced for you. Come, take your things. We must hurry. She thrust Mo Yin's suitcase into his hands and half embraced, half pushed him toward the fireplace. For the journey from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts was not a short one. Arthur, what are you doing? Hurry up, Mrs. Weasley called out loudly. Retrieving a flower pot from the shelf beneath the fireplace, peering inside, and then offering it to Mo Yin. Mo Yin gazed at the shimmering pile of Floo powder with a pallid expression, akin to watching a dragon exhale fire. Oh, my apologies. I did not anticipate that you were unfamiliar with its use. Mrs. Weasley misconstrued Mo Yin's demeanor and handed it back to the hastily dressed Mr. Weasley. You must first demonstrate, Arthur. As Mr. Weasley vanished into the fireplace, Mo Yin swallowed hard. Under Mrs. Weasley's watchful gaze, he seized a handful of Floo powder and scattered it onto the flames, which erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming into a vibrant green and soaring high to fill the entire hearth. With a visage that embodied the spirit of defiance against death, Mo Yin stepped into the flames, exclaiming, Hogsmeade, come quickly, child. This way. Having just emerged from the fireplace, he had yet to ascertain his surroundings when Mr. Weasley seized his arm, leading him forward with purposeful strides, while his trunk floated alongside them. The evening air in Hogsmeade was chilling, and transitioning abruptly from the burrow to this place caused Mo Yin to shiver. The sights under the night sky appeared ominously shadowy, instilling a sense of dread. Only the warm glow emanating from the doorways on either side offered a semblance of comfort. Very well, you shall enter from there. Proceed straight ahead, and you will find the main entrance. Mr. Weasley halted before the gates of Hogwarts. Strangely, the door stood ajar. I truly appreciate your kindness, Mr. Weasley, Mo Yin expressed earnestly. And please convey my gratitude to Mrs. Weasley for her thoughtfulness and hospitality. I had a delightful day at the Burrow. It is of no consequence. My child, Mr. Weasley replied, giving him a gentle push. Now, do hurry inside. It was only when Mo Yin stepped through the gates of Hogwarts that he felt the gaze from behind dissipate. Turning around, he caught sight of Mr. Weasley, whose slightly stooped figure betrayed weariness, and he began to understand why Harry held such affection for this impoverished family that often appeared rather materialistic. Mo Yin stood in the vast entrance hall, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of resentment. Why had he not added waterproofing? Why had he not added waterproofing? Why had he not added waterproofing? He could hardly believe his misfortune. Just a mere dozen steps away from the hall, an unexpected deluge descended upon him without warning, drenching him to the skin in an instant. With each step he took, he left behind a trail of watermarks, meandering towards the imposing oak front door. Mo Yin raised his hand, intending to push forward, only to realize that it trembled uncontrollably. He soon discovered that his heart was racing wildly as well. Breathe deeply. Mo Yin, breathe deeply, he murmured to himself, attempting a smile, reassured that his lips remained steady. Excellent. Remain composed. It is merely a school. Do not behave like a child. He then flicked the hem of his garment, tugged at the damp fabric clinging to his body, and tidied his hair slightly, striving to appear less disheveled. Well, I've already lost all semblance of dignity. It cannot possibly get worse. What is there to fear now? After taking a deep breath once more, Mo Yin pushed open the grand door. Resplendent is the only word that aptly describes the Hogwarts Great Hall. The black ceiling, as beautiful as velvet, is adorned with countless tiny stars, a testament to the remarkable skill of enchantment. Thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall with a brilliant glow. For long tables were laden with shimmering plates and goblets, all crafted from gold. However, compared to the grandeur of the hall, the myriad faces that turned to gaze at him and the sudden hush that enveloped the space were undeniably more striking. All the students at the four house tables, the professors at the staff table, Professor McGonagall holding the sorting hat and parchment, and the silver-bearded headmaster standing with outstretched arms, all gazed silently at Mo Yin, who stood at the threshold. Under the immense pressure, he found an unexpected calm. He slightly raised his chin, lowered his eyelids, and wore a steadfast and confident smile, his gaze elegant and aloof. Adjusting his jacket with his left hand and clutching a box with his right, he strode gracefully and deliberately to the raised platform with 4 benches, each step measured and identical in distance. Throughout this, an eerie silence prevailed. Even the astonished Harry was rendered speechless. The only sounds in the hall were the rolling of the box's wheels against the floor and the cadence of Mo Yin's footsteps. Mo Yin stood poised, his heels together and toes slightly apart, his waist erect, forming a straight line. He gazed intently into the piercing blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped spectacles, bending at the waist at a 30-degree angle before gradually rising to stand straight, smiling as he met Dumbledore's gaze. This series of movements unfolded before everyone like a slow-motion ballet, epitomizing grace and composure. Professor, I am Mo Yin Evans. I missed the Hogwarts Express due to a traffic jam on my way to King's Cross Station. Fortunately, a kind-hearted wizard was willing to transport me to Hogsmeade via his fireplace, allowing me to arrive here. Unfortunately, I am still late. I sincerely apologize. No need to apologize. My child, Dumbledore replied warmly. I trust this was not your fault. Welcome to Hogwarts. His last statement activated a flurry of whispers among the students. Did you hear? He actually missed the train. What is a traffic jam? He arrived at Hogsmeade without even stepping through the school gates. How cool is that? If I had known, I would have done the same. He came here alone from Hogsmeade. What beautiful red hair. He is quite handsome. I hope he joins Ravenclaw. Is he from the Weasley family? His surname is Evans. As the students murmured about Mo Yin, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. He glanced around briefly, imprinting everything within his view into his memory. This skill, honed during his past life while executing missions, allowed him to retain vivid details for long-term recall. Within half an hour, he could effortlessly recount all the prominent features he had observed, though he would typically forget most of it within a day or two. Dumbledore was tall and slender, with silver-white hair and a beard that cascaded down to his waist. Behind his crescent spectacles, he possessed a pair of striking azure eyes. And indeed, he had a peculiar penchant for tying bows in his beard. Professor McGonagall, also tall and slender, bore a serious expression, exuding an aura of authority without raising her voice. However, her taste in colors was rather lacking, as evidenced by her emerald green robes. Professor Snape had a prominent hook nose and sallow skin, leaving Mo Yin puzzled as to why he appeared so haggard despite spending his days in the dungeons. His greasy hair hung in disheveled strands. If those fangirls had traversed into this world, would they truly fall for such an elderly man? While Mo Yin harbored a certain admiration for him, he could not discern any remarkable qualities in his appearance. The diminutive Professor Flitwick was utterly charming, although not particularly attractive. His height disparity compensated for any other shortcomings. Watching him clumsily place his small hands and arms on the desk resembled a doll that blinked, spoke, and taught. As for Professor Quirrell, Aside from his distinctive, oversized purple turban, there was little else to remark upon, and his timid demeanor made Mo Yin feel somewhat nauseous. Now, Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly, silencing the hall. Put on the sorting hat, Evans. It will reveal to us which house you shall join. The house elf will take your luggage to the dormitory. Mo Yin ascended the high platform and stepped onto the four-legged stool. As Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head, the moment the hat brushed against his hair, it proclaimed loudly the house to which he would be sorted, Slytherin. As Mo Yin removed his hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall, he adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire resulting from his seating and turned toward the table that had erupted in the loudest cheers. Greetings, and welcome to Slytherin. A voice greeted him as he settled into his seat. Mo Yin turned to see a boy with a pointed face extending his hand across another student. The stout boy seated between them had to lean back significantly to accommodate the gesture. This boy possessed striking platinum blonde hair and unusually gray-blue eyes. Despite his cordial invitation, his demeanor radiated an air of haughty superiority as though he were bestowing a favor. Mo Yin immediately thought of a character who had played the role of a jester and a coward for 7 years in the stories. I'm Draco Malfoy. He introduced himself, and indeed, although Mo Yin held a disdainful view of this individual, he was not one to forge enmities without cause. Hello, he replied, extending his hand briefly before withdrawing it, observing the boy's arrogant countenance. Unable to resist, he added with deliberate nonchalance, welcome to Slytherin as well. Noticing Malfoy's eyes widen in surprise, Mo Yin feigned ignorance and turned back, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Draco Malfoy then patted the stout boy on the shoulder, indicating for him to switch seats, before taking his place beside Mo Yin. Are your parents of our kind? He inquired, seemingly indifferent. Mo Yin could not fathom why the supposedly arrogant Draco would cling so persistently, even after he had expressed a desire for distance. He soon noticed that nearly everyone around them appeared indifferent, yet they were all straining to catch his response. How could he forget? Pure blood is the passport to Slytherin. They're all wizards, or so it is said. I am an orphan. Mo Yin cast a cold glance at Draco, irritated by his probing inquiries. My apologies, Malfoy said languidly, his tone clearly insincere. Mo Yin had completely lost the inclination to pay him any mind. While they conversed, Professor McGonagall had already collected the sorting hat and the four-legged stool. And even the trunk Mo Yin had left behind had mysteriously vanished. Professor Albus Dumbledore rose, his face illuminated with a beaming smile as he extended his arms wide. Mo Yin recalled that Dumbledore had adopted the same posture when he had burst in unexpectedly, as if to convey that nothing delighted him more than the sight of students gathered together. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts. Welcome to the new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words. Nincompoops. Crybabies. Scoundrels. Twist. With that, he settled back into his seat, and the hall erupted into applause and cheers, though only a handful at the Slytherin table participated, the majority wearing expressions of disdain. My father claims he is an old lunatic, Malfoy sneered, and I must admit, he is entirely correct. Mo Yin tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Dumbledore would engage in such absurd antics. Beyond casting doubt on his sanity, it seemed to serve no purpose whatsoever. However, Mo Yin did not dwell on this perplexity for long, as the plates before them suddenly overflowed with an exquisite array of dishes: roasted beef, succulent chicken, pork, lamb, sausages, steaks, poached tomatoes, baked sweet potatoes, French fries, Yorkshire pudding, pears, a rich carrot meat stew, tomato sauce, and an abundance of mint-flavored hard candies. Mo Yin sampled a bit of every dish and was pleasantly surprised by the undeniable skill of the house elves in the kitchen. In the past, he would have been unable to stomach boiled tomatoes or medium-rare steak, but this time, he found himself able to consume them without feeling particularly distressed. However, in the end, he only indulged in a small portion of sausage and roasted potatoes. His palate had long been spoiled by the exquisite flavors of traditional Chinese cuisine from his previous life, and the most arduous aspect of his reincarnation was indeed the matter of sustenance. He never lacked the means to afford meals. Yet his severe pickiness led to his stomach enduring considerable torment. He would rather endure hunger to the point of dizziness than consume unprocessed vegetables or merely lightly cooked meats. His previous meals predominantly consisted of dry bread, buttery rolls, filled pastries, and croissants. If he could occasionally enhance his diet, life would undoubtedly become more delightful. Mo Yin Xiao pondered for a moment, and then resolutely decided to locate the kitchen without delay. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of furious eyes fixed upon him. Looking up, He saw Harry glaring at him from across the Ravenclaw long table. Upon noticing Mo's gaze, Harry abruptly turned his head to converse with a red-haired boy beside him. Ah, it seems this young lad is quite irate. Mo Yin shrugged, convinced that children ought not to be indulged. After all, how could he still consider himself an elder brother when such trivial matters could provoke such a fuss? At that moment, Mo Yin completely forgot that Harry was, in fact, unaware of their relationship. He merely felt that after just a month apart and a single day without communication, Harry had become rather incomprehensible. Under the influence of the potion, Harry had removed his glasses, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes that were even larger than Mo Yin had imagined, with long, fluttering eyelashes that added an adorable charm. Mo Yin scrutinized the red-haired boy beside him, none other than Ron Weasley, a member of the legendary Gryffindor trio. He was a friend who had turned away from Harry at his most desperate moments on 2 occasions. Although he ultimately came to his senses, Mo Yin, viewing the situation solely from Harry's perspective, could not help but regard him with increasing disdain. With his fiery hair, freckles, worn robes, and his gluttonous eating habits, he exuded an air of uncouthness, though Harry too had been devouring his food ravenously, a fact that Mo Yin conveniently overlooked. Mo Yin glanced around and soon spotted a head of thick, chestnut curls not far from Harry. Indeed, it was the ever-resourceful Hermione Granger, the final member of their trio and the sole female, renowned as the most intelligent among them. Observing her now, with her tousled hair and prominent front teeth, one could hardly envision that this young girl would blossom into a striking beauty. The way she habitually tilts her chin upwards while striving to look down upon others reveals the extent of her pride, a trait she shares with Malfoy. However, her pride stems from a solid self-confidence, while his is a product of lineage and the environment that has shaped him over the years. What are you looking at? Malfoy suddenly inquired. Following Mo Yin's gaze, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's the boy who lived. You know him?" Mo Yin replied coolly, detesting Malfoy's tone when mentioning Harry. As if he were a clueless fool, Malfoy squinted at him and said slowly, "Evans, if I were you, I would exercise caution and not be so oblivious." "Thank you for the advice," Mo Yin responded with a feigned smile. "I return your words, Malfoy." The short, stout boy who had exchanged seats with Malfoy exclaimed loudly, "Draco. Should I take care of him?" "Shut up, Goyle," Malfoy retorted angrily. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he coldly regarded Mo Yin Evans. "You will pay for that remark." Likewise, Draco Malfoy. The two glared at each other with identical hostile expressions, palpable tension crackling in the air between them. The first-year student seated nearby recoiled, not daring to breathe. "Enough. Do not behave like a foolish Gryffindor." A senior student suddenly spoke up from across an empty seat separating him from Mo Yin, his chest adorned with a gleaming silver badge emblazoned with the letter P. "I am Prefect Edmund Perval, welcoming you to Slytherin. Draco Malfoy, Mo Yin Evans." He shook hands with both. "Indeed, welcome. It seems Slytherin has gained 2 exceptional members." A girl seated opposite Perval extended her hand as well. "I am Prefect Wendy Panrel." "It is a pleasure," Mo Yin and Malfoy replied in unison. Then both scoffed simultaneously and turned their heads away. "As prefects, I believe it is my duty to remind you," Perval stated solemnly, "as a Slytherin. I hope you will firmly remember one thing." Although his words were primarily directed towards Mo Yin and Malfoy, all first-year students immediately straightened up to listen attentively. And even the older students paused their meals, a hush falling over the Slytherin table. When the Sorting Hat declared you members of Slytherin, you became part of our family. Whether through achieving excellent grades, winning competitions, or facing penalties for poor conduct, all are the shared glory or disgrace of our house. We are a collective, and within this academy we share triumphs and failures alike. For too long, the other 3 houses, led by Gryffindor, have ridiculed our accomplishments with scorn and skepticism, eagerly anticipating our downfall and seizing every opportunity to undermine us. Thus, we shall spare no effort, endure any hardship, support any friend, and oppose any foe to ensure our victory, trampling those who await to mock us underfoot. Our goal is victory. Victory at any cost, regardless of how arduous the path. Even if it costs blood in a Quidditch match, we shall claim our triumph. Without victory, there can be no pride in Slytherin. Consequently, despite enduring long-standing enmity and oppression, Slytherin stands resolute like a rock. We have secured the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Mo Yin Evans, Draco Malfoy, as 2 distinguished first-years among you. I implore you to set aside trivial hostilities and grievances, to treat your peers with kindness, and unite. Only then can Slytherin thrive. Should division and discord prevail, we will achieve nothing. Amidst the silence at the long table, Mo Yin and Malfoy reluctantly shook hands. Pleasure to meet you, Mo Yin. Likewise, Draco. Very well. An exceedingly gaunt ghost drifted over to occupy the seat beside Mo Yin, and he suddenly understood why two places had been conspicuously vacant upon his arrival. The ghost donned a silver robe stained with blood, his hollow gaze devoid of life, emanating a chill that could freeze one to the core, independent of his spectral nature. Mo Yin suddenly realized that his gaze bore a striking resemblance to that of Professor Snape. After the meal, all remnants of food vanished from the table, leaving the plates impeccably clean. Then, desserts appeared as if conjured from thin air, with generous portions of ice cream, apple pie, honey cakes, chocolate bars, jam-filled pastries, strawberries, and puddings aplenty. Mo Yin's spirits lifted slightly after tasting 2 strawberries and a small piece of apple-flavored ice cream. He felt satiated and took a cup of fresh orange juice to sip leisurely while observing those around him. Most of the Slytherins were rather quiet, even their conversations conducted in hushed tones. Their table manners were impeccable, yet the ambience at their long house table felt overly somber. In contrast, the other 3 long tables were lively, with Gryffindor's table being the most boisterous. Mo Yin was pleased to see Harry laughing heartily among them. Edmund and Wendy remained vigilant during the meal, attentively monitoring the table. 2 stout first-year students, presumably Crabbe and Goyle, seated beside Draco, were oblivious to the several glares directed their way. Draco, his head bowed in thought, failed to promptly admonish them. Mo Yin noticed Edmund and Wendy exchange glances, presuming these 2 fellows were in for a rough time, which made him inwardly chuckle. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pang in his heart, and looked up to see Harry clutching his forehead, looking quite unwell. Mo Yin's cold gaze fixed on Professor Quirrell, who had inadvertently turned to speak with Professor Snape, and he snorted derisively. That is our headmaster, Draco remarked. Are you dissatisfied with him? Of course not. Mo Yin swallowed the almost escaped retort regarding Quirrell's apparent incompetence, remembering that the 2 prefects were seated nearby. He offered a sardonic smile at the individual beside him, considering him a disgrace as a professor. Indeed, I've heard he was terrified by a Romanian vampire, constantly fearing it might return to haunt him, and thus carries an abundance of garlic. Moreover, he is our defense against the dark arts professor this year. It bodes poorly for our upcoming lessons in that subject. I hope to learn a spell or 2 to alter our sense of smell. I studied one at home. I'll teach you after we return to the dormitory. Very well. Thank you. Don't mention it. Edmund and Wendy exchanged amused glances. They had not failed to notice the icy stares of the 2 first years as they spoke through gritted teeth. Yet, nearly every exemplary Slytherin had traversed this path, maturing through competition, which was the secret to Slytherin's dominance over other houses for 6 consecutive years. Once the desserts had also disappeared from the table, Headmaster Dumbledore stood, and an immediate hush fell over the hall. Since everyone is now well fed, I wish to share a few words with you all. At the onset of this term, I must present some important reminders. First-year students should note, the woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. This is a point that upperclassmen should also remember. He paused momentarily, and Mo Yin followed his sparkling gaze to find a pair of identical, rosy heads, striving to appear both earnest and endearing. Furthermore, Dumbledore continued, Mr. Filch, the caretaker has asked me to remind everyone that magic is not permitted in the corridors during breaks. The Quidditch tryouts will occur in the 2nd week of this term. Those wishing to participate should sign up with Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution you. Anyone who wishes to avoid unexpected accidents and untimely demise should steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor this year. A few students chuckled, Harry among them. Fools, Draco muttered derisively. Mo Yin leaned wearily on his forehead, utterly devoid of the strength to feel anger. Growing up in a harsh environment, why is it that Harry retained such innocence and simplicity? As bedtime approached, let us joyously sing our school song together, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. And Mo Yin noticed the smiles of the other teachers had frozen. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and curling like a serpent above the grand dining table, forming lines of text. Each of you may choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore announced. Ready, sing. Thus, the entire faculty and student body erupted into song, or perhaps a roar. Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to intriguing notions. For now, our minds are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Teach us valuable knowledge. Restore to us what we have forgotten. You need only exert your utmost, the rest we shall handle ourselves. And we shall strive to learn until we are reduced to dust. Mo Yin was initially filled with anticipation to hear the haughty Slytherins sing their chosen tunes, only to discover that nearly all of them opted to silently move their lips, reciting the lyrics in hushed tones. The term nearly is used here because Crabbe and Goyle continued to bellow at the top of their lungs. They had been accompanied by a second-year senior, but that senior promptly lowered his head after being met with Edmund's piercing glare. Crabbe and Goyle, however, lacked such prudence. Draco kicked the leg of the boy beside him forcefully, prompting the boy to yell in protest while casting a bewildered glance at Draco, who was incessantly signaling him with his eyes. Even after finishing the entire song, the boy remained oblivious to Draco's intentions. Edmund, on the other hand, emitted a cold chuckle from the sidelines. Draco, in a moment of despair, closed his eyes, feeling a profound sense of sorrow for his two dense companions. Mo Yin could hardly suppress a laugh. This version of Draco appeared rather endearing, certainly an improvement over his usual haughty demeanor. I recall that in the end, when Crabbe and Goyle looked down upon Draco due to the decline of the Malfoy family status, he still endeavored to save their lives. This child, at his core, is not malevolent, yet his temperament and attitude are utterly deplorable. Were it not for his lineage and wealth, who would be inclined to associate with someone bearing such an expression? Mo Yin contemplated with a chuckle. However, the subsequent words of Edmund extinguished his amusement. You too, he declared, as the somber, slow melody of a funeral march sung by the Weasley twins resonated in the background, must learn the fundamental table manners before breakfast tomorrow. Edmund furrowed his brow, observing Mo Yin struggle to suppress his laughter and Draco's listlessness. In a week's time, I do not wish to witness such foolishness in the hall again. Furthermore, tardiness will not be tolerated tomorrow. Mo Yin and Draco gazed in despair at the coldly smiling Edmund, both feeling a heavy cloud of gloom overhead. In contrast, while Draco was pained by the situation, he found a modicum of solace in the fact that Mo Yin was also dragged into the mire. Cheer up, Wendy said with a cheerful smile. People grow through adversity. A dark line appeared on the foreheads of both boys. Ah, music, Dumbledore remarked after everyone had finished singing the school song, wiping his eyes, is far more enchanting than anything we have here. Now it's time for bed. Everyone return to your dormitories. Edmund and Wendy simultaneously rose, declaring, upperclassmen, take heed. The new password is glory. First-year students, follow me. They exited the hall, turned two corners, traversed a hidden passage behind some armor, descended a staircase, and finally stopped before a bare, damp stone wall. Edmund turned and said, the route I just led you on was the quickest path from the Great Hall to the common room. Did everyone remember it? Remembered, came the uniform reply, although one dissonant note emerged as a short, stout boy, munching on an apple pie, foolishly inquired, what? He seemed so stuffed that even basic thought eluded him. Edmund ignored him, fixing a sharp gaze on Mo Yin and Draco, who reluctantly nodded, sharing a sense of mutual sympathy. Glory, Edmund announced, turning to the stone wall, which then revealed a hidden door. The group entered in succession, unwittingly leaving the foremost position for Mo Yin and Draco. They exchanged a glance, weighed their options, and walked in side by side. Fortunately, both were small in stature. Had it been Crabbe and Goyle, they would have faced either a brawl at the entrance or being stuck in the passageway. The Slytherin common room was a long, slightly low-ceilinged basement constructed from sturdy stone. Round, green lights hung from the ceiling by iron chains, clearly meant for decoration rather than illumination. The common room was aglow with hundreds of candles, alongside a semicircular fireplace that exuded warmth. From the fireplace, the seating in Slytherin radiated outward. The walls, floor, and seats were adorned with deep green satin embellished with silver stripes depicting the Slytherin crest. Follow me, boys, Edmund instructed, leading the boys into the left corridor. Girls. This way, Wendy directed as she guided the girls into the right corridor. Draco and Mo Yin's room was at the end of the hallway, furnished with 5 four-poster beds draped in emerald green velvet curtains, with their respective trunks placed beside them. They shared the dormitory with Crabbe, Goyle, and Blaise Zabini. Mo Yin took out the pajamas from the box, and after taking a shower and changing, she found that Draco had nearly completed the same task simultaneously. The two exchanged a disdainful glance before each giving a kick to the two short, plump boys who had collapsed on the bed and were snoring peacefully. What are you doing? One of the boys asked, rubbing his eyes. The other boy sat on the floor, struggling between keeping his eyes open and closing them, appearing to be in considerable distress. What are you doing? Draco, exasperated yet amused by these two who still seemed oblivious to the situation, retorted. You've cost me my first sleep since arriving at school. What do you think I want to do? Mo Yin softly suggested. Perhaps we should find a way to awaken them? The two boys trembled, their eyes fluttering open to behold the cold, mocking faces above them, wishing fervently to succumb to unconsciousness once more. The following morning, the students of Slytherin were astonished to observe Crabbe and Goyle quietly seated at the long table, partaking in breakfast without their usual raucousness, noise, or voraciousness. Although their table manners remained far from commendable, the contrast to the previous day's chaos was striking. In stark juxtaposition were the prominent dark circles under Imogen's and Draco's eyes, alongside the palpable tension radiating from them, prompting first-year students to instinctively choose alternate paths to avoid them. Edmund, intrigued, inquired with their dormitory mate, Blaise Zabini. Blaise shivered and hurriedly shook his head. I fell asleep last night. With those dark circles under your eyes, only a fool would believe you. Both Moyen and Draco rolled their eyes in unison. Edmund chuckled softly, choosing not to delve further. After all, witnessing the unintentional camaraderie between Moyen and Draco had already fulfilled his purpose, had it not? To dwell on trivial details was not the prerogative of a noble Slytherin. Look, there he comes. Beside the tall redhead, did you see his scar? No. It's obscured by a bandage on his forehead. Suddenly, a wave of hushed whispers erupted from both sides of the long Slytherin tables. Some abandoned their cutlery to rush toward the entrance, others stood on tiptoe, craning their necks for a better view, while a cluster squeezed together to converge on the Gryffindor table. Behold, the boy who lived against all odds has arrived, Draco remarked with his signature drawl. What a figure of renown! If you were to strip and run around the hall, you would achieve the same level of notoriety. There is no need to envy others with such a sour grapes attitude. Draco abruptly turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he lowered his voice. Moyen Evans. My patience is finite. I have tolerated your antics only to spare myself the embarrassment before the upperclassmen. Do not test my resolve. Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging with you, Moyen retorted. If you hadn't provoked me first. When did I ever provoke you first? It is always you who inexplicably seeks to challenge me. Draco seethed, his voice a furious whisper. Moyen let out a cold snort. Draco meticulously recalled the limited instances of quarrels between them, realizing that each time their exchanges turned into biting sarcasm, it began with the question, do you fancy Harry Potter? Draco's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaned slightly forward, mockingly retorting, could it be that Moyen Evans is an admirer of the Golden Boy? Just imagine. If Edmund and the others were to learn of this, would they still regard you as the rising star of Slytherin? A Slytherin who idolizes Potter? Has your mind been tainted by the pus of a bubotuber? Firstly, I once befriended Harry in Diagon Alley. Moyen spoke slowly. Secondly, even if you harbor no fondness for Harry, you must at least feign indifference towards him, especially when many regard him as a young hero. Otherwise, you would be adding a significant blemish to your father's Death Eater persona and the folly of your family. Moyen pushed aside the finished plate and finally met Draco's gaze. Thirdly, believe me, no one is more suited to your recent assessment than your two foolish lackeys. Of course, I now think you yourself fit the description quite well. With that, Moyen rose and exited the hall, where the morning sun streamed directly onto her face, a bit blinding, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand. Suddenly, the light above her dimmed as a shadow obscured the sunlight. Moyen looked up and smiled. A brown owl was circling above him, possessing strong wings, a beak resembling an iron hook, and claws that shimmered in the sunlight. Raphael. As Mo extended his arm, Raphael perched steadily on his forearm, tilting his head and emitting a soft gurgling sound in greeting, before using his beak to tidy the disheveled feathers. Raphael had an affinity for cleanliness and order, a trait that endeared him to Mo. You are far superior to Leia. Raphael, Mo reflected, recalling how Leia had slept soundly through the night and was still indulging in slumber. He couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation at his pet's laziness. Initially, he had only perceived Leia's elegance during her moments of tranquility, failing to recognize her inherent lethargy. Raphael, I must attend class now. Could you deliver a letter to Harry for me? Perhaps he might offer you a morsel in return. Mo regarded Raphael's lively black eyes and continued, you may choose to linger at the Ollery or my dormitory, whichever you prefer. Can you find your way? Raphael gently pecked at his hand in response. Moyen took out paper and pen, leaned against the wall, and wrote, Dear Harry, if you are free this afternoon at 2 o'clock, let us meet by the lake. Moyen rolled up the letter and handed it to Raphael. Go ahead. If Harry forgets to feed you, be sure to peck that red-haired one beside him. With that, Raphael took flight into the hall. Just as Moyen reached the entrance of the greenhouse, Raphael returned with Harry's reply. Excellent. Until we meet again. Moyen began to anticipate the meeting in the afternoon. Even the short and stout Professor Sprout, who taught herbalism, appeared quite endearing. Moyen stifled a yawn, stowing away his history of magic textbook into his bag, and staggered towards the door. He could not fathom how Professor Binns could transform such a tumultuous and thrilling narrative of magical history into an utterly soporific lecture. Amidst the drone of his bee-like buzzing voice, Moyen found himself incapable of perusing any other books, as his eyelids stubbornly drooped, and his nerves inexplicably loosened. Bang! Moyen rubbed the tears that had seeped from the corners of his eyes, inadvertently colliding with the doorframe. Behind him, a chorus of suppressed laughter erupted. Has your intelligence declined to the point where your actions resemble those of an infant, Evans? Draco remarked from his rear. As long as it's not at your level, I shall be content, Moyen replied nonchalantly. The somewhat adaptable Slytherins managed to hold their composure, while the new students of Ravenclaw could not help but stifle their giggles. Draco immediately turned around, casting a fierce glare at them. Making a mockery of a Malfoy, are you? Moyen leisurely remarked. It appears that the illustrious reputation of the Malfoy family is built upon the intimidation of the weak. Truly remarkable. Evans, Draco fumed, brandishing his wand and pointing it directly at Moyen. Go on, curse me, Malfoy, if you dare. Moyen yawned again, leisurely remarking. Perhaps I might even hold you in a bit more esteem. Draco watched in stunned silence as Moyen descended the staircase, ultimately retreating. His wand reluctantly returned to its place. Draco, he called out timidly. His eyes, tinged with red, scanned the surrounding Slytherin and Ravenclaw students. A silent decree echoing in his mind. None were to speak a word of today's events. Otherwise, the students nodded in haste. While Moyen could stand toe-to-toe with Draco, they certainly could not. After issuing his threat, Draco cast a resentful gaze toward the direction in which Moyen had departed, biting his lower lip with such fervor that he could taste the metallic tang of blood. He was torn between anger and sorrow, forever haunted by the moment that boy stepped through the door. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, glistening with moisture, and his silver eyes sparkled with a clarity colder than ice and gentler than moonlight. He appeared almost ethereal, and for a fleeting moment, Draco mistook him for yet another apparition. Momentarily more lucid, he believed he beheld a legendary moon sprite. Never had he fathomed that a human could possess such beauty and poise. Moyen stood before them, drenched, his face adorned with raindrops, his garments smeared with mud and soot, dragging a suitcase caked in filth. Yet, in his disheveled state, he resembled a diamond freshly polished, dazzling and breathtaking. He exuded an air of composure, poise, elegance, nobility, pride, aloofness, confidence, and tranquility, the quintessential Slytherin essence, a born aristocrat. His smile was a complex tapestry of depth, arrogance, and nonchalance, both beautiful and enchanting. Slytherin, thank Merlin, thank you. At that moment, Draco felt an overwhelming urge to kiss that soiled sorting hat. However, as he extended his hand after much contemplation, he was met with the unmistakable aloofness emanating from those silver eyes. Under pressure, he often lost control of his tongue, resorting to threats and intimidation, invoking his lineage and illustrious father. Each time he spoke, he wished to bite his own tongue in regret. The last time, he had forfeited a potential friendship with Harry Potter. This time, he clearly perceived disdain and scorn reflected in those eyes. From a young age, his father had instilled in him the notion that as a Malfoy, he could neglect history, literature, and the practice of magic. Yet he must remain informed of the Ministry of Magic's latest developments, fashion trends, and the most effective means of subjugation. He had always adhered to this belief, until now. Draco had never loathed his own inadequacies as he did in this moment. Only after rounding the corner did Moyen lower his hand from his wand. Though he understood that, given Draco's timid nature, he would never truly cast a spell against him. After all, Draco had witnessed his prowess when he had dealt with Goyle and Crabbe the previous night. Despite Draco's early exposure to magic giving him an edge in depth and breadth, Moyen far surpassed him in precision, speed, and mastery of spells. Draco treated magic as a mere instinct and academic pursuit, while Moyen had trained himself with the resolve of a warrior since discovering his abilities. The disparity of strength was painfully evident. Yet, Moyen was astonished to realize that Draco could endure such humiliation. If it were he in Draco's position, even knowing defeat was inevitable, he would have chosen to lose with dignity. Thus, he remained a warrior, not a leader, ultimately falling victim to his own allies. Conversely, Draco possessed the very trait he lacked, the ability to retreat decisively when circumstances turned against him. Unbothered by the scorn and ridicule that might ensue, Moyen was unaware that Draco had once again intimidated his classmates. It was truly disconcerting. Had it not been for his personal shortcomings and the emergence of Harry, which inevitably led their family astray, Draco might have become another Han Xin. Yet even in this flawed version of Draco, Mo Yin could not avert his gaze. While he had always disregarded swords aimed directly at him, the arrows launched from behind could easily fell even the bravest of souls, especially when the archer remained vigilant in the shadows, undeterred, uncompromising, and relentless. No wonder Draco had played the fool in countless skirmishes with Harry, enduring innumerable setbacks, yet remaining ever ready to leap forth and provoke trouble. Those failures only fueled his determination. Whenever Mo Yin contemplated the troubles and humiliation Draco Malfoy would eventually bring to Harry, he could not resist a jab at him. It was only now that he recognized the folly and recklessness of his actions. Mo Yin let out a sigh, now truly regretting his choices. As Harry struggled to break free from the throng of admirers and onlookers eager to catch a glimpse of the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, he hurriedly and stealthily made his way to the lakeside, where the clock indicated it was already 3:25. After a thorough search, he finally spotted Mo Yin, seated beneath a fig tree, having fallen asleep while waiting for him. His arms were wrapped around his curled right leg, his head resting on his knee, and his red hair cascaded down like the finest satin over his back and arms. His long lashes fluttered gently, casting faint shadows on his cheeks. Harry sat down beside him, mimicking his posture, and leaned his head on his knee, waiting for him to awaken. He had never experienced such a moment of serene happiness. Reflecting on the past, he remembered how he had searched in vain for Mo Yin on the Hogwarts Express, only to return to his compartment and find that the train had already departed. Panic consumed him as he realized he had forgotten that Mo Yin, like himself, hailed from the Muggle world. Even if he had spent time in Diagon Alley, pretending to be well-informed, he was still an 11-year-old first-year student, raised among Muggles. Perhaps he had completely overlooked how to reach platform 9 3/4. Not everyone was fortunate enough to encounter a kind soul like Mrs. Weasley. What if he found himself alone on the platform? Or worse, what if he had been captured by some wicked witch in Diagon Alley? A remnant of childhood tales that painted witches as malevolent? What if he fell ill? The mere thought of something dreadful happening to Mo Yin sent Harry into a state of panic, rendering even Ron's enthusiastic chatter about Quidditch uninteresting. No one had ever shown the same level of concern for his well-being, understanding his needs, or grasping the nuances of his emotions as Mo Yin did. After enduring a relentless barrage of attention and inquiries, Harry came to appreciate this truth more profoundly. Everyone approached him seeking the fame of the boy who lived, repeatedly questioning him about the fateful night that cost him his parents, incessantly requesting to see the scar on his forehead, as if he were some wondrous creature. Even his friends Ron and Hermione, who also came from the Muggle world, were not exempt from this behavior. Only Mo Yin saw him simply as Harry Potter, not the boy who vanquished Voldemort, not the boy who survived, just Harry. When Mo Yin sent him books, clothes, and the exceptionally rare and precious eye-opener potion, which Harry later learned from Ron was exceedingly scarce and costly, the act felt entirely natural. He received them without hesitation. Harry could hardly fathom how he might react if someone else had done the same after a mere exchange of a few words. Perhaps he would feel humiliated or question the other's intentions upon discovering his background. Yet, with Mo Yin, he could trust that it stemmed from genuine concern for him. He knew he would have done the same in Mo Yin's position. From their very first encounter, Harry sensed a peculiar connection, as if they had known each other for a lifetime, destined to be together. Thus, Mo Yin's belongings were his, and his possessions belonged to Mo Yin. There was no distinction. On the Hogwarts Express, while eagerly anticipating Mo Yin's sudden appearance at the door, Harry sat through Ron's discussions about Quidditch, his bedroom, his family, and his 5 brothers, all while growing increasingly restless. Eventually, he made an excuse to leave the compartment with Hermione to help Neville search for his toad, but in truth, he sought Mo Yin. However, this endeavor proved fruitless, and to his dismay, his scar was seen by others. This led to a spectacle and the unwelcome presence of Draco Malfoy. After Draco ridiculed Ron, Harry vented his frustration on the arrogant blonde, resulting in a brawl between himself, Ron, Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe, with even Scabbers joining the fray. Hermione, desperate and near tears, stood by as onlookers cheered. Ultimately, it was Ron's brother Percy who intervened to prevent the situation from escalating further. When Professor McGonagall called for Mo Yin Evans twice without response, Dumbledore gestured for her to continue reading, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Harry's heart. Driven by anxiety, he even contemplated rushing out of Hogwarts to find him, regardless of the consequences. But just as the last student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, and McGonagall rolled up the parchment to leave the podium, the doors swung open unexpectedly. Upon seeing the red-haired boy with silver eyes standing in the doorway, Harry nearly collapsed in his seat. Thank Merlin, he thought repeatedly. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself cursing Merlin. How could it be? How could Mo Yin be a Slytherin? He was so wonderful, so kind. How could he belong to Slytherin? Anger surged within Harry as he watched Mo Yin walk straight into Slytherin, not even glancing in his direction, and shake hands with Draco. This was intolerable. So, when Mo Yin looked over, Harry deliberately turned away to speak with Ron, ignoring the one he had been gazing at for so long. Suddenly, Mo Yin's lashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Hi, Harry. Humph. Harry turned his head back, still irked that Mo Yin had been sorted into Slytherin. Though he understood it was not Mo Yin's fault, he felt an inexplicable disappointment at how swiftly Mo Yin had embraced Slytherin's fold, especially given his own negotiation for a place in Gryffindor. Mo Yin rubbed his sore neck, unwilling to engage with Harry. Instead, he took out the potion and elixir he had previously been studying, meticulously pondering the principles behind their combinations. Both were equally anxious about the other's potential peril. Yet when together, they would bicker over trivial matters. Arguments were inconsequential. The mere presence of the other was sufficient. A week had swiftly passed. Yet Mo Yin felt that Hogwarts still brimmed with an air of mystery. The school boasted 142 staircases, some spacious and immaculate, others narrow and prone to swaying. Some would lead to entirely different locations on certain Fridays, while others concealed vanished staircases, compelling one to leap in order to ascend. Doors here would only open with a polite request or a gentle scratch in the right spot. Some doors were mere walls masquerading as entrances. Exploring the castle's secrets was Mo Yin's fervent passion, particularly the fact that the entrance to the Slytherin common room was cleverly hidden within a stone wall, fueling his desire to tap every inch of Hogwarts. He scrutinized every ornamentation on the statues, every corridor, and classroom. If anyone possessed the most profound understanding of Hogwarts, it was undoubtedly the ghosts that roamed its halls. In the original narrative, over 20 ghosts made their first appearances, yet aside from the four house ghosts, only Moaning Myrtle and Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, were elaborated upon. Peeves was neither a living being nor a ghost, but an indestructible spirit. After conversing with each ghost he encountered, Mo Yin discerned the significance of their sparse descriptions. The time a ghost could linger in the world was not limitless. Their souls would gradually weaken and vanish with the passage of time. The trepidation of death could ultimately lead to the complete dissolution of their essence. The four house ghosts were formidable spirits. Moaning Myrtle's soul remained relatively intact because of her short-lived demise. However, aside from Peeves, who delighted in mischief to entertain himself, the other ghosts were either proud or benevolent and refrained from such antics. With the absence of most pastimes, gourmet meals, entertainment, and even sleep, their existence was profoundly dull. All ghosts were eager to assist students, regardless of their house affiliation, even the blood-curdling Barrow, though few dared to seek his aid. When discussing Professor Binns, the ghosts expressed disdain. Binns was also one of the two ghosts Mo Yin had refrained from approaching, the other being Peeves, whom Mo Yin believed would not converse meaningfully, and whose credibility was questionable. They claimed Binns had sullied the sanctity of the subject and enumerated his countless errors and teaching failures, asserting that having a professor like him was a misfortune for all Hogwarts students. While Mo Yin entirely concurred, he also recognized that the ghosts harbored jealousy towards Binns for possessing the opportunity to teach, grade assignments, and set examinations that tormented students. The ghosts' lives were utterly tedious. Most of the castle's ghosts had become mere shadows of their former selves, their thoughts gradually descending into chaos. One ghost named Kenro would inquire every 5 minutes, "Hi, I am Kenro. What is your name?" It seemed the only thing he remembered clearly was his name, while everything else was a blur. Another ghost, Charles, was the original caretaker of Hogwarts, possessing slightly more magical ability than a damp squib. He had witnessed the castle rise from the ground and had even participated in its construction. His love for the castle surpassed that of anyone else. Before his death, he implored Godric Gryffindor to help him become a ghost, as his magical prowess was too weak to achieve this. Gryffindor granted his wish, allowing him to continue watching over the land he adored. "I shall never regret it," he smiled peacefully in the sunset. "I do not know what the afterlife is like, but I know there will be no Hogwarts and no beloved children there." "Perhaps there is?" Mo Yin pondered. "Perhaps those young wizards who met untimely ends, or those who, like you, cherished Hogwarts, will build a similar Hogwarts in the ethereal realm?" "Not the same. It is simply not the same," Charles replied. He was more fragile than any ghost Mo Yin had encountered. In fact, he had become completely transparent. Owing to Godric's immense power and Charles's unwavering presence at Hogwarts, he retained a lucid consciousness. Mo Yin discovered him one morning while whimsically perched atop the astronomy tower, observing the sunrise, noticing a slight distortion in the air, which led into Charles. Charles spoke in a voice akin to a whisper. Mo Yin had to cast a hearing-enhancing spell to discern his words. I have looked this way for over 200 years, Charles floated in the air. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, I shall disappear forever. I fear not oblivion, but the thought of never again seeing Hogwarts. If possible, I wish for you to endure for another 10 years, Mo Yin asserted. Though Godric is powerful, I'm not weak. I shall find a way to assist you. Just grant me a little more time. Charles was skeptical of Mo Yin's assurances. Yet he felt a flicker of joy. With Charles's guidance, Mo Yin's exploration of Hogwarts accelerated as if he had boarded a comet. However, the castle frequently shifted on its own, and Charles was unaware of all the secret passages and hidden chambers, necessitating Mo Yin's own discoveries. Charles even led him to the dormitories of the four founders, although the items found there were scarce and primarily for rest rather than storage. Mo Yin felt he had gained much. Among them were several spellbooks filled with complex and arcane incantations, many of which had been supplanted by simpler modern alternatives. And much of the magical theory was outdated. However, he unearthed a few ancient and obscure spells along with peculiar potion recipes. And he was particularly thrilled to find a diary belonging to a Ravenclaw, chronicling her speculations and research on souls. Mo Yin hoped to glean insights on how to resolve the fragment of soul within Harry, carefully transcribing her notes. Although Charles had brought him to this place, he forbade him from taking anything. Mo Yin had to persuade him to allow the use of Slytherin's invisibility cloak within the confines of Hogwarts. Each of the four founders possessed an invisibility cloak, indicating they must have once banded together to hunt invisible beasts. Harry's three treasures, the invisibility cloak, the firebolt, and the Marauder's map had long tantalized Mo Yin since he first laid eyes on them while reading. He had originally intended to find the house elf named Dobby during the World Cup to acquire Barty Crouch's invisibility cloak. Yet, even after acquiring the invisibility cloak, Mo Yin did not cease his exploration of the invisibility and disillusionment spells. After all, a piece of clothing is far less convenient than the spells one can cast, and it is impractical to wear the cloak at all times for precautionary measures. On the very night he obtained the cloak, Mo Yin ventured into the restricted section of the library and discovered the tome on tracking and counter-tracking. Upon encountering a graffiti sign by Sharp Fork, he felt an even greater sense of fortune. Another ubiquitous feature of the castle is the portraits. Mo Yin had often pondered why the figures in the portraits could converse, think, and even traverse between different paintings, while those captured in photographs were limited to mere actions devoid of independent thought. A portrait, claiming to be the work of the greatest artist in history, introduced itself as a youth named Miffit, who provided him with an explanation during the painting process. The artist's magic becomes infused within the portrait. Typically, once completed, the subject would cast a simple spell upon their likeness, enabling the portrait to share memories and wisdom. This sharing, he assured, poses no threat to the wizard. He further elaborated that this spell later morphed into a malevolent dark magic aimed at splitting the soul for the sake of immortality. Mo Yin surmised he was referring to Horcruxes. Moreover, the closer the relationship between the artist and the subject, the more memories and wisdom the portrait could possess, with some wizards even using their blood to strengthen this bond. In contrast, photography merely captures an image and employs magic to animate it. While Miffit's reasoning was compelling, Mo Yin resolved to maintain a skeptical stance, as the youth's flamboyant attire and his incessant self-aggrandizement regarding past glories and achievements, along with his disdainful gaze upon Mo Yin, as if he were garbed not in the standard Hogwarts uniform, but rather in rags salvaged from a refuse heap, reminded him of Gilderoy Lockhart, the arrogant and inept fool who would soon teach them defense against the dark arts in their second year. Mo Yin cherished the moments spent conversing with the figures depicted in the portraits adorning the classroom walls, for they were renowned experts in their respective fields or esteemed educators who had made substantial contributions to Hogwarts. He could seek their guidance on the curriculum, and they would invariably respond with enthusiasm, often elaborating extensively, though at times their elaborations were rather excessive. The sheer number of portraits at Hogwarts was staggering, prompting Mo Yin to allocate 3 years to familiarize himself with them, as he had many personal pursuits to attend to. Each afternoon, he dedicated an hour alongside Harry in the library to complete their assignments, as he could finish all his work within that time frame. Harry, on the other hand, envied this ability as he required at least 2 hours to accomplish the same, often resorting to haphazard efforts. Consequently, Mo Yin found himself spending an additional hour summarizing the key points and highlights of the lessons for Harry. This led to an established routine where Mo Yin would tutor first, followed by both of them tackling their assignments together. "How do you manage it?" Harry inquired, flipping through Mo Yin's beautifully crafted paper with a sense of admiration. "I memorize all the necessary texts," Mo Yin replied, "which allows the words to flow effortlessly when you write." Harry gasped in astonishment, taken aback by this revelation. After Edmund and Wendy learned of Mo Yin's friendship with Harry and attempted to dissuade him in vain, they surprisingly relinquished their efforts. "Regardless of your current camaraderie, it's inevitable that you will part ways in the future," Edmund remarked, his expression laden with significance as he observed Mo Yin's puzzled gaze. "Since the times of Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, no friendship between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin has endured. We merely wish to protect you from pain," Mo Yin. Wendy added, leaning slightly towards him. "You care for that golden boy far more than he cares for you, and thus, it is you who will inevitably face the hurt in the end." Mo Yin offered a gentle smile, dismissing the matter with indifference. How could he and Harry possibly be compared to those individuals? They were utterly unaware of the profound bond that existed between him and Harry, a connection forged from the very moment they entered this world together. Harry, too, found himself considerably troubled by the situation. Ron had been partnering with Seamus these past few days, running his fingers through his hair, which had transformed from a bird's nest into an almost chaotic state. Only Neville and I found ourselves seated together, as no one else wished to be in his company. Conversations around me had dwindled, with whispers labeling me a traitor to Gryffindor. Those Gryffindors? The very ones who ridiculed Harry for losing points in our first year, suspected him of being the heir of Slytherin in our second, and in our fourth year, aside from Hermione. No one believed he had not put his name in the Goblet of Fire. By the fifth year, they had followed the Daily Prophet, convinced that their classmate was a liar, only showing smiles when they needed Harry to win them Quidditch matches or fight their battles. Aside from Hermione Granger, Mo Yin held those Gryffindors in disdain. Since the altercation after History of Magic class, Draco had refrained from troubling Mo Yin again. Although he still shamelessly disparaged Harry in public, Mo Yin chose to walk past him, turning a blind eye. This was partly due to his caution regarding Draco, and partly because he had come to understand that it was more prudent to guard against Draco's words than to attempt to silence them, realizing the futility of stopping others from speaking merely because he found it displeasing. Fortunately, everyone was aware of his relationship with Harry, and few dared to echo Draco's sentiments in his presence. Yet, Mo Yin knew that all Slytherins were quietly awaiting the day he would sever ties with Harry. What was truly peculiar, however, was that Mo Yin did not perceive any animosity in Draco's gaze. He had received no vicious curse aimed at him, nor had he discovered a venomous spider or scorpion placed secretly in his bed. This absence of hostility rendered Mo Yin even more vigilant, prompting him to request a house elf from the kitchen to specifically attend to the dietary needs of Leia and Raphael. The house elf, displaying an unwavering servitude, was overwhelmed with excitement upon learning it could serve him, and was nearly brought to tears after Mo Yin expressed his gratitude. Mo Yin really wished that Friday would not arrive so swiftly, for he was acutely aware that this day heralded the commencement of potions class, a setting that ignited the animosity between Harry and Snape. Yet, it was evident to Mo Yin that Snape had sacrificed immensely to protect Harry and would continue to do so. He held a deep admiration for Snape, while not believing Harry to be in the wrong. As he witnessed the inevitable clash between the two, Mo Yin found himself caught in a profound dilemma, feeling quite distressed. The potions classroom was situated in an expansive cellar within the castle, a place imbued with an eerie chill. Wooden racks adorned the walls, filled with jars housing pickled creatures, some of which still writhed, sending shivers down Mo Yin's spine. Cold water poured from the grotesque mouth of a stone gargoyle in the corner, spilling into the pool below. Mo Yin arrived early at the potions classroom, only to find that Severus Snape had already been there, meticulously preparing the potion ingredients for the lesson. A piece of chalk danced across the blackboard, inscribing the recipe for a remedy for scabies. "Professor, may I assist you with this?" Mo Yin inquired as he approached Snape, who was skillfully slicing porcupine quills. Snape cast a fleeting glance in his direction and replied, "The handling of potion ingredients is a serious discipline. It is not as straightforward as it may appear." His voice was low and silky, and even in delivering such placid words, there lingered a hint of derision. "I wish to give it a try, Professor." Mo Yin was taken aback by Snape's unexpectedly gentle demeanor. He recalled that this was a man renowned for his sharp tongue. Could it be that his status as a Slytherin had influenced this behavior? Nevertheless, he quickly responded, pride swelling within him as he asserted, "Do not hastily judge my abilities before witnessing them firsthand." Snape regarded him with a penetrating gaze before handing over the knife. Although Mo Yin had never wielded a knife nor acquired specialized knowledge in herbal processing, his keen eye and steady hand enabled him to cut the porcupine quills to a precise 2 inches. Aside from a slight awkwardness at the beginning, he handled the task remarkably well, even surpassing the standards set by Snape himself. After observing for a while with arms crossed behind him, Snape instructed Mo Yin to complete the remaining work while he began to divide the crushed snake fangs into dozens of small portions. In truth, Mo Yin initially approached the task with enthusiasm, but soon found it tedious. The porcupine quills had to be cut one by one, and magic was prohibited to avoid compromising their efficacy. Fortunately, the materials required for this lesson were few. Otherwise, Mo Yin would surely have regretted his momentary enthusiasm while nursing his swollen arm. Professor Snape commenced their first class with a roll call, pausing to deliver a scathing remark when he reached Harry's name. Mo Yin began to comprehend why Harry harbored such intense hatred for Snape. The gaze he cast upon him was one of unabashed mockery, disdain, contempt, and unmasked loathing. Mo Yin furrowed his brow. Initially, his thoughts were quite straightforward. Snape was a spy. Snape harbored animosity towards Harry due to their father's legacy, and Snape often unjustly deducted points from Gryffindor, particularly from Harry. Snape relished putting Harry in difficult situations, yet he had been silently safeguarding him all along. However, he now realized he had been mistaken. Snape's contempt was not merely a projection of his feelings. It was palpable and intense, an animosity that could make anyone uncomfortable. The pain inflicted by such a gaze far surpassed that of verbal assaults. Had Mo Yin not been well versed in the narrative, he would have undoubtedly eliminated this individual at the first sight of that look, fearing it might precede a sudden and fatal curse. Mo Yin let out a gentle sigh, feeling a touch of headache. "You have come here to learn the art of potion making." Snape's deep voice was almost a whisper, yet every word resonated clearly with the audience. "Since there is no frivolous waving of wands here, many of you may not truly believe in the existence of magic. I do not expect you to fully grasp the enchanting allure of the simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors. Nor do I anticipate your comprehension of the wondrous powers of the liquid coursing through human veins, which can evoke profound emotions and cloud the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew accolades, and even stave off death, provided you are not the foolish imbeciles I often encounter. Potter," he suddenly called out, "what would be the result of adding powdered daffodil bulbs to wormwood juice?" Mo Yin sighed deeply but ultimately posed his question. The previous afternoon, he had handed Harry a list of 36 questions to memorize. Harry, perplexed, inquired why he needed to do so, especially since he had yet to attend a potions class. Professor Snape always asked questions in the first lesson, particularly targeting Gryffindors, Mo Yin asserted with conviction, citing the undeniable truth that Harry's reputation would place him in the line of fire. Why memorize this material? There are countless wondrous herbs and fungi to learn. Harry still sought to evade the task, reasoning that these were frequent inquiries from Snape. Mo Yin explained that he had consulted the portrait in the potions classroom. After his inquiry, he had even added 3 more questions himself. Very well, Harry sighed in resignation. Moreover, we must practice brewing the potion we are to learn tomorrow. Mo Yin interjected, cutting off Harry's impending protest. No room for debate. If you wish to avoid a dismal fate tomorrow, that is. Startled by Snape's abrupt question, Harry leapt to his feet. Upon hearing the inquiry, he was taken aback. He glanced at Mo Yin before responding. "It produces a sleeping draught, Professor, commonly referred to as the draught of living death." Mo Yin sensed Snape's teeth clenching as he demanded, "If I were to ask you for a bezoar, where would you find one?" "In the stomach of a goat," Harry replied, noting that bezoars were the bane of many poisons. "I did not ask you for its properties, Potter, for your presumption." "Gryffindor loses a point. That's unfair," Ron shouted. "Now for the final question." Snape continued slowly. "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "There is no difference, Professor. They are the same plant, also known as—" Harry suddenly recalled Snape's earlier penalty and quickly added, "Perhaps it's the spelling?" Laughter erupted among the Gryffindors. "Sit down, Potter," Snape barked. "Due to your rudeness, Gryffindor loses another point. Why don't you all take notes? You too, Potter. Do you think memorizing means you need not study further?" Fuming, Harry sat down and angrily retrieved his quill and parchment. Subsequently, Snape instructed the students to pair up for brewing a potion to treat scabbers, all while maintaining a stern demeanor as he patrolled the classroom, reprimanding everyone for their mistakes. Only Draco, Mo Yin, and Harry managed to escape his ire. Harry's potion was impeccable, devoid of any errors, a testament to the 3 rigorous practice sessions Mo Yin had enforced the previous day. Snape circled around Harry, scrutinizing him with piercing glares but failing to find an opportunity to deduct points. At last, Neville Longbottom, the potion's blunderer, accidentally burned through Seamus Finnegan's cauldron, scalding his own arm and leg in the process. "Fool," Snape bellowed, waving his wand to clear the spilled potion. "Did you throw a porcupine quill into the cauldron before removing it from the fire?" he berated, as Neville began to whimper. After instructing Seamus to escort Neville to the infirmary, Snape fixed his gaze upon Harry. "You Potter," Snape abruptly turned to confront the individual who dared interrupt him. It was Mo Yin. "What is it?" Snape's expression softened slightly, though he still appeared fearsome. "Professor, I don't understand why we need to add pine needles when brewing this potion," Mo Yin inquired. After a prolonged scrutiny, Snape finally responded, his tone still brusque but devoid of venom. "If you had read the textbook carefully, you would know it serves to temper the reactions of the herbs involved. However, wouldn't using the leaves of the California pitcher plant yield better results for tempering the reactions?" Mo Yin pressed earnestly. "The primary ingredients that act in this potion are nettle, porcupine quills, and serpent fangs. Nettle prefers shade. Serpents thrive in dark, humid environments, and porcupines are nocturnal creatures, all indicative of a preference for cooler climates. Conversely, pine trees are sun-loving plants that lean towards warmth. If pine needles are used for tempering, wouldn't there be a risk of diminishing the efficacy of the primary ingredients?" Mo Yin, though not entirely versed in traditional Chinese medicine, had read enough martial arts novels to articulate his thoughts, albeit clumsily. As discussing yin and yang with foreigners was a daunting task, Snape regarded him with a penetrating gaze, to which Mo Yin responded with a calm smile. Eventually, Snape nodded. "There is some merit to your reasoning. This afternoon, you may practice brewing here, provided the potion produced is flawless." "Yes, Professor," Mo Yin replied cheerfully, knowing that Snape would not have the opportunity to penalize Harry further. Harry cast a grateful glance at Mo Yin, accompanied by a pitiful expression. Mo Yin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Throughout the latter part of the lesson, Snape's wrath escalated as he paced the classroom, growing increasingly severe in his reprimands. Each time he attempted to redirect the topic to Harry, Mo Yin would pose a question, while Harry successfully brewed his potion, resulting in Snape refraining from deducting any further points from Harry's tally. It became abundantly clear to all that Snape harbored a particular disdain for Harry, seeking every opportunity to torment and belittle him, while Mo Yin endeavored to thwart such occurrences. Consequently, due to Snape's failure to penalize Harry, the rest of the class suffered. Even Draco lost a point. Yet, curiously, Snape tolerated Mo Yin's interruptions time and again. When class concluded, Harry remained despondent, clearly in a state of low spirits. "Harry?" Mo Yin approached him. "I truly do not comprehend why Snape harbors such disdain for me. He deducted 2 points from me at the very beginning of class. And had it not been for you, I shudder to think how many more points I might have lost. Perhaps Merlin believes that there are already so many who admire you, hence the emergence of an opposite reaction?" Mo Yin jested. "Harry, you are already quite popular. I find myself envious." Harry chuckled. "You do not truly feel that way, and you know I have no desire for such attention." At that moment, Ron joined Harry and remarked to Mo Yin, "You are quite impressive. I mean, you are not at all like those Slytherins." Mo Yin disregarded him. He noticed that Harry was quite pleased with Ron standing beside him, so he waved and said, "I shall take my leave. See you in the library, Harry." During breakfast, over 100 owls soared through the hall's entrance, and Mo Yin observed that the number of owls delivering letters today was twice the usual amount. Draco received an entire large parcel of sweets, which he exuberantly spilled onto the long table, causing Goyle and Crabbe to immediately fix their gaze upon it. "Help yourselves if you wish to eat," Draco proclaimed with his chin held high. Without waiting for him to finish, Crabbe and Goyle lunged at the sweets. "Ahem." Mo Yin coughed lightly, and the two instantly froze as if petrified, then plopped down into their seats. They delicately extended their fingers to each take a piece of candy, eagerly stuffing it into their mouths, their palms covering their lips as they nervously glanced at Mo Yin, as though he might suddenly leap forward and snatch the candy from them. Mo Yin did not glance at the two of them. Instead, he observed that Neville had received a memory orb on the long table of Gryffindor. The orb glowed a vibrant red in his hand, and Draco swiftly snatched it away from him. Mo Yin reflexively glanced at Draco's vacant seat, which was still strewn with candy. Crab and Goyle seized the opportunity to stuff their pockets full before darting off to catch up with Draco. When did he make his way over there? Mo Yin inquired, pointing at Draco, who was contorting his face in a peculiar manner, turning to his companion, Bloodman Barlow. Since the sorting ceremony, Bloodman Barlow had frequently occupied the seat beside him, much to the relief of the other Slytherins. Just now, Barlow replied tersely, a hint of mockery flickering in his hollow gaze. Mo Yin was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. It seemed that something significant had transpired on the day Neville received the memory ball. Have I forgotten something? He murmured to himself, only to be surprised by a response. You neglected to check the notice in the common room, Edmund remarked. This afternoon, first-year students from Slytherin and Gryffindor are scheduled for flying lessons. Just moments ago, Draco had been boasting about his daring escape from a Muggle helicopter on a broomstick, which had felt oddly familiar, and he had overlooked this detail. He glanced over at Harry, who was both anxious and excited, and smiled, feeling a sense of delight. Recently, Harry had been glum due to his discord with Ron, and after much persuasion, Mo Yin had finally agreed to let Ron join him for homework in the library, only for Ron to stubbornly refuse. Surely, after this flying lesson, Harry would be overjoyed. In truth, Mo Yin himself was looking forward to soaring through the skies. In his previous life, during times of melancholy, he would occasionally indulge in skydiving or bungee jumping, yet nothing compared to the exhilarating sensation of flying under one's own command. Put it back, Malfoy, Harry shouted angrily. The crowd fell silent, watching the unfolding drama, with half the onlookers casting glances at Mo Yin. Yet, Mo Yin merely stood casually aside, showing no inclination to intervene. His demeanor remarkably relaxed. Malfoy, with ill intentions, seized the memory ball and mounted his broom, prompting Harry to chase after him, disregarding Hermione's admonitions. Why aren't you stopping them? Hermione yelled furiously at Mo Yin. Why should I? Just look at how beautifully Harry flies. Mo Yin exclaimed in admiration. In truth, Harry's posture on the broom was far from perfect, but he and the rickety broom seemed to merge into one, his flight resembling that of a bird born to soar in the sky. Why stop them? Hermione trembled with rage. Harry and Malfoy could get expelled if they don't break their necks. Madame Hooch explicitly instructed them to stay put. Hermione. Mo Yin interrupted her. You're 11 years old. Don't behave like a 3-year-old who treats a teacher's words as gospel. Sometimes, breaking the rules can be quite exhilarating. Hermione stared at him, momentarily speechless, unsure whether she was more taken aback by his use of her name or by his suggestion. Nevertheless, despite Mo Yin's words, Hermione's concern brought him a sense of comfort. At least it was preferable to the excited shrieks of the girls and the loud praises from the boys, none of whom seemed worried about Harry, who had never ridden a broom before, but only cheered for him as he taught Malfoy a lesson. Oh, St. Potter is going to be expelled. Draco jeered as he watched Harry, looking dejected while being led away by Professor McGonagall, with Goyle and Crabbe laughing heartily in agreement. The entire Gryffindor contingent glared at them. No way, Draco, Mo Yin replied lazily. Why not? Draco retorted loudly. Madame Hooch clearly said to stay here or face expulsion. Indeed. Mo Yin continued, feeling frustrated to find that Draco echoed Hermione's sentiments. Although Madame Hooch said so, everyone knew it was merely a threat. The most they would face for flying would be community service or point deductions. Moreover, did you not notice how gracefully Harry caught the memory ball? Professor McGonagall witnessed that as well. So what? Draco scoffed. Since Charlie Weasley left school, Gryffindor has never won the Quidditch Cup. If they had a good seeker, everything would be different. Harry is a seeker? Ron exclaimed in surprise, forgetting that he was addressing Mo Yin. That is impossible. Draco shouted in anger. Why is it impossible? Mo Yin countered. First-year students cannot participate in Quidditch matches. It's been a century since first years participated. There used to be exceptions. Mo Yin stated. If Professor McGonagall wishes to secure the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup, she will find a way to persuade Professor Dumbledore. And Professor Dumbledore would almost certainly be convinced to make an exception. He observed Draco's ashen face and, feeling a twinge of sympathy, added, in fact, there is some good news. What? Draco thought nothing could be considered good news compared to the prospect of aiding his sworn enemy and becoming a seeker. If Gryffindor can make an exception, Slytherin surely can as well. Mo Yin smiled. Now you have a chance to participate in the Quidditch match. Mo Yin. Harry stealthily approached him, snatching the book from his hands. Come with me. I need to talk to you. Mo Yin reluctantly put away his notes and borrowed a book from Mrs. Pants before following Harry to the lakeside, where Harry's slow pace made him fidget with impatience. "So, tell me," Imogen asked with a smile as he settled down by the lake, "what is your excuse for slacking off this time?" "I'm not slacking off," Harry retorted, his green eyes wide with indignation. "I have important matters to attend to." "Does that imply you have indeed been trying to avoid work in the past?" Imogen teased. Harry fell silent, then threatened, "If you keep this up, I won't tell you anything." "Very well, I am all ears," Imogen replied, stifling a laugh. Harry shot him a glare, but the desire to share his secret prevailed. It turned out that a disgruntled Draco had sought to provoke Harry and ultimately issued a challenge for a midnight duel, naturally enlisting Filch to attend. In a frantic dash, the trio from Gryffindor and Neville encountered a three-headed dog. 3 heads, each one as large as this. Harry gestured dramatically with his arms. Such enormous eyes. He raised his fist for emphasis. And those long, yellow teeth. He extended his hands to indicate a length of 2 feet. "And it smells particularly foul." After a moment, he added, terrifying. Despite his words, the gleam in his eyes revealed a desire for another encounter. He recounted how Hermione had seen the 3-headed dog guarding a trapdoor, recalling how Hagrid had taken him to retrieve something from a vault on his birthday, only for that very vault, number 713, to be robbed the same day. The conclusion was that the thieves sought what had been extracted from Gringotts and brought to Hogwarts. It was quite large, about 2 inches long, and Hagrid hid it well. "I couldn't see it clearly," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "Ron and I believe it must be either exceedingly valuable or perilous, or perhaps both. In any case, someone wants to steal it." "And then?" Imogen inquired. "That's all." Harry sighed, deflated. "We can't figure out what it is. There are no further clues." "And so what if there were?" Imogen asked. "Are you planning to steal it for yourself once you guess what it is?" "Of course not." Harry widened his eyes. "Then why ponder such things?" Imogen continued. "The professors have their reasons for not revealing what lies within and for placing a 3-headed dog as its guardian. Your current task should be to study. Rather than speculate about what the dog is guarding, you ought to review your potions. You lost 5 points in this morning's class, which you shouldn't have, as your potion was flawless during practice. What good is that?" Harry pouted. "No matter how well I perform, Snape will never award me points. He loathes me, but you can't just hand him the opportunity to berate you." Imogen encouraged. "You should strive to study, if only to witness the sour expression on Professor Snape's face when he cannot deduct points." "All right," Harry replied weakly. "Imogen, sometimes you really are like Hermione." "Harry," Imogen said, "Hermione is a good girl. She merely tends to be overly self-involved at times. She has worked diligently to earn points for Gryffindor, taking it upon herself to uphold the honor of the house, and she consistently offers her assistance. It's just that her tone can often be perceived as boastful." "She is boastful, Imogen," Harry countered. "She is particularly arrogant and pretentious. You are far more capable than she is and do not flaunt it like she does." "That's because I can't be bothered to answer questions," Imogen retorted. "Harry, did you know that when you flew into the air that day, only Hermione was worried about you? Weren't you concerned for me?" Harry completely overlooked the significance of Imogen's words. "Of course," Imogen replied, observing the sudden dimming of Harry's expression. "Because if you had truly fallen, I would certainly have caught you. So if you wish to fly, I shall not impede you." "How would you catch me? With a broomstick?" Harry again missed the point. "No, with a levitation spell. It won't be taught for over a month, but it can lift people or objects. If you wish to learn, I could teach you." "No," Harry sighed dramatically. "I don't have any time for fun right now. The amount of homework is overwhelming, not to mention Quidditch practice." As he mentioned the latter, although Harry's face remained scrunched, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Imogen chuckled and shook his head, for Harry, like all boys of his age, harbored a deep disdain for the pursuit of knowledge, even when it pertained to the enchanting art of spells. In any case, it would be beneficial to engage amicably with Hermione. Imogen resolutely steered the conversation back, asserting that she was, in fact, a splendid companion. "Very well," Harry replied morosely. "If only you could also enjoy a cordial rapport with Professor Snape." Harry shivered at the thought. "Imogen, please don't frighten me." Laughter echoed joyfully by the lakeside. A pair of azure eyes observed the two from behind crescent-shaped lenses. "Keep a close watch on him, Severus. Discern his intentions in approaching Harry." At long last, Halloween had arrived. Early in the morning, the corridors were suffused with the aroma of pumpkins. By afternoon, as students made their way to the Great Hall, all were abuzz with discussions about the imminent Halloween feast. Even Draco momentarily set aside his musings on Quidditch training. He was the sole victor in Slytherin's selection for first-year seekers, a position Imogen had chosen not to pursue. and thus his conversations were now confined to the realms of Quidditch and the Golden Snitch. Mo Yin, are you all right? Blaise inquired as he approached. For they were accustomed to partnering in class and had grown quite familiar. You've been rather distracted all day. Oh, I'm fine. Mo Yin forced a smile, attributing it perhaps to a restless night. Yes, I too found it difficult to sleep last night. This marks our first Halloween at Hogwarts, Blaise exclaimed. I have long heard tales of the magnificent decorations for Halloween at Hogwarts, and I have been eagerly anticipating it. Mo Yin managed a bitter smile. He had initially looked forward to this Western festival, yet his intimate knowledge of the narrative rendered him incapable of sharing the innocent excitement of others. It seemed as though Harry was perpetually at odds with this occasion, as something thrilling always transpired on Halloween. Tonight, the 3 first-year Gryffindors were set to confront a troll, a creature that even adults would find formidable. How could Mo Yin not be apprehensive? He found himself in a quandary, pondering whether he should intervene. According to the original story, the trio not only emerged unscathed but also forged a profound friendship in the process. Should he truly interfere? Especially since Professor Snape had recently taken to appearing near him with what seemed like intent. And at times he could sense a probing gaze from a pair of blue eyes. Undoubtedly, certain actions of his had attracted Dumbledore's attention. He was uncertain of the cause, for he had indeed engaged in a plethora of research lately, studying the Marauder's map and the invisibility charm, frequently interacting with the ghosts and portraits within the castle, clandestinely infiltrating the restricted section countless times to borrow several books, which he, of course, returned after reading, and even magically duplicating the catalog of the notorious quartet's borrowed books from years past to further his study of the Marauder's map. Additionally, he had been involved in countless potion-making practices with Harry, leaving him at a loss as to how to conceal his activities. Hence, apart from maintaining his usual studies with Harry, he had postponed nearly everything else. As Mo Yin dashed towards the girls' restroom, he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully at how he had deliberated for so long on whether to take action. Upon witnessing Harry and Ron stealthily slip away from the Gryffindor group, his mind had yet to catch up when his body instinctively moved. A terrified scream from a girl echoed from a distance, prompting Mo Yin to quicken his pace. "Stop him!" shouted Harry. "Oi, you pig-headed fool!" Ron bellowed. "Hermione, run, run!" Harry urged anxiously. "Faster! Hurry up!" Mo Yin forced himself to remain calm, yet suddenly stumbled, a metallic taste flooding his throat and a painful pressure expanding within his chest. In an instant, a heart-wrenching howl pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of something being struck. "Levitate your weapon. Wingardium Leviosa." Everything unfolded as though in slow motion. That hefty wooden club flew from the giant's grasp, only to float back eerily, rising upright and crashing down upon its master's head with a resounding thud. The giant swayed unsteadily, turning in circles before staggering a few steps, while Harry precariously hung from its neck, his wand inadvertently thrusting forward. The giant shook its head, seemingly regaining some lucidity. "Wingardium Leviosa." Mo Yin commanded once more, raising the wooden club to deliver another crushing blow to the giant's skull. With a resounding crash, the giant collapsed face first to the ground, causing the entire room to tremble. Harry quickly leaped off its neck, trembling but maintaining his composure. "Mo Yin, I'm so glad you arrived," he exclaimed, though he hesitated as he beheld the sheer horror etched on Mo Yin's face. If given a choice, he would rather confront an enraged Snape at that moment. "How dare you? How dare you?" Mo Yin shouted, gripping Harry's shoulders tightly, causing him pain. Yet he refrained from crying out. "Do you have any idea that if I had arrived a moment later, you would be dead? Do you realize that that giant is twice your height and weighs 500 times more than you? Do you understand that a single blow from that creature could fell an elephant? You recklessly charged in here without a clue, thinking who you are?" As Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell rushed in, they were met with a chaotic scene. Hermione sat sobbing in a corner, Ron pale and slumped on the floor, Mo Yin furiously berating Harry, and the giant sprawled on the ground with a wand protruding from its nose. Quirrell, overwhelmed, collapsed onto the toilet, clutching his chest. Snape's thoughtful gaze swept over the scene, while McGonagall attempted to ascertain the situation. "Mr. Evans, be silent," Mo Yin roared without looking back, forcefully pinning Harry against the wall. Harry winced in pain from the impact, but the fury reflected in Mo Yin's silver eyes rendered him speechless. "You dared to jump onto its back. You dared to do that. Do you not wish to die quickly enough? One bump of its head against the wall, and you would be nothing but a smear." Harry stammered, attempting to explain why he found himself in such a predicament, but Mo Yin showed no sign of listening. "Would you not seek a professor's assistance if Granger were missing? Or do you believe your abilities surpass those of a professor?" taking such reckless initiative? If one giant can enter, surely a second could follow. Did Quirrell's courage flee, or has Dumbledore lost his mind sending students back to their dormitories? Could you not think for yourself? Calm down, Evans. A pair of large hands gripped his shoulders, and Mo Yin caught the familiar scent of potions. Ah. It seems this is the first time Snape has referred to me as Evans. Usually, his manner is either condescending or direct commands. As his thoughts meandered aimlessly, Mo Yin returned to the moment, stabilizing his emotions and slowly releasing the terrified Harry. What on earth happened here? Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with rage, her lips pale with fury. Please, Professor McGonagall, Hermione's delicate voice emerged from the corner. Mo Yin closed his eyes, disregarding Hermione's futile attempts at weaving a tale so absurd that even the dimmest intellect would find it implausible, as he struggled to calm his rapid breath. When he burst through the door and beheld Harry being tossed about like a rag doll in the clutches of the troll, his heart nearly ceased to beat altogether. Knowing was one thing, but witnessing it was an entirely different matter. As he witnessed Harry, breathless and clinging desperately to the troll's neck, and Hermione, the friend he had always placed such high hopes in, standing there in a stupor with her mouth agape like a fool, Ron, the only one among them still capable of fighting, nervously trembled his wand instead of taking decisive action. Ron was even more inept than he had anticipated. Mo Yin seethed inwardly. How could he forget that it was not Harry who shone in this incident, but rather Ron? What could one expect from that red-haired Weasley? Merely managing to look after himself was a remarkable achievement. Fortunately, he still managed to arrive. Suddenly, Harry opened his arms and embraced him. Don't worry, Mo Yin. I'm fine. Truly, I am unharmed. The boy's melodious voice carried a reassuring strength. You scoundrel. Indeed. Fool. Yes. Dim-witted Gryffindor. Oh. Mo Yin embraced Harry once more, closing his eyes and taking 2 deep breaths. When he opened them again, his silver gaze had regained its usual serene composure. Mr. Evans, how did you come to be here? Professor McGonagall inquired after listening to Hermione's account and confirming it with Ron, turning her attention to Mo Yin. Mo Yin and Harry released their hold. Harry cast a sidelong glance at the scowling Snape, sidling away to extract his wand from the nose of the troll, grimacing at the sticky mucus before repeatedly wiping it on the troll's trousers. I noticed Harry and Weasley departing from the Gryffindor ranks, Mo Yin remarked, and thus followed. Why did you not seek out a professor, Or do you believe Potter's reckless escapade grants you the prowess to contend with a fully grown troll on your own? Snape's deep voice resonated. The 3 Gryffindors stared at him in astonishment. Mo Yin had interrupted him countless times over the past few days and had often defended Harry. Yet Snape had never addressed him with such a foreboding tone. He had always exhibited an astonishing tolerance towards Mo Yin, an anomaly that had come to be regarded as Hogwarts' greatest marvel. The Weasley twins had even set up a betting pool to speculate on the true cause of Snape's peculiar demeanor. I acted impulsively, Professor, Mo Yin admitted. Faced with Mo Yin's unexpected humility, Snape momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he replied, For your lack of consideration, I must deduct 5 points from my own house. The 3 Gryffindors nearly fainted. Was this truly Snape? That exceedingly biased Snape. I do not wish for there to be a next time. Mo Yin's complexion paled momentarily. It was astonishing that Snape had deducted points from his own house. Even he found it hard to believe, yet this tactic was undeniably effective. He did not wish for the rare pride of this warrior to be stripped away, even though the prospect of winning the House Cup with Harry was bleak. He still wished to strive, especially upon witnessing the blood gradually staining the ground beneath Snape's feet, while the man remained resolutely upright. Yes, Professor. Snape paused, somewhat taken aback by Mo Yin's unexpected compliance. Aside from classes, Mo Yin frequently ventured into the dungeons to discuss his hypotheses and potential enhancements to potions. And Snape had grown accustomed to the boy's penchant for bargaining and stubbornness. Then, Professor McGonagall deducted 5 points from Hermione, while awarding 5 points each to Harry and Ron, and 10 points to Mo Yin, resulting in a balance that allowed them to return. Mo Yin, Ron suddenly hesitated, calling out. Mo Yin was reluctant to engage. Yet Harry gazed at him with pleading eyes. Ron, sensing the tension, managed a reluctant nod. He patted Harry's shoulder and said, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. It's all right. I understand you mean well, Harry replied. Mo Yin, the levitation charm you mentioned last time, was it the one you just recited? The 3 astonished Gryffindors had not entirely caught what spell Mo Yin had pronounced upon entering. They only recalled the incantation they had learned and were familiar with, Wingardium Leviosa, which was also how they had relayed it to Professor McGonagall. Indeed, it was, Mo Yin affirmed. intending to confide in Harry the truth and persuade him to learn some combat spells. Then will you teach me? Mo Yin. Harry gazed at him with eager anticipation. Very well. Mo Yin, wrapped in a thick scarf of silver and green, the very colors of Slytherin House, which delighted him as they mirrored the hues of his and Harry's eyes, stood atop the towering spire, leaning over to observe Snape limping his way to confront Harry. Mo furrowed his brows in confusion. He had indeed procured from Madame Pomfrey the remedy for the three-headed dog's bite, and it had been over 10 days since Raphael dispatched it to Professor Snape. Why then had his leg not yet healed? Could it be ineffective? Mo Yin felt an immediate sense of his sentiments being trampled upon. Reflecting on it, Snape's office resembled a space meticulously arranged like that of a hermit. Perhaps this individual harbored a penchant for self-mortification? Mo Yin let out a cold snort and turned to descend the stairs. At last, the day of the Quidditch match had arrived, with the first game featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. Mo Yin had arrived early at the highest point of the stands, granting himself a vantage point from which he could survey the entire arena, his gaze fixed intently upon the teacher's platform. Leia languidly perched upon his shoulder. Having transformed from an elegant and beautiful sprite into a rotund figure due to her recent indulgences, Mo Yin was compelled to keep her close at hand, vigilantly ensuring that she consumed only wholesome, nutritious, and low-calorie fare, which included a heaping spoonful of boiled tomatoes, his personal aversion. Leia's palate had grown quite refined under his watch, as she would often wail at mealtime as though enduring a torturous ordeal. Today, Chilo was set to cast a spell on Harry's broomstick. Although Mo Yin was perplexed by Chilo's seemingly foolish antics while undertaking his mission to resurrect his master, he thought it prudent to preemptively neutralize this potential threat. Since the Halloween incident, he had come to realize that he could not solely rely on the memories of Harry's past victories nor expect timely assistance from others or hope for Harry's sudden resurgence of invincibility. Being present meant he ought to act upon what he could control. Depending on others would only lead him into a precarious position. Initially, he had intended to set a trap along Chilo's anticipated path, but the wide staircase leading to the teacher's platform allowed for too many alternatives. Thus, he opted to place traps beneath all the seats in the stands, which he could trigger remotely. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the professors to settle in and ascertain Chilo's location. You might incur collateral damage, Charles pointed out. That is of no concern to me, Mo Yin replied indifferently. The injuries won't be severe, at most. One might find themselves resting in the infirmary for a couple of days. Madame Pomfrey possesses remarkable healing skills. You could potentially break your neck, Charles urged, attempting to sway this unyielding individual. His lengthy discourse had persisted since the previous evening. Even the spectre found it unbearable and begged for brevity, yet Mo Yin remained resolute, unshaken in his conviction. As long as their spells are not fully returned to Merlin, there will be no repercussions. Mo Yin sighed as Charles resigned himself to the situation. He regarded all members of Hogwarts as his own children, nurturing them with great affection. Though he yearned to eradicate the malevolent spirit lurking within, he was unwilling to harm anyone, including the possessed Quirrell, whom he viewed with the same compassion a priest might extend to a wayward lamb. However, as all the professors took their seats, Mo Yin could not suppress an exclamation of frustration. Curse be it. Snape sat directly in front of Quirrell. Their respective traps numbered closely together, yet Mo Yin found himself unable to distinguish between the two. Was Quirrell's trap numbered 101 or 110? It was indeed careless to have installed them in such a manner. He could not trigger both traps, nor could he rely on mere chance with the 50-50 odds. The prospect of a broken neck was no exaggeration from Charles. Desperate, Mo Yin turned to the ghost beside him for assistance. The ghost chuckled softly and floated away. Mo Yin gazed intently at the arena as Madame Hooch signaled the commencement of the match. Angelina Johnson scored a goal, igniting the crowd's fervor. Meanwhile, Harry commenced his pursuit of the golden snitch, only to be obstructed by Marcus Flint. That scoundrel nearly sent Harry tumbling. Professor McGonagall issued a stern warning to Lee Jordan. Harry's broom quivered slightly, slipping from his grasp as it began to lose control. Hurry, Charles. Mo Yin's fingers rested upon two rectangular buttons. The broom began to flail up and down chaotically. Mo Yin, with a steely resolve, prepared to press both buttons simultaneously. Mo Yin, it is 110. Mo Yin pressed down firmly with his index finger, unable to articulate the chaos that erupted at the teacher's table. Suddenly, a tremendous noise emanated from beneath Professor Quirrell's seat, and the stuttering Death Eater was propelled skyward by the chair. Simultaneously, a large cloud of black smoke billowed forth from beneath the seat, enveloping several nearby individuals. The other professors, however, were too preoccupied to notice as Professor Quirrell was hoisted 30 feet into the air by his chair. The chair gradually turned, and Quirrell, releasing his grip on it, screamed as he plummeted headfirst, his purple, brimless hat still tightly secured on his head. "Accio!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, brandishing her wand and casting the spell. In the meantime, Snape waved his wand, causing all the chairs to float into the air. Some professors, who had fallen to the ground when their chairs were abruptly pulled away, were prepared to express their outrage, but upon glancing at the floating chairs, they fell silent. Beneath each chair was a circle of the same color, yet distinctly not part of the original design. The so-called trap was, in essence, a spring devised by Mo Yin, merging magic with ingenuity. He had bound the spring with a rubber band, and upon pressing the control button, a small ignition occurred, merely enough to sever the rubber band, launching the individual skyward. Mo Yin had enchanted both the spring and the rubber band, and the cloud of black smoke held no technical merit. It was merely a precaution to obscure Quirrell's vision, should there be any error in his recollection of the seat number. Confident in his memory, Mo Yin never considered the necessity of verifying the seat number. Meanwhile, Hermione shouted excitedly to Ron from across the audience, "It's Professor Snape. I saw him casting a spell on Harry. He was the one who made Harry's broom go out of control." Everything else was of no concern to Mo Yin. He took great pride in watching as Harry steadied his broom and executed a dive, effortlessly catching the golden snitch and raising his arm to display it to all. Yet, despite having meticulously erased all traces of his involvement, he understood that Dumbledore and Snape might still uncover some clue. It was wise to remain cautious. One must never underestimate anyone's intellect, especially when one opponent is a veiled leader of the wizarding world and the other a clever, successful double agent. Mo Yin pressed all the buttons simultaneously. Consequently, every chair suspended in midair surged forth in all directions amidst a deafening explosion, and a thick cloud of black smoke enveloped the entire classroom. The professors were instantly thrown into disarray. Through the swirling smoke, a pair of deep, hollow black eyes gazed longingly towards the Slytherin stands. The December weather had grown quite frigid, yet the temperature within the library remained relatively comfortable, at least warmer than the Slytherin common room. Mo Yin had spent nearly all his free time here. The research on the Marauders map had reached a stalemate. He had crafted the first version of the map, but only the movements of individuals he had personally marked would appear on the parchment. He had perused most of the books borrowed from his father, yet progress remained elusive. Presently, he held an ancient tome of forgotten magic and spells. Yet he had not turned a single page for quite some time. His spirits had been low of late, and this morning, Draco had once again served as his outlet for frustration. It was quite regrettable. In potions class, Draco cast a sidelong glance at Harry, expressing his irritation since Slytherin had lost the match before he even had the chance to participate. He had been devising ways to trouble Harry ever since. And all those students who had to remain at school for Christmas were merely abandoned by their families. While Harry measured out lionfish spine powder, ignoring Draco, and Goyle and Crabbe snickered, Mo Yin suddenly struck Draco down with a powerful punch. Before Snape could react, he slung his bag over his shoulder and stormed out, leaving the onlookers in shock. At noon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushed to the library together. Ever since Halloween, the trio had been inseparable, often coming to seek out Mo Yin, who, along with Hermione, tutored the other two. They informed him that Snape was furious but had said nothing, merely instructing Draco to gather his belongings and visit Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. During the latter half of the lesson, they all found themselves in dire straits. Gryffindor had lost 68 points in a single class, with Harry and his friends accounting for more than half. Snape had recreated the atmosphere of their first potions class, berating everyone mercilessly, leaving nearly all the girls in tears. Even Hermione's eyes were slightly red. Neville had once again exploded a cauldron and cautiously asked Mo Yin if he was all right, insisting that Harry and Ron would accompany him. Of course, there was something amiss. However, Mo Yin did not wish to confide in them. He watched as Madame Pants wielded her feather duster, shooing the increasingly agitated Gryffindors out of the library for their noise. Mo Yin ignored Harry, who was peering in at the door, gesturing for him to come out, and instead opened his book, pretending to read intently. In truth, he did not mind Draco's words, yet he could not help but be concerned. Harry had been concealing something from him. They had been frequently borrowing books of late, spending long hours in the library as if searching for something. Mo Yin was well aware of their objective, but he had not anticipated that Harry would hide it from him. Every time he feigned indifference while intentionally probing, the three would stammer and deflect the conversation. Mo Yin no longer intentionally made things difficult for the three individuals. In truth, he bore little concern for the other two, often disregarding them altogether. Mo Yin simply could not comprehend why Harry would act in such a manner. Hadn't he done so much for him only to find that his trust remained elusive? What a ridiculous predicament this was. Mo Yin closed the book and wearily rested his head on the table. By not thinking about anything, nor caring about anything, one cannot be saddened. Outside the library, three individuals peered inside with concern, yet failed to catch a glimpse of Mo Yin, obscured as he was by the towering piles of books. Where has he gone? Harry inquired anxiously. I don't know, Ron speculated. Perhaps he has gone inside to read? Hermione scoffed. Did you not see how pale his face was just now? He is certainly not in the mood to read. It's all Malfoy's fault. Harry gritted his teeth. It was his words that caused Mo Yin such distress. Thus, we must not reveal anything about Snape to him, Hermione advised. Snape has always been exceptionally kind to him. If he were to discover that Snape is truly this kind of person, Mo Yin would be even more devastated. The other two little lions nodded in agreement. On Christmas morning, Mo Yin awoke to find a heap of gift-wrapped presents piled beside his bed, momentarily taken aback. Donning his morning robe, he settled cross-legged on the floor to unwrap the packages, as he was the only one left in the dormitory. It turned out that not only his frequent visitors, Edmund, Wendy, and the trio of Harry, had sent him gifts, but nearly all the first-year Slytherins had also contributed, including Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Since he had landed a punch on Draco during potions class, their slightly thawed relationship had reverted to a state of Cold War. Consequently, while unwrapping the gifts from Draco's group, Mo Yin kept his distance, using a long stick transformed from a quill to poke at the packages. No traps. Draco had gifted him a beautifully crafted magical music box, within which little figures danced and sang, greeting him with Merry Christmas as he lifted the lid. Goyle had sent a doll that blinked and smiled. How embarrassing. While Crabbe had gifted him a toy dog that perpetually hopped about. All of these items he had seen in the Little Peter Pan toy store in Diagon Alley, and they were quite expensive. He had no doubt that Goyle and Crabbe would only have given such gifts at Draco's behest. Increasingly wary, Mo Yin inspected all the gifts. Except for the silver-green gloves that Harry had sent, and after thorough scrutiny, he reluctantly conceded that Draco had indeed only gifted him a present. Then, from Draco's package, he discovered a letter. Although the wording was quite vague, awkward, and stilted, it was unmistakably an apology. An apology? Draco was apologizing? After he had just punched him? Mo Yin bit his lower lip tightly, pondering the peculiarities surrounding him. The Christmas feast was extraordinarily sumptuous. 100 roasted chickens, mountains of potatoes, platters of rich sausages, peas laced with cream, and boat-shaped dishes brimming with nutritious gravy and cranberry sauce, alongside wondrous magical firecrackers. These firecrackers emitted explosive sounds upon being cracked open, releasing puffs of blue smoke, from which intriguing items would burst forth. Upon his arrival in the Grand Hall, Mo Yin eagerly snapped open 2 firecrackers. One revealed 2 red balloons while the other released several small white mice, which Leia delightedly pounced upon. This spectacle lifted Mo Yin's spirits, transforming his earlier gloom into hearty laughter. Observing this, Raphael tilted his head and, with a sudden impulse, pounced on several firecrackers, tossing the contents to Leia, which only further amused Mo Yin. That was until he caught sight of Harry. Harry donned a green sweater, identical to those worn by the Weasley twins, as he and the Weasley brothers tumbled into the room, engaging in playful antics. Mo Yin's face turned pale at once. However, he quickly regained his composure when Harry rushed over, exclaiming excitedly, Mo Yin, thank you for the broomstick repair toolkit. It is simply marvelous. I'm glad you like it. Mo Yin replied, noticing that his voice sounded slightly deeper than usual, and he quickly corrected himself. By the way, where did you get that sweater? It's beautifully knitted. Then Harry began to introduce the Weasley family. Mo Yin listened quietly, occasionally nodding and smiling. Harry, delighted to see Mo Yin, who had been feeling down lately, finally returning to normal, spoke with increasing joy and detail, inadvertently overlooking the faint discomfort in his heart. In truth, Mo Yin absorbed none of it. He merely needed Harry to keep talking to mask the tumultuous jealousy and anger raging within him. Bastard, I am his family. How despicable of the Weasley family to try and take Harry away. The 7th son of the Weasley clan? Just the thought of such a title in the future filled Mo Yin with uncontrollable rage. His nails dug deeply into his palm, warm blood trickling down, which he discreetly wiped onto his black robe. Harry and Fred were setting off firecrackers. Harry and George were playfully tussling with a white mouse. Harry laughed heartily at the sight of Percy getting a tooth knocked by a galleon. Harry and Ron had agreed to play wizard's chess later. Harry exchanged hats with Dumbledore. Harry gazed in astonishment at Professor McGonagall, who had just received a kiss from Hagrid. The only Slytherin sitting at the far end of the long table cut his steak with elegant poise, occasionally glancing at the boisterous Harry or listening to Professor Flitwick's jokes, responding with laughter at the appropriate moments. The raucousness of the Gryffindors seemed to have no effect on him, even as red fireworks whizzed past. He did not so much as blink. Observing the quiet, gentle yet profoundly proud boy from Slytherin, who wore a pleasant smile while eating his steak, Dumbledore sighed discreetly. Then donned a rather ludicrous green hat adorned with polka dots. Having observed for so long, he was well aware that Mo Yin never touched steak. On one occasion, he had inadvertently taken a bite and nearly vomited at the long table, ultimately covering his mouth to hide his retching. In the end, Mo Yin declined Harry's invitation to engage in a snowball fight, claiming he was somewhat afraid of the cold, and retreated alone to the Slytherin common room. There, he found himself devoid of the strength to even walk into the dormitory, collapsing to the ground as he violently vomited, his hand gripping the sofa in pain, only to discover that both of his palms were now bloodied and raw. Moments earlier in the Great Hall, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to scream at Harry, "I am your brother. I am your brother. We are family. Why are you mingling with them?" If it were not for the keen awareness that Dumbledore and Snape had been watching him all along, preserving the last vestige of his sanity, he would have certainly shouted those words. "Brother, brother," Mo Yin murmured in Chinese, unaware that tears were streaming down his face. In his past life, he had been abandoned by his parents at an orphanage when he was just an infant. Unlike in this life, he had no memories then, leaving him uncertain of whether he had any family, and if so, where they might be. The conditions of the orphanage were dire, surviving solely on meager sponsorships. The matron cared deeply for the children, yet her stern demeanor stemmed from the exhaustion of managing over 20 orphan souls, leaving her little energy to maintain a nurturing facade. Consequently, in his childhood, he harbored resentment towards the matron for her harsh treatment. All the children in the orphanage adored Yuan, a fellow orphan who was the only one to return after leaving. However, he was engrossed in his studies, juggling work and pursuing a graduate degree, which limited his ability to provide substantial material support. Nonetheless, he would bring his old textbooks to teach the children and often took them hiking and swimming. He embodied the role of a true elder brother, caring for and indulging them. When he noticed the children escort him, he would suggest outings, much to the matron's chagrin, who often scolded him for spoiling the unruly lot, yet she would always acquiesce. Eventually, Yuan pursued his graduate studies, and Mo Yin was taken under the wing of his master, adopting the name Mo Yin, with the courtesy named Qin Yuan. Upon returning to the orphanage, he found it transformed into a resort. The sect was small, comprising only the master, his wife, and 4 disciples. Mo Yin had been raised by his elder brother, Mo Lin, who had shared a bed with him as a child, imparting his martial arts skills. Mo Lin was remarkably gentle, a rarity for a man, which made it difficult to imagine anyone else could manage the impish Mo Yin. If Mo Yin erred, his elder brother could never bear to punish him, opting instead to kneel before the sex tablet as penance. On nights when Mo Yin struggled with his training, Mo Lin would hold him for hours, channeling his energy to help clear Mo Yin's meridians. Whenever Mo Yin craved a treat, his elder brother would personally cook for him. In moments of inexplicable sadness, Mo Lin would sit beside him, quietly listening as he transformed trivial matters into monumental concerns. The second brother was boisterous and careless, often forgetting Mo Yin's school schedule, leading to his frequent truancy and notoriety at school. He was also a fervent football fan, loudly criticizing the national team, only to down a pitcher of beer despite being easily intoxicated. One bottle was enough to incapacitate him. Yet, come the next day, he would resume his cheers and complaints with renewed vigor. The third brother was merely 4 years older than Mo Yin. When Mo Yin joined the sect at the age of 11, the third brother was already a serious little man, preoccupied with an abacus. Initially, he managed finances as a mere requirement of the curriculum, but soon he unwittingly obtained the authority to manage funds, leading to lengthy lectures every time the second brother sought to buy alcohol. Mo Yin soon found himself with a modest allowance of 50 cents daily, initially suspecting the third brother of self-serving motives, only to realize that he alone enjoyed such privileges while the third brother subsisted on cold steamed buns at lunch. Their master never exhibited any authority among them. Instead, he reveled in watching cartoons and soap operas, often moved to tears by their fictional tales. He was impatient when imparting skills, frequently delegating this task to Mo Lin while he lounged in his room, engrossed in television or indulging in sleep. He relished the meals prepared by his wife and took delight in teasing Mo Yin, who on several occasions found himself in tears on the steps, incited by the master's antics. In these moments, the elder brother would silently reproach him, while the second brother would glare, the third brother would threaten with the television, and the mistress would tug at his ear, urging him to apologize to Mo Yin. The mistress, plump and resembling any middle-aged woman one might encounter on the streets, always wore a serene smile. Apart from her occasional ferocity when admonishing the master, she was exceedingly gentle, her cooking surpassing that of any restaurant, thus spoiling Mo Yin's palate. Eventually, she sold an antique vase passed down through the sect to fund Mo Yin's education at the capital university. There, he met a senior who later introduced him to an organization. His exceptional skills in ancient martial arts and his latent ambitions garnered him praise and attention from the upper echelons, allowing him to ascend to the position of No. 3 within 2 years, entering the organization's core. It was during this time that he became aware of the pervasive darkness and filth in the world, the bloodshed and cruelty lurking beneath a facade of tranquility. He initially believed he was acting as an agent of justice, ridding society of its evils. However, everything changed when an innocent girl became embroiled in his conflict, resulting in her blindness. Overcome with guilt, he visited her daily, reading her favorite novels at her request. His prolonged presence and her unusual circumstances eventually attracted government attention, leading to the revelation of his identity as the infamous assassin, Night Stalker. They feared his prowess with a gun, prompting them to summon an expert from beyond. Thus, his beloved elder brother, with profound sorrow in his eyes, took aim at him. Uttering the words, "Farewell, Night Stalker," he bore no resentment towards his brother for taking his life, yet the pain of that moment, being addressed as Night Stalker, wrenched his heart. "I am Mo Yin. Mo Yin. Mo Yin, do you know Nicklame?" One day, as the new semester commenced, Harry, engrossed in the library, suddenly inquired. A wave of joy surged through Mo Yin's heart, infusing his voice with elation. "Indeed? Really?" The trio stared at him in astonishment, their expressions somewhat vacant. "Do you remember?" On the chocolate frog card, the one featuring Dumbledore, it states, "Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts." Many of today's esteemed wizards regard his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, his discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his contributions to magical research alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel, as the primary reasons for his renown. Observing the trio's gaping mouths, Mo Yin smugly mused that had he inquired earlier, they would not have needed to search for so long. In a particularly buoyant mood, he even offered an additional tidbit. Nicholas Flamel is, to this day, the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? The three Gryffindors exchanged glances. The Philosopher's Stone is an extraordinary substance endowed with immense magical properties, capable of transmuting any metal into pure gold and producing the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel celebrated his 665th birthday last year, while his wife has reached the age of 658. A pleased smile crept across Mo Yin's lips. No wonder Harry's single utterance was swiftly curtailed by Hermione's gaze. They remained blissfully unaware that the book in Mo Yin's hands had suddenly begun to warp under his grip. Mo Yin endeavored to ensure that his voice did not tremble. "Harry, why do you ask about this?" "Oh, it's nothing," Hermione interjected hastily. "A couple of days ago, I heard Hagrid mention it, and I was merely curious." "Hagrid? The keeper of the hunting grounds?" Mo Yin gazed intently at Harry, bewildered as to why he would bring up Nicklame. "Oh, that," Hermione replied, striving to sound casual. "Nicklame is a dear friend of Professor Dumbledore. The other day, when we were discussing Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid shared a few words with us." Mo Yin continued to gaze at Harry, whose eyes were firmly glued to the pages of the book, his tousled black hair nearly adhering to the text. Mo Yin's gaze turned icy. "Harry, don't sit so close while reading. Do you wish to become nearsighted again?" Harry quickly lifted his head, sighing in relief, and flashed a conciliatory look at Mo Yin. But Mo Yin had already shifted his attention back to the textbook. Just before parting ways, Mo Yin could not help but inquire, "Harry, is there anything you wish to discuss with me?" He failed to notice that a hint of pleading crept into his voice. Harry had long forgotten the topic of conversation among the few in front of him and was still preoccupied with Mo Yin's earlier mention of the potion precautions for the next day. "Yes, there are so many things. I really can't memorize them all. Is it permissible not to memorize them? I could write everything down on parchment and refer to it as needed." The Slytherins could not help but notice that Mo Yin had been in a rather foul mood lately. His spirits had been low since the end of the last semester, and although he had hoped that a lengthy holiday would allow him to recuperate, the situation had only worsened. While Mo Yin had never been particularly sociable with his housemates, everyone viewed him and Draco as the leaders of their year. Draco's esteemed lineage and connections were remarkable, but it was Mo Yan's exceptional abilities that earned him universal respect. Within the first 2 weeks of arriving at school, all the first-year students found themselves exasperated by the ever-changing stairs and the bizarre doors. It was during this time that Mo Yin produced a hand-drawn guide to navigating Hogwarts, detailing the pathways of most staircases and doors, as well as the locations and layouts of various classrooms. Unsurprisingly, not only first-years but also older students benefited significantly from it, although Gryffindor soon acquired their own copies, which quickly spread throughout the school, causing some annoyance among the Slytherins. Why should they share the fruits of their labor? They ceased their complaints upon learning of Mo Yan's authorship. In truth, it was Slytherin who reaped the most benefit. Mo Yan's original intention was to facilitate things for Harry, anticipating that Harry's nature would lead him to share it with Ron and the others. However, he realized that if his housemates discovered this, it would not bode well. So he made multiple copies for distribution within Slytherin. During regular classes, it was well known that Mo Yin consistently grasped concepts more swiftly and thoroughly than anyone else. Although he preferred not to be disturbed, he would patiently respond if others sought his assistance. In reality, Mo Yin was far more popular than he realized. Yet now, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. If someone dared to ask a question, he would typically respond in a dry tone. See page 389 of History of Magic. 4 Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. Refer to pages 78 to 82. He no longer regarded them with the usual mix of exasperation and tolerance. Instead, he buried his face in his book, exuding an air of leave me be to acquaintances and stay away to strangers. What has happened to Mo Yin? The first-year students dared not inquire, and on one occasion, Blaise was pushed forward by the crowd. Upon his inquiry, Mo Yin merely smiled softly. What can I do? I'm perfectly well. Though he spoke thus, Blaise felt a chill wash over him when he gazed into those silver eyes, momentarily reminded of the blood-soaked figure of Baylor, and he scurried away in a frenzy. Even Draco's 2-hour tirade about Harry in the common room failed to lift Mo Yan's spirits, and it caught Edmund's attention as well. Mo Yin, he attempted to place a hand on Mo Yan's shoulder to draw his attention, but Mo Yin shrugged away from his touch. Edmund, may I have a moment alone? Very well. After a brief silence, Edmund stood beside Mo Yin for a moment longer before departing. Yet outside the confines of the academy, Mo Yin appeared entirely normal. During potions class, he did his utmost to occupy Snape, preventing him from finding trouble with Harry. In the library, he continued to read diligently, alternating with Hermione to tutor Harry and Ron each day, and on Thursday afternoons, he assisted Harry in previewing potions. Although everything seemed unchanged, Harry sensed a subtle difference. Mo Yin, have I done something recently to upset you? His green eyes were filled with urgency. The silver eyes regarded the green ones for a long while. No, Harry, it's nothing. If you consider concealment and distrust trivial, then what purpose would it serve to voice it? Now, Mo Yin found some utility in Ron, as he could always ramble on about an array of topics, which greatly relieved Mo Yin, who was on the verge of losing his temper. Ron enthusiastically analyzed everything in sight, attaching his self-proclaimed insightful opinions to each. Snape served as the referee for the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and they were in for a rough time. Neville ought to stand up against the overbearing Malfoy. They had no reason to succumb. Within 5 minutes of the match, Harry seized the golden snitch, and Snape's expression was as grim as could be. At this point, Hermione shot him a series of pointed glances. Mo Yin listened intently. The weather was splendid on this Wednesday afternoon, and he had finally made some progress in his research on the Marauders map. Spending more time in the library poring over books, in his hands was a tome on the power of names. Mo Yin recalled how Voldemort had cast a spell on his own name, allowing his Death Eaters to instantly locate anyone who dared to utter it and promptly materialize before them. Little Barty Crouch utilized Polyjuice Potion, while Peter Pettigrew transformed into his Animagus form. However, their true names still appeared on the Marauders map. This indicated that the names of wizards possessed an intrinsic magic, establishing a connection that transcended mere nomenclature, a connection often overlooked by wizards, with the magic that could obscure such relationships being exceedingly rare, if it existed at all. Now, Mo Yin pondered whether the truly magical name was the one bestowed upon a wizard by their parents at birth, or the one they chose to embrace. Most wizards would not grapple with this dilemma, but Mo Yin was different. He willingly acknowledged and consistently used the name Mo Yin. Yet the name he was born with was Hugh Potter. Thus, he wondered which name would appear on the Marauders map currently in the possession of the Weasley twins. Voldemort had a similar experience, but he had never been monitored by the Marauder's map, leaving Mo Yin without a point of reference. Unless he could procure a Marauder's map of his own to examine. Mo Yin gently tapped the table, pondering which recent evening he could spare time to visit the library's restricted area. Mo Yin! Mo Yin! Harry suddenly burst in, calling out loudly. Mrs. Pants, wielding her feather duster, hurried in after him, roaring, "No loud noises in the library. No running." Before Mrs. Pants could reach him with her feather duster, Harry pulled Mo Yin and dashed out of the library, a piercing scream following them. "You naughty boy, you shall never enter the library. Never." Mo Yin clutched the enchantment of her name in one hand while being pulled along by Harry with the other. They sprinted swiftly, and Mo Yin was compelled to shout, "Harry, what is the matter? I haven't even packed my backpack yet." "Hurry up, Mo Yin," Harry exclaimed, "otherwise, we will miss it." Eventually, they arrived at the doorstep of a quaint cottage on the edge of the forbidden forest. As Harry knocked on the door, he excitedly said to Mo Yin, "Mo Yin, how many wizards get to witness a real dragon hatching from its egg in their lifetime?" Mo Yin leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and could not help but roll his eyes inwardly at the remark. It was merely a large lizard. What was there to admire? Compared to the divine dragon of China, this was nothing but an unremarkable and grotesque creature. Ever since entering the world of wizards, Mo Yin had instinctively concealed his martial prowess, attempting to navigate his daily life through the lens of a wizard's perspective. In martial arts novels, practitioners sometimes found themselves unable to even run after consuming items like the transformation powder, as their bodies had grown accustomed to being supported by an unceasing flow of internal energy. Once that support was lost, they experienced immense discomfort and became weaker than ordinary individuals. Mo Yin was no exception, which explained why he would tire after merely a few paces. Fortunately, Hogwarts did not have physical education classes, or he would undoubtedly finish last every time, despite the fact that his physique was actually stronger than that of anyone else. Hagrid craned his neck to look around, pausing for a moment when he spotted Mo Yin. However, he likely wasn't surprised, as Hermione and Ron had probably mentioned him, and he beckoned them inside, saying, "Hurry up." Hermione and Ron had arrived 5 minutes earlier. "It's about to come out." The egg rested on the table, a deep crack running across its surface, and something was writhing within, producing a peculiar knocking sound. They all pulled up chairs to sit at the table, anxiously watching, while Hagrid rubbed his hands together in agitation, and Mo Yin found himself filled with curiosity. Suddenly, a cacophony of fragmented noises erupted from the egg, followed by the shell cracking open. A small dragon plopped onto the table with a thud. It resembled a crumpled black umbrella. Its fragile wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender body, and it had notably large nostrils and a pair of bumpy horns on its forehead, with bulging orange eyes. So ugly? Mo Yin was struck by lightning. Then, his ears twitched slightly as he detected a faint sound emanating from the window. "Who?" Hagrid bellowed, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor, a rare sight indeed. Yet, before Hagrid could leap up and dash to the window, Mo Yin had already bolted out the door. A figure with platinum hair was swiftly retreating. "Draco!" Mo Yin called out loudly. The figure paused momentarily. Mo Yin dashed forward. "Harry, has Mo Yin told Malfoy about this?" Ron inquired skeptically. Harry, noticing Hagrid's similarly doubtful expression, immediately replied, "Absolutely not. I hadn't even had the chance to speak with Mo Yin before entering. How could he inform Draco when he himself is unaware? Perhaps he followed you because he saw you dragging Mo Yin along." Ron continued to speculate. "You were quite conspicuous. Why don't you suggest he trailed you and Hermione instead?" Harry retorted, exasperated. Ron flushed with indignation and shouted back, Enough." Hermione interjected, her voice rising to quell the escalating argument between the two boys. "Have you forgotten? During our discussion at noon, Malfoy was standing nearby, eavesdropping on us." "I bet he learned of it then." The two boys huffed in unison, falling silent. "What are they talking about?" Hagrid asked, gazing out the window. Harry and the others squeezed to the door's edge, witnessing Mo Yin coldly glaring at Draco, who met his gaze with equal defiance. Harry had never seen Mo Yin wear such an expression and shuddered slightly. After a moment, Mo Yin nodded, and the two of them drew their wands. Harry feared they would duel and rushed forward, only to be firmly restrained by Ron and Hermione. The tips of their wands intersected, and a crimson light swiftly surged from the wands into their bodies. "What are they doing?" Harry inquired, regaining his composure. "They're casting a spell," Hermione whispered. "It's a vow spell. Those who break the vow will face dire consequences. I read about it in a book." Then, Mo Yin and Draco approached Hagrid's hut together. Draco won't reveal Hagrid's secret of raising a dragon, Mo Yin stated. But in exchange, he demands to assist in caring for the creature. Before Ron could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Hermione's louder voice. All right, Hermione, are you out of your mind? Ron exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. This is the right thing to do. The brown-haired girl tossed her head, a few strands of hair brushing past Ron's face. Do you want Hagrid to end up in Azkaban? As long as he tends to the baby dragon with us, he won't betray us. Mo Yin chuckled softly, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Clearing his throat, he managed to suppress his laughter and remarked, Hermione, did you not notice Draco's name? When linked to your earlier statement, it becomes rather amusing. Draco tending to little Draco? In Latin, Draco signifies dragon. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Though Draco and Ron wore somewhat sour expressions, the others deliberately chose to overlook it. Once everyone had entered, Hagrid promptly closed the door and returned to the table. The little creature, long neglected, had already marred Hagrid's table with numerous blackened scorch marks. The ensuing moments were quite delightful, perhaps due to the peculiarities of his name. Draco exhibited a remarkable understanding of dragons, engaging in lively conversation with Hagrid, who possessed a wealth of practical experience. Harry, Ron, and Hermione listened intently, though Mo Yin felt a sense of discontent, as he was the only one in the room who disliked the ugly little creature. Yet, the Norwegian Ridgeback, affectionately named Norbert by Hagrid, seemed particularly fond of coiling around him. Mo Yin remained vigilant, wary of the creature's propensity to singe his garments. Hagrid had already paid the price for his exuberance with his own beard. As Mo Yin inquired, he placed a glass of mandrake juice on the table. Draco hastily inserted his fingers, which had swollen once again within mere minutes, into the glass. A look of endurance gradually relaxed on his face. Much better. You want to seek Madame Pomfrey. She could remedy this in but a minute. But what if she discovers it was indeed a bite from a Norwegian Ridgeback? My father mentioned that Madame Pomfrey's skills are as exceptional as her perceptiveness. It is unlikely we could deceive her. Furthermore, her ethical standards are equally admirable. She would never divulge a patient's secrets. Edmund interjected, observing Draco's pitiable hand with curiosity. Draco, what on earth but you? A creature from the Forbidden Forest, Draco replied. Edmund, is there something you need? I heard you won't be attending this Quidditch practice, so I came to check on you. Next week, we have a match against Ravenclaw. Do you wish to participate? Draco leaped up in excitement, nearly spilling the mandrake juice, and hurriedly steadied it, asking in astonishment, Can I? Marcus. Marcus forgot his responsibilities during the match against Gryffindor, and so did Draylands. Both are currently in reflection. Edmund chuckled, stating, I heard from Marcus that your flying skills are quite commendable. It was unwise to place you in the reserve solely due to your age. If your hand is healed by then, we can assess your performance this Saturday to determine who will officially compete. Are you willing to participate? Absolutely, Draco exclaimed. After Edmund departed, Draco fixed his gaze intently upon Mo Yin. Mo Yin had no choice but to say, Congratulations. Draco's smile grew ever more radiant. Mo Yin found herself somewhat perplexed by him, increasingly feeling that their current mode of interaction was exceedingly peculiar. They oscillated between frigid standoffs and collaborative efforts. While Draco exhibited a resilience akin to that of a cockroach, swiftly forgetting each setback only to bounce back with renewed vigor, which was undeniably admirable. The adage suggests one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, even during their Cold Wars, they were compelled to present a facade of peace and unity before others. Draco excelled in this regard, effortlessly dissipating the frigid atmosphere that lingered between them. What has happened with Norbert? Mo Yin inquired, somewhat awkwardly shifting the topic. Ever since the first encounter with the remarkably destructive little dragon that had displayed its dependence on him, he had been unwilling to revisit that unsightly creature. He's doubled in size. Draco remarked with a hint of worry. Hagrid refuses to release him, fearing he might perish in the wild. Harry suggested gifting him to Charlie Weasley, who was studying dragons in Romania, and Hagrid consented to this idea. That sounds splendid. Mo Yin responded, puzzled. What troubles you? Draco let out a long sigh. Mo Yin shivered, rubbing her arms against the chill, reclining against the back of his chair. After a prolonged silence, he melancholically confessed, I simply cannot bear to part with him. Mo Yin, the great cold. I have long harbored the desire to raise a dragon, yet my father has always opposed it. Unlike Hagrid, I cannot recklessly bring a dragon egg home. Now, an opportunity has finally presented itself, yet within a month, I must part with you. You can dedicate yourself to studying dragons after graduation, Mo Yin suggested. Impossible, Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of Malfoy would engage in such activities? With a roll of her eyes, Mo Yin inwardly cursed her own meddlesomeness. On Saturday afternoon, Draco had dragged Mo Yin out of the Slytherin common room, where Harry and his companions awaited them in the foyer. "Harry, I told you I dislike Norbert. I do not wish to meet him," Mo Yin stated weakly. "But Norbert likes you," Harry replied. "Tonight, we are to send Norbert off. Hagrid hopes you can meet him before he leaves, so Norbert won't be too heartbroken. I only encountered him at birth. He has surely forgotten me by now." Mo Yin attempted to dissuade Harry from this futile endeavor, reasoning that the Norwegian Ridgeback was not known for its intelligence. "If he has truly forgotten, you may leave first," Hermione assured her. "Regardless, we only need to bring you along." However, Mo Yin had miscalculated. Norbert remembered her. In fact, the moment Norbert spotted Mo Yin, he excitedly bounded over. Exhaling joyous flames from his nostrils, his mouth agape to reveal sharp fangs, his tail swishing about vigorously, breaking 3 chair legs and cracking a table leg, all culminating in a loud yelp. "Petrificus totalis," Mo Yin uttered just 3 steps away from Norbert. Thud! Norbert fell pitifully to the ground. Hagrid immediately roared in anger, prompting Hermione to hastily lift the spell. "Oh, Norbert. Norbert, come to Mama," Hagrid said, his eyes brimming with tears. Norbert responded by spewing a plume of fire in Hagrid's direction before joyfully bounding over to Mo Yin, nuzzling her legs incessantly, under the weight of everyone's gaze. Mo Yin found herself unable to cast Norbert away, reluctantly donning protective armor for herself. The night of Norbert's farewell was filled with wonder and peril. Harry produced his invisibility cloak and recounted its origins. Mo Yin then revealed her own invisibility cloak, claiming it was gifted by a ghost who assisted her in discovering it in a hidden chamber. Everyone envied her good fortune. Well aware of her close ties with the castle's ghosts, even the bloodied Barrow who sat beside her daily. On their way to bid Norbert farewell, they encountered the patrolling Madame Norris. Mo Yin suspected she had been lured by a mouse that Hagrid had stuffed into a crate, so he tossed her a dried fish, a staple he carried during his nocturnal wanderings, for the invisibility cloak could not deceive Madame Norris's keen sense of smell. Their return from the tower led them to a close encounter with Filch. However, thanks to Mo Yin's reminder, they managed to evade detection without incident. Finally, while hastily avoiding another pursuing Madame Norris, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, cloaked in invisibility, collided with Professor Snape, who was patrolling the castle. Harry fumed, questioning why Snape did not use a Lumos charm during his rounds. They were all promptly apprehended. Mo Yin and Draco could have avoided this predicament, but Snape merely sniffed his large nose, and they were drawn out from their hiding spot, the scent of Draco's hair gel having betrayed them. When Professor McGonagall arrived in her pajamas, the 3 Gryffindors had already been reduced to pale shadows, trembling under Snape's sharp rebuke. Mo Yin, mustering her courage, attempted to interject, but a single glance from Snape rendered her speechless. His gaze, ever hollow and profound, was now tinged with disappointment and a swirling array of emotions that remained obscured. Mo Yin lowered his head, feeling as though every word of Professor McGonagall's reprimand struck his heart like a hammer. In her fury, Professor McGonagall deducted 50 points from each student, causing Gryffindor to lose a total of 150 points, while Slytherin was reduced by 100. Mo Yin dared not look at Professor Snape's expression. "Tomorrow, we would become the enemies of the entire school. What should we do?" On the way back to the Slytherin common room, Draco asked with concern, "What else can we do?" Mo Yin shrugged, accepting the consequences of his actions. Early in the morning, Edmund noticed 2 first-year students standing dejectedly outside his door, looking utterly exhausted. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you knock?" Edmund quickly ushered them inside, but they declined. "Edmund, we have something to tell you," Mo Yin said. "What is it?" "Yesterday, we were caught during a night excursion." "By whom?" "Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, along with Gryffindor's Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley." Draco interjected suddenly. "Very well." Edmund crossed his arms against the doorframe. "Tell me, how many points were deducted from each of you?" 50, Mo Yin said, lowering his voice in shame. 50? Did the 3 from Gryffindor lose that many as well? Edmund continued to inquire. "Yes. So, Gryffindor lost 150 points? A boy with short brown hair chimed in, laughing. "We've been trailing them by 30 points since the last Quidditch match. Now we've taken the lead, and are still behind Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff." Wendy added as she walked by, "I saw the score funnels for all 4 houses in the hall, and Slytherin was second to last. Is it because of you 2? Blushing, Mo Yin explained once more. The others from the dormitory, having heard the news, emerged. and being surrounded by a group of individuals at least a foot taller was certainly uncomfortable. Mo Yin, what's with you? Recently, even Draco has been seen mingling with those Gryffindors. I even spotted you at the gamekeeper's hut. What's going on? A boy with light brown hair, a sixth year named Greater March, asked sharply. Sorry, I can't say. Draco shook his head, his face pale as if he might faint. A hush fell over the group. After a moment of contemplation, Edmund spoke. Here's the deal. Due to your reckless behavior, Slytherin has suffered disgrace. As punishment, you must earn 100 points within 7 days and ensure that Slytherin ranks first in points within a month. If you succeed, we will overlook this incident and your association with Gryffindor. Understood? 7 days? Draco's lips had already lost their color. Not a problem. Mo Yin stood tall, gazing resolutely at Edmund. He had intended to do just that. Edmund nodded, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before heading to the Great Hall for a meal. One by one, the others followed suit, patting them on the back, with the brown-haired boy exclaiming, Good luck, Mo Yin and Draco. 100 points in 7 days? Mo Yin and Draco exchanged fearful glances. 10 points per class. That's actually quite manageable. Mo Yin smiled, as long as you know where to focus your efforts. Hermione often manages to do so. In Transfiguration class, as Professor McGonagall finished explaining the requirements, Mo Yin and Draco simultaneously transformed their wands into cups, Draco into a tall, transparent crystal goblet, and Mo Yin into an oval, shallow, flat-eared celadon cup. Professor McGonagall approached to inspect their work. Slytherin earns 10 points. In Potions class, Mo Yin and Draco submitted their potions, both a vibrant shade of green. Slytherin earns 20 points. From Snape's gaze, Mo Yin discerned that he was aware of Edmund's punishment details. In Charms class, simultaneously, Mo Yin and Draco arranged a pile of sesame seeds on their desks into the shape of a W. 5 points each, Professor Flitwick proclaimed joyfully. In Herbology, Professor Sprout inquired, Who can tell me the name of this plant? Draco raised his hand, astonishing a group of Hufflepuff students. Mimosa pudica, Professor. Slytherin earns 2 points. What is its use? Draco raised his hand again. The petals of the Mimosa pudica are used in certain love potions, while the leaves can be utilized to brew remedies for colds, gastritis, enteritis, and malaria. Additionally, it can be made into a hair loss remedy and a few other potions. Slytherin earns 5 points. Mr. Evans, do you have something to add? I would like to elaborate, Mo Yin said. Mimosa pudica primarily grows in the tropical regions of South America, thriving in warm, humid conditions with minimal soil requirements. It prefers sunlight but can tolerate partial shade. Due to its sprawling form and delicate, feathery leaves that close upon contact, it is commonly known as the sensitive plant or touch-me-not. Its sensitivity allows it to predict earthquakes. In the hours leading up to a strong tremor, the leaves of the sensitive plant, attuned to external stimuli, will suddenly wilt and then wither. Typically, the leaves open during the day and close at night. If the leaves exhibit the abnormality of closing during the day and opening at night, it serves as a precursor to an impending earthquake. Slytherin earns 10 points. In defense against the dark arts, Mo Yin had already mastered the content before even starting school, so there were no issues. Remarkably, even in History of Magic, Mo Yin was able to earn points from the elderly Professor Binns. Professor, I have some thoughts on this matter. May I share? Mo Yin raised his hand, interrupting Professor Binns' hypnotic lecture on the Goblin Rebellions. Yes, what is it? Professor Binns took a long moment to respond, finally muttering, Oh, very well, go ahead. In 1612, during the Goblin Rebellion, they utilized the tavern in Hogsmeade as their headquarters. I wonder, what role did Hogwarts play in this rebellion? Why did the goblins choose Hogsmeade, so close to Hogwarts, as their command center? Moreover, it is worth noting that Professor Foscott Wright, the headmaster of Hogwarts at the time, mentioned that in the late 16th century, a great wizard named Andrus Yadiel emerged. Since the establishment of St. Mungo's Hospital by Mungo Bonham in 1624, we cannot overlook the significant role of St. Mungo's during the war. In summary, I believe the contributions can be categorized as follows. Mo Yin spoke incessantly for nearly half an hour, finally pausing amidst the stunned silence of the entire classroom to ask, with a blend of humility and confidence, Professor, do you believe what I have said is correct? Professor Binns, equally astonished, stammered in response, very correct, very correct. This student has engaged in remarkably meticulous thought. One cannot blame him for not recognizing Mo Yin. After all, it was only the second time in a year that he had entered the History of Magic classroom. Nevertheless, Mo Yin feigned a wounded expression and said, Imogen Evans, Professor. Oh, Slytherin gains 30 points. How extraordinary. In just 3 days, you have managed to recover all the points. At this rate, we shall surely secure first place within a week. Imogen, Draco, you are truly commendable, Blaise exclaimed, sitting down beside the two with his books in hand. Admiration evident in his voice. Draco pointed to the dark circles under his eyes and asked, "You consider this commendable?" Blaise quickly shook his head. Draco's appearance had never been so disheveled. His clothes were crumpled, and his golden hair hung limply, devoid of styling products. In these past few days, anyone who dared to gaze at him for more than 10 seconds would evoke his wrath, as he would assume they were mocking him. Imogen, you have regained the points. Why are you not pleased? Imogen rubbed his forehead and said, I am concerned about Harry. He has not been faring well lately. Blaise and Draco exchanged a glance, and a solemn silence enveloped them. Regardless of the scores Harry and Hermione had accrued in class or Harry's impressive victories in Quidditch, the ire of their peers within the house remained unabated. At the forefront of this disdain was Harry, once regarded with pride by Gryffindor, who had suddenly transformed from the most beloved figure in the school to the most despised. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had joined in the fray against him. No matter where Harry went, he was met with scornful glances and unabashed humiliation. Following the significant point-gathering endeavor, Imogen's standing in Slytherin had not only remained intact, but had, in fact, risen considerably. This newfound esteem allowed him to assertively quell any disparaging remarks from the first-year Slytherins regarding Harry. Even the upperclassmen refrained from speaking out of respect for him. Under the cold scrutiny of Imogen's gaze, the younger students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also became notably reticent. However, when it came to the Lions of Gryffindor, Imogen found himself at a loss. In truth, if he were to intervene in Gryffindor's stance towards Harry, it would only exacerbate Harry's sorrow within the house. All he could do was assist Harry with his studies, but given his own commitment to swiftly reclaiming points, Harry's classroom performance was not as evident. Yet, it was impossible for Imogen to deliberately forsake points, even without considering the Slytherin backing him. The look from Professor Snape at that moment left no room for him to entertain thoughts of idleness. What was to be done? Imogen was at a loss. For days, the Slytherins had assumed that his exhaustion was due to his diligent study for upcoming lessons. Only Draco understood that for Imogen, those lessons were mere trifles. What truly troubled him was Harry's predicament. Would refuse to allow him to withdraw from the Quidditch match, asserting that if they could not even win the game, how could they hope to regain their points? Harry spoke with tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, the other team members refrained from addressing him directly. When compelled to speak, they merely referred to him as the Great Seeker, biting his lip and choking on his words. Tears cascaded down his cheeks. It was only in Imogen's presence that Harry was able to articulate the hardships and sorrow he had endured during this time. Moyen embraced him, feeling his shoulder gradually becoming damp, a gnawing resentment brewing within him. Would as well? Harry nodded. The Weasley twins too? Harry nodded once more. Initially, Moyen had a favorable impression of these three while they were engrossed in their readings. Wood possessed an unwavering passion for Quidditch. Always ready to ignite his fervor for the sport, the Weasley twins were characters impossible to dislike once one had witnessed their charm. Yet, he never anticipated that they would engage in such behavior. Cursed Gryffindor. Moyen. Harry tugged at his clothing. What? I am also a Gryffindor. Imogen did not anticipate that before he could seek out the twins, they had already come to find him. What Imogen was unaware of was that many Gryffindors attributed the actions of Harry and his companions to their association with Slytherin, thereby rekindling Harry's prior stance on the matter before the Quidditch match. Harry, wishing to spare Imogen any feelings of guilt regarding this issue, refrained from discussing it with him. To speak candidly, Imogen had unexpectedly encountered mischief at the Slytherin long table. The Slytherin house maintained a strict hierarchy, a fact that was most pronounced during meals in the common room and at the long table. For instance, the area near the fireplace in the common room was reserved for the leaders of each year, known as the graders, who commanded respect from students of all ages. Lower-year students were expected to yield their seats to those in higher years, and encounters in the corridors typically saw younger students step aside. At the long table, seating arrangements were generally fixed. Starting from the professor's table, the order was third year, second year, first year, the prefect, or head of the student council if applicable, followed by seventh year, sixth year, fifth year, and fourth year, with the status of individuals within each year radiating out from the prefect. Thus, Imogen's position at the table was established, with Edmund often interjecting himself into their conversations, on one side and Draco on the other, who had, in fact, displaced Goyle and Crabbe to sit opposite him. Consequently, if anyone intended to tamper with the food of a Slytherin, they merely needed to locate his seat in advance. Unlike the students from the other three houses, who often sat erratically, necessitating a reconnaissance of the situation. During lunch, as Mo Yin grasped his cup, he suddenly perceived it to feel thicker. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his reflexes, honed by prolonged exposure to danger, prompted him to instinctively hurl the cup away. The cup exploded spectacularly above Goyle and Crabbe, enveloping them in a cloud of foul-smelling mist. As the vapors dissipated, Goyle and Crabbe were revealed. Their bodies transformed entirely to a deep black hue, save for their white eyes and teeth, and exuding an unbearable stench that was utterly nauseating. A wave of laughter erupted from the three other long tables. Mo Yin drew his wand and pointed it at the two individuals. Water cascaded like a spring, drenching them thoroughly, yet their expressions remained unchanged. The laughter around them intensified. However, an unsettling silence enveloped the Slytherin table. For the cup in question originally belonged to Mo Yin, although he had yet to undergo the final voting at the end of the year. He had already subtly established himself as a first-year Gryffindor leader. To provoke the Gryffindor leaders of all years was tantamount to challenging the entirety of Slytherin. In such an atmosphere, the timid Ravenclaws and the earnest Hufflepuffs gradually fell silent, leaving only the Gryffindors to continue their boisterous laughter. Mo Yin raised his eyebrows slowly, casting a glance at the Weasley twins, who were leaning forward and backward at the Gryffindor long table. The twins arched their brows, their laughter growing increasingly exuberant. "Edmund, I shall handle this matter myself." "Oh." Edmund gestured for the others to continue their meal. "And how do you intend to do that?" Mo Yin smiled faintly, her smile exuding an enchanting wickedness. "They treat me in a certain manner, and I shall reciprocate in kind." Mo Yin pinched his nose as he glanced at the foul-smelling Goyle and Crabbe, who were still indulging in their meal, and he rose with a frown. Draco disdainfully remarked, "You two, take your food outside. You are not permitted to return until Madame Pomfrey has dispelled the stench from your persons." Crabbe cast a timid glance in his direction, clutching a bounty of food as he and Goyle exited. "How did they even end up in Slytherin?" Blaise scoffed. "Must be hereditary," Wendy chuckled, recalling how Goyle and Crabbe had been seated right beside her moments ago, nearly suffocating her with their odor. "Edmund, what are you staring at?" "Gryffindor." As Mo Yin passed by the Slytherin long table, he discreetly flicked his fingers beneath his robe, stealthily launching several colorless spheres into the plates of a few Gryffindors. These spheres were originally intended as a means to teach the Weasley brothers a lesson, but the tables had turned, transforming him from an aggressor into a passive avenger, a rather fitting twist, indeed. During his scholarly pursuits and potion-brewing endeavors, he inevitably produced some hazardous byproducts, most of which were highly toxic, corrosive, or explosive in nature. When his research hit a snag, he whimsically decided to create some prank products, many of which drew inspiration from the Weasley brothers' later creations. This was a true embodiment of reciprocating their own tactics against them. Among the Weasley brothers' inventions, the most impactful on him, aside from the fireworks used against Umbridge, was the canary cream. However, today he employed a different concoction. Just as Mo Yin stepped out of the door, a commotion erupted behind him. A smirk crept across his lips. At that moment, the Weasley brothers, along with Oliver Wood and Lee Jordan, stared in horror as their tongues began to elongate at an alarming rate, soon dragging down to their chests, a grotesquely pink sight that was rendered even more ludicrous by the drool spilling from their gaping mouths. Long-tongue toffee. Fred had once scattered it on the ground to trick Dudley into consuming it, resulting in a comically extended tongue. Hilarity erupted from the Slytherin table as the four of them, awkwardly clutching their elongated tongues, hurried toward the infirmary. As Mo Yin stepped out the door, a flock of owls swooped towards him. He swiftly sidestepped, yet one owl descended directly in his direction. "Your punishment commences tonight at 11 o'clock. Proceed to the foyer to seek Mr. Filch." Professor McGonagall mentioned the Forbidden Forest, unicorns, and Voldemort. Mo Yin narrowed his eyes, rubbing the few remaining pills in his hands, pondering what grand gift to bestow upon that foolish Quirrell, who dared to lay hands on Harry. At 11 o'clock in the evening, they assembled in the entrance hall, where Filch awaited them with a lantern in hand. "It's truly a pity that we abolished those old punishments. I should have tied you all up for a few days," Filch muttered ominously, his tone laced with malice as he led the way. "I still have those chains in my office, well-oiled and preserved, just waiting for the right moment to use them. Unless you intend to live as long as Nicola May." "That seems unlikely, Filch," Mo Yin jested. To everyone's surprise, Filch did not take offense. He merely shot a glance at Mo Yin and replied, "I suppose you think such punishment lacks severity, and that you could further flout school rules? Let me tell you, Mo Yin, this punishment is not as simple as community service. I wager you'll find being suspended for a few days quite merciful. At least you'll still have all your limbs intact. Oh, how so? Mo Yin yawned, feeling drowsy. You'll be following that big oaf, Filch said. And Harry's group guessed he meant Hagrid, which lightened their mood. Don't get too cocky, little one. You're going into the Forbidden Forest. Ron turned as pale as a sheet. Draco froze in place. The Forbidden Forest? His voice trembled. We can't go there at night. There are many strange creatures, including werewolves, I've heard. Filch cackled ominously. Don't want to go? That is not really your choice. Just then, Hagrid emerged from the shadows, and after exchanging greetings, Filch turned to leave. Before departing, however, he handed Mo Yin a small orb. Take this, he instructed. Before you get into trouble again, think about the werewolves. Let us go, children. Ron, Draco, are you two all right? The boys' faces were ghostly pale. Hagrid, Ron stammered, trembling. Filch said we're going into the Forbidden Forest. He is lying, right? He enjoys scaring students. No, he is not, Hagrid replied. Filch is correct. You're going into the Forbidden Forest to help me with the task. It's a punishment for your misdeeds. But students shouldn't be doing this. Draco shrieked. We should just write reflections or do community service. It's too dangerous. If my father finds out, unless your father would prefer you to be expelled, you must go. Hagrid roared in response to Draco mentioning Lucius Malfoy, then calmed slightly. As their relationship was relatively amicable, this task is indeed perilous, but I don't want anything bad to happen. As long as you stick with me and Fong, there is nothing in the Forbidden Forest that can harm you. Reluctantly, Draco stared at him, seemingly about to protest, but then lowered his head as if remembering something. Ron was rendered speechless, and all Mo Yin could hear was the chattering of his teeth, grateful that Harry was there to keep him moving. Harry leaned closer to Mo Yin, curiosity piqued. Mo Yin, what did Filch give you? Mo Yin glanced at it and remarked. It is an object capable of conjuring a magical barrier in times of peril, likely kept by Filch as a precaution. Wow, Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could he possibly be so kind to you? Mo Yin smiled mysteriously and said, It is because I gifted him a present during Christmas. In truth, Mo Yin had made subtle alterations to his failed map of active points, rendering it visible only at night and obscuring the names of the various common rooms. He then presented it to Filch, accompanied by a note claiming that the map would reveal the names of those wandering the castle under the cover of darkness. On one hand, he found the seemingly mundane yet elusive map, which patrolled Hogwarts day and night, to be quite extraordinary. On the other, he hoped that Filch would remain in his office throughout the night, preventing any chance encounters with himself. To this end, he marked most of the Gryffindor students along with a few from other houses. After Hagrid explained that their mission was to locate an injured unicorn, the group divided into two teams. Mo Yin, Draco, and Yaya formed one team, while Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and Harry comprised the other. They ventured forth in different directions. I must inform my father that Hogwarts has allowed us to undertake such a task. Draco muttered anxiously as he cautiously navigated the path with his lantern, every rustle inducing a startle. There is nothing more perilous than allowing that old madman to oversee Hogwarts. The foolish caretaker, I once thought he possessed some intelligence. My father will not let them off easily. As Mo Yin diligently sought traces left by the elusive unicorn, he found himself increasingly vexed by Draco's incessant prattling. At this rate, he feared that by the time Harry encountered Voldemort, he would still be meandering about aimlessly. Thus, when Draco mentioned for the 5th time how his father would intervene, Mo Yin erupted in exasperation. Enough, Draco, he bellowed. Your father, it's always about him. Don't you possess a shred of pride that belongs to you? Draco stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before muttering vacantly, I excel in Quidditch and potions. Is that not sufficient? How can you equate the glory of others with your own pride? Mo Yin retorted. But Harry is far superior in both areas. Draco suddenly lamented, his voice tinged with grievance. You always defend him. No matter how hard I try, I can't compete. Mo Yin began to respond, but abruptly halted, narrowing his eyes at Draco, leaving the latter feeling uneasy. Mo Yin suddenly recalled a time in his past life when Xiaoyu constantly implored him to read some fanfiction related to HP. However, after perusing a couple of pieces, he discovered that they were all focused on romantic themes between male characters. As a man surrounded by nurses in the hospital, how could he indulge in such an utterly image-destroying genre? Naturally, he resolutely declined, no matter how much Xiaoyu pleaded with tears in her eyes. Later, She expressed her deep regret, lamenting, "What a pity. I find the dynamics between Draco and Harry so adorable." The so-called DH refers to Draco and Harry. Could it be that Draco had feelings for Harry the very first time he reached out to him? No wonder he consistently exhibited an unusual interest in Harry, even provocatively challenging him time and again, despite knowing there would be no tangible benefits. It appears he had merely been seeking Harry's attention all along. Could it be that his current desire to surpass Harry was merely a means to pursue him in an impeccable manner, or even more audaciously, to aspire to a dominant position? Absolutely not. Such notions are utterly unacceptable. Mo Yin was suddenly consumed by rage, casting aside the lamp in his grasp. He seized Draco by the collar and forcefully pinned him against a tree. Draco, taken aback, beheld the once beautiful and gentle visage of Mo Yin contorted into a mask of fury. "What are you scheming with, Harry?" Mo Yan's voice, unexpectedly soft yet deep, bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the brooding potion's master. Draco trembled in fear. "Do not tell me you are harboring designs against Harry, Malfoy. I warn you. And you would do well to remember this. Keep your distance from Harry. Otherwise, regardless of whether it is your father or even Dumbledore and Voldemort standing behind you, I will ensure you regret ever being born. Forever and ever, do not dare to challenge the truth of my words. Do you understand?" His voice, akin to a whisper, became increasingly menacing against the backdrop of his pallid complexion. Draco nodded vigorously. Mo Yin loosened his collar. "Stay here. I shall investigate on my own. If you wish to avoid peril, it is best not to wander." He turned to retrieve the lamp he had just discarded and commanded Yi to remain in place, while he followed the faint traces that beckoned him onward. Behind him, Draco stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the true essence of Mo Yan's words. A mix of laughter and tears welled within him, ultimately contorting his expression into an odd semblance as he despondently sank to the ground, leaning against the tree trunk. As Mo Yin occasionally crouched to inspect the marks on the tree trunks and blades of grass, he remained alert, eagerly awaiting a sound. Indeed, shortly thereafter, he heard a low gasp and a flurry of movement from the very spot he had just traversed. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he activated his light-footed skills, swiftly pursuing the trail. There, on the ground lay a unicorn, lifeless, its silvery blood flowing languidly around it. The shimmering mane sparkled with a pearl-like radiance, and its slender legs retained the peculiar posture of its fall. Merely gazing upon it evoked a profound sense of beauty intertwined with sorrow. Mo Yin crouched upon the fork of a tree, gradually drawing back the bowstring, the tip of the arrow seamlessly merging with the darkness, coated in a faint black potion. Before long, a shadow clad in a mask emerged from the gloom of the forest, approaching the unicorn, bowing its head to commence its sanguinary feast. Mo Yin aimed for its head and released his fingers. The arrow silently sliced through the air. He swiftly nocked another arrow and shot again, not pausing to witness the outcome before rapidly descending from the tree, soon disappearing into the darkness. "Teach, Professor?" Mo Yin stared, astonished, at Professor Snape. Ensnared and rendered immobile within the web, and, taken aback, hurried over to assist him in disentangling the silken strands that clung to his form. This webbing, procured during a clandestine venture into Nocturne Alley, was spun by a spider native to the Amazon rainforest and exhibited minimal reaction to most forms of magic. Mo Yin had crafted this web by intertwining the spider's silk with nettle ropes, subsequently casting a spell upon the nettle strands, enabling them to spring forth and ensnare individuals upon contact, particularly binding their mouths and hands to thwart any magical attempts. Mo Yin mused on the fragility of wizards, pondering that their excessive reliance on magic rendered them utterly powerless in its absence. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, he sensed he was being followed, thus providing the web its inaugural opportunity for deployment. However, he never anticipated that this chance would be utilized against Professor Snape. He quickly surmised that in such perilous circumstances, Dumbledore would never jeopardize his own life merely to allow Harry to uncover Voldemort's intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone. And there must be additional protective measures in place besides the carelessness of Hagrid, the half-giant. Clearly, Snape was on their side, while Dumbledore was personally attending to Harry. "What on earth is this?" Professor Snape bellowed, his expression dark as he regarded the limp, pale yellow object dangling from his hand. Mo Yin feigned curiosity as he leaned in for a closer look, then solemnly remarked, "It appears to be a web." Snape cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. "How strange. Professor, how could you have been ensnared by it?" Mo Yin inquired, astonished. "By the way, how did the professor end up here?" He pressed further. "Will you not offer an explanation, Mr. Evans?" Snape's demeanor seemed to exude a chilling wind. Explain? Explain what? Mo Yin feigned innocence before suddenly realizing, lowering his gaze in shame. I apologize, Professor. I thought I could locate the injured unicorn, but after walking a short distance, I lost the trace. And the surrounding environment grew increasingly sinister. Fear gripped me, leading me to turn back. I should not have been so arrogant. Stealing a glance at Snape's increasingly displeased expression, he added, it seems my courage also requires cultivation. Enough. Snape bellowed. Mr. Evans, do you presume I would believe such nonsense? Did the professor think I was lying? Mo Yan's expression turned wounded as he stubbornly averted his gaze. If the professor chose not to believe, then he had nothing more to say. A profound silence ensued. After a considerable pause, Snape abruptly turned and strode back, prompting Mo Yin to hastily follow, his black robe swirling impressively. He shrugged discreetly. So what if he did not believe? They had been monitoring him all along, aware of his concealments, but it mattered little as long as the specifics remained unknown. If they had been surveilling him, yet failed to uncover anything, that was their own inadequacy, not his fault. Harry, however, had learned of Voldemort's presence in the forest. Since returning from the Forbidden Forest, he had been restless, frequently pressing his scar with a pained expression, occasionally startled by others' touch. Several times, he had anxiously crept to the third floor to listen for the growls of the three-headed dog, finding solace in its presence. Mo Yin felt a deep pang of sympathy for Harry's unease, yet he was at a loss for how to comfort him. Harry had not broached the subject of the Philosopher's Stone, and Mo Yin had ceased to drop hints. He could hardly approach Harry and say, "It's all right. You actually guarded the Philosopher's Stone quite effortlessly, for Voldemort could not lay a finger on you, could he? He could only strive to assist him with his studies." Draco, upon returning from the Forbidden Forest, had also grown taciturn, even exploding cauldrons during potions class on 2 occasions. Yet Mo Yin felt a sense of satisfaction, heartbreak. Especially when one had never been in love, often required self-consolation. After a period of despondency, one would eventually recover. This was far preferable to his previous attempts to harm Harry. Quirrell continued to appear in class, which disappointed Mo Yin. He knew that with Quirrell's abilities, evading his inevitable 2 arrows was impossible. Voldemort's hand was undoubtedly at work. Nevertheless, he could discern a faint reddish mark upon Quirrell's forehead. And amidst the pervasive scent of garlic on him, a subtle fragrance of violets could be detected, discreet yet undeniably present. Mo Yin smirked, having achieved his goal. He saw no need to pursue additional desires. During this period, Mo Yin had clashed with the Weasley twins several times. Once transforming their hair into Draco's platinum blonde, the Weasley twins, thoroughly disgusted with themselves, resorted to shaving their heads. And another time causing their ears to emit smoke for 2 days. The Weasley brothers' products, however, often fell short, leading to Goyle unexpectedly expressing affection for Blaise in public. Only once did Mo Yin find himself affected, causing small, pale purple cherry blossoms to sprout from his mouth whenever he spoke. In his vexation, Mo Yin carpet-bombed the Gryffindor table with pills, resulting in over half of Gryffindor transforming into large, plump, clumsy canaries during lunch, including the Weasleys. The remainder either sprouted long tongues, had their hair seemingly ablaze, though it merely appeared so, or suddenly developed pig snouts or donkey ears. Hermione sprouted a pair of rabbit ears, while a dozen others babbled incoherently, unable to convey their true intentions, including Harry. Although these transformations lasted less than 3 minutes, they provided ample amusement. The Weasley twins retaliated swiftly. During dinner, Goyle suddenly spewed forth a multitude of toads, those filthy, grotesque creatures hopping about the table and carelessly bursting their noxious juices. Although Edmund and Wendy swiftly cleaned up with their wands, all of Slytherin lost their appetites. As the entire Hogwarts community eagerly anticipated what spectacles would unfold next, both sides ceased hostilities. Mo Yin, having inadvertently involved Harry and his friends, was chastised for a considerable time, leaving him too dispirited to retaliate. Little did he know, the twins had also chosen to halt their antics. Before long, the semester drew to a close. During a sweltering few days, they completed all their examinations, leaving them with an entire week to await the results. After the final history of magic exam, all the students erupted into cheers, quills, and parchment flying in every direction. In the blissful week of relaxation, a Quidditch match took place, Gryffindor against Ravenclaw, alongside Harry's confrontation with Voldemort. Mo Yin, how did you answer question 13? I just realized I seem to have overlooked a key point, Hermione called out, spotting him seated by the lake and rushing over. Oh, for heaven's sake, Hermione, Ron interjected. Please don't say another word. We just finished the exams, and I do not wish to immerse myself in the agony of recollecting them. Mo Yin gazed at Harry, who was still rubbing his forehead, and inquired, "What troubles you, Harry? Is your head aching? I wish I knew what this signifies." Harry shouted in frustration. "My forehead has been persistently throbbing. It has hurt before, but never with such frequency as it does now." "Before? When exactly?" Mo Yin pressed for details. "Ah, I can't quite recall," Harry mumbled ambiguously. Mo Yin felt a surge of anger, yet the sight of Harry cradling his head softened his ire. He sighed and drew Harry closer, gently massaging several acupressure points on his forehead. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, much more comfortable," Harry replied, appearing drowsy as he nestled his head on Mo Yin's lap and closed his eyes. However, his brow remained furrowed, and the movement of his eyes beneath his eyelids betrayed his troubled thoughts. Ron and Hermione soon followed suit, reclining on the grass. While Ron seemed to drift into slumber, Hermione continued to murmur, "It must have been 1863 when Erlyn organized." Suddenly, Harry let out a startled exclamation and sprang to his feet, his forehead colliding forcefully with Mo Yin's chin. "I'm sorry, Mo Yin," Harry exclaimed, clutching his forehead and apologizing loudly. He then called to the other two, Hermione, Ron. "Hurry up. Where are you going?" Ron asked, still bleary-eyed, but Harry had already dashed off, leaving him no choice but to urge the still-absorbed Hermione to rise and pursue him. Mo Yin covered his mouth, a trace of crimson blood visible between his fingers, his gaze gradually growing colder. "Are you truly going alone, Mo Yin?" Charles paced anxiously around him. "Yes," Mo Yin replied gruffly, pulling an invisibility cloak from the box. "It's far too dangerous." Charles expressed his concerns. "You ought to seek the professor. That malevolent spirit is exceedingly powerful, far beyond what a first-year student like you can handle." "It's fine." Mo Yin licked his blood-stained lips and affixed a device to his arm, continuing, "Hani can manage. I just need to keep an eye on things." "Can you really just watch?" Charles asked, noticing the fresh blood trickling from the corner of Mo Yin's mouth, his heart aching for him. Mo Yin remained silent, channeling his inner strength as he donned an invisibility cloak and turned to exit the dormitory. He had considered disregarding the matter, yet ultimately found himself unable to resist. He could not allow Harry to confront Voldemort alone. Witnessing him fall into peril was an experience he could endure only once. Mo Yin silently leaped through the trapdoor, landing upon the lifeless devil's snare. He then proceeded through the door opened by Harry and his companions. During the chess game, he stood anxiously behind Hermione, who was filled with trepidation and uncertainty. He felt a flicker of admiration when Ron selflessly sacrificed himself. Later, in the potions chamber, while the two were still surveying the room, he discreetly extracted 3 drops from the smallest vial and consumed them, following Harry into the final room. He believed he could endure the impending turmoil, as he was aware that Harry had sustained no significant harm. Thus, he refrained from intervening, especially when Harry stood before the mirror, weaving a deceit. He sensed the purple flames flicker as an invisible figure entered. However, when Harry cleverly invoked his mother's protective power to grasp Quirrell's face, Mo Yin's heart throbbed as if mercilessly churned by a blender. He could scarcely fathom the intensity of Harry's pain. Harry, oh Harry, had succumbed to the agony, losing consciousness as Quirrell freed himself from Harry's grip, yet the invisible figure remained eerily still. Suddenly, Mo Yin comprehended that this figure had likely discovered his presence at some point. They were merely awaiting the other to strike first, each vying for a position of relative advantage. Quirrell brandished his wand towards Harry, his sharp, sinister voice urging him to kill. Damn it, that figure could watch him passively. But how could Mo Yin remain passive? He tore away his invisibility cloak, aimed his left arm at Quirrell, and unleashed a mechanism, sending a poisoned dart directly into Quirrell's grotesque visage. A translucent shadow screeched as it burst forth from Quirrell's body, soaring towards the ceiling. Enraged, Mo Yin refused to let it escape so easily. He waved his wand, conjuring a silver harpoon that leapt into the air, its tip swiftly piercing the fleeing shadow. His wrist flicked, and the weapon sliced through the air, emitting a resounding, clear whistle. Mo Yin remained unconvinced. Even if the incantations he currently wielded were ineffective against the half-dead soul of Voldemort, he reasoned that a soul, after all, is merely a form of energy. If it could not be extinguished in one fell swoop, could it not be fragmented and diminished? His weapon, though it may not reach the legendary realm of shattering the void, had the capability to transform the intangible air into a sharp, slicing current. Even the most solid of rocks could be reduced to fragments when caught in the bloom of his gun. As long as the speed was sufficiently swift and the force sufficiently potent, With a piercing wail, a shadow, now more translucent than ever, burst forth from the ceiling. Mo Yin knelt upon the ground, his right hand's webbing ruptured, as if the capillaries throughout his entire right arm had burst forth, painting the scene in crimson. He persevered with great difficulty until the sight of a silvery figure adorned with a bow tie brought him a sense of relief, causing him to faint at last. That cunning old fox! Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a blinding glimmer of golden light, dazzling and irksome. Mo Yin let out a murmured complaint and sank a little deeper into the bedding, pulling the sheets over his head to continue his slumber. A muffled sound of laughter echoed in the air. Is there someone? Mo Yin sprang from his bed with the swiftness of lightning, his hand already grasping a warm neck before his eyes could fully open. A vigorous pulse throbbed beneath his fingers, sending a slight sting through his injured digits. Then, Mo Yin beheld an elderly man with a waist-length white beard, grinning at him blissfully, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his neck was under another's control. Mo Yin gazed at the tender blue behind the crescent-shaped spectacles, let out a soft huff, retracted his hand, and burrowed back into the warmth of the covers. It then dawned on him that he lay in the infirmary, the bed adorned with crisp, white linens, while a small table beside him was strewn with an assortment of candies and books. Ah, those are gifts from your friends, Dumbledore remarked, noticing his gaze fixed on the table. Fred and George once endeavored to present you with a jar of sweets, yet Poppy deemed there might be harmful ingredients. Thus she took it for inspection. They then attempted to gift Harry a toilet seat, believing he would find it amusing, but alas, it too was confiscated by Poppy. Subsequently, both were escorted out. Mo Yin once again buried his head beneath the covers, refusing to acknowledge the cunning old fox who orchestrated Harry's perilous adventures, particularly the fact that this elderly gentleman dared to test Harry's life. Although he was aware that if he refrained from intervening, Dumbledore would undoubtedly rescue Harry at the last moment, he was overwhelmed by a surge of anger. Simultaneously, a twinge of jealousy crept in. Why must I expose my abilities and struggle to save others, while you can leisurely await the moment others falter? In my childhood, I too would hide beneath the covers, as if the darkness held countless intriguing wonders waiting to be discovered. Mo Yin sensed Dumbledore drawing nearer, yet it felt somewhat stifling. Do you think it is comfortable? Mo Yin abruptly pulled down the quilt, his expression one of frustration. He had intended to speak with more force and authority, but his injured tongue mercilessly thwarted his aspirations. Additionally, he was unsure if he had exerted himself too much while speaking, for the pain in his tongue was now far more intense, and his mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. Oh, has your tongue also been injured? Dumbledore's tone grew more serious. Yet, Mo Yin could not shake the feeling that he was being mocked. What did it mean that his tongue was injured? Did Dumbledore think he had bitten it in a moment of tension during a fight? It was utterly humiliating. Dumbledore summoned Madame Pomfrey, who gasped sharply upon inspecting his tongue. What is it? Is it a severe injury? Dumbledore inquired. Severe? It's more than severe. It's nearly bitten in half, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her ire palpable, though it was unclear who she was angry with. Fortunately, it's just the tip. Had it been any deeper, he could have bled to death. Madame Pomfrey swiftly exited, returning shortly with a cup filled with a thick, deep green liquid. Drink this, child. Do not swallow or spit it out. Just hold it in your mouth, she urged, as she noticed Mo Yin's expression of nausea. Mo Yin's face contorted in agony. Madame Pomfrey's concoction was far more repugnant than he had anticipated. He felt as though he were holding in his mouth water steeped in foul-smelling shoes. He could not allow himself to dwell on such thoughts, lest he succumb to the urge to vomit. Mo Yin understood that in order to regain his ability to speak swiftly, he must comply with Madame Pomfrey's directives. With his hand pressed firmly against his mouth, he struggled to endure the tumultuous sensations churning within his stomach. It was then he noticed the bandages still wrapped around his hand. Albus, it appears this child is currently unable to articulate a single word. Let him rest for now, Madame Pomfrey suggested. Do not worry, Poppy. I shall converse with this child for a short while before departing, Dumbledore replied. I believe our communication may only require one party's language. Very well, remember not to let him speak, Madame Pomfrey conceded. Even if I wished to, I could not. Mo Yin lamented, pondering why his tongue could not have been healed during his unconscious state. How much easier it would be now. Awakening to the sensation of what felt like 1,000 ants crawling upon his tongue, itchy, painful, and utterly unbearable, was tormenting. Although the viscous liquid diminished to a mere thin layer clinging to his tongue upon entering his mouth, the nauseating feeling lingered persistently. Mo Yin was convinced that the moment he opened his mouth, the meals of the past few days would come rushing back to him. Very well, refrain from speaking today. Take your medication again this evening, and you shall feel better by tomorrow morning, Madame Pomfrey instructed him. Another dose? Mo Yin gasped in horror upon hearing this, fervently wishing it were merely a threat. However, Madame Pomfrey then bid farewell to the two and departed. Mo Yin collapsed onto the bed, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloping his heart. I suppose you are now eager to inquire about Harry's condition, are you not? Dumbledore instinctively pulled a chair closer and seated himself by the bedside. Mo Yin let out a slight hum, fully aware that Harry was now unharmed. Was it necessary for him to articulate it? Of course, your astute mind must have already deduced that they are all well. Am I right? Dumbledore remarked, however. Harry will need to remain in the infirmary for 2 more days. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley returned to the dormitory in good health this morning. Dumbledore paused, noticing that Mo Yin did not seem inclined to inquire further, and continued, I suppose you may have something else you wish to share with me? Mo Yin raised an eyebrow, signifying his curiosity. For instance, the glimmer of understanding that danced in Dumbledore's eyes. The frenzied cheers during the Quidditch match? In those final, remarkable spells capable of wounding the very soul? Furthermore, the prank products that clashed with the Weasley twins? The ropes that ensnared Professor Snape? And lastly, the arrow that struck Professor Quirrell? Not to mention the potions affixed to that arrow? Mo Yin touched his arm, realizing that his darts were still intact. However, he had lost 2 of his 3-sleeved darts. One had been expended on Voldemort, while the other had naturally been taken by Dumbledore. He pursed his lips, questioning why there was a need for inquiry when he was already conducting his own research. Perhaps we should schedule a time to converse, he suggested. How does tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon sound? Although Dumbledore phrased it as a question, his words decisively established the timing for their meeting. Mo Yin was deeply disdainful of such authoritarian behavior, regarding him with a cold smile and a shake of his head. Is tomorrow inconvenient? Dumbledore inquired. What about the day after? However, you have a banquet to attend then, and you'll need to pack your belongings. I fear there will be little time left. Mo Yin drew his wand and inscribed words in the air. I do not believe there is anything worth discussing. Dumbledore gazed at the line of text for a considerable time before turning to look at him. Very well, he said, since you are unwilling, let it be. Perhaps I can await a time in the future when you are inclined to speak with me. My door is always open to you, my child. Mo Yin rolled his eyes and reclined once more with his eyes shut. The following morning, upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he was greeted by the lingering aroma of alcohol. Edmund was seated on a sofa, awaiting his arrival. Last night, everyone celebrated until dawn, but you were notably absent, he remarked. Edmund poured him a glass of a vibrant orange liquid, its rich fragrance wafting through the air. Do give it a taste. It's Madame Rosmerta's butterbeer, and I suspect you have yet to indulge in it. Thank you, Edmund, but I must decline, Mo Yin replied, taking a seat beside him on the sofa. My tongue is injured. I fear I cannot partake. Oh, that is truly unfortunate. Edmund raised an eyebrow before inquiring. So, is the rumor circulating outside indeed true? Did you really do those things? What things? Mo Yin asked, perplexed. Hermione and Ron should be unaware of his actions. Could it be that Dumbledore had also become a gossip monger? Edmund proceeded to recount the rumors, which claimed that he, out of concern for Harry and the others' safety, had followed them into the 3rd-floor corridor and just in time had taken on the formidable task of expelling Voldemort when Harry fell. Aside from a slight discrepancy in timing, the rest was quite accurate. It was evident that these tales were instigated by Dumbledore. The narrative omitted his martial prowess, but mentioned that they had engaged in a fierce battle. That is essentially the gist of it, Mo Yin stated. Mo Yin, I suspect there is a Gryffindor factor within you, Edmund remarked. It was exceedingly reckless, not to mention the disparity in strength as a Slytherin. You ought to have refrained from such actions. Many in our house still have parents who are staunch followers of the Dark Lord. Your actions could jeopardize your safety within the house. Should I merely stand idly by and watch Harry perish? Forgive my candor, Mo Yin. You regard Harry Potter as your closest ally. Does he reciprocate that sentiment towards you? In this instance, why do you describe your actions as following rather than standing shoulder to shoulder with the great savior? Mo Yin's expression instantly darkened. Edmund sighed and patted his shoulder. Be cautious at the academy over the next few days. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to the end-of-term banquet. To be candid, the celebration feels a tad premature. As Mo Yin entered the hall, he beheld the green and silver decorations, along with the banners emblazoned with the image of a great serpent. Our scores are the highest. Mo Yin, Edmund proclaimed. The house cup must surely belong to us. Let us not forget the deeds of Harry these past few days. The entire academy is abuzz with it, Mo Yin reminded him. Dumbledore will undoubtedly award them points. Edmund's countenance shifted dramatically when Harry stepped into the hall. Imogen sensed it immediately, as a hush fell over the room for a brief 2 seconds before the noise crescendoed once more. He knew Harry was gazing in his direction, yet he averted his eyes, looking to the heavens, the ground, and at Edmund, Barrow, and Draco, but not at Harry. Once the danger had passed, the concealed pain consumed his every thought. Another year had slipped away. Principal Dumbledore exclaimed, "Yet before you indulge in these delightful dishes, I must first interrupt with the ramblings of an old man. What a splendid year it has been. I hope you will discover that your minds have blossomed since the last. You have an entire summer ahead to refine them into something splendid and profound. Now, as far as I am aware, the House Cup is to be awarded here. The final scores are as follows. Gryffindor with 312 points, in 4th place. Hufflepuff with 352 points, in 3rd. Ravenclaw with 426 points, in 2nd. And Slytherin with 472 points, in 1st. Upon concluding his remarks, Dumbledore observed the astonished expressions of the other 3 houses as they noted the continued silence at the Slytherin table. All awaited Dumbledore's next words. Indeed. He proceeded to award Imogen, Hermione, and Ron each an additional 50 points, Harry 100 points, and Neville 20 points. Amidst the jubilance of the other 3 houses, the Slytherin table remained quiet. However, this time, the looks of suspicion and anticipation had been supplanted by fury. Imogen. This scene shall be a disgrace I bear for life, Edmund said, his face pale, his eyes fixed intently upon the banner that had transformed into the Gryffindor lion. Imogen remained silent, the same sense of humiliation and profound regret swirling within him, rendering him unable to confront the gaze of any Slytherin. He was acutely aware that had he truly exerted himself to bring honor to the house, Slytherin would undoubtedly lead Gryffindor by more than 160 points. Imogen. Imogen. Harry called out loudly, catching up with Imogen, who was on the verge of leaving the Great Hall. What's the matter? Imogen asked coolly. Harry, anxiously scrutinizing his expression, replied, Imogen, I'm sorry. Imogen tilted her head, questioning, What have I done to wrong you? She knew she ought not to conceal her feelings. It was merely that Harry's stammer rendered him speechless. But what? Do you truly believe I am unworthy of your trust? Imogen restrained her burgeoning anger, striving to pose the inquiry with an unsettling calmness. No, of course not. It's just that Ron and Hermione mentioned that Harry was at a loss for words. Ron and Hermione? Imogen's eyes reddened. Those who have taken away my only kin, the Weasleys? The impoverished redhead and the mudblood dare to label me untrustworthy? Imogen, do not speak ill of my friends. Harry exclaimed vehemently. They are your friends. Am I not one as well? Imogen relinquished her efforts to suppress her fury, responding with an even louder retort. What gives them the right? But you are a Slytherin. Harry blurted out. But you are a Slytherin. But you are a Slytherin. But you are a Slytherin. Imogen could only feel the words reverberating in his ears, nearly provoking an uncontrollable laugh. Slytherin, merely because I belong to another less favored house. You hastily bestow upon me the label of untrustworthiness? What of all I have done for you? What of the moments we have shared, day by day, hour by hour? I would lay down my life for you, yet you cast me aside simply due to my house affiliation? Imogen had been desperately devising ways to facilitate a reasonable reconciliation, to live together, even if it meant residing at the Dursleys. But now that desire evaporated like morning dew, leaving no trace behind. If Harry excludes him from his circle solely based on house allegiance, if trust can only be established when he learns of their twin bond, then what becomes of my soul? Brother. Imogen stood in a daze for a moment, then suddenly smiled lightly. Enough, he said in Chinese. Then he turned and walked away. In truth, Harry had regretted his words the moment they escaped his lips. What he had intended to convey was that Imogen belonged to Slytherin, and that Snape was their head, treating him with kindness. He had initially believed that Snape was the one who had stolen the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, this was a misunderstanding. He had merely wished to spare his revered elder from sorrow, yet in a moment of careless speech, he had uttered those hurtful words. He watched in dismay as Imogen's face drained of color, becoming so translucent that it seemed it might be swept away by the wind at any moment. The gentle, serene twinkle in his eyes vanished, leaving them as devoid of warmth as glass. Then he uttered 2 words that Harry could not comprehend, his departing figure remaining upright yet seeming as if it could shatter at any instant. Harry's heart suddenly ached fiercely, a tumultuous roar urging him to chase after Imogen, to explain and retract every hurtful statement. Yet, his body felt as if it were petrified, unable to move. Imogen perched upon a stone that could scarcely be deemed clean, idly toying with the ring in his hand. It was a substantial band crafted from gold, one he estimated could easily accommodate 3 of his fingers. At its center lay a deep black stone, the ring of the Slytherin lineage, intertwined with the enigmatic resurrection stone that even Dumbledore found perplexing. It was also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Behind Imogen stood a dilapidated house, its roof nearly stripped of tiles, with exposed beams peeking through in several places. The walls were cloaked in moss, and the small windows were thickly caked with dust. Surrounding the structure, nettles grew tall, suggesting that it had been long abandoned. Trees densely clustered around the house, casting shadows that obscured both light and the distant view of the valley. Yet, Imogen knew that beyond this thicket lay a quaint village named Little Hargadon. Nestled between 2 steep hills, Little Hargadon was home to a modest church and a graveyard. One of the hills boasted a grand estate, once the most magnificent edifice within several miles, but now reduced to crumbling ruins, damp and dreary due to years of neglect. Some windows were boarded up, while others lay shattered. The roof was incomplete, and ivy climbed over the façade, rendering it desolate, akin to a legendary haunted mansion. This was Riddle Manor. After 2 fruitless days scouring the ruins of the Gunter residence for a ring, Imogen had barged into Riddle Manor, knocked out the gardener named Frank Bryce, locked him in a shed, and turned the manor upside down in his search. Although he was well aware that the ring was hidden within the ruins, an unexpected surge of frustration had extinguished his interest in sifting through the debris of stones and mud. Instead, the prospect of rummaging through a vast, ghostly manor proved far more enticing. Within its confines, he unearthed numerous antiques, jewels, portraits, old diaries, outdated toys, and elegant garments, along with moth-eaten tomes that only heightened his curiosity, leading him to linger for an entire week. 70-year-old Frank Bryce was profoundly deaf and unable to move his leg. Nevertheless, he energetically plotted his escape each day, causing Imogen considerable trouble. The old man was quite astute, offering persuasive arguments against the robber's motives. And had Imogen truly sought something, he might have been swayed. Unfortunately, Imogen merely regarded the search within Riddle Manor as a diversion and an outlet for his frustrations. On the dawn of the 8th day, after a prolonged treasure hunt that had kept his spirits relatively buoyant, Imogen reluctantly decided to cease his endeavors. Leaning against the shed door, he knocked, hearing the rustle of movement inside, indicating that the old gardener had awakened. "Hello, I'm leaving now. You may open the door in half an hour, but do not call the police. Also, do try to leave this place as soon as possible. If you linger here, your life may be in jeopardy." With these words, Imogen felt that his fate was now entirely in his own hands. He then descended the hillside, resuming his work as a groundhog. Finally, on the 15th day, Imogen discovered the ring and successfully bypassed the surrounding protective spells using a hook lock woven from immune magic webs, thereby acquiring the Horcrux. At that moment, he appeared quite disheveled. His usually meticulously arranged hair, even when tousled, was now a chaotic tangle, laden with dirt and leaves. His face bore a patchwork of grime, and his clothing was not only filthy and wrinkled but also emanated an unpleasant odor. After such an extensive search in the ruins, Imogen had scarcely found time to attend to his own appearance, let alone wash his clothes. However, he remained oblivious to his disheveled state, as he was wholly immersed in joy and exhilaration. He had obtained his first Horcrux, and acquiring another would be effortless. The Ravenclaw diadem was perched atop a speckled wizard statue. The previous year, he had refrained from retrieving that Horcrux, believing he could not find a hiding place more concealed than the one Voldemort had chosen. Indeed, that particular Horcrux had remained hidden until the final moments before the Great War, only to be discovered by Harry. Had Imogen acted rashly and extracted it without a viable means of destruction, the consequences would have been catastrophic. But now, circumstances had changed. Imogen had just crafted his first spatial ring. Since entering Diagon Alley, he had been diligently working on developing this spatial ring. The wizarding world had already delved deeply into spatial magic, with its applications being widespread, from the Room of Requirement and secret passages in castles to magical tents, Mr. Weasley's expanded car trunk, and Mad-Eye Moody's suitcase. Yet, it seemed wizards had never considered transforming their rings and bracelets into spatial magical items. Having long been fascinated by the concept of spatial rings from cultivation novels that could hold mountains and rivers, Imogen had always desired to create such an item for himself. At the beginning of summer vacation, he had scoured the alley for rare potion ingredients and even spent a considerable sum on a tint for experimentation. Recently, he had discovered a naturally magical obsidian in the ruins of the Gunter home, and with everything in place, he had successfully fashioned it into a spatial item 2 days prior. The interior space was not vast, roughly estimating just over 5 cubic meters. But it was ample for storing a Horcrux. Moreover, unless someone knew it was a storage ring, they would have no way of discerning its contents, let alone retrieving anything. Calculating the time, tomorrow marked Harry's birthday. It was also his own birthday. Harry. Mo Yan's smile suddenly froze, gradually transforming into an expressionless visage. But you are a Slytherin. Every time this phrase crossed her mind, Mo Yan felt as though she could not breathe. Mo Yan clutched his chest, drawing in deep breaths to gradually quell the throbbing pain stemming from his turbulent emotions. The encounter with Voldemort seemed to awaken the warrior within him, unleashing a torrent of suppressed internal energy that had surged through his body for so long. However, the intense emotional upheaval triggered by his altercation with Harry exacerbated the already vibrant internal energy, causing it to rampage through his meridians and wreak havoc. Despite diligently nurturing himself over the past month, more than 70% of his meridians remained obstructed, leaving him with barely 20% of the internal power he once wielded. Mo Yan estimated that it would take at least another 6 months for him to fully recover. Consequently, many of his meticulously devised plans had to be postponed. Given this predicament, he decided to venture forth and explore that place. In his heart, Mo Yan silently murmured, suddenly engulfed by a faint yet inescapable melancholy. The small square bustled with passers-by, who cast curious glances at the boy in the center, fixated on the war memorial. The boy possessed a rare combination of hair and eye color. His hair was a unique shade of red, distinct from the typical hues seen, exuding a pure and warm essence. His eyes were a silvery white, and upon mere observation, they seemed less like a part of the human form and more akin to a pair of pure silver orbs. Yet, the profound sorrow and nostalgia emanating from his gaze were unmistakable. "Mom, what is wrong with that boy?" A little girl in a red lace-trimmed dress tugged at the hem of the young woman's garment beside her. "Oh, darling. He is reminiscing about the heroes lost in the war." The mother affectionately stroked her daughter's head. "Why is he so sad?" the daughter inquired. The mother sighed. "Perhaps he lost a loved one in that conflict." Mo Yan, oblivious to the murmurs of others, remained entranced by the 4-figure sculpture that replaced the former obelisk etched with names: a man with tousled hair and glasses, a long-haired woman, warm and amiable, exuding beauty and grace, and 2 infant boys cradled in their arms, one plump and healthy, devoid of scars, and the other with a slender, delicate face, appearing quite frail. Mo Yan inched closer, scrutinizing the 2 faces that were both familiar yet foreign. During their lifetimes, they had perpetually eluded Voldemort's relentless pursuit, resulting in his limited encounters with them, each fleeting, marked by hurried arrivals and swift departures. In contrast, his godfather Sirius had visited more frequently. In the dim recesses of his somewhat blurred memories, he recalled how his mother seemed to weep each time she beheld him, her beautiful green eyes brimming with tears, while his father furrowed his brow, sighing repeatedly, his gaze heavy with anguish and resentment. He had never witnessed them in such a light, joyful, smiling, and serene. The 4 of them together formed a miniature universe, a warm and blissful realm devoid of suffering, sorrow, slaughter, and responsibility, free from deceit and harm. They were a family. How wonderful it would be if I could grow up in such a manner. He could not help but extend his hand to gently touch the stone-carved image of his mother cradling the exceptionally joyful version of himself. Yet all he felt was the coldness and hardness beneath his fingers. In a moment of anguish, Mo Yan was overwhelmed by a profound resentment towards fate. Why had the heavens granted him a second chance at life, only to cruelly strip away his family? Was this an act of mercy or sheer brutality? A sharp pain pierced his heart, compelling him to cover his mouth as he bent over, coughing violently. Crimson blossoms bloomed on the ground beneath him, striking and mournful. As dusk fell, the stained glass of the church cast a radiant, jewel-like glow across the square. Eventually, Mo Yan slowly departed, his legs stiff from prolonged standing, nearly unable to move. After taking a few steps, he turned back to see only the war memorial, inscribed with names of unknown individuals, chronicling tales eternally detached from his own existence. Yet, at that moment, gazing upon the deceptive stone tower, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As he approached the church, he heard the sorrowful voice of the priest reciting, "I weep for these things. My eyes are filled with tears. For those who could comfort me, who could save my life, are far removed. My children are desolate, for the enemy has triumphed." Zion raises her hands, yet no one offers solace. The Lord has decreed against Jacob, causing those around him to become his foes. Jerusalem lies among them like something unclean. The Lord is righteous. He treats me thus, for I have transgressed his commandments. O people, heed my words. Behold my suffering. My maidens and youths have been taken captive. I called to my beloved, yet they mocked me. My priests and elders, in search of sustenance to save their lives, have perished in the city. O Lord, look upon me, for I am in distress. My heart is troubled. It churns within me due to my great transgressions. Outside, the sword bereaves. Within, it is akin to death. The priest's somber voice resonated with sorrow, prompting a cold laugh from Mo Yin. If the tribulations and desolation faced by Jerusalem were indeed a consequence of the sins of the Israelites, a result of their disobedience inciting divine wrath, then where was God when the faithful struggled in suffering? Where was he when pure souls were tainted? Where was he amidst the ongoing atrocities of murder and plunder? If God solely wielded punishment and condemnation, what distinguished him from a demon? God is compassion, mercy, justice, righteousness, and hope, not a being who allows his people to suffer, only to extend a hand to the afflicted, urging them to worship, depend upon, and extol him. Mo Yin gently pushed open the creaking wooden door, stepping into the cemetery with a soft groan. This village, known as Godric's Hollow, situated in the southwestern part of England, is renowned as one of the most famous semi-magical abodes in the world, where numerous magical families have resided for generations, occasionally extending their tolerance to assist the nearby muggles. It is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, where the magical craftsman, Bronn Light, forged the very first golden snitch. Within this seemingly modest cemetery lie the names of many ancient magical families. Behind the gravestones of Albus Dumbledore's father and his sister, Kendra Dumbledore and Ariana Dumbledore, Mo Yin discovered his objective, a gravestone crafted from white marble. Inscribed with, James Potter born March 27, 1960 died October 31, 1981 Lily Potter born January 30, 1960 died October 31, 1981 The last enemy to be defeated is death. Mo Yin sat on the ground, hugging his knees, repeatedly reading the final sentence. The last enemy to be defeated is death. He could not help but think that his parents lay decaying beneath this cold gravestone in the chilling earth, perhaps reduced to mere bones or transformed into dust. Mo Yin was oblivious to the time required for a human body to return to the soil, yet he wished to remain ignorant of the answer. He only knew that they had been resting here for 11 years, forever unaware that their son sat so close, gazing at the last traces they left behind in this world. They would never know that he silently wept here, longing for those who had departed and those who remained yet were distant. Death is never solely the misfortune of the deceased. It is more so the torment and anguish of the living. As the moon reached its zenith, Mo Yin departed from the cemetery, passing through the narrow gate, traversing the bustling tavern, and leaving the village behind. He followed the street, bathed in a ghostly blue under the moonlight, until he arrived at a vast expanse of ruins. This had once been his home, a place he had visited but once. The wild grass had grown tall, and the long-neglected fence was entwined with branches and leaves. Most of the house remained intact, though it was largely covered by ivy. The right side of the top floor had been destroyed, the debris and crumbling walls unchanged since he had left 11 years prior. The weathering had etched the passage of time upon them. As Mo Yin approached the entrance, a wooden sign emerged from the tangled weeds, inscribed with golden letters. Here, on the night of October 31st, 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Rue, became a sacrifice to the Dark Lord, a pawn of evil. Their other son, Harry, became the only wizard to escape the death curse. This house, invisible to muggles, remains as a ruin, a monument to the Potters and Rue, a somber reminder of the violence that shattered their family. Surrounding these neat words, wizards hastily pinned their tributes to the miraculous boy who survived. Some simply wrote their names in indelible ink, others carved initials into the wood, while a few left brief messages. Whether the inscriptions appeared to have been made just days ago or bore the faded ink of 11 years past, the sentiments were unanimous. Good luck, Harry, wherever you may be. When you read this, Harry, we are all behind you. Long live Harry Potter. Mo Yin pushed open the door, and the scene within remained unchanged. The cabinet that had nearly toppled onto Harry lay on the ground, having been violently hurled against the wall by Hagrid, while the table and the small cradle, damaged by the debris when the room was shattered by spells, lay in disarray. Alongside a fallen baby bottle and a cradle now reduced to 3 legs, with the tattered gray-black curtains gently swaying in the breeze. He vividly recalled every detail of that day, for it marked his first departure from St. Mungo's and his initial encounter with Harry. It was, in fact, the happiest day of his life since birth. He remembered how, to celebrate his return home, his parents had enchanted the entire room. Countless colorful stars twinkled and whispered from the ceiling. Fluffy, fragrant clouds of vibrant hues floated through the air, and two large pumpkins transformed into the sun and the moon. The room was brimming with candies and toys, while Harry, still unsteady on his feet, soared through the air on a toy broom, skillfully dodging clouds and pumpkins. His father cheered loudly, while his mother held her wand anxiously, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Mo Yin, with his slender arms and legs, climbed onto a cloud and took a lick, discovering it to be sweet. However, his mother immediately rushed over in a panic, cradling him in her arms, fearful that such indulgence might harm him. His father adorned his face with comical stickers and shiny embellishments, making a variety of silly faces to amuse him. It was indeed hilarious to witness an adult man making such expressions. Mo Yin giggled uncontrollably until he became breathless, prompting his mother to angrily shoo his playful father aside to safeguard Harry. As Mo Yin reminisced, laughter intertwined with tears. The sorrow and longing in his heart surged forth like a gushing spring. He had been blissfully unaware of the distinctive decorations in the room, oblivious to the fact that it was, in fact, Halloween, until Voldemort burst in. It was the happiest yet the most tragic day of his life. For the first time, the entire family had gathered together to celebrate a joyous occasion, only for his parents to perish thereafter, his godfather wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban, and Harry sent by Dumbledore to the abusive Dursleys, while Mo Yin found himself adrift in an orphanage. The disintegration of their world felt as if the very heavens had collapsed. Mo Yin understood that he could not leave too many traces in this place. Yet he could not resist the urge to sift through the remnants within the room. He discovered a patch that his father had once affixed to his face, now rendered ordinary due to the loss of its magical essence. A pair of delicate white wings he had worn, though most of the feathers had long since shed. A comb that had belonged to his mother, now coated in dust, yet Mo Yin resolved never to cleanse it. A book with pages coming undone, adorned with hastily scribbled notes, which Mo Yin surmised were pinned by his father. A toy broom belonging to Harry, now broken in two. A silver dining spoon and a toy wand, its tip encased in a small bear-shaped cover. After surveying the entirety of the room, Mo Yin helplessly realized that his spatial ring could no longer accommodate anything more. He glanced at the worn feather quill and the tiny porcelain cup painted with a golden-haired doll, feeling an unwavering determination to retain these two items. Thus, he began to extract one by one the items he had previously stowed away, agonizingly deliberating which of them he could relinquish. At that moment, it suddenly dawned upon Mo Yin, why was there not a single truly valuable possession within this house? Mo Yin recalled that when Harry arrived at Gringotts, he seemingly encountered nothing but heaps of galleons, a multitude of sickles, and a scattering of nuts in the vault left by his parents. Mo Yin pondered why his parents would store even the nuts within. Yet, the most pressing question remained, what of other valuables? The Potter lineage traced back to Ignatius Peverell, one of the legendary three brothers, and stood as one of the oldest pure-blood wizarding families. How could such an ancient lineage lack a legacy of precious magical artifacts and tomes? Had they all been appropriated by Dumbledore? No, that could not be the case. Mo Yin pondered once more, if his parents could store even a trivial heap of copper nuts in Gringotts, it stood to reason that they would not leave more precious items unguarded at home for anyone to pilfer. Moreover, even if those valuables were seized by avaricious thieves, what of the seemingly worthless yet immeasurably precious items to Mo Yin? Items such as family photographs, his mother's and father's journal entries, the novels they had read, and the textbooks of yore. These lacked any significant collectible value, yet it was illogical not to entrust them to Harry. Yet, in truth, they were absent. The album Hagrid had gifted to Harry was originally compiled under Dumbledore's directive, through letters to their parents' acquaintances. Was it Professor Snape? No, that could not be correct. If Professor Snape had taken his mother's belongings, it would be illogical for his father's to also vanish. In fact, if he had not trampled on things, his mood would have improved. Furthermore, had he possessed those photographs, he would not have needed to tear away his mother's picture. So where had those items truly gone? Mo Yin pondered deeply, when suddenly a past scene struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. James Potter set up the camera and, seeing Harry soaring on his little broomstick, called out loudly, "Harry, Harry, go to your mother." Harry, with glee, circled around his mother on the broom. James nodded in satisfaction, approached Lily Potter, and made a silly face at the baby in her arms. The baby giggled appreciatively, and then James stood beside Lily, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "Harry, come to the front." James snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, a puff of white smoke erupted. He held the photo extracted from the camera, muttering, I hope what Sirius told me is true, that this device allows us to see the photo instantly. Otherwise, I might just transform him into a picture to hang on the wall. Lily carefully placed the baby on a cloud, ensuring he wouldn't fall. Hearing this, she chuckled lightly. If the photo really turns out poorly, we can just take another one. Why blame Sirius? Take another one? James's eyes widened in disbelief, as if Lily had uttered something outrageous. That simply won't do. This is our first family photo. Taking another would mean this one is merely a backup. And besides, he murmured softly, my expression was exceptional. I doubt I could replicate it. Lily laughed until she could hardly stand. All right, you always have a point. Is the photo ready yet? Wait, how do we get it out? Aha, right here. James exclaimed excitedly. Look at this, Lily. Am I not handsome? In my eyes. You shall always be the most handsome, Lily replied, unable to contain her amusement. Of course, I shall cherish it forever. When Harry and the baby grow up, we can show it to them, lest our wrinkled faces tarnish my dashing image in their eyes. Mo Yin observed as Jean Jie gleefully carried a photograph towards the far corner of the room. After a brief moment, he softly called out, Lily, come and see what this is. However, Mo Yin tapped his head thoughtfully, meticulously recalling the scene he had witnessed that day. With unwavering confidence in his instantaneous memory, he was certain that there were no decorations or furnishings in that particular spot of the room on that day. Mo Yin glanced toward the corner, and indeed, there was nothing. No cabinet, no painting, no wall lamp, no object whatsoever, only a few shallow traces left by scattered gravel. Unfortunately, at that moment, Mo Yin was placed on a cloud by her mother, and due to the improper angle, she failed to see how James had meticulously preserved the photograph. Mo Yin first employed several detection spells, yet he found no traces of magic. Subsequently, he approached the corner of the wall, meticulously probing inch by inch from the lowest point that James might have touched, concentrating all his attention on his fingertips. Suddenly, Mo Yin felt a slight warmth at his fingertips. It was merely a subtle change in temperature, but his heightened sensitivity allowed him to perceive it immediately. He marked the spot and, after thoroughly searching the surrounding areas without any further discoveries, returned to that location. The temperature variation suggested the presence of a circular object seamlessly embedded within the wall, which, aside from dissipating heat slightly slower than stone, appeared indistinguishable. At the center of that circle, he observed a shallow, oval-shaped indentation. Mo Yin pressed and rubbed, yet observed no discernible change. After a moment of contemplation, he bit his finger to draw a drop of blood, applying it once more. The circular object quivered gently before gradually emerging, landing softly in Mo Yin's palm. It was an elongated cylinder, scarcely 3 inches in length, adorned with intricate wooden patterns. To his astonishment, Mo Yin beheld his blood, seemingly animated, crawling along the grooves, ultimately manifesting into a vivid crimson rose. The cylinder then elegantly separated into segments, blossoming into a 3-dimensional rose, its petals distinctly layered and artfully arranged, comprising a total of 7 exquisite layers. Mo Yin experimented, and as he spun the first layer of petals, the cylinder leaped from his grasp, instantly transforming into a towering bookshelf adorned with hundreds of volumes, its upper edge inscribed with the words, "Books are humanity's greatest treasure." On the outermost edge of the bookshelf, Mo Yin chanced upon his mother's name, Lily Evans Potter. He gently extracted the tome, revealing a title page adorned with his mother's gentle smile, accompanied by her name and the subjects of space magic, charms, and the study of magical history. Within the scant few pages, only the titles of the books were inscribed. However, upon Mo Yin's finger grazing a particular title, the book instantaneously transformed into one that his mother had once perused, now embellished with her annotations and notes. Subsequently, he discovered volumes belonging to his father, encompassing transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, Quidditch, and a rather amusingly titled section on 108 ways to win a girl's heart. Mo Yin couldn't help but chuckle, pondering whether these 108 methods chronicled his father's heartfelt endeavors to woo his mother. Upon rotating the second tier of petals, Mo Yin stumbled upon an array of ancient yet remarkably useful magical artifacts, meticulously categorized with labels. Some compartments brimmed with numerous items, while others contained but a solitary piece. Notably, one labeled invisibility cloak stood empty. The third tier housed the personal collections of the Potter lineage, ranging from garments and jewelry to potion recipes, from stones and metals to antique trinkets, and from wand apparatuses to seeds of flora. Strangely, one individual had amassed a collection of various bizarre animal eyes. The fourth tier comprised the personal belongings of the Potters, some accessible while others remained locked away. Presumably possessions that ancestors wished to conceal from prying eyes, yet could not bear to entomb. Within a cabinet marked with James Potter's name, Mo Yin unearthed the long-sought family album. The fifth tier bore a warning that time and space within were frozen. Items should not be retrieved without necessity. The cabinets housed easily perishable items, predominantly potions or potion ingredients. On the sixth tier, a cabinet bore the inscription, "What is your most treasured possession? Place it inside." Mo Yin opened the cabinet only to find an empty space, accompanied by another inscription that read, "Is what you placed inside still your most cherished, child?" The seventh tier, however, remained locked to Mo Yin, adorned with the phrase, "Only when you comprehend the distinctions between life and death, love and hate, right and wrong, black and white, may this cabinet be opened." Mo Yin restored the cabinet to its rose form, observing as the rose seamlessly transformed into a cylindrical shape. However, to unlock it again, he merely had to channel his magical energy without the need for further sacrifice of his own blood. Elated, he discovered that this rose cylinder did not reject items from another space, allowing him to effortlessly store it within his storage ring. Indeed, his ancestors were remarkably intelligent and formidable individuals, Mo Yin proudly pondered. With a wand in hand, he believed he might venture to experiment with magic beyond the confines of the school. How then does the Ministry of Magic monitor underage wizards to ensure they do not practice magic? Firstly, they meticulously record the locations of every young witch and wizard. Should any unusual magical fluctuations occur in these areas, they are promptly alerted. For instance, when Dobby conjured magic and it was falsely attributed to Harry, this was merely a matter of location. Yet, this does not elucidate why some children from wizarding families do not exhibit magical abilities. Surely they have their parents as shields. Do they not? Thus, Mo Yin speculated that there might be a second method of monitoring. Each wizard's wand is unique. Unless absolutely necessary, wizards seldom resort to using another's wand, for employing an ill-suited wand can drastically diminish a wizard's potential. When Harry first wielded the U-wand, he struggled with even the simplest of spells, such as the shrinking charm. Consequently, when one possesses their own wand, the inclination to use another's diminishes significantly. Mo Yin surmised that Ollivander likely does not sell wands twice to the same individual unless the latter's wand is broken or they previously opted for an ill-fitting second-hand wand to save money. Therefore, when a wizard acquires a wand, it simultaneously marks them. Presently, Mo Yin possessed several wands from his ancestors, and he naturally resonated well with many of them. The repulsion and diminishment he felt while casting spells were not particularly severe. He believed he could attempt a simple spell. If the ministry's monitoring truly relied on location and wand identity, his actions would go undetected. If not, at worst, he would receive a single warning and not face expulsion outright. Then, Mo Yin conjured a flickering light. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour elapsed. An hour went by. Mo Yin brushed off the dust from his clothes, stretched his body, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. Since he could wield magic, he could finally undertake a matter he had contemplated for quite some time. On the night of August 13th, at 2 o'clock in the morning in Little Hangleton Village, at the Riddle Manor Cemetery, the gravestone bore the name Tom Riddle. The boy waved his wand, and the earth seemed to rise as if lifted by a giant hand. Floating in midair, the coffin lid soon followed suit. Inside the black coffin, only a fine layer of dust remained. Then, a small whirlwind began to swirl within the coffin, meticulously extracting the dust and sending it spiraling out into the fields, the gardens, and onto rooftops, dispersing in all directions, never to be gathered again. Nearby, a larger grave, which once held the remains of the elder Riddle couple, underwent the same treatment. However, the dust was drawn into the previous coffin, mingling with earthy powder in a uniform blend. The entire cemetery was restored to its original state, as if no one had ever disturbed it. The boy carefully erased any trace of his presence and departed under the cloak of night. As the last vestiges of his red hair vanished into the darkness, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. "Hey, Ben, do you have any good books?" Mo Yin asked, bored as he sifted through the books on the shelf. After spending a year immersed in the library at Hogwarts and later acquiring tomes and notes from generations of the Potter family, most of the titles at the Leaky Cauldron had lost their allure in his eyes. The few unfamiliar titles were mostly drivel, such as Vacationing with Ghouls by Lockhart. Ben, incensed, snatched the book Vacationing with Ghouls from his hands, exclaiming, "Go on, don't taint your discerning fingers with such trash." "Oh, come now, why be so angry?" Mo Yin chuckled. But your comment is quite accurate. Lockhart's books are indeed rubbish, yet I still intend to purchase one. Speaking of which, most of the books at Hogwarts this year are authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Could it be that you have a Lockhart admirer as your defense against the dark arts teacher? Who knows? Perhaps it could even be Lockhart himself. Pfft. Lockhart is far too busy with his writing and adventures to have time for teaching you lot. Ben scoffed at the notion. Just wait and see, Ben. Looking at Lockhart's exaggerated visage on the book's cover, I believe only he would indulge in such ostentatious behavior. Humph. Tomorrow you will realize how absurd that notion is. Gilderoy Lockhart is coming here tomorrow for a book signing. We can ask him ourselves. I've heard he is quite approachable. Tomorrow? Mo Yin chuckled, finding the situation unfolding 2 days earlier than he had anticipated. The second floor of Li Hin bookstore was ingeniously designed. The architect had cleverly employed several bookshelves and railings, seemingly haphazardly obstructing the gaze of those below. From the lower level, one could only glimpse a multitude of stacked books, while those above enjoyed the liberty of observing the happenings downstairs. Mo Yin had once speculated that the original creator of Li Hin bookstore might have been a voyeur or a sociologist. As Harry and the Weasleys squeezed in with considerable effort, Mo Yin's attention was immediately drawn to a mass of red hair, from which he painstakingly discerned the lone black-haired figure. Harry, having grown considerably during his year at Hogwarts, was now only slightly shorter than Mo Yin. But Ron had clearly outpaced him in growth. The robe he had purchased the previous year barely concealed his shins. Hermione had become a tad more concerned with her appearance, adorning her cascading brown locks with a charming little foot-shaped hairpin. Yet it was implausible to expect Harry and Ron, both notoriously oblivious to feminine nuances, to notice. It had been merely a month since their last encounter, and Harry had spent a week at the Weasley household, yet his gaunt visage was unmistakable. The baby fat he had painstakingly acquired at Hogwarts had vanished, his hair remained as unruly as ever, and a pale gray headband was still affixed to his forehead, albeit now speckled with soot. Harry's face and attire bore signs of dirt, as if he had just tumbled onto the ground, amidst the pressing crowd of plump, middle-aged women. Harry struggled to maintain his balance as he made his way to the seats occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley appeared anxious, frequently adjusting her hair, while Ginny, whom he had not seen in a year, was busy fixing her clothes. Upon spotting Harry, she stumbled slightly but quickly regained her footing amidst the throng. Hermione, on the other hand, was incessantly removing and reaffixing her hairpin, seemingly dissatisfied with any position it occupied. A diminutive wizard incessantly snapped photographs, purple smoke erupting in bursts following each flash, oblivious to the ire of those around him. Suddenly, Gilderoy Lockhart lifted his head, first glancing at Ron, who was vociferously complaining after being stepped on by the photographer, and then noticing Harry beside him. After staring for a moment, he joyfully exclaimed, "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd promptly parted, buzzing with excitement and speculation as Lockhart made his way toward Harry. At that moment, an unexpected and foul-smelling dung bomb plummeted from nowhere, striking Lockhart squarely in the face. The noxious, dark green substance adhered to his visage, while black ink splattered across his blue magical robe. Mo Yin leaned against the bookshelf, toying with the white poplar wand in his hand, casting a derisive glance at Lockhart, who was performing below as a renowned figure envied by others. Mo Yin mused that Lockhart's performance was not only exuberant but also eloquently articulated. Had he been preparing for this day all along, yet lacked the opportunity? Mo Yin? A familiar voice called from behind him. Mo Yin turned around. Draco? Is this your doing? Draco glanced at the tearful Gilderoy Lockhart below, particularly at the obvious foul-smelling substance on his face. What do you say? Mo Yin retorted. Draco raised an eyebrow. Aren't students prohibited from using magic off campus? How did you evade the ministry's monitoring? Without my own wand, Mo Yin replied, not in my own space. Draco nodded. The two stood side by side in silence. The coldness that had begun between them in the Forbidden Forest continued until the end of the term. On the last day, during the Gryffindor elections held in the Slytherin Common Room, Mo Yin announced his voluntary withdrawal just before delivering his speech. Consequently, Draco naturally became the second-year grader. Yet he deemed it unfair and expressed his refusal, which was not permitted by Edmund. Once speeches had been made, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. One cannot lose confidence simply because others withdraw. On the Hogwarts Express, despite Mo Yin locking his compartment door, he knew that Draco had come to find him, only to be blocked outside. Sometimes, Mo Yin wondered why so many in Slytherin tolerated him. Professor Snape had endured countless interruptions from him and his blatant favoritism towards Harry. Yet he never mentioned his surname. After seeing his mother's photograph, he realized how much he resembled her. It was curious that as twins, he and Harry looked nothing alike. Harry took after his father, inheriting only his mother's eyes. He bore a resemblance to his mother. But whether he inherited his father's eyes remained uncertain, as the color of his eyes was altered while he was still in his mother's womb. Edmund consistently tolerated his indifference towards his own house, despite being the one who prioritized house honor above all else. It was evident that he possessed the ability to earn more points for Slytherin, yet he often found himself dozing off in class or brazenly skipping all of Professor Bin's lessons. Yet he had never reproached him for it. Most of Slytherin was like this. He lost 50 points, and no one cast him disdainful glances or uttered harsh words. He defended Harry without anyone distancing themselves from him, and even Slytherin students rarely initiated conflicts with Harry. He understood that he held some prestige among the first-year students. But it was far from enough to sway older students to yield to a Gryffindor, even when he ultimately aided Harry in battling Voldemort. Many students from Death Eater families, who typically adhered to pureblood ideology, remained silent. Edmund had warned him to be cautious, yet no one had acted against him. Perhaps it was due to his estrangement from Harry, but that certainly was not the entirety of it. Even Draco, that proud and vengeful boy, had endured his provocations and insults countless times without ever uttering a harsh word or attempting to engage Harry and Draco in a confrontation with him. Why was that? I have no affection for Harry Potter, nor do I harbor any interest in the illustrious golden boy, Draco suddenly declared. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath. No need, Imogen replied, revealing a genuine smile for the first time. I believe you. This chapter should conclude at the end of the Philosopher's Stone. If anyone knows how to amend it, please inform me. In the headmaster's office, please have a seat, Severus, Dumbledore said to Snape as he entered. Would you care for a cup of pumpkin juice? No, thank you. Snape sat down, his demeanor aloof. What do you need, headmaster? I thought you had spent such an extended period in the dungeons that you might have forgotten the passage of time, so I thought it best to remind you. Dumbledore said. Tomorrow, Harry will be arriving at Hogwarts. Snape blinked slowly, seemingly unable to grasp why Dumbledore mentioned an unfamiliar name. Then he reacted, his expression contorted. Potter's son? The child whom Lily protected with her life, Dumbledore stated calmly. Snape's face twitched slightly, pain flickering in his eyes. After a long pause, he quietly inquired, Dumbledore. The other child, is there any possibility? I don't know, Dumbledore sighed. No one knows. We can only pray. In the headmaster's office, I don't understand, Professor Dumbledore. Why must Harry be raised by such muggles? Hagrid shifted uncomfortably in his chair, not accustomed to questioning Dumbledore's decisions. They are dreadful to him. Harry is as thin as an undernourished little monkey. They are his only relatives. Moreover, in this way, Harry will not be spoiled by a fame he cannot yet comprehend. Dumbledore replied. Is everything going smoothly, Hagrid? Yes, Hagrid smiled, then hesitated. But there is one thing, Professor. What is it? In addition to Harry, I want to pick up another child. Yes. His guardians seem rather unfriendly. That old man has a whole brood of children. And it seems he's not engaged in a reputable profession. Hagrid nervously took a large gulp of pumpkin juice. I was a few days late in picking up that child. I misremembered the date. It's not a significant issue, Dumbledore said kindly. No, Professor, I mean. Hagrid mumbled, that child is quite peculiar. Is he? When I first saw him, he was just a clever and composed boy, and I rather liked him. The second time I saw him, he had changed into new robes, accompanied by a black cat. I had a feeling. Hagrid's massive frame trembled slightly, lowering his voice as if afraid of alarming something. It was the first time I had seen that person. A glimmer flickered through Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles. What is his name, Hagrid? Imogen Evans. In the Great Hall. The oak doors were suddenly thrust open, and a small boy stood at the entrance. His hair resembled flowing flames, and his eyes sparkled like ice atop a mountain peak. Rain and mud rendered his appearance disheveled, yet no one noticed. Upon seeing him, all were captivated by his poise and demeanor. Calm, elegant, and aloof. Though he looked up at the crowd, he exuded an air of being looked down upon. He bowed, yet his gaze held unabashed defiance and pride. Professor, I'm Imogen Evans. I missed the Hogwarts Express due to traffic on the way to King's Cross. Fortunately, a kind wizard was willing to use his fireplace to transport me to Hogsmeade, allowing me to arrive here. Unfortunately, I am still late. I sincerely apologize. No need to apologize, my child, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. I believe this is not your fault. Welcome to Hogwarts. He sighed inwardly. Hagrid. Even the original Tom Riddle pales in comparison to this child. In the headmaster's office, he was meeting all the ghosts. Nearly headless Nick straightened his head, and even Barrow began to like him. I saw Barrow seeking peace for him. The red-haired boy was captivating the portraits within the castle. Phineas Nigellus yawned broadly and stretched lazily as he absent-mindedly remarked that Sir Cadogan had professed loyalty to him, while Miffit had shared all his research findings. Though he seemed somewhat skeptical of Miffit's intentions. Did Miffit mention Horcruxes? Dumbledore inquired with a frown. No, merely alluded to them, Phineas replied, narrowing his eyes with a hint of admiration, recognizing the cleverness of the young Slytherin, who appeared to have contemplated something significant. Furthermore, Phineas suddenly recalled. Barnabas claimed he discovered the Room of Requirement. Indeed, Mr. Evans has visited. The house elf bowed deeply in respect for the most powerful wizard among humans, extolling his kindness, nobility, goodness, fairness, and approachability, along with his culinary skills that endeared him to all. Lala had the honor of caring for his pets. Well, that boy indeed often roams the castle at night, Filch conceded reluctantly. Yet what of it? Every Gryffindor seemed to have this habit. Just days prior, a few had trespassed into the forbidden zone on the 4th floor. That red-haired Slytherin, Moyen Evans, Madame Pants rejected the heap of cockroaches offered by Dumbledore. He somehow acquired an invisibility cloak, yet the library's enchantments remained detectable. He has nearly perused every book in the restricted section. Such a method of study is undoubtedly rather impulsive. Severus Snape paced before Dumbledore, a genius among geniuses, remarkably astute, seemingly unfazed by challenges. He could operate every well-structured classroom portrait after merely one glance, having received profound guidance in critical thinking and frequently innovating, always achieving success. Yet, he fiercely protected Potter, showing little regard for opposing his head of house. The red-haired boy sat by the lake reading, while the dark-haired boy reclined beside him, both sharing what seemed to be an amusing conversation, bursting into joyous laughter. Dumbledore picked up a newspaper and said, "Keep an eye on him, Severus. Observe his intentions toward Harry." Unbelievable, Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall clutched her chest, seemingly breathless. A first-year child dispatched a full-grown troll using merely the levitation charm. Had he not arrived in time, Harry might have perished. Any seemingly simple thing can possess formidable power when employed appropriately at the right moment. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers and asked, "How's the child faring?" "He must be terrified." Indeed, but he was not frightened by the troll. Rather, he was terrified by Harry. Witnessing Harry nearly perish at the hands of the troll nearly drove him mad, Minerva mused, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. Thus, your request for all students to return to their dormitories with their head of house has rendered you a fool in his eyes. In London prison, I raised him with great effort, only for him to sell me out. Neil gritted his teeth. Though somewhat dazed from the Veritaserum, he continued, before I took him in. He seemingly resided in an orphanage. What was it called? Mackenzie Orphanage? Oh, Moyen Evans? Let me see. The elderly matron of the orphanage, equipped with her reading glasses, eagerly sifted through the records for £100 incentive. Ah, here it is. On February 5, 1983, Moyen Evans was admitted to the orphanage. His guardians, Perrin and Elizabeth Evans, tragically perished in a car accident. In Dumbledore's office, a chair rested atop the desk. Remarkably crafted, indeed, Dumbledore marveled. What do you discern from it? Snape inquired coldly. No. Nothing at all, Dumbledore smiled, leaning back in his chair. That is precisely what makes it clever, is it not? It was he who crafted it, Snape whispered. In this school, only he could achieve such a feat. I have never doubted it. Dumbledore sighed appreciatively. It appears our young boy has uncovered Quirrell's secret. He has even deduced his intentions. Dumbledore, should I take action? No, Severus, do not alert him, Dumbledore cautioned. To act recklessly without understanding the other party's intentions would be foolish. Dumbledore, do you think he might? Snape suddenly turned to inquire. Rest? No, that is impossible. Snape dismissed his own speculation. After 2 hours without medication, he would suffocate. It is unlikely he could survive. Indeed, the resemblance is likely coincidental. As for the surname, his adoptive parents were indeed named Evans. Though Dumbledore had validated his words, Snape's complexion grew even paler with despair. In the Great Hall, the red-haired boy exhibited a rare childlike joy, playing merrily with his 2 pets. Although the notice explicitly permitted only 1 pet, he evidently disregarded this. And those in the know chose to adopt a lenient attitude. Harry and the Weasley brothers burst in, laughing and jostling. In that instant, the red-haired boy's face turned as pale as marble, enveloped in silence, only to return to normal moments later. The quiet, gentle boy, who was prideful beyond measure, wore a cheerful smile as he consumed steak, Yet his hand trembled slightly, a drop of crimson blood falling from his palm onto the plate, inconspicuously wiped away. Dumbledore sighed softly. Having observed for so long, he knew the boy was quite particular about food, and steak was among his least favored dishes. Perhaps his intentions were not as complex as they had all speculated? After all, if an 11-year-old could maintain such a level of performance with such finesse, it would be utterly terrifying. In the headmaster's office, a light yellow net lay on the table. I do not know what he did afterward, Dumbledore. Snape's face bore an ashen hue. He discovered me, he set a trap along the way and ensnared me with this. We all recognize that this child seems particularly gifted in invention and creation, Dumbledore observed, examining the net. The material cleverly combined. Never had anyone considered that the Amazonian black-backed spider's web could serve such a purpose. How long was he out of your sight? Not exceeding 20 minutes. Given the speed, encountering that individual would be quite challenging. Very challenging, Dumbledore mused thoughtfully, yet not impossible. In the hall, Harry has already left, has he not? Dumbledore observed the Weasley and Granger siblings clumsily soaring past on their brooms and rushed toward the third floor. As he traversed through the inferno, he discovered the presence of an invisible individual. Apart from Harry, there was but one other person possessing an invisibility cloak. Consequently, Dumbledore opted to bide his time, confident that he could intervene at the crucial moment when Harry faced dire peril. Just as he anticipated the red-haired boy would helplessly witness Harry's demise and prepared to cast a spell, the boy abruptly tore off the invisibility cloak. A ghostly blue dart silently struck Quirrell's swollen, contorted visage, and a purplish-black hue swiftly spread across it. A semi-transparent shadow shrieked as it emerged from Quirrell's body, darting directly towards the ceiling. With a flourish of his wand, the boy conjured a silver weapon, leaping from his position and twirling his wrist. The weapon slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. It was a skill that Dumbledore had never before witnessed. In that instant, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. Dumbledore's pupils constricted in shock. With a heart-wrenching wail, Voldemort's lingering essence pierced through the ceiling. The boy's gaze before he fainted revealed to Dumbledore that he had always been aware of his presence. In the infirmary, Snape cautiously extracted a dart from the unconscious boy's arm, sniffing it, his expression shifting dramatically, an unequivocal indication of lethal danger. Meanwhile, Dumbledore noted that the boy's left hand was spasming involuntarily, even though it was his right hand that was injured, was it not? How do you feel? Madame Pomfrey inquired of the recently awakened Harry. He felt as though an elephant had trampled his entire body, and his right hand throbbed with pain. Confused, Harry gestured. I recall that my right hand was partially resting atop my left, so shouldn't it be my left hand that hurts more? He also noticed a twinge in his tongue. He licked his lips, grimacing. Had he bitten it? The red-haired boy abruptly yanked the covers down, exclaiming in frustration, "What the?" He covered his mouth, a look of anguish etched on his face, and Dumbledore caught a faint whiff of blood. You could have bitten it in half. Madame Pomfrey scolded. Fortunately, it was just a nibble on the tip. Had it been deeper, you would have bled to death by now. Dumbledore was struck with a chilling realization, an insistent thought taking root in his mind. Could it be? Were they all misinterpreting what they deemed mere coincidence? When in fact it was the truth. Your father? Morian inquired, observing the pale-faced man with platinum hair below. Yes, indeed, Draco replied cheerfully. I shall introduce you to him shortly. My father has always wanted to meet you, and he holds a significant position at the ministry. He abruptly ceased speaking. No need. Morian replied, watching as Harry and others stealthily passed by Lockhart, struggling to make their way out, heading directly toward Lucius Malfoy. Ah? Draco remarked, surprised. It appears Potter has found himself a girlfriend, and from the Weasley family no less. Just a romantic idealist enamored with a hero, Morian observed coldly, glancing at Ginny, who was furtively stealing glances at Harry, her clumsy demeanor starkly contrasting with the clever girl he had seen at the Burrow. Arthur Weasley and the twins navigated through the crowd to locate Harry, only to confront Lucius Malfoy, who wore a mocking smirk while Arthur's face reddened with ire. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. Morian noted the steam practically rising from Mr. Weasley's head. Specifically, Ron's father appeared poised to strike Draco's father. Aren't you going to see? We encounter each other daily at the ministry. Altercations are commonplace. We have grown accustomed to it, Draco replied nonchalantly. Besides, that pauper Weasley has been conducting surprise inspections lately, forcing us to sell many collectibles at a pittance to that greedy goblin, which has enraged my father. Surprise inspections? Can the Malfoy family evade them? Draco fell silent for a moment before responding. In truth, since the Dark Lord's departure, the Malfoy family has not retained its former prominence. Much of our current standing is merely superficial. If we were to be discovered with dark magical artifacts, while imprisonment in Azkaban may be avoided, it would undoubtedly incur substantial costs. Suddenly, Ginny's cauldron flew out, colliding with a resounding clang as Mr. Weasley lunged at Lucius Malfoy, pushing him against a shelf. Numerous hefty tomes tumbled down upon their heads. Fred and George cheered from the sidelines. "Dad, give him a good one." Mrs. Weasley screamed, "Arthur, no. Don't fight." The crowd scattered, toppling many shelves. "Gentlemen, please, cease the fighting." An assistant implored, his voice rising to a pitch. "Destroy it. Over there, gentlemen. Yes, smash it." "Your father is quite peculiar," Morian remarked, observing the chaos below. Draco questioned, perplexed, yet also on guard. Was Morian preparing to attack him? Isn't using both hands far superior to just one? Morian pointed out old Malfoy, who was still clutching Ginny's textbook, making it cumbersome to fight. Why not let it go? True, Draco conceded, glancing at the scene. Perhaps he simply forgot? I should go down to check. The Weasley family is quite numerous. Morian. Draco called out as he approached the door, glancing back. Will you still be here later? Yes, indeed, Morian replied casually. He noticed Hagrid striding toward the two combatants, effortlessly separating them. Lucius Malfoy tossed a black notebook and Ginny's beginner's transformation guide back into her cauldron. It appeared to be none other than Tom Riddle's diary. Morian furrowed his brow, wavering in his decision. He required Harry to uncover his ability to speak Parseltongue in order to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. For there was no instrument more effective than a serpent's fang for the destruction of Horcruxes. While the cursed fire possessed formidable power, it proved difficult to control. And he had no means to learn such dark magic. Even if he could, it would not be appropriate to wield it openly. However, despite the original narrative in which no lives were lost upon the opening of the chamber, would the outcome remain unchanged with his involvement? Perhaps a girl might take 2 seconds longer to retrieve her mirror, or a boy might unexpectedly find himself in the path of a basilisk. The addition of one individual could give rise to countless variations in behavior, especially considering Harry's propensity to follow the sounds he hears. The likelihood of being seen by the basilisk was significantly greater than for an ordinary person. What should he do? "Father, this is Morian." Morian turned around and beheld Draco leading Mr. Malfoy at the staircase. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," Morian said with a slight bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Morian Evans. I have heard that you are an orphan." Mr. Malfoy's head was held high, his gaze descending to scrutinize Morian. "How did you come by your surname?" Morian raised an eyebrow. "If memory serves me correctly, Mr. Malfoy does not appear to be an employee of the Wizarding Census Bureau. Therefore, this matter seems to be of no concern to you." Mr. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. And despite his son tugging insistently at his sleeve, his tone remained icy. "Very well. I hope your pride can endure at Hogwarts this year. You ought to start praying that you are of pure blood, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Morian scoffed. "Unless Hogwarts transforms into the Malfoy family's private garden. It seems you lack the standing to address me in such a manner." Mr. Malfoy's expression darkened further, while Draco watched in despair as the sharp glances exchanged between them felt as piercing as daggers. "Let us depart, Draco," Mr. Malfoy commanded, pulling the reluctant Draco away. "Such ungrateful wretches are not worthy of your friendship." Morian was initially infuriated by Lucius Malfoy's arrogant demeanor, but upon hearing the final remark, he found himself both amused and perplexed. How could this fellow possibly deduce that he was ungrateful? If such an attitude could be deemed commendable, then surely there would be few in this world that could be classified as reprehensible. Was it possible that Mr. Malfoy's typically mild manner was of this caliber? It was no wonder he could befriend Professor Snape, for their modes of thought and linguistic expressions were similarly peculiar and exacting. During the latter part of his time in Diagon Alley, Morian led a rather leisurely existence. In the realm of magical research, the distinction between being born into a magical family and otherwise was monumental. Before receiving his inheritance, he had to scour countless tomes merely to concoct a storage ring, even going so far as to purchase a tent for his studies, ultimately producing a creation of mediocre quality. However, with the wealth of knowledge from his predecessors now at his disposal, he regarded his earlier work as little more than a crude imitation. Now, irrespective of the magical discipline he wished to explore, he could glean guidance from the writings of those who had come before him. Consequently, Morian was no longer in a rush to conduct his research. He often reserved time to stroll through Diagon Alley, occasionally assisting Ben in his shop. During these moments of leisure, he frequently pondered questions he had previously overlooked, contemplating the significance and direction of his life. as well as the areas of his future plans that required refinement. In the midst of these reflections, he sometimes succumbed to a vague melancholy or experienced the disorienting sensation akin to Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies. On one particular day, while Mo Yin rested his head upon the table, contemplating the dichotomy between reality and illusion, the harshness of life and the dreamlike quality of ideals, a soft voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. "Excuse me, how much are these books?" "The price is on the back. Do the math yourself. The money goes in the drawer beside you." "Thank you," Mo Yin drowsily replied. With a gentle chuckle, the other person responded, "Mr. Evans, aren't you afraid someone might take a book without paying?" Mo Yin lifted his gaze and beheld a girl with raven hair and dark eyes standing before him. Her skin was as delicate and fair as exquisite jade, and her obsidian eyes shimmered like autumn waters, standing gracefully with a subtle smile. She was an extraordinarily beautiful girl of Chinese descent. "Zhongqiu?" Mo Yin instinctively called out in Mandarin. "Do you know me?" "Wait, did you just speak Mandarin?" Zhongqiu exclaimed in delight. "Indeed," Mo Yin replied, feeling a pang of regret for his inadvertent slip. He had previously learned a few phrases from an elder who hailed from China. "Your Mandarin is quite standard. It's not merely a few phrases you've picked up." A handsome Chinese man approached them, tall and strikingly good-looking, yet exuding an air of detachment, which softened only when he looked at Zhongqiu. "Dad," Zhongqiu said joyfully. "This is Mo Yin, the person I mentioned to you. He is quite renowned at our school." "Good day, Mr. Zhang. I am Mo Yin Evans." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Mo Yin said with a bow, feeling a sense of annoyance as he recalled having uttered nearly the same words just days prior. "Hello, Mr. Evans. My daughter often speaks of you and Harry Potter. I believe I am already quite familiar with you," Mr. Zhang replied. "It is truly an honor." Mo Yin managed a strained smile, noticing Mr. Zhang scrutinizing him with keen interest. He quickly took the book from Zhangqiu's hands. "That will be 11 galleons and 5 sickles. Thank you." Mr. Zhang placed the money on the table, took the book, and left, casting a meaningful glance at Mo Yin as he departed. Mo Yin swept the money into the drawer with a sense of frustration, pondering whether he had some sort of conflict with the very notion of father. Layla, dissatisfied, gently nudged his neck, urging him to hasten, as they had already lingered there for 10 minutes. King's Cross Station was bustling with people. While it wasn't particularly crowded, the absence of trains departing at 11 o'clock, save for the Hogwarts Express, rendered the platform relatively spacious. It wasn't particularly challenging to discern an individual in such a setting. At that moment, Mo Yin found himself in an uncomfortable predicament as a father and son duo a short distance to his left were fixated on him. As if attempting to extract a bloom from his face, he resorted to feigning disinterest, leaning against the railing, hopelessly wishing that this peculiar pair might be distracted by something else for a brief respite. How unfortunate it was for Harry to have his view obstructed back then. With less than a quarter of an hour remaining until 11, it was imminent that the Weasley family and Harry could arrive at any moment. He had no desire to witness the harmonious scene of Harry with that family, nor did he wish for Harry to be thwarted by Dobby outside the wall, ultimately compelled to experience the ostentatious thrill of flying. Yet, that father and son continued their relentless gaze upon him. Wait, father and son? Mo Yin suddenly realized that he might have encountered the father of a fellow Hogwarts student. He approached the pair, pushing his small cart, only to have them hastily avert their gazes. "May I inquire why you have been staring at me?" Mo Yin's voice carried a hint of irritation. "Ah, my apologies." The boy stammered, raking his fingers through his tousled hair, bearing a resemblance to Harry. Mo Yin found himself softening slightly at the sight. I don't know about platform 9 3/4. The slender boy gestured awkwardly with his spindly arms. At that moment, his father interjected, "Excuse me. Do you know where platform 9 3/4 is?" "Oh, a new student at Hogwarts?" Mo Yin observed the thin boy and compared him to his portly father, pondering the nature of their familial dynamics. "You're unsure how to reach the platform, I take it?" "Yes," the boy nodded eagerly, his father exhaling a sigh of relief. "Follow me, then. May I ask, you are a Muggle, correct?" Mo Yin inquired as the boy's father seemed inclined to accompany them. "Muggle?" They both looked puzzled. "Those who cannot perform magic. Muggles cannot access platform 9 3/4, Mo Yin clarified. The father and son quickly exchanged heartfelt farewells. Mo Yin perceived that perhaps, contrary to his initial assumptions, this father was not mistreating his son due to his unusual abilities. Their bond appeared to be quite strong. "By the way, my name is Colin Creevy. What is yours?" Mo Yin glanced back at the group of red-haired individuals who had appeared not far away. Casting a deep gaze at the boy before him, Mo Yin Evans. The platform remained as chaotic as ever. Without hesitation, Mo Yin dragged his suitcase to the end of the train and settled into an empty compartment, retrieving a book on the fundamentals of magical theory to read. Suddenly, the compartment door was pulled open, and Mo Yin felt a surge of annoyance as he realized he had forgotten to lock it. A pair of identical red-haired heads peered in, and both parties were momentarily taken aback. No. Before Mo Yin could finish speaking, the twins entered, dragging their suitcases behind them. Hey, Mo Yin, why be so stingy? One of the twins remarked. After all, we are all classmates. Mo Yin understood that opposing now would be futile. With pursed lips and a cold expression, he watched as the two individuals took the initiative, pushing his suitcase further inside to accommodate their numerous belongings. Hi, I am Fred. No, I am Fred. He is George. I have no time for this guess who I am game, Mo Yin said impatiently. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that when his gaze drifted into the distance, the one who claimed to be Fred had slightly longer eyebrows. Mo Yin, filled with indignation, pondered how this pair of twins could evoke such widespread ire, while he and Harry bore no resemblance whatsoever. Oh, poor Mo Yin, Fred sighed. Has your sense of humor dissipated into the clouds after just one summer? George remarked, or worse, has it been reduced to mere ashes? He still vividly recalled the creativity of their earlier inventions. Yet today, we are to recite eulogies for them, as others revel in the laughter they brought. These creations tragically fade, leaving traces of tears upon the vibrant red carpet. We gather here in profound sorrow, yet our grief is beyond words. Enough. Mo Yin could bear it no longer, the veins on his forehead throbbing uncontrollably. Perhaps you yearn to experience the sensation of becoming a canary once more? Mo Yin. George, facing him earnestly, declared, we may be disappointed by certain individuals, but we must not despair of society and the world. Our bodies may perish, yet our spirit must not wane. Fred solemnly echoed, thus, for the greater cause of mischief, let us rally ourselves. The two proclaimed together. Mo Yin's lips twitched slightly as he reached for his wand. Suddenly, George turned to Fred and suggested, perhaps in the spirit of collaboration, we ought to take some action. Fred stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, I wonder if replacing Harry's wand with a fake one that can only transform into undergarments would satisfy you, Mo Yin? Mo Yin, in a fit of anger, suddenly laughed, replace Harry's wand? Yes, and it will transform into a girl's underwear. What do you think, Mo Yin? Very well. Let us cooperate joyfully. Mo Yin smiled faintly and extended his hand to shake with Fred and George. The twins exchanged a knowing glance. Fred remarked, Mo Yin, those things you used last semester. He abruptly fell silent, his demeanor stiff as a stone. George, too, mirrored his brother's state. Their eyes the only parts still animated, rolling about. Petrifying powder, I hope you both enjoy it, Mo Yin declared with a feigned smile, relishing the prospect of uninterrupted reading. However, this delightful wish was soon shattered. Oh, what are those two doing here? Draco entered through the door. Don't mind them, Mo Yin replied, just a small lesson. Draco carefully sidestepped George's outstretched arm, and Mo Yin noticed him sneering at the twins, whose faces turned a shade of deep crimson. Mo Yin. Potter and Weasley seem to have missed the train. I just saw that Mudblood's searching for them everywhere. Are they coming this way? Mo Yin inquired. No. She was just called back by a classmate. Why aren't you worried? Draco asked in surprise. Why should I be worried? Mo Yin blinked innocently. Potter didn't get on the train. Draco emphasized. You just mentioned that. Mo Yin reminded him. Potter, Harry Potter, did not board the train, Draco pronounced slowly. I am speaking the truth. I don't doubt you, Draco. I know you said Potter didn't get on. Perhaps he missed the train. If you're truly anxious, why not seek him out yourself? Why would I be anxious? Draco hastily retorted, only to realize something. Did you just call him Potter? Indeed. Mo Yin continued to feign innocence. Mo Yin Evans. Draco finally lost his patience, exclaiming loudly. Draco, what can I do if Potter didn't get on the train? Should I ride a broom back to find him? Mo Yin finally ceased her act, closing her book and gazing at him. Besides, he is right. I am a Slytherin. And he is a Gryffindor. Draco fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That works too. He glanced at Mo Yin and abruptly changed the subject. The other day, my father spoke rather harshly. Don't take it to heart. He always speaks that way. It's fine. My own demeanor isn't exactly pleasant either. Mo Yin shrugged nonchalantly. You are you, and he is he. If you're not upset by my attitude, I certainly won't be offended by his. At that moment, a salesperson with dimples at the corners of his mouth pushed open their compartment door. Children, would you like to buy something delicious? Both Mo Yin and Draco approached to purchase a plethora of Birdie Bots, every flavor beans, ice pops, and chocolate frogs. I have yet to indulge in these delights. Draco, what do you suppose this one tastes like? Mo Yin inquired, picking up a brown bean. It must be chocolate-flavored, I presume, he guessed. Draco leaned in for a closer look, remarking, however, I once encountered a bean that tasted like clay, and it was this very color. I sincerely hope it is the former. With a murmured affirmation, Mo Yin cautiously took a small bite, exclaiming, aha, it tastes like dark chocolate ice cream pie. He then embarked on a tasting spree, sampling every flavor of the beans, including those reminiscent of air, strawberry, red pepper, wool, and even wrapping paper. Draco would always make a preliminary guess, uttering some rather nauseating names such as booger flavor, worm flavor, zebra saliva flavor, and slug flavor, though fortunately, none of his predictions proved correct. Mo Yin even took the liberty of releasing 2 chocolate frogs, watching enthusiastically as they hopped about the compartment, wagering with Draco on how long they could leap around. As dusk gradually enveloped the landscape, the mountains and woods outside the window began to blur into obscurity. Mo Yin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, discreetly stifling a yawn. A voice echoed within the carriage. We shall arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the compartment, and it will be collected and delivered to the school. Draco stood first to take his leave. Fulfilling his duties as a second-year Gryffindor, tasked with assisting the prefect in maintaining order among the second-year students, primarily ensuring that the more absent-minded ones, like Crabbe and Goyle, found their places, while also reminding, or perhaps threatening, them of important considerations for the new term. So, how does it taste? Mo Yin asked, glancing at the twins who had been petrified for several hours, satisfied to see their expressions frozen in shock. Do not provoke me further. Mo Yin leaned in to warn the pair, or it shall not merely be a matter of being petrified for a few hours. He divided the remaining beans into 2 portions, shoving them along with the antidote into the twins' mouths before turning to exit the compartment. The Hogwarts platform was dark and cramped, the biting cold wind sweeping through as a dim lantern swayed above the students' heads. Mo Yin could not fathom why, given the grandeur of the castle. The platform had been rendered so pitifully bleak. Was it to create a stark contrast in the minds of the first years between the minuscule platform and the magnificent castle? First-year students, this way. A booming voice called out, and Mo Yin heard new students gasping in astonishment. Wow, he's really tall. Mo Yin gazed at the new students, who were both exhilarated and apprehensive as they followed the towering figure of Hagrid ahead. He felt a twinge of regret, for he had no idea what it felt like to glide across the lake in a small boat, watching the magnificent castle on the cliff draw ever closer. Mo Yin followed the student who walked in another direction and stepped onto a muddy path, where he beheld at least 100 carriages awaiting. Among the axles stood some grotesque creatures, resembling a fusion of horse and reptile. They were exceedingly emaciated, with their skin tightly clinging to their gaunt skeletons, each bone distinctly visible. A pair of wings, seemingly crafted from black leather, protruded on either side, while their small, white pupils glimmered ominously in the dark. Suddenly, Mo Yin felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if his own eyes appeared similarly unsettling. Despite their fearsome appearance, these creatures were surprisingly quiet and docile, often retreating silently whenever students approached or attempted to grasp something from the void. Perhaps it was the color of their eyes that made Mo Yin perceive a faint sorrow within them. What are you staring at, Mo Yin? Draco inquired as he joined him, following his gaze, yet seeing nothing of note. Nothing, Mo Yin replied. Is Grater finished? Mo Yin, don't mock me with that, Draco said, rubbing his forehead. I truly wish to ask the Sorting Hat how it came to place Goyle and Crabbe in Slytherin. They should have been sorted into Hufflepuff. Slytherin is not Ravenclaw. It does not judge by intellect, Mo Yin retorted. What is it then? Family background? That is the only thing they possess worthy of display. Draco scoffed. Aren't they your friends? Mo Yin questioned, puzzled by the disparagement. Friends? Do they even qualify? Draco replied disdainfully. They are merely followers. Mo Yin fell silent. He suddenly recalled that the reason the Worm's tail had betrayed his father was likely due to James Potter's similar demeanor towards him. Dismissive, contemptuous, indifferent, and utterly expendable. Despite this, both Draco and James Potter held a genuine concern for their companions. Otherwise, Draco would not frequently assist Goyle and Crabbe with their studies or share his sweets and other possessions with them. Likewise, his father would not have entrusted the lives of his family to Peter Pettigrew. Unfortunately, their habitual attitudes were often too hurtful, rendering their so-called friendship a one-sided and cheap affair. However, it remains an undeniable truth that Peter's actions led to the ruin of their family. Were he not at the center of this calamity, he might have sought to absolve the man. Yet, in this world, there are no ifs. He was responsible for his parents' demise, for Sirius's unjust imprisonment in Azkaban, and for the misfortunes that befell both himself and Harry, all stemming from his treachery. If he were to knowingly allow this traitor to escape, just as Harry did, leading to his godfather being forced to endure a life in a home he loathed, mocked by foes and children alike as a coward, he would never forgive himself. Mo Yin pressed his fingers against the storage ring, which contained a newly crafted Marauder's map, meticulously recreated with the assistance of his father's notes. Although Ronsrat had remained cooped up in the dormitory throughout the previous year, Mo Yin was convinced that, with the help of the map, he could seize the opportunity to catch the creature when it ventured outside. "I shall not let you escape, Peter Pettigrew," he vowed silently. The carriage passed through a splendidly crafted wrought iron gate, flanked by stone pillars adorned with a pair of winged golden pigs. The castle's towers gradually came into view, swaying slightly before coming to a halt. Mo Yin exited the carriage alongside Draco. The crowd filtered through the grand oak doors, turning into a cavernous entrance hall illuminated by flickering orange-yellow torches. A magnificent marble staircase ascended to the upper level, leading into the great hall. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, and 4 long tables awaited the arrival of their students. Several professors were already seated at the staff table. Yet Mo Yin noticed that Professor Snape was notably absent. Instead, the flamboyantly attired Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in bright green, sat beside the towering Hagrid, flashing a smile that revealed 8 prominent teeth. Just as Mo Yin intended to occupy his previous seat, Draco suddenly tugged at him, reminding him that they were now second-year students, prompting him to take a seat at the second-year table. The long table was set with gleaming golden cutlery, yet it remained empty of food. After a brief wait, the diminutive Professor Flitwick led the first-year students into the hall. The newcomers appeared small and trembled with cold and anxiety. They whispered amongst themselves, curiously surveying their new surroundings, shrinking under the gaze of their much taller upperclassmen as they approached the front dais. "Look at these first years," Draco scoffed. "We were certainly far superior back in our day." "Oh, I must have been far inferior to them," Mo Yin thought glumly, recalling how he had just endured the perils of the flu network and torrential rain. Arriving in a state of disarray, covered in soot, mud, and rainwater, resembling a drenched rat, he felt no right to mock the newcomers. At least they appeared clean and presentable. Mo Yin muttered to himself, though Draco did not catch his words. Professor Flitwick placed a 4-legged stool and an exceedingly grimy, tattered sorting hat on the dais before the first years, who all gazed intently at the hat, as did the rest of the hall. Then, the hat split open, emitting a rasping voice that sounded as though it had been scraped against a rough surface, since over 1,000 years ago. Mo Yin quietly murmured, casting a spell over his ears. If there was any silver lining to having missed the sorting ceremony in his first year, it was certainly the absence of that dreadful song. It was not until he saw other students stepping forward to don the sorting hat that he dispelled the enchantment. Colin Creevey, whom he had encountered at the station, was indeed sorted into Gryffindor. The dazed Luna Lovegood made the same blunder as Neville, forgetting to remove the hat as she descended from the dais, her gaze clearly wandering elsewhere during the sorting. Ginny's signature red hair immediately caught the attention of her already familiar brothers among the students. As soon as she entered the great hall, Mo Yin overheard nearby whispers, "Another Weasley. I hear she has the youngest daughter, a shameful family among purebloods." Draco scrutinized Ginny for a moment before turning to Mo Yin and asking, "Which brother's robes do you think she inherited?" As Mo Yin glanced at Ginny, she noticed several patches adorning the girl's attire. Although the repairs were executed with remarkable skill, the differing hues were easily discernible. The girl awkwardly attempted to conceal 1 or 2 spots with her hands, though her efforts proved largely futile. Mo Yin did not harbor extravagant desires for an owl, but she hoped that her mother might, on account of her being a girl, craft her a new robe. A troubled voice, reminiscent of a 10-year-old's soft, innocent tone, emerged from her memories. "Draco, mocking others based on their family circumstances is hardly commendable," Mo Yin remarked. "While poverty cannot truly be deemed a treasure, it is equally unjust to label it a disgrace." "Gryffindor," the sorting hat proclaimed, as expected, announcing Ginny's house. The red-haired girl beamed with delight, her face aglow, as she tremulously made her way toward the Gryffindor table, where the cheers were resoundingly exuberant. The twins took turns enveloping their little sister in a warm embrace. Then, Mo Yin noticed Professor Snape entering through a side door, exchanging a few words with Professor McGonagall before they departed together. Professor Lockhart, overhearing their conversation, began to speak with Hagrid, his expression laden with guilt. while Hagrid appeared quite agitated. Mo Yin speculated that Lockhart might mistakenly believe that Harry's recent notoriety stemmed from his own charm. He licked his lips and lowered his gaze, as if suddenly captivated by the mysterious allure of the plate before him, becoming oblivious to the ongoing sorting ceremony and Dumbledore's address. It was not until a heap of food appeared before him, an almost overwhelming roasted chicken claw nearly brushed his nose, that he finally lifted his head. "Hey, where did Dumbledore go?" Blaise suddenly inquired. As Morian turned, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Dumbledore's figure hastily disappearing through a side door. "Let us dine," he said, demonstrating by picking up his cutlery, though his appetite had entirely vanished. "Your appetite last year was akin to that of a quail, but this year it resembles that of a sparrow." A cold, detached voice resonated beside him. "Barrow?" Morian exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you jesting?" "It is the truth," Barrow retorted, seemingly glaring at him, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Then he noticed Draco shifting one seat to the left to accommodate Barrow, revealing several vacant spots beside Draco. Across the table, the same was evident. It appeared that this year's Slytherin first years were far fewer than anticipated, while the Gryffindor long table was more crowded than ever. "Have all the first years gravitated towards Gryffindor?" Morian inquired, furrowing his brow. "Perhaps a third," Blaise replied. "The tale of the boy who lived, who once again vanquished the Dark Lord, has inspired the newcomers to flock to Gryffindor. This year's first years aren't particularly impressive," Draco remarked, leaning in. Edmund is quite concerned. It seemed that speaking over Barrow made him uncomfortable, and after his comment, he retreated back into his seat. Due to Barrow's presence, Morian could not discern Edmund's expression, but he noticed Wendy across the table frowning at several first years who were voraciously devouring their meals, indicating a notable presence of Goyle and Crabbe among them. As they indulged in dessert, several professors returned in succession. Once the last strawberry pudding disappeared from the plate, Dumbledore proposed singing the school song and informed everyone that it was time to retire for the night. They traversed through a concealed door in the wall, returning to their dormitory, where they found their doors marked with their names and a sign indicating second year. After a long day's journey, the occupants of the dormitory quickly succumbed to slumber upon touching their pillows. However, Morian lay in bed, gazing at the silver-green drapes above, lost in thought for an extended period. When 100 owls flew into the hall, Morian was reluctantly sipping his oatmeal, the pungent aroma of pickled fish and smoked meat making it difficult for him to swallow. He promptly relinquished them to Raphael. Draco's mother had sent him a large package of sweets, while nearly every first year received care packages from home. Goyle received a packet of diet pills, which he subsequently tossed to Crabbe, who then threw it to Blaise, who passed it to Morian, only for Draco to snatch it and return it to Goyle. "Drink it yourself," Draco commanded fiercely. Goyle grimaced. "Draco, consuming this potion will completely diminish my desire to eat. I refuse." "Not even a morsel?" Draco inquired. Goyle nodded emphatically. "Indeed, it makes me vomit." Draco pondered for a moment and said, "The next meal, find your own place. Do not sit with us." Goyle stared blankly at him, appearing utterly dazed, while Crabbe hastily shoved the diet pills into his hands. "If they expel you for stealing a car, I would not be the least bit surprised." An irate voice erupted from the Gryffindor table, shaking the dust from the ceiling. Raphael jumped in fright, knocking over a cup of pumpkin juice, which then angrily flapped its wings, unable to tolerate the sticky substance clinging to it, and soared away. "If I catch you, you shall see what's in store." Mrs. Weasley's voice was magnified at least 100-fold, echoing through the air. The plates and cutlery on the table bounced up and down, while the reverberations from the stone walls were deafening. Morian stared incredulously at the fork on his plate, which seemed to dance with delight at the clattering sounds. Feeling for the first time the sheer force of Mrs. Weasley's wrath, compared to this, his aunt's occasional outbursts seemed like a gentle breeze. Imogen lowered his head, sincerely extending profound sympathy towards Mr. Weasley. "Last night, I received a letter from Dumbledore, and I believe your father would be utterly mortified. We never taught you to behave in such a manner. You and Harry could have met with a dire fate. It is nothing short of a familial disgrace. Your father is currently suspended at work for inquiries, and this is entirely your fault. Should you dare to err again, we will promptly bring you back home." At the Gryffindor table, Harry pressed his hands firmly against his ears, feigning ignorance to the resounding voice that echoed throughout the hall. Ron slumped in his chair, curling up into a ball, with only half of his crimson forehead exposed. After Mrs. Weasley's tirade concluded, the red envelope spontaneously ignited, instantly turning to ashes. Imogen lightly tapped his ears, feeling as though his head was still buzzing. Laughter erupted among several individuals, causing a flurry of chatter in the hall. Could it be that Potter and Weasley had driven themselves here yesterday? Surely, he must think his reputation insufficiently illustrious, necessitating a constant renewal of public intrigue. Draco scoffed. While Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances with Mo Yin, noticing his lack of displeasure, and joined in the hearty laughter. It seemed that Weasley's father was employed at the office for the prohibition of Muggle artifacts, specifically tasked with investigating such matters. Yet he himself is the greatest abuser of Muggle items, Blaise remarked. This spells trouble for the Weasley household. Indeed, Draco retorted, casting a derisive glance at the embarrassed Ron. After all, he was the one conducting surprise inspections this summer. He ought to apprehend himself first. Their first class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson, during which Mo Yin was the first to transform a beetle into a six-pointed emerald cufflink, earning Slytherin 10 points. You seem somewhat different today, Draco observed after class. Wasn't it customary for you to be the last to finish? Since we cannot rely on the first years this year, we must endeavor ourselves, Mo Yin replied. Is it so peculiar that I strive for points for Slytherin? It is a bit unusual, Draco admitted honestly, but commendable nonetheless. Oh, where are you off to? The second-year history of magic classroom is this way. Mo Yin waved his hand in farewell. Well then, what is there to attend in Professor Bin's class? I'm heading to the library. Do tell me about the homework when you return. All right. Mo Yin, engrossed in his reading at the library, lost track of time until Draco sought him out, prompting the thought of dining. Just as they approached the entrance hall, a pleading voice interrupted them. Could your friend assist me by taking a photograph? I would like to stand beside you while you sign it. Signed photographs? Are you distributing signed photographs, Potter? Upon recognizing that the boy was addressing Harry, Draco immediately launched into a loud mockery. Everyone, come queue up. Harry Potter is here to distribute his signed photographs. No, I am not. Harry retorted, his fists clenched in fury. Shut up, Malfoy. Mo Yin languidly observed the farce unfolding on the wall, as Colin Creevey endeavored to defend Harry, yet each of his utterances only served to deepen Harry's embarrassment. Ron brandished his poorly twisted wand, indignantly shouting threats of making Draco swallow slugs. What are you all doing? Gilderoy Lockhart strode over, his emerald robes billowing behind him. Who is distributing signed photographs? Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was captivated by this flamboyant peacock, Mo Yin discreetly drew his wand and cast a spell on Harry. Grinning with satisfaction. I should have known it was you. We meet again, Harry. Upon sighting Harry, Lockhart placed a hand on his shoulder, exuberantly offering to take a photograph with Colin Creevey. Moyen tucked his wand away and joined Draco for a meal. By the way, Moyen, you didn't check the common room notices this morning, did you? Draco suddenly inquired as they walked back to the dormitory after lunch. Yes, is there something important? This afternoon, there's a Quidditch tryout. Will you participate? Quidditch? Moyen paused, then chuckled. His father was an exceptional seeker. I wonder if I've inherited any of that talent? However, since Draco was already the seeker for Slytherin, pursuing that role would inevitably lead to conflict. Perhaps I should explore other positions, like keeper? He had played as a keeper during his university days, and although it was an entirely different realm, it could still be considered experience. The weather that afternoon was splendid, with gentle sunshine and a soft breeze. By the time they arrived at the expansive Quidditch pitch, it was already teeming with Slytherin students. Nearly all years from 1st to 7th had turned out. Many first-year newcomers hadn't even attended a flying lesson yet. Yet they anxiously awaited at the edge of the pitch, clutching borrowed brooms. As Moyen passed by, he overheard a blond boy asking a chubby boy with brownish hair, "Could you go over the flying techniques again? I think I've forgotten them. Can these newcomers really manage?" Moyen looked incredulously at Draco. Why is Flint in such a hurry? Many of them haven't even touched a flying broom yet. There's no choice. Edmund approached them. Gryffindor has Potter. His skills are among the best I've seen since I started school. With some formal training, he could easily join any national team after graduation. If we wish to win the Quidditch Cup, we must train diligently. But isn't this a bit too hasty? Moyen pointed behind him at a girl who looked terrified of her broom, as if it might suddenly spring to life and bite her. She trembled and asked, "Can this broom really fly? It won't suddenly throw me off, right? I mean, we haven't learned much magic yet, have we? Haven't they ridden flying brooms at home? Draco, didn't you roam around on a broom since childhood?" Draco coughed awkwardly. Edmund laughed and said, "Moyen, they're just boasting. We seldom got to ride brooms at home. The skies are perilous, and children can't control their direction, easily getting tossed off by temperamental brooms. Young wizards typically only ride toy brooms or do so under adult supervision a couple of times a year. Besides, with the existence of flute powder, Flying brooms are rather useless outside of Quidditch matches. So, the story about you escaping from a helicopter is also a fabrication? Moyen observed a rosy hue creeping onto Draco's face and shook his head, laughing. These newcomers can't even manage direction in the air. It's unrealistic to expect them to play well. At that moment, Blaise stood behind Moyen, followed by Goyle and Crabbe. Now that Draco was always with Moyen, the two often found themselves in a pitiful state of trailing behind. Thus, they would have to let them fly a few laps first and assess their potential afterward. Edmund frowned. Ever since the end of the last term, his brow had been knitted, forming a deep crease between his eyebrows. Flint's hopes of discovering a talent as brilliant as Potter among them seemed utterly futile. Indeed, the initial selection involved all the newcomers, and two of them even shouted for several minutes without managing to get their brooms off the ground. Only a third of them wobbled 10 feet into the air, of which two became too nervous and fell back down, while one shot straight up, eventually being tossed off by the broom. Fortunately, Edmund managed to cast a levitation charm just in time. In total, only 2 individuals flew decently, but merely decently. One could say they had practiced at home and were somewhat proficient. Flint incessantly shouted and even cursed from the sidelines until his voice grew hoarse. Not a single first year was selected. Flint lamented, clutching his head and beating his chest in despair. Those in their second year and above had largely participated in selections already. Another round would only yield marginal improvements. This year, Slytherin's team had 2 vacancies, 1 beater and 1 chaser. However, all positions were open for newcomers. Since the first-year selections were revamped last year, the Quidditch team selection had shifted to the captains. Consequently, this year's selection was particularly chaotic, with more participants than ever before. After Flint had exhausted himself, he remembered to give himself a boost. The selection for Seekers commenced first. But as soon as those contenders took to the field, Flint let out a desperate sigh. Those auditioning for the Seeker position were mostly burly giants, one resembling a much larger Goyle. His broom quivered beneath him as he attempted to accelerate, but the brand-new broom persistently veered left. After being dismissed, he loudly complained that the broom was defective, claiming his father had purchased a counterfeit product. Yet, everyone else believed it was his weight that hampered the poor broom's performance. The beater selection resembled a catastrophe. The bludgers went out of control, causing havoc on the field and injuring several participants. 17 individuals were knocked from their brooms and hastily sent to the infirmary, 6 with broken arms, 3 with broken legs, and 1 with a shattered nose. Flint himself lost 2 teeth. Yet he was quite pleased that the bludger that caused his dental mishap was hit by a third-year boy named Warren-Eyed. This boy, while lacking in skill, excelled at cheating. He could cleverly use his body to collide with others, making it difficult to detect, and a significant portion of the injuries were directly attributed to him. The chaser selection was the most protracted, lasting over 2 hours. During the intermission, Moyen and Draco took a break for dinner, and upon returning, they found it nearly impossible to squeeze back inside. Eventually, as twilight began to descend, the selection for keepers commenced. The crowd at the pitch reached a peak, with not a single soul retreating to do homework or chat in the common room. Everyone braved the cold to witness the final selection. Moyen's selection as a Quidditch player was merely a whimsical notion, thus he had yet to procure a broom of his own. Draco generously lent him his Nimbus 2000. Prior to this, Moyen had only ridden the dilapidated school brooms during flying lessons, which were fit for the museum. Upon taking to the skies, he trembled with fear. Draco had suggested he familiarize himself with the broom, but as the selection process occupied the pitch, other areas of the school, though not prohibited for broom riding, seemed too ridiculous for Moyen, who resolutely declined. With Flint's sharp whistle, a dozen aspiring goalkeepers soared into the air. As there were only 2 goalposts, the candidates were divided into 2 groups, with Moyen being the last of the second group, affording him ample time to circle the pitch. Upon mounting the broom, he felt, for the first time, the exhilarating rush coursing through his veins. The night breeze tousled his hair, his garments billowed audibly, and a refreshing chill seeped into his very bones. He felt utterly enveloped by the darkness around him. He tugged at the broomstick and ascended to a height surpassing all others before halting. Gazing below, the crowd appeared somewhat hazy, with a distance of at least 100 feet separating him from the ground. The stars above seemed within reach, yet Moyen felt no fear. He believed the darkness was him, the sky was him, he was the wind, he was a fish, he was the ephemeral smoke floating through the air, a bird destined to soar. In this rebirth into the world, he truly experienced the freedom of body and spirit. For the first time, he fully embraced his own identity. What of Voldemort? What of Dumbledore? What of the Horcruxes? What of war? Harry, in his ignorance, had triumphed over all adversaries. It was illogical for Mo Yin, who possessed far more knowledge and resources than Harry ever did, to meet with failure. High above, unseen by any, a smile of mischief crept upon Mo Yin's lips, his silver eyes shimmering against the night sky, defiant, proud, and audacious. Mo Yin Evans. The voice of Flint echoed from below. Mo Yin plunged down, coming to a halt just before the left hoop, swiftly kicking away the bludger that Adriath had sent his way. Focus, Adriath. Have you forgotten to eat? He laughed heartily. Ever since Mo Yin made a remarkable impression in the Quidditch tryouts, every time he encountered a member of Slytherin, he would receive a couple of pats on the shoulder or be obliged to listen to some encouraging remarks since the speakers were often upperclassmen. Refusal was not an option. Go for it, Mo Yin. Defeat Gryffindor. Everyone seemed to echo the same sentiment. By the end of the day, Mo Yin complained to Draco with a grimace, "My shoulders are sore." With Gryffindor training 3 nights a week, Slytherin had opted for 4 training sessions, plus an entire morning on Saturday. When Mo Yin received the training schedule, he was filled with regret. He merely wished to experience the thrill of flying and reminisce about his university days, not to bury his entire leisure time within these sessions. How could an entire week be consumed? Look, you still have 3 evenings to rest, Flint pointed out with a smirk, brandishing his timetable. And we have the whole weekend to ourselves. Just 1 morning of training, and you still have an entire morning, 2 afternoons, and 2 evenings left. There's ample time. Must I not complete my assignments? Mo Yin persisted in his argument. Mo Yin, your assignments only take half an hour to an hour, right? Just a little time after dinner will suffice. Draco responded through gritted teeth. It was evident who had betrayed him, as only 3 Gryffindors and Draco had shared the burden of homework together. Thus, for an entire week, Draco bore the unfortunate burden of dark circles under his eyes, deprived even of the courage to provoke Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Mo Yin found himself spending 4 evenings that could have been spent nestled in the library or the common room with a book, instead in the cold, dark air, striving to intercept every bludger that attempted to fly past him. Consequently, he harbored no sympathy for the disheveled Draco. Soon enough, Friday arrived, marking the day they would attend potions class alongside Gryffindor. As was customary, Morian arrived early at the potions classroom, seamlessly collaborating with Professor Snape to prepare the various potion ingredients required for the lesson. Now adept at handling some more advanced materials, Morian still struggled with patience. At times, he would abandon his work after processing only half of an ingredient, while on other occasions, he would suddenly lose interest after making considerable progress. In such moments, Professor Snape would take over, skillfully completing the remaining tasks. Only on rare occasions would Morian find the process sufficiently engaging to finish all the preparations. Disgusting substances like slugs or Rimo cow saliva were swiftly handled before being cast aside, compelling him to wash his hands thoroughly several times thereafter. Mo Yin had always been aware of Professor Snape's considerable tolerance and concern for him, yet he had never paid heed to the disdainful glances Snape cast at Harry. This led him to develop a certain animosity towards the man. He believed that although Snape's ultimate actions were commendable, his demeanor was generally lacking. Especially, his vengeful behavior directed at the son of an adversary only deepened Mo Yin's contempt. Thus, despite occasionally feeling an impulsive urge to approach Snape after recalling that final gaze, he habitually ignored the thought, both consciously and unconsciously. However, upon discovering the striking resemblance he shared with his mother, Mo Yin found himself suddenly eager to understand the nature of Snape's gaze upon him. Could it be influenced by his mother's sentiments? Mo Yin felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He resolved that if this greasy old bat dared to covet him due to his resemblance to his mother, he would ensure that the lesson imparted would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Thus, while slicing the apple leaves, Mo Yin covertly cast a glance at Professor Snape. He then found himself momentarily dazed. Professor Snape maintained his usual icy demeanor, yet he entirely lacked the aura of aloofness. Instead, he exuded an impression that was rather intriguing. Mo Yin tilted his head in contemplation, extracting from his mind a rather vague term, tranquility. It was not the vast and profound calm of the ocean, which conceals tumultuous waves beneath its surface, nor was it the boundless and lofty serenity of the sky, which feels distant and sparse. Rather, it resembled the essence of air. Indeed, much like air, it is invisible, intangible, colorless, and tasteless, an all-encompassing presence that embraces all. Mo Yin blinked, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame for her earlier thoughts, a delicate blush creeping up to the tips of her ears. Harry entered, squinting, and accidentally collided with a chair, producing a resounding clatter. Upon realizing the situation, Imogen furrowed her brow. The spell's effect seemed far more potent than when she had tested it herself. Was it due to Harry's pre-existing myopia? The pairing of Gryffindor's trio in potions class astonished onlookers, for it was surprising to see Harry Potter alongside Hermione Granger, while Ron Weasley partnered with Neville Longbottom. It was well known that despite Professor Snape's relentless critiques during every potions class, Potter's scores were among the highest in Gryffindor, surpassed only by Hermione, famously dubbed Miss Know-It-All. Thus, he had consistently partnered with the less adept Weasley, while Granger sought to minimize point deductions by teaming up with the clumsy Longbottom. But now, with Granger and Potter together, and Weasley with Longbottom, had the hourglass of Gryffindor finally shattered under the weight of their ruby? Then, the crowd gasped in astonishment as the exceptionally talented Harry Potter required Hermione's reminders for every single action, and even then, he often made mistakes. He even managed to confuse lizard skin with apple leaves, and twice extended the stirring rod outside the cauldron. This was so shocking that a bewildered Professor Snape momentarily failed to react, missing several opportunities to deduct points. Miss Granger, speaking without permission during class, 5 points from Gryffindor. As Hermione once again reminded Harry to stir, Snape glided over, his robes billowing, standing before their table to observe their potion making. Harry shot an angry glare at Snape. His focus askew, then cautiously dipped the stirring rod into the cauldron, barely grazing the surface of the liquid before stirring clockwise. Potter, without anyone to remind you, you cannot even perform the most basic of operations? 2 points from Gryffindor. Snape stood before Harry, arms crossed, smirking derisively. Last year's grades led me to believe you might not have inherited your father's clumsiness and foolishness. It seems I was entirely mistaken. How is it that you achieved such scores in my class while making such elementary errors? Harry bit his lip in silence, his hands trembling as he painstakingly followed the potion-making steps. He did not once glance at the blackboard, having evidently memorized all the instructions. This was something Imogen had repeatedly urged him to do, but Harry always found excuses to evade it. He despised tedious study, particularly loathed rote memorization, especially when the material pertained to potions, a level of distaste that was compounded twofold. He had done his utmost to adhere to the standards, as evidenced by his actions, yet there were always inexplicable blunders. He had measured out at least double the required amount, nearly singed his hand while igniting the flame, and spilled half of the ingredients outside the cauldron. Snape remained in front of him, coldly mocking, clucking his tongue at the various mistakes, and ultimately deducting points from Gryffindor without mercy. Hermione, risking point deductions herself, reminded him twice, and together they paid a price of 20 points. Harry's face flushed crimson, his lips nearly bitten to the point of bleeding, with tears brimming in his eyes, ready to spill. Imogen's expression darkened as he tore the lizard skin in his hand in two. Draco cast a glance at him, deciding it best not to remind him that this should have been finely chopped. At last, just as Harry was about to toss the incorrect ingredient into the cauldron once more, a chilling hand seized his wrist. "What in the world is wrong with you?" came Imogen's voice, laced with barely concealed anger. Imogen was undoubtedly aware of the condition of Harry's eyes, for it was he who had cast the spell. Yet his anger was genuine, stemming from his failure to contemplate the ramifications of his actions at that moment. "Imogen," Harry exclaimed with surprise at the familiar voice, momentarily forgetting that he was in class, nearly brought to tears. Throughout the summer, he had penned dozens of letters to Imogen in an attempt to explain himself. Upon returning to school, he had sought him out on several occasions, but Imogen had remained unresponsive. Just as despair began to envelop him, hope flickered anew. In that moment, he even found himself grateful for the abrupt calamity. Harry gazed eagerly at Imogen. The figure before him was somewhat indistinct. Yet the vibrant hue of red, uniquely Imogen's, stood out brilliantly, contrasting starkly with Ron and the others. In an instant, all of Harry's grievances, anxieties, fears, and sorrows surged forth. "Imogen, I am becoming blind." Observing Harry's tear-filled yet somewhat unfocused green eyes, Imogen sighed, his tone unwittingly softening. "Professor, may I escort him to the infirmary?" Imogen inquired, yet his gaze conveyed to Professor Snape, "Should you refuse, I shall take him away regardless." Professor Snape pressed his lips together and glared at him for a moment before reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. Imogen packed his bag and noticed that Harry nearly toppled his cauldron while organizing his own. Reluctantly, he tidied up his belongings as well and then took Harry by the hand, leading him out. He remained oblivious to the profound silence that enveloped the classroom from the moment he grasped Harry's hand, Draco glaring at the two of them with fury, while Professor Snape's gaze was shrouded in a mysterious gloom. He failed to perceive the soft, synchronized gasps that accompanied his hold on Harry, nor the hushed breaths of their peers as they departed. In the corridor, Harry slung his bag over his shoulder and grasped Imoyen's arm, saying, "Imoyen, there's no need to visit the infirmary. I went just a couple of days ago, and Madame Pomfrey was at a loss as to what was wrong. It seems my eyes have returned to the state they were in before I took the potion you gave me. Perhaps I should offer you another vial?" Imoyen feigned inquiry, well aware that Harry would decline. But what if he called him Potter? Harry jolted at the name. "Imoyen, what did you just call me? Isn't it evident?" "Potter." The hurt was palpable on Harry's face. "Imoyen, are you still unwilling to forgive me? I truly misspoke last time. I recognize that now." Imoyen replied coldly, "I received your letter and understand why you said what you did. Yet, I have always believed that the words spoken in moments of passion often reveal the darkest and most genuine malice within a person. I am not." Imoyen raised his voice to interrupt Harry's impending justification. "I believe you are correct. I am Slytherin, and you are Gryffindor. We each have our own houses and friends. Since our arrival at Hogwarts, our houses have become our homes. I cannot forsake my true family, who have embraced my flaws and endured shame to protect my pride, for your sake." Harry's lips trembled, rendering him speechless, as despair glimmered in his green eyes. Imoyen gazed at him, stealing her resolve as she uttered her final, frigid words. "You have your life, and I have my path. We were never meant to be friends. It was my mistake to force our connection in the past. From now on, let us remain unacquainted." Harry stood there, utterly stunned. As Imoyen turned away, she noticed two students from their college, who had already finished class, standing dumbfounded nearby. "You should return to your friends," she said, gripping firmly the hand that clutched his shoulder. Sensing the resistance and tremor within him, she deftly loosened his hold. "Why do you speak so definitively? You have left him no room for hope," Draco remarked. Imoyen glanced at Draco, who feigned concern while nearly stretching his mouth to his ears, remaining silent. Harry, I am truly sorry. I do not wish to cause you harm. I am merely engulfed by fear. My only desire is to shield myself. I cannot bear the thought of being rejected and despised once more. Hence, I preemptively reject this time. I am sorry. Raphael." Imoyen extended his arm, and a brown owl descended, gently flapping its wings, sending wisps of hair on Imoyen's shoulder fluttering. Imoyen presented the meticulously crafted glasses to Raphael. "Raphael, take this to Harry and place it beside his pillow. Do so in the dead of night, ensuring that no one, including Harry, discovers it. Do you understand?" Raphael accepted the glasses and took flight. Imoyen leaned against the windowsill, watching as Raphael gradually transformed into a diminutive black, feelings swirling within him that he could scarcely articulate. The Slytherin common room was peculiar. It was situated beneath the lake, perpetually dim and damp. Yet outside its windows lay an endless expanse of sky, as if they resided high above the earth. Even the owls that flitted in and out seemed to soar from a lofty tower, prompting Imoyen to lament countless times his own lack of knowledge. The following day marked the first weekend since the school term commenced. Imoyen had intended to sleep in as he usually did, but was abruptly roused from his slumber by Draco. "What is going on, Draco?" Imoyen mumbled, yawning and barely coherent. "You'll find out when you reach the Great Hall." Draco replied mysteriously. The Great Hall was sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals partaking in breakfast, suggesting that most were indulging in a leisurely morning. However, Imoyen noticed that the Slytherin Quidditch team was present, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Only Flint, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Since everyone is awake, let us head to practice early." He had learned just days prior from Madame Hooch that Gryffindor had reserved the pitch, necessitating a rescheduling of Slytherin's training to Sunday. Yet, at such an early hour, the indolent Gryffindors were likely still in slumber, allowing Slytherin a chance to practice first. "Oh no," came the collective groan as they slumped over the table. Over the past 5 days, they had trained every evening except for the first night when the goalkeeper was selected, and the mere mention of training had become a source of disdain. The beater, Derek, feigned a menacing demeanor towards Draco, saying, "You better have something important, or else." He chuckled darkly, cracking his knuckles ominously. Draco blinked and replied, "Just a little longer. The owls will be here soon." When a long line of owls swooped in, delivering elongated parcels, astonishment spread across everyone's faces, and all grievances vanished into thin air. Flint's eyes widened in disbelief. "This can't be Beaterbull's tongue tangled up," he remarked, stumbling over his words. Fly, fly, fly. The Nimbus 2000 has always been more treacherous than not. ID had become tongue-tied, his last words lingering awkwardly on the tip of his tongue. 7 Nimbus 2000 broomsticks, one for each of the official team members: goalkeeper Mo Yin, seeker Draco, chasers Flint, Warrington, Montague, and beaters Derek and Bowl, with Mo Yin and Montague being the new additions this year. While ID served as a substitute due to technical issues, stood ready as they collectively rose to catch the parcels dropped by the owls. Mo Yin unwrapped the exterior of the parchment, revealing a brand new broom inside, its tail adorned with the golden inscription Nimbus 2001. Oh my, it is the latest Nimbus 2001. Gasps of admiration reverberated around the room as I'd, filled with envy, longed to touch Bull's broom, only to have it opened before him. Even the other students at the long tables, enjoying their breakfast, cast envious glances in their direction. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us take it for a spin, suggested Warrington. Indeed, indeed, I'd exclaimed loudly, realizing that if they went to practice, he would have the opportunity to ride the new broom for a while. Let us head to practice right now. However, Bull frowned and remarked, but hasn't the pitch already been reserved by Gryffindor? A hush fell over the long table. The agony of possessing a splendid broom yet being unable to flaunt it was almost unbearable for these ardent Quidditch enthusiasts. Nevertheless, there remained one exception. Mo Yin stifled a yawn and remarked that since training was not an option, everyone might as well disperse. He intended to return home for a brief slumber. Wait, Flint called out, while the others regarded Mo Yin as if he were an extraterrestrial being. After a moment of hesitation, Flint gritted his teeth and declared, I shall seek out Professor Snape and request a special authorization for us. Mo Yin, accompany me. Mo Yin expressed his reluctance. Why must I go? Can't you speak for yourself? Draco yanked him up, insisting, you going is the only way we can secure approval. Hurry. Who said that? Mo Yin replied, turning to Draco earnestly in an attempt to initiate a marathon debate. However, Flint seized the back of his shirt and pulled him along. Move it. Otherwise, when the Gryffindors arrive at the pitch, we won't be able to chase them away. Who knows what conflicts might arise, wasting our training time. Oh, the Slytherins are practicing on the Quidditch pitch? What is your excuse? Professor Snape, having set aside the assignments he was grading, interlocked his fingers and regarded them intently, asking point-blank, does acquiring 7 new Nimbus 2001 brooms count? Mo Yin retorted defiantly. Flint quickly interjected, we're training the new keeper, Mo Yin Evans, Professor. Mo Yin felt increasingly troubled. He vaguely recalled that an incident had occurred during the recent competition on the pitch, yet the specifics eluded him. After all, such mundane details of daily life had not reached a critical juncture. Not every event warranted the investment of his precious cognitive resources. However, he never anticipated that he would unwittingly escalate this conflict. 7 new light, Will 2001. Snape seemed to overlook Flint's remark and inquired, from where did they come? Purchased by the Malfoy family, Flint hastily replied. My protege seems to expend far more thought on these superficial matters, Snape remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. Mo Yin internally cursed Draco, who had recently been a constant source of vexation for him. Flint, unable to discern any dissatisfaction from Professor Snape, quickly lowered his head, his expression becoming even more obsequious, fearful that he might incite Snape's ire and lose the chance for approval. After chiding his protege, Snape tore off a sheet of parchment and swiftly wrote, I, Professor Snape, in light of the necessity for training new goalkeeper players, hereby permit the Slytherin team to practice on the Quidditch pitch today. He added, go on. For I do not wish to rely solely on the hope that Potter will not be on the field this year to secure the Quidditch Cup. He offered the two an encouraging smile, though it appeared he had not worn such a rich expression in quite some time, the stiffness of his muscles rendering it almost ghastly. Although they arrived at the Quidditch pitch early, the Gryffindor team had already commenced their training. Mo Yin spotted the slight figure of Colin Creevey hurrying over from the adjacent stands, camera in hand. Upon seeing them approach, the Gryffindor players immediately descended like arrows. Wood, having landed too abruptly, stumbled slightly. Undeterred, he shouted at Flint, Flint, this is our training time. I reserved the pitch 3 days ago. We are conducting specialized training, and you are not permitted to watch. Harry, Fred, and George followed closely behind him, their hair disheveled and faces smeared with dirt. Clearly awakened far earlier than the Slytherin contingent. Despite the bags under their eyes, they nonetheless glared fiercely at the Slytherin players. Harry had donned new glasses, and Mo Yin speculated on his thoughts upon discovering them at his bedside, perhaps suspecting they were from him, though it was more likely he attributed them to Professor Dumbledore's concern. It was a pity that Angelina Johnson, such a lovely girl, now resembled an elderly woman. However, Gryffindor seemed perpetually adept at overlooking the gender and appearance of the girls around them. Mo Yan's mind wandered as he listened to the escalating argument between the two factions. Slytherin, brimming with pride, flaunted their new broomsticks, while the faces of the Gryffindors turned ashen with agitation. Although, to a certain extent, this quarrel served as a pretext for the discord. Mo Yan lazily leaned against Draco, choosing to feign ignorance of the commotion. Suddenly, a clicking sound caught his attention. With a cold smirk, he pointed his wand, causing Colin's camera to explode with a resounding bang. Immediately, a cloud of gray-blacks had enveloped the young boy's face. The bickering parties fell silent in an instant. Mo Yan, Colin exclaimed, his initial joy quickly transformed into confusion as he registered the wand in Mo Yan's hand, followed by a flicker of anger, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Mo Yan coldly regarded him, stating, "Since you are oblivious to the concept of respecting others' portrait and privacy rights, allow me to impart a lesson to you. Remember this lesson well, young one." Colin, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out loudly as he fled, clutching his beloved camera. "This is outrageous. Apologize. How could you destroy his camera?" The Gryffindors furiously advanced towards him, while the Slytherins brandished their wands in response. "Mo Yan, I can hardly believe you would stoop to such behavior," exclaimed Hermione and Ron, who had rushed over to witness the unfolding events. The brown-haired girl gazed at Mo Yan in disbelief, her expression filled with sorrow. "This is not your place to speak." "Mudblood," Draco retorted. "How dare you?" The Gryffindors surged forward, and the Slytherins wasted no time casting spells. A flurry of lights erupted, causing 2 Gryffindors to tumble down. Then, a deafening crash echoed across the pitch as Ron was struck in the stomach by his own spell, sent sprawling backward to land on the grass. The Gryffindors rushed to his side. Fred drew his wand to lift the petrification curse from Angelina and George. Ron, are you all right?" Hermione screamed. Ron opened his mouth to reply but was rendered speechless. He coughed forcefully, expelling a few slimy snails that plopped onto his thigh. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin team. Flint leaned against his brand-new broom, his body bent in mirth. Bull laughed so hard he doubled over. Draco lay on the ground, pounding the grass with both hands. Indeed's laughter was sharp and piercing. Even Mo Yan could not suppress a smile at the comedic spectacle that Ron had unwittingly provided. Eventually, Harry and Hermione escorted Ron to the infirmary, while the remaining Gryffindors, demoralized by Snape's reprimand and the recent comedic debacle, exchanged a few parting jibes before departing. Oh, the infamous Ron and the snail incident. As Mo Yan soared into the sky, he finally recalled the events of that Saturday morning, albeit belatedly. It seemed that in the days to come, encountering Ron at meals in the Great Hall would be rather repugnant. Perhaps it would be best to dine in the kitchen instead. As Mo Yan floated leisurely upwards, he contemplated his future life in meticulous detail. Indeed, Ron's symptoms of expelling snot-like creatures persisted for an extended period. Even over a month later, 1 or 2 of the slimy critters would occasionally emerge from his mouth. During the initial phase, these sticky little entities seemed to fall onto his clothes, his desk, and even his plate incessantly. Mo Yan was baffled by how swiftly the Gryffindors adapted to this peculiar situation. Aside from the initial day when they were thoroughly disgusted, everyone soon opted to ignore it. Hermione and Harry even demonstrated remarkable bravery by sitting beside him, although they had to change their plates several times during meals. Astonishingly, they continued to eat as heartily as ever. The Slytherins had now appointed special scouts to monitor the situation. They either arrived after Ron had finished his meal or came early to eat, swiftly grabbing a few pieces of bread and departing at the mere sight of his red-haired figure. Fred and George quickly caught wind of this development and cleverly dispatched their younger brother to feign having eaten beforehand. They then returned to the table just as the Slytherin contingent was nearing. Ron, true to form, managed to expel 2 snot-like creatures into his plate before the Slytherins could react, leaving all witnesses from their house visibly green with nausea. If there was any joy to be found during Ron's ordeal of expelling these creatures, this moment certainly ranked among the highest. Thus, he delighted in the chaos it brought. Everything was initially quite splendid as Slytherin seized every opportunity to mock the Weasley-esque misfortunes. With the assistance of all the Gryffindors, Weasley engaged in guerrilla tactics against the Slytherins until one day, weary of the raucous kitchen and too lazy to cook, Mo Yan, spurred by the scout system, ventured into the Great Hall. Upon spotting the red-haired figure leisurely enjoying ice cream at the Slytherin table, Fred sensed impending trouble. He hurriedly dashed forward, hoping to pull George along to sneak Ron out, but he was just a moment too late. The lively atmosphere of dining in the hall was unmistakable. Mo Yin took a bite of the chocolate orange ice cream, squinting in contemplation. Then he opened his eyes and, just in time, observed a throng of tightly clustered Gryffindors parting to reveal Ron within. Mo Yin's complexion instantly turned pale, although Ron had yet to expel any mucus. The mere sight of him involuntarily conjured that scene in Mo Yin's mind, especially upon noticing the long, glistening traces on Ron's body, which sent waves of nausea surging through his stomach. Mo Yin had to summon his inner energy to suppress the urge to vomit at the Slytherin long table. Had he succumbed to such an impulse, he would no longer have the privilege of dining here. However, upon witnessing Ron, who sat across from him, gorging himself with a triumphant air, Mo Yin felt a surge of indignation rising within him. Very well, Ron Weasley. Mo Yin dabbed at the corners of his mouth and, with a forced composure, rose to leave. As he passed the Gryffindor long table, the twins suddenly leaped up, despite their growling stomachs. They resolutely refrained from touching the food laid before them. In the ensuing days, Ron seemed on the verge of expelling his very innards, with a relentless stream of slugs emerging from both his mouth and nose. He was unable to eat, let alone speak, and was confined to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. However, Madame Pomfrey assured him that this was a good sign. Though it was uncomfortable now, the spell's effects would dissipate within a few days, and he would no longer suffer from the intermittent slug episodes. Thus, she declined to provide any other treatment, allowing Ron to endure these trying days in his bed. As the days drew closer to Halloween, amidst the weekly Quidditch practices, an increasing pile of homework, and various research endeavors squeezed into their schedules, the weather had turned grim. Rain fell incessantly for several days, leaving everyone drenched and muddy after each training session. Yet, the elation of having finally mastered the disillusionment charm kept Mo Yin's spirits high, even leading him to inadvertently agree to attend Nick's death day party. By the time he realized what he had just consented to, it was too late. Nick, filled with excitement, declared he was off to collect a letter from the Headless Hunt and hurried away. Mo Yin wandered aimlessly down the corridor, his spirits dampened. Ever since the altercation at the Quidditch pitch, Harry had not exchanged a word with him, nor had he attempted to offer any explanations. Although Mo Yin had initially desired to distance himself from Harry, the reality of this separation left him feeling somewhat despondent. As he turned a corner, he was startled by an excited shout from behind. "Filthy scoundrel! Don't run. This time I'll catch you." It was then that Mo Yin noticed the muddy footprints trailing behind him. Filch, his face flushed with exhilaration, ran towards him, followed closely by Mrs. Norris, who both seemed to wilt upon spotting Mo Yin. "Ah, my apologies, Filch," Mo Yin said, drawing his wand to vanquish the unsightly marks on the floor. "Not at all," Filch replied, enviously eyeing Mo Yin's wand. "A few days ago, some third-year students smeared frog spawn on the ceiling by number 5, and I spent the entire morning cleaning it up. I thought those little brats were up to their usual mischief again." "Is that so?" Mo Yin replied. "You could always ask the house elves for help. And by the way, are you unwell?" Filch, wrapped in a rather worn blanket and sporting a checkered cloth atop his head, had a nose that was red and swollen. "Indeed, this blasted weather," Filch said, producing a handkerchief to blow his nose. "You ought to take better care of yourself," Mo Yin remarked, wrinkling his brow at the dreadful sound. He then retrieved a potion for colds from around his neck, a remedy he had concocted under Professor Snape's guidance, which was notably more effective than those from the infirmary, and handed it to Filch. "Thank you." Filch sneezed in gratitude, prompting Mo Yin to bid him farewell. "Mo Yin, why are you dressed so warmly?" Draco asked, observing Mo Yin's layers of clothing with a puzzled expression. "For the feast," Mo Yin replied sullenly. "Mo Yin, Dumbledore simply invited a skeleton dance troupe to perform. He didn't summon a horde of ghosts to dance with us. It's not that cold." Blaise chuckled. "I know." Mo Yin snapped back. He was well aware that the Great Hall had been adorned with live bats, and that Hagrid's enormous pumpkins were large enough for 3 people to sit inside, all fashioned into lanterns. Yet, what good did that knowledge do him? It would have been better had he remained oblivious, knowing merely fueled his frustration. "Mo Yin, you're going to the Halloween feast, right? Aren't you?" Draco suddenly inquired, and Mo Yin felt he was becoming increasingly astute. "Of course not." Mo Yin opened his cabinet and began filling his bag with candy. "I promised Sir Nicholas I would attend his death day party." "Sir Nicholas? The ghost of Gryffindor? You must be mad. Attending a ghost party?" Blaise and Draco exclaimed in unison. Even Goyle and Crabbe, who were struggling to tie their bow ties, looked up in astonishment. "Mo Yin, is this true? You accepted an invitation from a Gryffindor ghost? A death day party?" Why would a ghost celebrate the day of their demise? Mo Yin. Ghosts are quite chilly, Goyle chimed in. Enough. I am fully aware of that, Mo Yin replied, raising an eyebrow in annoyance. I regret it myself, all right? Can't you all just be quiet for a moment and prepare your own things? At last, his companions fell silent. Though Mo Yin's mood did not improve in the slightest. In a fit of frustration, he slammed his cabinet shut, grabbed his wand, and strode out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. The four startled, instinctively recoiling. Why is he so angry? Goyle whispered. He merely stated a fact. It doesn't seem to be because of us, Blaze mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Draco, Crabbe suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Draco replied impatiently. Sir Nicholas is the ghost of Gryffindor. I know that. Even the Scarhead could have received an invitation. Draco's expression darkened. Once outside the dormitory, Mo Yin rubbed his face, dispelling the feigned anger he had been harboring. He noticed that the Slytherins had grown increasingly curious about his whereabouts, often meddling in his affairs. He resolved to find an opportunity to distance himself, lest his private space and time be significantly encroached upon. Although the timing was not ideal, he could manage. For he could no longer endure the feeling of being constantly monitored. Then, he spotted the bloody Baron floating by and called out, Baron. The Baron turned to look at him, his gaze still hollow. You're attending Nick's death day party, aren't you? I am too. Let us go together. I'm not quite sure of the way. You should attend the school's Halloween feast, the Baron replied coldly. Living people shouldn't go to a ghost-s party. But I've already promised, even if I regretted it afterwards. Then you should go back, the Baron said, his voice icy. I will inform Sir Nicholas that it was I who prevented your attendance. No, Baron, I promised Nick I would go, Mo Yin insisted, glancing at the long, deep black candles flickering on the walls, the bright blue flames appearing oddly surreal. Baron, were these candles made by ghosts? Not at all. They would be quite cold. Mo Yin paused for a moment before comprehending that Barrow was referring to the chill of the Halloween gala. With each step they descended, the temperature dropped further. It's quite all right, he reassured. Just look at how many layers I'm wearing. Yet there was nothing to eat. I have brought some candy. The music, performed with chainsaws, would surely be unbearable to the ears of the living. Indeed, he could already discern a sound akin to thousands of nails scraping against a vast blackboard. Would it be considered impolite to listen with earplugs at the gala? My dear friends, Nick proclaimed as he stood by the door adorned with dark purple drapes, doffing his feathered hat and bowing graciously to allow them entry. Inside, a multitude of pale, translucent figures floated across the dance floor, waltzing to the horrifyingly eerie melody. On a platform shrouded in darkness, an orchestra energetically drew the strings of 30 chainsaws, while a chandelier resembling branches above illuminated the scene with a ghostly blue glow. The breath of the attendees transformed into mist, as though they had stepped into a refrigerated chamber. At the far end of the room, a long table draped in a deep purple-black cloth was set. On a silver platter lay a decaying fish, while a cake burnt to the consistency of coal was arranged on a tray nearby. Accompanying these was a plate of rotting animal livers, a sizable chunk of cheese infested with green mold and crawling with worms, and a massive, tombstone-shaped gray cake, inscribed in tar, Mr. Nicholas Demys Popington, died October 31st, 1492. Dying on Halloween. What a curious twist of fate, one might muse. Mo Yin gazed at the date inscribed on the cake, pondering with a hint of amusement. Then he recalled that his parents had also passed away on this very day, and he found that such occurrences were, in truth, devoid of any genuine intrigue. Mo Yin gently patted his somewhat chilly cheeks and, with a hint of resignation, said to Barrow beside him, It's all right, Barrow. I can manage on my own. You don't need to accompany me so closely. Barrow glanced at him with a frosty demeanor, remaining silent. Mo Yin could only let out a deep sigh. Although the music produced by the spirits was discordant and the food utterly inedible, he still harbored a keen interest in engaging them in conversation. Each ghost bore with them a lengthy narrative, and more importantly, they hailed from various corners of the nation. Some spirits wandered about the places they once frequented, which could be deemed a testament to their worldly knowledge. The fact that these specters were acquainted with Count Nicholas, who had been deceased for 5 centuries and seldom ventured from Hogwarts, attested to their formidable presence within the realm of ghosts. Each of them possessed their own unique means of sustaining their souls or minimizing the expenditure of their powers. Mo Yin was eager to exchange insights on this subject, especially since Charles could not hold on much longer. During his last visit to converse with Charles, he noticed that one of his hands had completely vanished. He understood that Charles could not wait for him for a decade. While Charles himself faced this predicament with remarkable composure, Mo Yin was nonetheless filled with sorrow, hoping to offer him assistance. However, Imogen glanced at Barrow beside him and let out a loud sigh once more. After much anticipation for the opportunity to meet numerous ghosts, he found that Barrow's unwavering presence deterred any specter from approaching him. Even Nick hurried over to greet them before swiftly departing. Observing Imogen's exaggerated lamentations, Helena Ravenclaw drifted closer to elucidate. Imogen, not every ghost possesses the amiability characteristic of those at Hogwarts. Many harbor animosity towards the living. Nick's invitation to you children was rather reckless. Just a few encounters with these spirits passing through your bodies could leave you ailing for an extended period. Helena, the ghost of Ravenclaw, was commonly referred to as Lady Green. With her long hair cascading to her waist, she exuded an air of haughtiness. Upon seeing Helena approach, Barrow immediately floated back a few paces, turning his face away in avoidance. You children? Imogen echoed Helena's words, curious about who else had arrived. Have Harry and the others come? Harry Potter and his friends. The Fat Friar from Hufflepuff has also arrived. Lady Green. I have already alerted Peeves to watch over those children. However, I believe they would prefer otherwise. Hello, I am Kenro. Kenro suddenly appeared from the side. Imogen Evans. He replied, then inquired of the Fat Friar, why has everyone come? With Barrow here, I shall be safe. Perhaps a couple of you should check on Harry and the others. Do not worry, Imogen. With Peeves around, no one dares approach them, the Fat Friar reassured him. Indeed, we have great confidence in Barrow's strength. However, the ghosts outside are often quite rude and uncouth, filled with malevolence, making our presence amongst them rather uncomfortable. It is far preferable to remain in your company. You do not enjoy the company of ghosts? Imogen found this notion intriguing. Indeed, the malevolence within their souls can influence us, rendering us irritable. Ghosts do not maintain control over themselves as easily as the living do. Hello, I am Kenro. What is your name? Imogen Evans. Does Sir Nicholas not comprehend this? He was once an earl, Helena remarked. He constantly reminisces about the glory of his living days, seeking to indulge in merriment during this occasion, hence his thoughtless actions. At that moment, a sorrowful wailing erupted from the myrtle tree nearby, filling the entire hall with its mournful sound. Imogen turned his gaze and happened to see Peeves following Myrtle, pelting her with peanuts while shouting, Filthy ghost! Filthy ghost! Peeves! Imogen exclaimed loudly. At once, Peeves dropped the peanuts and vanished with a whoosh. He had once attempted to prank Imogen, but ended up being outsmarted and bullied instead. To make matters worse, Bloodman Barlow later sought him out. Thus, in Peeves' eyes, Imogen had become nearly as terrifying as Bloodman Barlow. Myrtle approached Imogen, sobbing, as she recounted how Hermione and the others had spoken ill of her. Lamenting Peeves' loathsome behavior, Imogen could only offer her a headache-inducing consolation, deeply regretting his decision to engage with such a ghost. Fortunately, Nick arrived by Harry and the others, which allowed him some relief upon witnessing Peeves irresponsibly flee, enabling him to patiently converse with Myrtle. Although he was already aware of certain matters, he felt compelled to go through the motions, such as inquiring about how Myrtle had met her demise. Suddenly, the symphony ceased its performance, and the sound of hunting horns filled the air, causing every ghost to quiet down, their expressions brimming with excitement. 12 ghostly steeds galloped into the room, each ridden by a headless knight. The crowd erupted in wild applause. Imogen gazed at the towering specter leading the group, who whimsically treated his own head as a mere prop for amusement, jesting with unfunny quips about Nick's head still perched on his shoulder. In disbelief, he inquired of Barrow, is it truly a matter of pride for a ghost to lose his head? Of course, it can serve as a ball to kick when boredom strikes, Barrow retorted coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. What? Imogen exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The myrtle tree finally noticed the sanguine figure of Barrow beside Imogen and let out a startled gasp before drifting away. Barrow, are you jesting? The rotund friar exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Barrow. Barrow's expression stiffened, yet Imogen perceived that, had he possessed color, he would surely be blushing. They are merely foolish jesters, Helena remarked, her gaze curiously scrutinizing Barrow. Harry Potter and his companions have departed. Shall I escort you back? Barrow ignored the others and leaned down to speak to Imogen. Imogen hesitated for a moment. Imogen, you seem quite intrigued by these specters, Barrow remarked candidly. Imogen sighed. You know Charles, right? Barrow and Helena nodded. The stout monk remarked, I only saw him once when I first became a ghost. Hasn't he dissipated? No, he still exists, but even ghosts can no longer perceive him. Hi, I'm Kenro. What is your name? Imogen Evans. I truly believe he is on the verge of vanishing, so I hope to find a way to assist him. These wandering spirits may have heard something. Impossible, Mo Yin. Their sanity has long been returned to Merlin. I must be mad to invite these individuals. Nick lamented as he drifted nearby, but the others paid him no mind. Mo Yin, they wouldn't know, Helena interjected. The long, lonely years have eroded their wisdom. Charles even helped me when I was a child, Helena exclaimed. I wish to help him too, but it is exceedingly difficult. Difficult? Mo Yin raised his head in surprise. Does that mean there is still a way? Tell me. My mother once engaged in research on souls, and after I transformed into a ghost, I learned that only one thing can stabilize a ghost spirit, the legendary tear of Inaris. The tear of Inaris? Mo Yin had never heard of such a thing. Inaris was once a princess of the merfolk. She fell in love with a human and even sought the aid of a great sorcerer to transform her fishtail into legs. However, her unappealing appearance led to her rejection. Heartbroken, Inaris plunged into the sea, but without her tail, she could not survive in the water and ultimately drowned. Helena recounted this poignant legend with a somber tone. The tale was even known in the Muggle world. Ah, the daughter of the sea, Mo Yin realized. But what is the tear of Inaris? It is the tear left by Inaris before her death, containing all of the mermaid's love, hate, sorrow, and magic. Helena continued. My mother once aided the merfolk significantly, which allowed her to obtain the last tear of Inaris, but it has already been used on me. Is there nothing else? Not even one? Mo Yin could not bear the thought of experiencing despair after just discovering a glimmer of hope. Merlin once seized 3 tears from the merfolk. I do not know if any remain. Mo Yin felt a surge of excitement. So what does the tear of Inaris look like? Hello, my name is Kenro. What is yours? Why did Mo Yin Evans only inquire of me? Perhaps it is simply because you are the only one who would respond to him. Helena smiled softly, stating that the tear of Inaris resembles a blue teardrop, within which resides a tiny, weeping mermaid. Let us return, Mo Yin, Barrow urged once more. When Helena was near, he felt an unusual stiffness, which was rather amusing for a wandering specter. As they ascended, they encountered a dispersing crowd, all abuzz with chatter. There is said to be a secret chamber in Slytherin. I shall borrow a history of Hogwarts tomorrow. It should contain information on this. It is rumored that a monster resides within the chamber. Harry Potter, why has Mrs. Norris not perished? This is utterly satisfying. Through the sporadic snippets of conversation, Mo Yin discerned that he was nearing Slytherin. After uttering the password, honor, Mo Yin stepped into the Slytherin common room, where Barrow had already vanished through the wall. And the atmosphere was lively, akin to a bustling marketplace. Mo Yin was about to habitually inquire with Draco when he discovered that he was engaged in a discussion with Edmund, Wendy, and the graders from various grades. With no one else in sight. Ah, a cadre meeting. Mo Yin shrugged and grasped the arm of Gaul, who happened to be passing by. What transpired? Gaul, momentarily sluggish in his response, finally replied, I am uncertain. Mo Yin, anticipating some sensational news, was taken aback by this statement and rolled his eyes in exasperation. After a prolonged pause, Gaul continued, Madame Norris is hanging on the wall. Felch claims Potter killed her, while Dumbledore asserts she was petrified. There are words inscribed on the wall, the chamber has been opened, and the descendants of our adversaries must be cautious. Draco mentioned that Granger is next. They have all gone to Professor Lockhart's office. He spoke in a disjointed manner, yet Mo Yin comprehended the essence of it. It seemed to align closely with what he already knew, and there was a ghost, shrouded in a smoky haze. What? Mo Yin was taken aback. Gao Qi cast a peculiar glance at him, and then remarked, there is a ghost, reputedly named the Weeping Peach. Peach. The Weeping Peach Myrtle? Ah, indeed. Mo Yin, do you know her? Mo Yin forced a smile, taken aback by the unexpected petrification of Tao Jinyang. Well, it was not surprising that she was attacked, given that the serpent monster had been entering and exiting right at her doorstep. However, the real conundrum lay in the fact that she had not initially experienced this fate. Was it he who altered her course? What exactly had he changed? Initially, Pai Pai Gui had mocked Tao Jinyang, prompting her to flee in tears. Then, she found herself contemplating suicide on the toilet, only to recall that she was already dead. She was oblivious to the events that had transpired right outside her door. Now, under Mo Yin's comforting presence, her spirits were lifted. She was merely startled by a minor encounter with the Bloodman Barrow. Yet she was certainly intrigued to witness the ensuing commotion. Mo Yin shook his head, secretly relieved that the myrtle had long since perished. In the subsequent days, the school buzzed with discussions about the Halloween attack, with everyone feeling both anxious and exhilarated by the mysterious petrification incident. In the Slytherin common room, There were almost daily meetings held by the prefect and the graders of each year. A few days later, Mo Yin observed that no one in Slytherin was daring to act independently, regardless of what they were doing, even going to the restroom. There were always at least 3 or 4 people together. Why was this necessary? I no longer have any personal space. Unable to contain herself, Mo Yin snapped at Draco as he followed her while she was about to retrieve a book. The result was a collective sigh from those nearby. Mo Yin, you've forgotten to check the notice in the common room, Blaise remarked. Mo Yin raised an eyebrow, indicating her confusion. After the Halloween incident, Edmund had conducted a thorough investigation of the Slytherin students. Most had been in the Great Hall that day. Except for 13 individuals. You were at nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party, as evidenced by Barrow. You were with him the entire time. Then there were third years Agatha Moon and Tony Irell, who claimed they were on a date, though this was unprovable. The same applied to 5th year's Harold Puff, Della Ibel, and Duffy Parlock, 6th year Nettie Mand, and 7th year Matt Okami. Additionally, 2 were in the infirmary, while 3 claimed to be reading in the dormitory, but none had corroborating witnesses. So Edmund suspects that the heir of Slytherin is among them? Mo Yin inquired. Edmund was rather swift in his actions. It seemed Dumbledore had not anticipated this at all. Of course, perhaps the old white-bearded man wished to avoid sowing discord among the students, or perhaps he aimed to challenge Harry. It was quite possible. Thus, Edmund mandated that Slytherin students must act collectively, never straying far from each other's sight. What if the heir of Slytherin ceases to act due to the scrutiny of his peers? Mo Yin pondered aloud, pulling out her assignments to check if any remained unfinished. Rather than being closely followed, she preferred to sit with everyone and do her homework together, as this at least alleviated the feeling of being watched. Impossible, Draco asserted confidently. As long as he is the heir of Slytherin, he will undoubtedly reopen the Chamber of Secrets. It is his duty to eradicate the unworthy bloodlines incapable of practicing magic. And he will not cease due to the presence of companions. What if he turns on those beside him? Mo Yin questioned. Surely not. Crabbe appeared startled by this possibility. Slytherin shouldn't be his target, Blaise remarked. But there are half-bloods in Slytherin, Mo Yin countered, suddenly realizing that she too might be considered a half-blood. The others collectively exhaled. Mo Yin, even if tainted blood finds its way in, it remains unworthy of residing in the noble house of Slytherin. Its removal is only just. Draco stated. Even if he is your classmate? Mo Yin's quill hesitated above the parchment. Draco, what if I too am a half-blood? That is impossible, Draco exclaimed, leaping from his seat in shock. Madame Hooch cast a sharp glance in their direction, and several students in the distance turned curiously toward them. Draco hastily sat down. Speaking in a low, urgent tone, you said both your parents are wizards. He looked as though he wished to retract her words immediately. I also said, it is said, Mo Yin fixed her gaze on him. Moreover, does having both parents as wizards equate to pure blood status? What if both parents are wizards born of Muggle lineage? Mo Yin, Draco bit his lip. Do you know something about your heritage? The other 3 had become so frightened by their conversation that they hardly dared to breathe. I don't know, but isn't it quite possible? Mo Yin replied coldly. Now that there are so many wizards of Muggle descent, isn't it plausible that my parents are among them? Or at least one of them? Her final statement seemed to ease Draco somewhat. It's unlikely both. At most, only one would be. Does that still count as pure blood? Mo Yin asked, astonished. Didn't you say Potter is also a half-blood? Aren't both of his parents wizards? His father comes from a rather ancient pure-blood family, doesn't he? Draco suddenly looked awkward. Blaise quietly explained. In truth, Potter could also be considered pure blood. However, the wizarding world does not have a unified definition of pure blood and half-blood, so any claim can be justified. Besides, Mo Yin noticed Draco's embarrassment and continued, you all need to have a target when you attack him, correct? A few of them chuckled nervously. This topic came to a close. Mo Yin refrained from questioning Draco further. What if I truly am a half-blood? What if I am of Muggle descent? Such inquiries seemed futile since her birthright was immutable. Why test their already fragile friendship with impossible scenarios? The other 4 dared not even entertain the thought that Mo Yin might not be pure blood. The chamber incident had left many feeling tense, especially given the increasing number of Muggle-born students in recent years. Yet one individual maintained an exuberant spirit and optimistic demeanor, seemingly unaffected by any discouragement, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. During their first lesson, Blaise quietly scoffed. I heard he brought a Cornish pixie to class, claiming it was the most vile and terrifying creature in the world. The worst part is that after the pixies caused chaos, he was utterly helpless to manage them and was subsequently expelled. What did I say? Draco smirked. lounging in his chair. Yes, utterly useless. You didn't say that, Blaze pointed out seriously. Perhaps Lockhart himself was intimidated by the disastrous outcome with the Pixies. As in Slytherin's first defense against the dark arts lesson, he did not bring anything horrifying or malicious. Instead, he distributed a personal interest questionnaire to annoy them. Mo Yin and the others scribbled some answers and still received high marks. After a lengthy period of self-aggrandizement, Lockhart seemed to finally grasp that merely charming middle-aged women with his words would not sufficiently engage the students, thus he recently favored staging theatrical performances in class. As Slytherin students often regarded him with unabashed disdain, Lockhart would seek the assistance of Ravenclaw girls to play roles in his performances. Those girls would typically blush, starry-eyed, watching Professor Lockhart showcase his prowess. However, today, for the first time, Lockhart's request was met with refusal. I refuse, Professor, one girl stated coldly. I am sitting here to learn defense against the dark arts, not to listen to fabricated tales, nor to partake in tedious, lowbrow theatrics. Roard appeared momentarily taken aback by such forthrightness, but within mere seconds, he adeptly adjusted his expression to one of utmost appropriateness. Moyen speculated that he must have encountered such situations numerous times, thereby amassing a wealth of experience that rendered his performance remarkably professional. Ah, I understand that you children raised in school often failed to grasp the perils lurking in the outside world. Nevertheless, fret not, for I, Gilderoy Lockhart, a recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Dark Arts, and a 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, shall enlighten you extensively on this matter. He deliberately tossed his hair, smiling proudly amidst the subdued gasps around him. Of course, children, do not fear. I shall not overwhelm you with too many frightful details. We shall merely familiarize ourselves. He winked playfully. Yet the girl remained impassive, her gaze now fixated on a book in her hands, a tome that Moyen had never encountered before. Its spine adorned with mysterious silver patterns intertwining in a mesmerizing fashion. Her name was Elon Sparrow. As Brace observed Moyen's focus on the girl, he leaned in and whispered, his sources of information seemingly inexhaustible. At times, Moyen suspected he had an antenna implanted in his ear, perpetually receiving tidbits of gossip. It was rumored that she possessed a rather cold demeanor, rendering her difficult to engage with. Indeed, she was quite aloof. Moyen had been studying defense against the dark arts alongside Slytherin and Ravenclaw for over a year, yet this was the first time he had heard of such a person. Oh, she belongs to the Sparrow family? Draco, eavesdropping on their conversation, also inched closer. Is the Sparrow family well known? Although Moyen had provided Harry with a directory of contemporary renowned wizards, he had always been disinclined to peruse such texts, preferring instead to delve into spellbooks or potion manuals. The Sparrow family is quite unique, Brace pondered before finally settling on a descriptor. They have been a lineage of Ravenclaw for generations, which is rather rare. You see, a family may be reckless enough to all belong to Gryffindor, or perhaps noble enough to all find their place in Slytherin. But it is uncommon to encounter a lineage that remains entirely within Ravenclaw. After all, ensuring that each generation possesses equal intelligence is no small feat. The Sparrow family exemplifies this, and for this reason alone, they are quite renowned within the wizarding community. Moreover, it is said that over 30% of the most celebrated discoveries and inventions of our time involve the Sparrow family's contributions, though they tend to remain discreet, often attributing their accomplishments to others. Yet their concealed prowess is formidable. During the reign of the Dark Lord, the Sparrow family managed to maintain their distance from the fray. Before I came to study here, my father cautioned me against provoking certain families, and the Sparrows were among them. After concluding on a serious note, Brace suddenly shifted gears, playfully draping his arm over Moyen's shoulder with a grin. So do refrain from harboring any thoughts about her, Moyen. This Ravenclaw is not to be trifled with. Who is harboring thoughts about her? Moyen shot him an exasperated glare. I merely wish to ascertain the origin of the book she holds. I have never encountered it even in the restricted section of the library. It must belong to the Ravenclaw library, Draco interjected. Ravenclaw has its own library, which is said to be far larger than the school's, containing numerous notes from predecessors and unfinished research. If that is the case, Ravenclaw's academic performance should be unparalleled. Moyen queried, perplexed. They hardly seem to excel in that regard. Intelligent individuals tend to be rather timid, Moyen, Draco replied with a hint of disdain. With our Slytherins and those muscle-bound Gryffindors around, how could these Ravenclaws dare to steal the spotlight? Only members of the Sparrow family have the audacity to be somewhat brazen. Generally, they remain just as low-key. Mo Yin nodded thoughtfully, his mind wandering to the library of Ravenclaw. If he wished to visit, it should not pose much difficulty. He recalled that the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room lacked a handle and keyhole, adorned instead with an aged wooden door and a bronze eagle-shaped knocker. Moreover, entry did not require a password. A correct answer to a riddle sufficed. As the bell rang, Lockhart began to exit, proclaiming, "Your homework is to compose a poem about my triumph over the Banshee. The best will receive a signed manuscript of my enchanting self." The students began to gather their belongings, and as Mo Yin organized his bag, he was suddenly enveloped by a delicate scent of roses. A girl from the Sparrow's family approached them. Her complexion was fair, and her long, cascading black hair was braided into a thick plait that draped over her right shoulder. She possessed strikingly beautiful, light blue eyes, with long, dark lashes framing her gaze, which was imbued with an icy aloofness. Shallowness breeds arrogance, and ignorance fosters fearlessness. She stated coolly, "For us Ravenclaws, the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of the world's mysteries are of utmost importance, not the so-called cowardice. Please remember this." As she turned to leave, she added, "We have always regarded it as beneath us to explain ourselves to those who measure wisdom by rigid grades. See, I told you the Sparrows are quite arrogant," Draco remarked after a moment of stunned silence. Mo Yin sat in silence. As yet another Saturday arrived. A palpable tension enveloped the entire Slytherin long table, with most individuals foregoing their usual lie-in to occupy their seats. Conversation was scarce. Yet their gazes were firmly affixed upon the Slytherin team, rendering Mo Yin entirely devoid of appetite. He could only mechanically shove food into his mouth, failing to discern the difference between pumpkin juice and orange juice. Today marked the first Quidditch match of the semester, and for Mo Yin, it was his inaugural participation. Facing off against Gryffindor. Despite each member of the Slytherin team wielding the latest broomsticks, they were no match for Gryffindor's exceptional skills. Whether it was Harry's innate flying prowess, Wood's impenetrable goalkeeping, or the seamless coordination of the Weasley twins, the pressure upon them was immense. Even the three least remarkable chasers from Gryffindor were on par with Slytherin's finest, Warrington. Flint incessantly imparted various cheating techniques, despite having reiterated them countless times before. The others listened with pained expressions, wishing they could submerge their ears in pumpkin juice. "Eat more, Mo Yin, lest you lack strength when you take the field later," Wendy urged, placing another slice of chestnut cake onto his plate. "Wendy, I ought to be taking digestive aids, not further straining my stomach," Mo Yin replied helplessly, gazing at the towering pile of food before him. As the clock approached 11, they set off for the pitch. Passing by the Slytherin long table for the first time, Mo Yin harbored a profound disdain for the seating arrangement. As he walked past, save for the first-year newcomers who gazed at them with a mix of admiration and envy. Everyone else offered encouragement. Fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh years felt entitled to admonish him and Draco, the two second-year novices, and as a first-time participant. He attracted significantly more attention than Draco. "Go for it, Mo Yin. Don't be nervous, Mo Yin. We're all behind you." Mo Yin walked over with tightly pressed lips and a stern expression. Others assumed he was anxious, but in truth, he was struggling not to cast a spell on those boisterous individuals, particularly as they employed exaggerated gestures to enhance their persuasion. By the time they arrived at the pitch, his shoulders seemed to bear the weight of unspoken tension. The weather was oppressively humid, with distant rumbles of thunder suggesting an imminent downpour. Fantastic. In the locker room, Flint rallied the spirits. There was no doubt that Gryffindor's dilapidated broomsticks would suffer greatly. "Our brooms far surpass theirs, and we have endured rigorous training." Thus, he extended his hand, proclaiming, "Victory is ours. We shall triumph." The others placed their hands upon his, shouting in unison, "Onward." Flint uttered this mantra each time before a match. As they exited, Draco discreetly remarked to Mo Yin that Flint always managed to present them with reasons for inevitable victory. Upon taking the field, Gryffindor's supporters unleashed a chorus of jeers, while only Slytherin cheered loudly, the other two houses largely remaining silent. When the Gryffindor team emerged, they were met with thunderous applause. "Pay no mind," Flint waved his hand dismissively, "they will pay dearly in their respective matches," with Madame Hooch's whistle piercing the air. Both teams soared swiftly into the sky. Mo Yin lingered before Slytherin's three goal hoops, witnessing two bludgers erupt from their box, hurtling directly towards Harry. Mo Yin fixated intently on a wandering ball, softly uttering, "Spell, halt." Fortunately, this incantation of the wizard proved equally effective on the house elf's magic, causing the errant ball to come to an abrupt stop. After hovering momentarily in the air, it suddenly darted towards the nearest Fred with great velocity. Mo Yin stumbled slightly on the broom. Without a wand, he had merely attempted a few simple spells. But the exertion from the distance he had just traversed was greater than he had anticipated. There was also one more thing. Mo Yin looked up at Harry, narrowly avoiding a bludger that had sent his hair into further disarray. The bludger curved nearby and soared back toward Harry. Stupefied, Mo Yin swayed slightly, nearly losing his grip on the broom. A shadow of dread flickered across his face as he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences had he truly fallen. "Oh dear. Have you heard?" he exclaimed. The new Slytherin keeper, the one who replaced Flint as the Seeker, actually fainted at the start of the match. The mere thought sent waves of embarrassment washing over him, his cheeks alternating between shades of green and red. Though such a calamity had not befallen him, he resolved to attribute this misfortune to that pesky Dobby. Suddenly, a gust of wind whirled past his ear. The Slytherin keeper was left dumbstruck by the rushing Johnson. "Gryffindor scores." Lee Jordan's voice echoed from below. "Mo Yin, what are you doing?" Flint bellowed as he zipped past. "Recovering my stamina," Mo Yin silently replied. Yet the shame of allowing the first goal to slip through his fingers left his face flushed. He tightened his weary grip and glanced up at Harry, who was still somberly searching for the golden snitch, slowly beginning to hover before the goalposts. Johnson seized the quaffle. Oh no, she was struck by a bludger. Katie Bell snatched the quaffle and soared ahead, maneuvering past a bludger. Slytherin's Evans cleared the ball, his luck holding out for the moment as Slytherin regained control. Flint was knocked aside by either Fred or George Weasley, and the ball returned to Gryffindor's possession. The Gryffindor chasers were performing magnificently. Odro took a hit from Derek, but pressed on. The scoring opportunity loomed near. "Hurry, Odro." Oh no, Evans intercepted the ball. He passed it to Montague. Before long, Slytherin had taken the lead. Despite Gryffindor's more frequent attacks, Slytherin had already scored 7 goals, while Mo Yin had thwarted every shot except the first. Soon, Slytherin's players had recovered from their initial setback, their attacks growing increasingly fierce with the aid of the Nimbus 2001. Raindrops began to fall, large and cold, striking Mo Yin's face and alleviating his fatigue. Though he caught every ball, it was no easy feat. Fortunately, as time wore on, his stamina gradually returned, and blocking the shots became less strenuous. "Slytherin leads, 80-10, Lee Jordan announced. Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound pierced Mo Yin's ear, causing him to freeze. With lightning reflexes, he extended his hand and precisely grasped the small object darting past. He hesitated for only a second before swiftly popping it into his mouth. A 70-point lead was not yet sufficient to fully satisfy him. 90 points, 100 points, 150 points. Soon, Slytherin had surged ahead by 120 points, during which Mo Yin had only let 2 balls slip through. Wood called for a timeout. As they descended, Flint beamed with satisfaction. "You all did exceptionally well, especially you, Mo Yin. Although you were a bit slow to react at first, your performance afterward was truly remarkable." "Mo Yin, what's wrong?" Flint inquired. The jubilant crowd turned their attention to Mo Yin, whose mouth was tightly closed, his expression contorted in pain. Draco quickly grasped his arm. "Mo Yin, are you injured?" Mo Yin shook his head, signaling for them to gather around. Although the Slytherin team members were puzzled, they complied nonetheless. Mo Yin covered his mouth with his hand and produced a small, radiant object. "Goodness!" Draco exclaimed, quickly lowering his voice. "The golden snitch? How did you manage that?" Flint inquired. Observing the astonished expressions on 6 faces, Mo Yin smiled with pride. "Now, the game is in our hands. We can decide by how many points we wish to lead. We can determine when it ends." "Goodness, you caught the golden snitch yet concealed it," Derek stammered, his expression revealing more joy than surprise. Bull was the only one able to maintain composure. "Flint, is this even permissible? If discovered, will the points we scored earlier count?" The others, animated by Mo Yin's depiction of the scenario, shot him disapproving glances. "It's fine. Only the Seeker's capture of the golden snitch signifies the end of the match. Others catching it do not count," Flint said, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "Spinning in place. From this moment on, our sole objective is to score relentlessly, and to widen the gap, ensuring this Quidditch match concludes prematurely." All the Slytherin players emitted sinister laughter. However, it was too conspicuous to have Draco publicly take the golden snitch from Mo Yin. "Mo Yin, you should let Draco hold the golden snitch," Flint suggested. As Draco reached to take it from Mo Yin quickly withdrew his hand, offering an embarrassed smile. He drew his wand and performed a cleansing charm to purify the golden snitch before handing it to Draco. Draco smiled and nonchalantly popped it into his mouth. The rain intensified, and both teams ascended into the sky once more. Gryffindor's spirits soared, but Slytherin, confident of victory, maintained a steady control over the game's rhythm. With no unruly players causing chaos, Yin evidently performed even better. Apart from one instance when Katie Bell collided with him while carrying the quaffle, he did not miss a single goal. When Johnson attempted to repeat his earlier tactic, Derek forcefully knocked him off his broom. Johnson's size was merely intimidating to Yin, while the towering Derek could bulldoze through all Quidditch players on the field. Unexpectedly, as Slytherin led by 170 points, Fred's rogue ball struck Draco's abdomen while he was locked in a gaze with Harry. Suddenly, a flash of gold reappeared amidst the downpour, swiftly descending. All players halted, watching the two seekers chase the rapidly falling golden snitch. Though Draco's broom was excellent, he clutched his stomach with one hand, significantly hampering his speed. Harry's fingers drew ever closer to the golden snitch, 2 feet, 1 foot, 8 inches, 5 inches. Then, a hand reached out from the side, firmly grasping the golden snitch, and the resulting gust nearly dislodged him from his broom. A silver-green figure curled tightly, tumbling towards the ground. Yin. Although no one heard the sound, the thud upon landing seemed to resonate right beside the ear. Upon landing, Yin swiftly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Draco!" Without hesitation, Draco dove down, hastily landing beside Yin. He seized the golden snitch from Yin's grasp, lifting both his hand and the snitch high above. Within the clasp of their joined fingers, a pair of golden wings fluttered gracefully. Instantly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin stands, akin to a roaring tidal wave. Moyen softly leaned against Draco. "Draco, I believe my right leg is broken." At first, Draco was taken aback by his words, seemingly unable to comprehend their meaning. However, his subsequent reaction left Moyen both amused and exasperated. His immediate instinct was to release him and spread his arms to block their approaching Slytherin teammates who were eager to embrace them. "Do not touch him. He is injured. His leg is broken," Draco exclaimed in a panic. "Fool, can't we see for ourselves? Move aside." Edmund rushed over and yanked him away, stumbling slightly. Draco turned to find that, having lost his support, Moyen had collapsed to the ground, sitting awkwardly and offering him a wry smile. In that moment, Draco wished he could bury his head in the earth. Yin felt that the unexpected fall he had just experienced seemed to have exacerbated his bone dislocation. Although he had attempted to adjust his landing posture, his reaction was somewhat sluggish. Edmund rushed over, seemingly eager to assist him in rising, yet uncertain of how to proceed. When his hand inadvertently brushed against Yin's leg, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to grimace and nearly cry out in agony. Raindrops incessantly cascaded upon him as Yin let out a sigh of despair, while he prided himself on having thwarted numerous goals from Gryffindor. This unfortunate landing had utterly shattered that image. He had never before felt so utterly humiliated in front of a crowd, with a potential fracture, seated in the muddy ground, drenched like a drowned rat, while countless onlookers gathered around him. Suddenly, the crowd in front of him parted, revealing a row of gleaming teeth within his line of sight. "Do not worry, Yin. A simple spell will mend your leg," Lockhart declared as he drew his wand and pointed it at Yin's leg, promising relief in mere seconds. Yin swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at the tip of Lockhart's wand. In an instant, Lockhart, who had just uttered the majority of his spell, trembled violently from his fingertips to his heels, before soaring through the air like a ping-pong ball struck with great force. "It would be sheer folly to allow you to heal me," Yin muttered under his breath as he retracted his wand. "The pain from the bones in my leg growing back would surely eclipse that in my arm." Lockhart's flight seemed to finally calm the surrounding Slytherins. Edmund turned to Flint and said, "I'll carry him to the infirmary. You lend a hand." "What is happening? Who attacked Professor Lockhart?" Madam Hooch, supporting the dazed Lockhart, pushed through the crowd with a keen gaze that pierced through the Slytherins. Her eyes softened momentarily upon noticing Yin's injured leg. "Professor, I apologize." Yin leaned against Edmund, appearing on the verge of fainting, cold sweat mingling with the rain upon his brow, a pitiful sight. Lockhart had just claimed it was simple. "I thought I had learned a healing spell too, so I decided to give it a try, unaware that I would strike the professor's wand instead." "You foolish child." Madam Hooch's tone was stern. "How could you experiment with magic after sustaining an injury?" "I'm sorry. I believe the priority should be my student who broke his leg during the match, rather than an incident that left no one harmed." A deep, smooth voice suddenly resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. The Slytherin students parted like boats slicing through water. Professor Snape strode forward, disregarding the flustered Madam Hooch and Lockhart. He bent down and lifted Mo Yin effortlessly, turning to march toward the infirmary. At last, a voice of reason had arrived. Mo Yin-song let out a sigh of relief. But as soon as he relaxed his mind, he felt the pain in his wound intensify, causing him to involuntarily suppress a groan. In a Gryffindor-like recklessness. I thought my house was Slytherin? Mo Yin could not help but murmur inwardly. If you are still aware of this, it indicates that your mind remains lucid. Yet harboring doubts reveals that your clarity is not as profound as it should be. Even a blind person could discern, if he does not leap. The 20-point gap allows Gryffindor to easily catch up, if he does jump. The disparity of 170 points plus 150 points results in a staggering total of 320 points. This year's Quidditch tournament has effectively concluded, with remaining concerns merely revolving around the extent of the gap. The final House Cup has essentially already been secured by Slytherin. What could possibly be the source of his discontent? I had thought you were the head of Slytherin, Mo Yin sarcastically remarked. Given your esteemed position, it would suffice if you refrained from bestowing a grand commendation upon such a significant contributor. Yet, to mock him so derisively is truly remarkable. Professor Snape paused momentarily, slowly lowering his gaze to regard Mo Yin. Mo Yin gazed into the smoldering fury within the man's eyes. Though his demeanor was fearsome, he approached without hesitation. Even with a hint of provocation, deep down, he was indeed apprehensive that Professor Snape might hurl him down with great force. He understood that such an event was improbable. Yet the concern lingered. Subsequently, Mo Yin concluded that perhaps the excruciating pain in his legs had induced a form of fear of being thrown. Professor Snape, cradling Mo Yin, strode purposefully forward. It was unclear what magic he employed, but the raindrops that had previously been a mere foot away from them now seemed to be shot away with great velocity. Upon reaching the infirmary, Professor Snape set Mo Yin down and departed immediately. Madame Pomfrey, after her examination, used her wand to realign the dislocated bones and then handed Mo Yin a potion resembling fiery pepper water to consume. Mo Yin grimaced, enduring the sensation of flames igniting within his throat. Once Professor Snape had exited, his Slytherin classmates flocked around to visit him, each enthusiastically praising his final leap and the splendid defense prior. Draco, engulfed in embarrassment for losing the golden snitch, incessantly apologized to Mo Yin. His repetitive apology soon exasperated the others, prompting Derek to exclaim, Draco, if it were me who had been struck by a bludger in the stomach, I too would have expelled the golden snitch. However, the moment you threw Mo Yin to the ground was utterly foolish. Wendy burst into laughter, tossing her golden locks as she remarked to Mo Yin, you haven't offended Draco at any point, have you? Otherwise, why would he seize the opportunity for revenge? I haven't. Mo Yin protested. How could I possibly throw you down? No, how could I not throw you down? Draco fervently shook his head, incoherently defending himself, while Mo Yin and the others erupted into laughter. The healing of Mo Yin's leg would take 5 hours, by which time it would already be late at night. Thus, he would remain in the infirmary for the night, returning to the Slytherin common room the following day. Edmund instructed Ide and several other younger students to fetch some food, seemingly preparing to stay by his bedside until the curfew. After much persuasion, Mo Yin finally convinced them to return to the common room to celebrate Slytherin's early victory in the Quidditch Cup. Ultimately, I'd still managed to bring him enough provisions to last 5 days. In the dead of night, Mo Yin was abruptly awakened from his slumber, only to hear the sound of hurried footsteps drawing nearer to the door. With a loud thud, the door swung open, and Professors Dumbledore and Snape entered, carrying a rigid object which they placed upon a hospital bed. Mo Yin gently opened her eyes a fraction and beheld Professor Dumbledore clad in a long woolen robe, adorned with a nightcap, while Professor Snape remained in his customary dark attire. Following closely was Professor McGonagall, drenched in perspiration, hastily returning in a thick woolen nightgown, trailed by Madame Pomfrey, who was slipping into a cardigan. What had transpired? She gasped in shock, leaning down to examine the rigid object before her. Mo Yin also perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. He recalled that it was Colin Creevey who had been attacked in his eagerness to see Harry, and he had narrowly escaped death due to his camera. This time, Harry had not been harmed, Colin had no reason to sneak out, and more importantly, there was no camera. Could it be that the victim of the attack had perished? Once again, an assault had occurred. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that Snape had discovered him in front of the armor on the 3rd floor. Tonight, it was he and Professor Snape who were on patrol. Mo Yin heard Madame Pomfrey's sound, reminiscent of Leia sniffling. Poor soul, Madame Pomfrey remarked. Mo Yin was fervently eager to ascertain the identity of the assailed individual and whether he had indeed succumbed to his injuries. Thus, He cautiously propped himself up and gazed toward the bed. It was Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, rendered utterly petrified. Recalling Dumbledore's earlier words, Imogen could vividly envision the preceding scene, the self-absorbed Professor Lockhart strolling through the corridor, when he chanced upon a suit of armor. Naturally, he approached to check his hair or his handsome visage, only to find himself staring into the basilisk's eyes. Imogen nearly laughed, bemused by the fact that such a narcissistic flaw could indeed save a life. However, that amusement was short-lived. He soon found himself unable to smile. He required Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling club to help him uncover Harry's Parseltongue abilities, and now that Lockhart had been petrified, who could possibly host the dueling club? Imogen collapsed onto the bed in despair. The adage that plans often falter in the face of unforeseen change has proven to be an eternal truth. As dawn's light gently illuminated the room, Imogen finally succeeded in crafting 2 dark circles around his eyes. However, he suddenly erupted into laughter, pounding the bed with mirth. Fearing that his exuberant noise might attract Madame Pomfrey, he had to stifle his laughter with his hands, his whole body shaking with glee. Imogen suddenly realized how foolish he had been. In his previous life, he had read Harry Potter numerous times, familiarizing himself with every plot twist, and even today, 12 years later, he could recall many details. Of course, this was partly due to his constant reflection since discovering the world he inhabited. He knew precisely when each character would speak or act, and he was certain that Harry would ultimately triumph. It was precisely this knowledge that had ensnared him in the narrative. Subconsciously, he felt compelled to adhere to the storyline, believing that following the prescribed path was infallible. And at times, he would inadvertently steer events to unfold as they were meant to. However, Imogen had forgotten that since his arrival in this world 12 years ago, everything had changed completely. Even if he did nothing, the butterfly effect would alter many outcomes. Given this, why should he not dare to act? Why must he wait for Gilderoy Lockhart to host the dueling club before discovering Harry's Parseltongue? What were the chances that an unsuspecting Harry would converse with a snake casually placed in the corridor? Why had he not considered that the crowing of a rooster was lethal to the basilisk? How utterly foolish, Imogen. He chided himself. Then, he gazed at Professor Lockhart, who remained frozen in a pose of flicking his hair, pondering that had it not been for the fate of this pivotal character, he might never have come to this realization. Thus, thank you, Professor. Imogen sincerely addressed Luohate as Professor for the first time, to which he immediately replied, nonetheless. This does not alter the fact that I hold you in contempt. Imogen reclined back onto his bed, his heart now at ease and tranquil, which allowed him to drift into slumber shortly thereafter. Naturally, devising a plausible scenario for a serpent to appear before Harry, enticing him into conversation with the snake, bringing a rooster into the chamber, and elucidating everything to the cunning old fox, Dumbledore, would require thorough rethinking. However, with a clear direction now established, it seemed prudent to take a brief respite. Upon awakening, Imogen discovered the light remained dim. Had he truly slept an entire day? He soon realized that someone had meticulously drawn the curtains, preventing the winter sunlight from penetrating the room. Imogen rose and swiftly drew back the curtains, allowing a deluge of light to flood in like a cascade of water, causing him to close his eyes yet still perceive a dazzling brilliance. How careless. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in Imogen's mind, reminiscent of the criticism he once received from Zwemu under similar circumstances. Had it been in a previous life, he would have likely perished countless times in that very instant. Imogen inhaled deeply and then exhaled, a sense of joy enveloping his heart. Although the world would descend into war 3 years hence, it was far more comfortable and joyous for Imogen than the peaceful era of his previous life. The future may hold conflict, fear, and even death, yet everything remained within the realm of control. He envisioned himself as the master of his own fate, rather than being subjugated by prophecies, and he believed he could surpass his past achievements. With this resolve, he decided to take proactive steps forward. Imogen clenched his fist in a gesture of self-encouragement, his face radiating determination, only to be swiftly replaced by embarrassment in the next moment. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled. Imogen, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his stomach and furtively glanced around, finding no one in sight. He let out a long sigh of relief and opened the window to let in the crisp winter air, hoping to cool the flush of warmth on his cheeks. To his surprise, he discovered a bountiful array of fresh food on his bedside table, consisting of all his favorite delicacies, accompanied by 2 large glasses brimming with orange and apple juice. It was widely known that Imogen had a penchant for fruit juices. Even Wendy had teased him for his childlike preferences. However, he simply could not endure the thick, cloying taste of pumpkin juice. After swiftly changing into his pajamas and attending to his personal hygiene, Imogen sat at the edge of his bed, indulging in snacks while meticulously examining the active map. Dumbledore remained stationary in his office, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves in the girls' restroom on the second floor. The Slytherin graders had once again congregated, and Peter Pettigrew still lingered in Harry's dormitory. Surprisingly, the Ravenclaw common room was quite populated, even on the weekend, leaving little hope of clandestinely slipping in to read. However, the fifth-floor corridor was remarkably empty, void of any presence. Imogen tucked away the interactive map, downed the last drop of apple juice, and tidied up before heading out. I seek a place to conceal my belongings. I yearn for a sanctuary to hide my treasures. I long for a refuge to stow away my possessions. Imogen paced back and forth 3 times between the tapestry depicting the dim-witted Barnabas training a dwarf to perform ballet and the life-sized vase. His mind fixated on a singular thought. Upon finally reopening his eyes, he beheld a peachwood door adorned with carvings of lilac flowers upon the wall. He opened the door and stepped inside, his eyes widening in astonishment. He found himself in a chamber as vast as a cathedral, where tall windows cast arrow-like beams of light, illuminating the desolation around him. Thousands of books lay scattered across the floor, alongside an array of winged slingshots, cumbersome smoke bombs, countless potions, jewels, hats, and cloaks, as well as what appeared to be fragments of dragon eggs, twinkling corked bottles, several rusted swords, and a heavy, blood-stained axe. Suddenly, Imogen realized how foolish it would be to search for merely one Horcrux in this chaos. He contemplated the necessity of finding more free time to organize these items in the Room of Requirement, as the measures taken by Slytherin seekers of legacy had now become a significant burden for him, although it had been a nuisance from the outset. Imogen had never before found the system so intolerable. Initially, he had even admired Edmund for it. How short-sighted. Imogen sighed and bent down to conduct a thorough search. Crowns, crowns, crowns. Suddenly, he paused, uncertain of what a crown truly resembled. He had just discovered an abundance of those crown-like objects among the items. If he were to gather each one, he might struggle to discern the genuine article amidst the multitude. Moreover, it would surely take an eternity to find it. Imogen meticulously recalled all the details he remembered about the crown, a process that consumed over an hour of his time. He shifted his focus to a grotesque, pockmarked half-bust of a decrepit old sorcerer, conspicuously placed atop a visible chest. He traversed a narrow path amidst an array of illicit artifacts, his keen eyes scrutinizing every ornament within sight. At last, upon discovering the third narrow passage, he beheld his objective. The crown was within close proximity. Imogen felt his heart racing, acutely aware of an unusual tension within him. He took several deep breaths, managing to calm himself slightly. The last time he searched for that ring amidst the ruins of the Gant family, he had been equally anxious and exhilarated. Ultimately, after a fruitless search, he found himself frolicking at the Riddle Manor to regain his composure. In the end, after a prolonged pursuit, discovering the ring felt almost inevitable, and his emotions had settled considerably. Yet this time, he had prepared himself for a protracted struggle, only to find himself effortlessly approaching his target upon entry. Imogen could not shake off the sense of unreality, as if some insidious scheme lurked within. His mental fortitude was woefully inadequate. Imogen sighed inwardly with a sense of weariness that belied his years. He then began to meticulously search around the bust, and before long, he discovered a dim, faded crown that had lost its luster. Moyen lifted the crown to inspect it momentarily before placing it upon the bust for comparison. Deep down, he recognized its authenticity. Yet he found it difficult to believe that such an ancient and tattered object could truly belong to Lady Ravenclaw. Ultimately, he had to concede that Voldemort's illusions were indeed beyond the comprehension of a modest wizard like himself. Reluctantly, he secured the crown within his ring, taking extra precautions to keep both the Slytherin ring and the Ravenclaw diadem at a considerable distance from one another. After thoroughly searching the entire Room of Requirement, he discovered no trace of the second old wizard statue or the crown, and with a heavy heart, he departed. "Moyen, where have you been?" Draco inquired. His brow furrowed as he regarded Moyen, who had just entered the common room. It was then that Moyen became acutely aware of his disheveled and soiled appearance. "I was merely visiting the refuse heap at Hogwarts," he replied, half-jokingly. However, he soon sensed something amiss. "Draco, why are you alone? Where are Blaise and the others?" Imogen glanced around, observing that most of the Slytherin students had reverted to their usual solitary states, with the sight of small groups congregating nearly vanished. The air of Slytherin was absent from the Slytherin house. Draco noticed Mo Yan's reluctance to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. Rubbing his forehead as he spoke, another attack occurred last night, yet all Slytherin students were under supervision at the time. No one acted alone. Thus all suspicions have been dispelled. A timely revelation indeed. Mo Yan nodded. Receiving such news at a moment when he desperately needed to operate independently felt akin to having a pillow thrust under his head just as he began to doze off. After a prolonged pause, Draco continued, "It is truly a disgrace." "Why?" Mo Yan inquired, puzzled. "Edmund is merely exercising caution by scrutinizing the students, even if nothing is uncovered." "It hardly qualifies as a disgrace, does it?" Draco shot him a piercing glance. Mo Yan. "The heir of Slytherin is not present in Slytherin House. Can anything be more disgraceful than this? The mere thought that he could be a cowardly Ravenclaw or a foolish Hufflepuff is unbearable. You might consider the possibility that he could be a Gryffindor." Mo Yan kindly suggested, "if the notion of his possessing fearless bravery provides you with some solace." Draco glared at Mo Yan with a look of loathing. His lips pressed tightly together as if words of endless curses were poised to spill forth. Finally, he exhaled a weary sigh and spoke slowly. "Mo Yan, do not repeat these words to another soul." He then closed his eyes, sinking tiredly into the sofa. Mo Yan touched his nose and resolved to distance himself from the pure-blooded fervor of Slytherin. Perhaps a bath would be more prudent. In truth, Draco's reaction was relatively composed. For many Slytherins sat pale-faced on the sofas of the common room, either silent or drowning their sorrows in bottle after bottle of liquor, the air thick with the pungent aroma of alcohol. It was evident that these Slytherins hailed predominantly from pure-blood families, while those of mixed heritage sought refuge in the library or their dormitories, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, moving cautiously along the walls. The joy, glory, and unity that had accompanied the Quidditch match yesterday had dissipated into thin air. The food and drink that were once meant for celebration had become mere vessels for emotional release, leaving the floor in disarray. Mo Yan surmised that the presence of these individuals in the common room since yesterday afternoon had prevented the house elves from entering to tidy up. Mo Yan suddenly realized that if his earlier jest had been overheard by these individuals, it would likely result in his isolation, regardless of the scores he achieved in Quidditch. For the first time, he became acutely aware of the dissonance between himself and the Slytherins, who had been steeped in pure-blood ideology since childhood. By Monday morning, the news of Lockhart's attack spread throughout the school, prompting countless girls to weep as they delivered exquisite cards and well wishes to the infirmary. Eventually, Madame Pomfrey had to secure the infirmary's doors, permitting entry only to patients, which consequently led to a surge in mishaps during potions class. Professor Snape's countenance grew increasingly grim, and his criticisms became ever more scathing. After classes, the girls from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff emerged, supporting one another as they sobbed. The atmosphere thickened with rumors and suspicion. First-year students now traveled in groups, seemingly to safeguard against potential assaults. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the faculty, the school buzzed with the fervent trade of protective charms, talismans, and other amulets. Edmund discovered a first-year student covertly wearing a purple convex crystal and consequently punished him by requiring him to transcribe the history of Hogwarts, specifically the section on Slytherin, 100 times. For an entire week, this unfortunate boy had to stand at the common room entrance, vocally reprimanding himself to each individual who entered. Every day, Mo Yan diligently organizes the myriad concepts and items of both malevolent and mischievous nature that have accumulated over the centuries in the request room. Most of these items have long since expired, yet they still offer valuable insights that could be gleaned, though regrettably, Mo Yan lacks the time to examine each one meticulously. However, books remain timeless. Their contents, while predominantly dark and wicked, undeniably wield considerable power. Mo Yan even stumbled upon a tome that detailed the essence of soul artifacts in the Cursed Fire, a form of dark magic. Although such valuable knowledge is scarce, its significance is notable. As Christmas approached, Professor Snape, as per tradition, collected the list of students remaining at school. Mo Yan signed his name, and curiously, Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe also chose to stay. Yet, Mo Yan refrained from inquiring about their motives, instinctively maintaining distance from them since their last conversation. A sentiment seemingly reciprocated by Draco and his companions. The final potions class of the term focused on crafting the swelling solution. 20 cauldrons were arranged in a row upon a wooden table, accompanied by a brass ruler and jars filled with potion ingredients. A faint haze pervaded the classroom as Snape paced, arms crossed, delivering sharp barbs towards the Gryffindor students. His scrutiny of Harry was no less severe than that of the other Gryffindors. Indeed, it was often more pronounced. Yet, the palpable malice and disdain evident in his gaze towards Harry filled Mo Yin with profound aversion. He frowned as Snape halted to deride Harry's clumsy and insipid efforts in concocting the swelling solution, only to pivot and mercilessly humiliate Neville Longbottom thereafter. Mo Yin squinted his eyes. Typically, when Snape mocked Harry, he would either glare at him with a look of disdain or stir his potion vigorously, as if the stirring rod were Professor Snape himself. However, today, he displayed no discernible reaction. In fact, he seemed rather distracted. Then, as Snape turned away, Harry suddenly became invigorated. Hermione gave him a knowing glance, and Harry nodded in response. Swiftly bending down behind his cauldron to extract a firecracker from his pocket and igniting it with his wand. The firecracker erupted with hissing and crackling sounds. He stood up and hurled it toward Draco's cauldron. Draco's potion exploded, splattering the swelling potion all over the classroom, eliciting screams from everyone. The areas hit by the potion began to swell rapidly. Draco's nose ballooned like a grotesque orb. Goyle stumbled about, clutching his eyes. Neville's face swelled to the size of a winter melon. One of Blaze's arms ballooned to a girth surpassing his waist. And Seamus Finnegan's lips swelled to obscure half of his face. Amidst the chaos, Hermione quietly slipped out the door from the crowd. Harry couldn't help but take delight in Draco's misfortune. Although he refrained from laughing, his bright green eyes sparkled behind his thin glasses. Silence! Silence! Professor Snape bellowed, instructing those splashed to come forward for treatment. If I find out who is responsible for this mischief. A significant portion of the class surged toward the podium to collect antidotes and anti-swelling potions. Hermione sneaked back in. And Mo Yin noticed Snape's ashen face as he glared at Hermione, who was acting furtively, while the three Gryffindors exchanged triumphant glances, reveling in their victory. Mo Yin let out a gentle sigh, pondering how, despite his meticulous arrangements in many matters, he could not afford to underestimate Professor Snape's keen observational skills. How could these three reckless children possess such unfounded confidence? If Snape truly intended to expel Harry, he would not appear so at ease. Then Snape extracted a charred mass from Draco's cauldron, remnants of a firecracker explosion, and threatened to expel the perpetrator. His gaze remained fixed on Harry, who, astonishingly, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Mo Yin felt a profound sense of helplessness. Given Harry's usual demeanor, he ought to be furious. Struggling to suppress a sense of vindication while grappling with the anger of being unjustly implicated by Snape. That expression of disconnection, as if it bore no relation to him, would indeed render Snape a fool if he were to believe it. 10 minutes later, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Mo Yin submitted the potion he had concocted and was about to exit when Draco intercepted him. Mo Yin, who did this? Draco stared intently into his eyes. Mo Yin's gaze flickered momentarily. How could I possibly know? A voice within him shouted, "It's an opportunity." Yet another voice vehemently opposed. "No, you are not ready. You know." "I know you must know." Draco's expression became sharp, and Mo Yin sensed an underlying resolve. "You have always lingered at the back. You must have seen it all." The three Gryffindors hastily gathered their belongings, attempting to feign indifference as they exited. Snape was at the podium, organizing the potion submitted by the students. Due to the unexpected incident today, few students had turned in their potions, yet Snape appeared unable to finish the task, continually inspecting one vial after another. "Seize this opportunity." "No, how will you manage the aftermath? Is there a better moment than this? He may not even utilize that. This chance must not be squandered. If you miss it now, will you venture out next time yourself?" Within Mo Yan's heart, a tumultuous struggle ensued, yet his countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake. At last, as Harry had already stepped beyond the threshold, Mo Yan's gaze shifted towards him. Draco immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He furiously turned around and swiftly drew his wand. "Harry Potter, be cautious, Harry." Ron, lagging behind, brandished his wand at Draco, and with a resounding bang, a green light struck Dean Thomas, who was walking beside him. Dean was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into two Slytherin students. "Blast that bat!" Draco shouted. "Harry!" Hermione timely pushed Harry aside, only to be struck by the spell herself. "Hermione!" Harry, consumed by rage, brandished his wand towards Draco, exclaiming, "Incendio!" Draco was hit in the stomach, doubling over in pain, his face rapidly reddening. He collapsed to the ground, pointing his wand at Harry's legs, and managed to utter a single word, "Tarantaligra." Instantly, Harry's feet began to dance uncontrollably. Neville rushed over to embrace him, and Harry, trembling, murmured, "Wiggle and whirl." The spell soared over Draco's head, striking Goyle, who immediately fell to the ground in fits of laughter, unable to steady his wand. stupefy. Professor Snape finally arrived at a leisurely pace, prompting Harry to cease dancing, Goyle to halt his laughter, and Dean Thomas to remain sprawled on the floor. As Draco was helped up by Blaise, he covered his face, though his pockmarked visage was still visible. "What transpires here?" Snape asked with malicious glee. "The illustrious Gryffindor Golden Boy attacking his classmates in the classroom? Minus 50 points for Gryffindor." "No, he attacked us first. His spell struck Hermione first," Ron exclaimed, attempting to assist Hermione, who was covering her face and softly sobbing, her long front teeth drooping to her chest. The surrounding Slytherins erupted into raucous laughter. Snape glanced at Hermione with indifference and remarked, "I see no distinction." With a whimper, Hermione turned and fled, several girls hastily pursuing her. In a fit of anger, Ron attempted to draw his wand, but Seamus Finnegan quickly restrained him, and in the struggle, with a sharp crack, Ron's wand, already barely intact, broke completely in two. He stood there, stunned. Mo Yin gazed coldly, observing that the course of events had completely deviated from his expectations. Indeed, he had been rather reckless. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. Why was Harry not responding? He turned his head to find Harry glaring at him with a look of deep-seated hatred. Mo Yin was taken aback, and then his heart clenched painfully. Draco glared at Harry with deep-seated resentment. He yearned to reveal the incident of Harry throwing firecrackers into his cauldron immediately, yet he understood that if he were to do so, Mo Yin would never testify on his behalf. He had already pushed Mo Yin to point out Potter, which was the extent of his influence. Should he attempt to expel Potter from Hogwarts, Mo Yin would undoubtedly not side with him, as was evident from his current expression. However, Draco was unaware that Mo Yin's indication of Harry was not due to his coercion, but stemmed from a different scheme altogether. Mo Yin was solely focused on delivering a severe lesson to Harry Potter, yet he possessed a limited repertoire of powerful spells. Suddenly, Draco recalled a spell Mo Yin had inquired about from Blaise a few days prior, although he was not yet proficient at it, with the professor nearby. His godfather would surely support him. Without further contemplation, hatred consumed him entirely. Draco swiftly raised his wand and shouted, "Serpensortia!" The tip of his wand erupted, and a 5 to 6 meter long black snake shot forth, landing heavily on the floor. As it lifted its head, preparing to strike, Harry was left utterly stunned. The crowd quickly recoiled, with screams echoing through the air. Mo Yin felt a tightening in his breath. "Calm down, Malfoy," Professor Snape drawled. "Do not act impulsively. Stay still. Potter, I shall handle this." Despite his words, he evidently relished the sight of the Gryffindors in a state of panic. The Slytherins, though equally frightened, managed to maintain an air of composure, mocking the Gryffindors, bolstered by Snape's presence. The Gryffindors, however, found it hard to feel secure. To them, it seemed a great act of mercy that Snape had not cast a malevolent curse upon them. Suddenly, Harry pushed past Neville and stepped in front of the snake, emitting a loud hissing sound. The serpent appeared startled, shrinking to the ground, gazing at Harry with trepidation, its elongated body coiling limply upon the floor. An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Neville, who had intended to aid Harry, retreated 2 steps, his face ashen, while the other Gryffindors quietly fell back. Ron ceased his mournful gaze at his wand, now staring in astonishment at Harry. With a few deft flicks of his wand, Professor Snape transformed the snake into a wisp of black smoke, which vanished into thin air. He regarded Harry with an expression of unexpected intrigue. A low murmur began to ripple through the crowd. Harry, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He subtly stepped back, oblivious to the fact that his movement rendered the people behind him weak in the knees with fright. Mo Yin felt a profound sense of helplessness. He understood that the book he had sent to Harry had likely been perused with the same casualness as a mere novel. Harry was even oblivious to the fact that speaking with snakes was the most renowned skill of Salazar Slytherin. To this day, he remained unaware that the words he had just uttered were not of human language. Fortunately, at that moment, Ron had a realization. He gently tugged at Harry's shirt, guiding him out. A chorus of hissing sounds resonated around them. Parseltongue, heir of Slytherin. Mo Yin donned his backpack, disregarding the fearful whispers behind him, and stepped out of the classroom. Those Gryffindors. As he traversed the corridor, he intended to find solace by the lake, yearning for a quiet place to reflect deeply. He had acted impulsively. By the morrow, the news of Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue would undoubtedly spread throughout the school, with everyone branding him as a scion of Slytherin. There seemed to be no resolution in sight. Should he await Hermione's potential attack? No. Last time, Colin Creevey, who was supposed to be petrified, had morphed into Professor Lockhart. It was uncertain whether Hermione would be targeted as well. Placing hope in such a contingency was not in Emma Yan's nature. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the search for the Chamber of Secrets. If Harry were to vanquish the serpent residing within, those forgetful Gryffindors, who idolized individual heroism, would undoubtedly restore him to their pantheon of heroes. What essential clues remained undiscovered? Perhaps the sounds emanating from the myrtle spider wall were something Harry would not divulge, along with the crowing of a rooster. Emma Yin gazed longingly at Hagrid's quaint little hut, where a few feathers danced gracefully in the air as Hagrid, clutching a lifeless rooster, bellowed curses. Fortunately, everything was proceeding as it should. This evening, one should procure a rooster for protection. After all, it would be needed when the Chamber of Secrets was opened. One must not recklessly charge in. Emma Yin reclined beneath the willow tree, wearied by his thoughts. The final days of this semester had proven quite challenging for Harry, as all the students would cast furtive glances and whisper amongst themselves. Yet, whenever he turned to look or approached, the crowd would disperse like startled birds. The burden of possessing a power akin to that of Professor Snape evidently tormented him, leading to an increasing sense of agitation. Harry Potter had engaged in a heated argument with a Muggle-born in the Gryffindor common room. Blaise remarked. Emma Yin was perplexed by how Blaise could gather information about the events transpiring in the Gryffindor common room. That Mudblood was utterly terrified, now hiding away in the Hufflepuff common room. Could it truly be that Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin? It was simply unfathomable. The Slytherin lineage had somehow persisted within a family that had consistently belonged to Gryffindor for generations. Wendy approached them, clutching a book, and casually snatched a pudding from Goyle's plate. Did you all hear? Harry Potter is speaking Parseltongue? She exclaimed. Emma Yin, being your usual observant self. Have you noticed anything unusual? I do not believe Potter is the heir of Slytherin, Draco interjected. Just look at the company he keeps, the traitorous blood traitor Weasley and that Mudblood. He clearly lacks the proper wizarding sensibilities. Indeed, if Potter were truly the heir of Slytherin and had opened the Chamber of Secrets, he would not associate with such individuals. Edmund and a boy laden with books approached. The speaker being none other than the seventh-year Gryffindor, Mark March, who wore thin black glasses and appeared quite studious. Hi, Mark, how's the revision going? Wendy cheerfully inquired. Terribly, March replied, shaking his head. Goyle and Crabbe promptly vacated their sofa, pulling up a chair beside him. March continued, Thank you. So much has happened recently that I simply cannot concentrate on preparing for the N.E.W.T.S. Why can't we say Potter is the heir of Slytherin? Blaise questioned. He possesses mysterious lineage and abilities, which allowed him to vanquish the Dark Lord as an infant. Silencio. March swiftly drew his wand, aiming it at Blaise. But Edmund was quicker. Mark, put your wand down. Edmund commanded. March glared at him, his fair visage contorting into a fierce expression. Yet, after 2 minutes of tense standoff, he sheathed his wand, reverting to a seemingly harmless demeanor. Emma Yin suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. The Dark Lord is invincible, he murmured. He shall return one day. Of course, Edmund nodded. But he has been gone for so long that the children born after his departure are oblivious to the Dark Lord's greatness. Mark March nodded in agreement, then extended his hand toward Emma Yin. Mark March, 7th-year Gryffindor, pleased to make your acquaintance. Emma Yin felt utterly perplexed, yet he extended his hand to shake, saying, I am aware of your reputation, senior. I am Emma Yin Evans. You are remarkable, and I hope we can have more opportunities for dialogue in the future. March, with a profound expression, uttered these words before turning away. Edmund, what possessed you to bring this lunatic here? What did his last remark imply? Wendy inquired, furrowing her brow once March's figure had disappeared from sight. Emma Yin recalled Wendy's cheerful demeanor upon seeing March and realized that this usually headstrong senior harbored more depth than she let on. However, Draco remained unperturbed, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Edmund regarded Emma Yin with seriousness, stating, He knows that I am quite familiar with you, Emma Yin, and thus requested to make your acquaintance. Acquaintance with Emma Yin? Draco's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. What is his intention? Perhaps to assess your capabilities or your stance on the Dark Lord, Edmund elucidated. March has always been a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord, having first heard tales of him in his childhood. His family were once subordinates of the Dark Lord, though they lacked the privilege of receiving the Dark Mark. Subsequently, they claimed to have been under the influence of the Imperious Curse. Draco shifted uneasily on the couch and escaped judgment. In recent years, they have maintained a low profile, yet March has grown increasingly fervent. After you and Potter thwarted the Dark Lord's resurrection last year, I cautioned you to be wary, particularly of March. However, During that period, he suffered from food poisoning and spent the latter part of the semester in the infirmary. Presumably, he was pressured by his family, which is why he has remained relatively calm this year. Nevertheless, March is firmly convinced that the Dark Lord will return. If that day ever comes, he will undoubtedly be the first to kneel before him. What relevance does this have to Mo Yin? Wendy queried. Of course, it holds significance. Edmund replied. Mo Yin is exceptionally talented, devoid of any background or influence, yet possesses strength that rivals or even surpasses many of his upperclassmen. Naturally, March would seek to evaluate him for the Dark Lord's cause. The Dark Lord's resurrection has been thwarted, has it not? Draco asked incredulously. How can March be preparing for something whose timing is uncertain? Indeed, even in the Dark Lord's absence, he will certainly aspire to become a Death Eater immediately upon graduation. Although the Death Eaters will not acknowledge him, Edmund remarked, his expression revealing his concern. Edmund, please lift the curse on Blaze. Mo Yin finally interjected, closing his book. I must first visit the library to conduct some research. As for March, rest assured, I can handle it myself. With that, Mo Yin stood and departed. The weather had been persistently cold. The previous night had witnessed a snowstorm, and the corridor outside the common room was frigid enough to freeze droplets of water. Mo Yin shivered. His visit to the library was merely a pretext, as he was particularly disinclined to be amongst his classmates at that moment, though they cared for him. They were all quintessential Slytherins, embodying the pride and ideals that come with pureblood aristocracy. When Edmund announced the request for several of them to accompany him, Draco had previously proclaimed loudly in the dormitory his desire to aid the heirs of Slytherin in purging the school of impure bloodlines, with others surprisingly echoing his sentiments. They could not accept the notion that Harry was the heir of Slytherin. How amusing their expressions would be if they were to discover that it was, in fact, Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family, who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Mo Yin let out a cold smile, only to realize that there was truly little to celebrate, and so he slumped his shoulders, deciding to venture into the kitchen in search of something delectable. As he turned down a corridor, a sudden flash of red hair collided with him. He quickly steadied her and discovered it was Ginny. Just as he was about to greet her, the girl, without so much as a glance in his direction, swiftly turned and dashed away. Mo Yin squinted as he observed the petite figure rushing past, plucking a delicate white fluff from his clothing. After brushing off his attire, he found no further debris upon himself, yet noticed a hasty procession of spiders scuttling in the corner. Had the serpent creature made an appearance nearby? Attack! Assault! Strike! Attack! 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 The shrill voice of the poltergeist echoed from afar, its piercing wails resonating throughout the castle. Potter! Potter! Silly Potter is turned to stone. Mo Yin was instantly frozen, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him from head to toe, rendering him utterly immobile. The once silent corridor soon erupted into chaos, with a multitude of people surging from both sides, frantically rushing towards the opposite end. In an instant, the corridor became overcrowded, filled with a cacophony of screams and cries. Mo Yin was knocked to the ground by a fifth-year Ravenclaw, which jolted him awake. Harry still wears glasses. He swiftly dashed towards the direction from which Peeves was making a ruckus. Mo Yin rushed forward and was met with a dimly lit corridor. Cold winds sweeping in through shattered window panes, the torches extinguished. Peeves the poltergeist was whirling about, gleefully recounting his recent discoveries to Percy, who had arrived upon hearing the commotion. However, there was no sign of Harry, no professors, and no one else. Peeves! Mo Yin shouted. Startled, Peeves let out a shriek and darted upwards to the ceiling. All petrified, he exclaimed, becoming rigid in midair, unable to move. Mr. Evans, what brings you here? Percy adjusted his prefect badge and inquired. I am investigating the recent events. You ought to return to your common room. This place is unsafe. Stand aside. Mo Yin brusquely pushed him aside. You would do well to show some respect to a prefect, Percy retorted, his irritation palpable. Mo Yin abruptly drew his wand, pointing it threateningly at Percy's neck. If you dare to linger here with your trivialities, I shall transform you into a slug. At that point, your so-called prefect badge will be of no use. Percy's complexion turned pale. It was common knowledge among Gryffindors that this very Mo Yin was responsible for the Weasley twins' considerable misfortunes. I am a prefect. Perhaps the badge will offer you some protection, he stammered. Mo Yin sneered disdainfully. Care to test that? Percy swallowed hard, meeting Mo Yin's icy, silver gaze. A shiver ran down his spine, and he slowly retreated 2 steps before turning and fleeing. Mo Yin turned to Pai Pai Gui and said, Now, answer my question honestly. Do not attempt to evade. Otherwise, should I capture you, I shall confine you permanently within a vacant room of the castle. Do you understand? He spoke deliberately, enunciating each word with clarity, his tone deceptively gentle in an effort to maintain his composure. Yet, Pai Pai Gui was filled with trepidation, his eyes darting restlessly. Mo Yin lifted the spell, and Peeves the poltergeist obediently remained in place, trembling as he gazed at him. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yin paused momentarily. What has become of Harry? He inquired. He is well, Peeves hastily replied. Are you jesting with me? Mo Yin asked slowly, a surging fury roiling within his chest. He clenched his teeth and said, he has been attacked. How could he possibly be well? He is better than others. Peeves quivered once more. His body was warm and soft, his eyes closed, devoid of any expression of terror. Mo Yin closed his eyes, feeling as though his heart had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. Is he dead? His voice echoed hollowly, as if emanating from a distant well underground. No. The words escaped Peeves' throat in anguish, while Mo Yin's uncontrollable magic threatened to tear him apart. Yet, Peeves dared not flee. As the pressure upon him eased slightly, he hurriedly exclaimed, Harry Potter's heartbeat is as strong and steady as any living being. He is merely unconscious. Professor Dumbledore has taken him to his office. After a moment, Mo Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, finally finding his voice. Unconscious? Yes. Go to hell. Mo Yin shouted furiously, his wand flicking with a swift motion, causing Peeves to vanish like a cannonball, followed by the distant sound of a collision. Mo Yin inserted the wand back into its place and slowly made his way toward the principal's office, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he walked. This situation must come to an end. Although he had long prepared for the worst and even returned Harry's glasses, he had never truly envisioned that this scenario would come to fruition. Indeed, there could be no further delay. Mo Yin pressed his chest, feeling the resurgence of an internal injury that had taken him considerable effort to heal, now returning to a state of disarray. It took a while for his chaotic internal energy to settle, bringing him discomfort. Yet, it was not entirely unbearable. Mo Yin halted before an unsightly gargoyle. Pumpkin juice? Banana boat? Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Mo Yin tried more than 30 different names of candies and beverages, but the gargoyle glanced at him lazily and continued to sleep. Mr. Evans, what brings you here? Mo Yin turned back to see Professor Snape striding towards him. Professor, I have some thoughts regarding the monster of the chamber and the heir of Slytherin that I wish to discuss with the headmaster, Mo Yin stated. Professor Snape regarded him with a deep gaze. Lemon juice. The gargoyle rose, the wall cracked open, revealing a spiral staircase that led upward. They ascended the staircase, climbing higher and higher until they were slightly dizzy, finally spotting a grand oak door ahead, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a half-eagle, half-lion. Oh, is this how things transpired? So, Harry, you did not see what attacked you? As they approached the door, Professor Dumbledore's voice resonated from within. Snape gently tapped on the door, which opened silently, allowing them to enter. Inside was a spacious and splendid square room, filled with intriguing little sounds. Some bizarre silverware rested on a table with spindle-shaped legs, swirling and emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, each displaying an air of elegance while attentively listening to the conversation within the office. Behind a massive table with clawed legs sat a shelf, upon which rested a tattered sorting hat. Harry cradled a steaming mug of hot chocolate, with Ron and Hermione similarly indulging. Yet it was clear their interest lay more in the ongoing dialogue. Both leaned forward, eagerly focused on Harry, causing Ron's cup to tilt and dark chocolate to stain his robe. Dumbledore sat opposite them, arms resting on the table, fingers interlaced, exuding a calm demeanor that seemed to instill tranquility in those who gazed upon him. Professor McGonagall, still clad in her signature green robes, sat upright beside him, maintaining her usual seriousness, though her lips quivered slightly, revealing a hint of concern. Upon their entrance, several individuals in the room turned to look. When they recognized Mo Yin trailing behind Professor Snape, they were momentarily taken aback. Albus, Mr. Evans has some thoughts regarding the chamber that he wishes to share with you. Snape stated curtly. Mr. Evans, do you have something to convey? Dumbledore inquired with keen interest. Just some speculations, Professor. I would appreciate the opportunity to first hear Harry Potter's account, so I may corroborate it with my own conjectures, Mo Yin replied, slightly bowing, though he needed a moment to gather his thoughts. Very well, if you insist, Dumbledore said gently. Harry, please continue. Yes, Professor, Harry murmured, focusing intently on his cup, watching the hot chocolate swirl into a deep brown vortex. I did not see what attacked me. I only perceived something ahead, then everything turned white, and after that, I lost consciousness. Did that entity possess any distinct characteristics? Harry pondered for a moment. It seemed quite large. Before Dumbledore could respond, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Hagrid rushed in, his eyes frantic, a scarf wrapped around his unruly hair, and in his hands, he clutched a soft, squishy chicken. Harry, are you all right? Oh, Merlin, I've only been away from you for a few seconds. He entered, anxious, feathers scattering across the floor. And upon seeing Harry, he visibly relaxed, yet guilt washed over him. If anything has happened to you, it's my fault. I've already lost Scabbers. I cannot lose another Hagrid. Dumbledore thundered suddenly, an unprecedented volume that startled everyone present. Scabbers? Who is Scabbers? Harry pressed, feeling a sharp pang in his heart upon hearing the name. However, he noticed all the professors averted their gazes, and Hagrid appeared increasingly remorseful. Even Snape, who usually relished in Hagrid's discomfort, avoided his eyes. Hermione and Ron shared Harry's bewilderment, while Imogen turned away, seemingly oblivious to their exchange. Who is Scabbers? Harry demanded loudly, feeling an inexplicable urgency to clarify this matter. Harry, please, don't ask, Hagrid sobbed, tears welling in his dark glasses, streaming down his unkempt beard. It's all my fault. If I had known Harry. Dumbledore interjected sharply, silencing the room, as Hagrid inadvertently uttered that familiar yet foreign name. Imogen felt his heart constrict painfully. Hearing Harry's inquiry, Imogen's eyes stung with tears, and he quickly turned away. Harry, it seemed, was entirely unaware of Scabbers' existence. He noticed a decrepit and ugly bird perched on a stand behind the door, its feathers almost entirely plucked. As Imogen watched, a few more tail feathers fell. The bird gazed at him with infinite sorrow, emitting a mournful cry. Fox. It was in the midst of its rebirth, seemingly unable to assist. Who else could pluck the basilisk's eyes? Perhaps he should prepare more roosters? Imogen endeavored to shift his thoughts towards the impending battle, striving to disregard the conversations occurring around him. At that moment, Fox was suddenly engulfed in flames, transforming instantaneously into a blazing fireball. Despite being aware of what would transpire, Imogen could not suppress a soft exclamation. His voice shattered the silence of the room. Do not be alarmed, Dumbledore reassured. Fox is a phoenix. When the time arrives, it burns in the flames and is reborn from the embers. Observe how, in a mere moment, that fiery sphere has become a pile of ashes. Then, a wrinkled chick emerges from the smoldering remains, looking just as unappealing as its predecessor, struggling to stand upright. I do apologize for its appearance. Dumbledore resumed his calm demeanor. Most of the time, it is quite magnificent, adorned with golden-red plumage, an enchanting creature indeed. They bear heavy burdens, their tears possess healing properties, and they are exceedingly loyal. Ah, I have read about them, Hermione exclaimed, leaning closer. The phoenix is a splendid, crimson bird, comparable in size to a swan, with a shimmering golden tail and long, golden beak and claws. They typically nest in high mountains and can be found in Egypt, India, and China. The lifespan of a phoenix is extraordinarily long due to its ability to regenerate. When its body begins to decline, it plunges into fierce flames, and a young phoenix rises anew from the ashes. The phoenix is of a gentle temperament, having never harmed or consumed herbs. Like the snidget, a phoenix can vanish and reappear at will. Its song is magical. It is widely believed to bolster the courage of the pure-hearted and to release fear in the impure. The tears of a phoenix have potent healing abilities. She recited the information as if answering a question in class, and upon noticing the attention of those in the room, she felt a tinge of embarrassment yet remained transfixed on the young bird that had just poked its head from the ashes. In no time, it steadied itself, tentatively flapping its featherless wings. Quite right, Miss Granger. An exemplary memory, Dumbledore praised with a smile. I believe I shall award 10 points to Gryffindor. Hermione's cheeks flushed with excitement. After her narration, the others were also intently watching the young phoenix struggle to regain its strength, seemingly forgetting the previous topic entirely. However, Harry evidently did not. He had been momentarily startled by Fox's combustion, and although he now curiously observed the bird, he quickly perceived the group's deliberate avoidance. Hagrid, stay, Harry urged. Dumbledore interrupted once more, and this time Ron also noticed the peculiarity. Hagrid's beard dripped with droplets of water, yet his eyes appeared unwilling to leave Fox. Eventually, he stammered. Dumbledore, I think I should head back. Very well, Hagrid, Dumbledore replied. Harry seemed poised to leap up and intervene, but someone beat him to it. Please wait a moment. Mr. Hagrid, Imogen suddenly interjected. What? Hagrid stood by the door, seemingly ready to bolt at any moment. I have some questions I wish to pose. Imogen spoke ambiguously, satisfied to see several adults tense up before he continued. Regarding the rooster you have in hand. Hagrid sighed in relief, wiped his face with his hand, and turned to say, all right, ask away. He appeared relaxed, and Imogen felt that as long as he did not inquire about Hagrid's companion, he could likely share even the most embarrassing tales from his childhood. No, Harry shouted angrily. Tell me, what happened to that companion of yours? Why did you let him die? A low, heavy sob escaped Hagrid's throat, and his dark eyes glistened with moisture. Harry, Dumbledore's tone held a hint of discontent, then turned somber. This is a matter from long ago, and I do not wish for your persistence to further torment Hagrid. Harry glanced at Hagrid's nearly broken expression, Dumbledore's unwavering gaze, and Professor McGonagall, who had turned her head to focus on a small silver spoon hanging on the wall, while Professor Snape stared coldly at the wall behind him. Hermione gently tugged at Harry's sleeve. He nodded stiffly, looking quite reluctant. Everyone present knew he would undoubtedly investigate once he left. Yet there was little they could do to prevent it. Deep down, Imogen hoped to connect with Harry, but if Harry learned of his companion's fate, he would inevitably assume the worst, only adding to his suffering. Why create more anguish? That small, yearning voice within him had to be set aside for now. Hagrid, is the rooster you have sick? Imogen retrieved the question he had previously omitted. No, it wasn't sick. It was killed, neither by a fox nor a weasel. Hagrid shook his head, seemingly trying to clear his thoughts. I truly do not comprehend why anyone would want to kill a rooster. They pose no harm, do they? But this is the second occurrence this semester. Just a few days ago, I lost one. Imogen felt a pang of shame. By the way, Headmaster. Hagrid turned to Dumbledore. I hope to cast a protective charm near the chicken coop. Is that permissible? Of course, Hagrid. Dumbledore gestured for Imogen to continue his inquiries. Thank you, Headmaster, Hagrid mumbled, his speech still nasally. So, when did the last incident occur? How long ago was it? Imogen glanced down at the limp rooster. The last time was on Halloween. I attended the feast, and when I returned, one of the chickens was already dead. Hagrid replied, and everyone who had been puzzled by Imogen's question suddenly recalled that it was indeed the time of the first attack. The chicken went missing a few days ago. This time, well, perhaps only half an hour ago. How many chickens remain in the coop? Imogen gritted his teeth. He had not inquired about when the chicken had gone missing, yet this giant had volunteered the information. 23, Hagrid recalled. And the rooster? Only 2 remain. Please ensure the remaining roosters are well protected, Imogen suggested. We may need them soon. Seeing Dumbledore show no signs of opposition, Hagrid agreed. He lingered for a moment, and upon realizing Imogen had no further questions and was lost in thought, he bid Dumbledore farewell and hurried out, entirely unaware that he had been following Imogen's lead. Imogen estimated that the time for pretense had nearly elapsed, and feigned awakening from contemplation to address Professor Dumbledore. Professor, may you take a look at the still gloomy Harry? It seems his mood has inadvertently improved. Could Potter share their discoveries? Harry abruptly raised his head, ready to retort, but Dumbledore had already cheerfully responded, very well. I have finished speaking. Harry replied in a stilted tone. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, did you observe anything? Dumbledore inquired. No, nothing, Hermione replied, a bit awkwardly. We were, arguing at the time. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted before Harry, obscuring all visibility. It took a while for my eyes to adjust, and then I saw Harry collapsed on the ground. Nothing else? Ron interjected. I think I saw a bit. Everyone turned to look at him. Ron shrank back. I didn't see the assailant. I only noticed that the white light seemed to emanate from Harry's glasses. Glasses? Came the chorus of inquiries. Harry, could you show me your glasses? Dumbledore asked. Sure. Harry looked around in confusion before removing his new glasses and handing them to Professor Dumbledore, who immediately squinted his green eyes into narrow slits. Dumbledore examined the glasses for a while, then pointed his wand at them, causing the tip to emit a variety of beautiful lights. However, his expression grew increasingly astonished, and Professors Snape and McGonagall also appeared taken aback. Quite extraordinary, Dumbledore exclaimed in awe. A brilliant design, a perfect pairing. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? Indeed. Professor Snape replied softly, each word weighed down as if burdened with gravity. I apologize, Professor. Harry shifted uneasily in his chair. What is wrong with these glasses? There is nothing to worry about, Harry. The only issue is that these glasses are far superior to ordinary ones, Dumbledore explained. Far superior? Harry squinted to examine the glasses he had worn for several days. Do they allow for clearer vision? Or can they transform into Peter Pan? Neither, Dumbledore clarified. These are glasses designed to automatically protect the wearer when danger approaches. He handed the glasses back to Harry for him to wear. There were 5 protective charms on the lenses and 36 enchantments engraved on the frame. These spells and charms combined would create a reflective barrier in the face of impending danger, deflecting it back towards the source. Moreover, the enchantment ensures that these glasses would remain effective for 3 years. Ron and Hermione gazed at the seemingly ordinary glasses in awe. Harry, Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed upon him. Where did you acquire these glasses? Harry turned to look around. Everyone awaited his answer. But, I don't know, Professor, Harry admitted. I found them on my bedside one morning after waking up. I thought they were a gift from Professor McGonagall. Ron nodded in affirmation beside him. It appears you may have a very good friend, Dumbledore suggested. At that moment, Mo Yin sensed several gazes sweeping over him, yet his expression remained unchanged, still furrowed in contemplation. Moreover, Professor, Harry added, these glasses shouldn't be so extraordinary. The last time I was with Malfoy. He glanced at Professor Snape, but did not continue. Mo Yin suddenly recalled that last time. Hermione seemed to have been struck by a curse targeting her front teeth. Now, casting a glance at her, he noticed that the clever girl had indeed taken the opportunity to make her teeth smaller. Oh, perhaps the enchanted glasses deemed your previous spell too simplistic, akin to a child's play. Dumbledore chuckled, yet he knew that a grave danger would elicit a reaction. For instance, in this recent attack, you were merely stunned by the magical clash on the mirror, without being petrified. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley were simultaneously shielded as well. Harry, upon hearing Dumbledore refer to their actions as mere childish antics, scoffed, but then his complexion abruptly paled. What is it, Harry? Dumbledore inquired. Thank Merlin. Harry trembled from head to toe, evidently gripped by fear. Fortunately, I was at the forefront. Had it been Ron or Hermione? Both of them shared the same thought, shivering in unison, their faces also changing hue. Indeed, it is fortunate, Dumbledore affirmed. Harry, do you have anything further to say? Aye. Harry hesitated, a hint of reluctance shadowing his features. He glanced at his friends beside him. Ron awaited eagerly for more, while Hermione nodded encouragingly. Sometimes, I hear a voice, a very peculiar voice. Gathering his courage, Harry continued, I heard it in the corridor. It spoke of killing, biting, and the scent of blood. It sounds as if it desires to kill, but Ron and Hermione claimed they heard nothing, nor did Professor Lockhart. Every time I hear this voice, an attack occurs shortly thereafter. Is that all? Dumbledore gently probed. Nothing else? Harry pondered briefly before responding. That's all, Professor. Then, Dumbledore turned to Mo Yin, Mr. Evans. May we discuss your conjectures? Of course, Professor. Mo Yin mimicked Dumbledore's calm tone. I can now ascertain that the monster lurking in the Chamber of Secrets and poised to attack students is the basilisk. Basilisk? The 3 Gryffindors looked on in confusion, while the adults wore solemn expressions. The basilisk is a strikingly green serpent that can grow up to 50 feet in length. The male has a distinctive crimson feather atop its head. Its fangs are highly venomous, but its most perilous method of attack lies in its yellow, piercing gaze. Anyone who meets its eyes will perish instantly. Mo Yin elaborated for the 3 Gryffindors. It possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan. Living for hundreds of years if sustenance is ample. The first recorded basilisk, the Vilherpo, lived nearly 900 years. The basilisk hatches from a chicken's egg that has been incubated by a toad. It is the natural enemy of spiders, yet the crowing of a rooster is fatal to it. The rooster that Hagrid had has been killed. Its crowing is lethal. This must be the work of Slytherin's heir, Ron exclaimed. And the spiders? The spiders in the castle are crawling out in droves. They must know the basilisk is nearby. This is also why I am the only one who can hear the voice. It is a snake, and I can speak Parseltongue, Harry said with a serious expression. Ron then raised a concern. The basilisk's gaze is deadly, yet no one has died so far. Because no one has directly met its gaze, Hermione reasoned confidently. Moaning Myrtle must have seen it reflected in water, or through Weeping Myrtle. She is already dead and cannot die a second time. And Professor Lockhart, suddenly. Her eyes lit up. It must have been the armor. Professor Lockhart certainly saw it in the reflection of the armor. Harry initially saw only its body. But then his view was obscured by the mirror produced by the glasses. We were the same. Yes, it must be so. Ron's jaw nearly dropped. But how does the basilisk move freely within the castle? Harry pondered, furrowing his brow. 1,000-year-old serpent must be enormous. Why has no one ever seen it? The 3 Gryffindors huddled together, grappling with the mystery. Suddenly, Hermione grasped Harry's arm, gripping it so tightly that he gasped in pain. It's the plumbing. The castle is riddled with pipes within the walls. So, Harry, you can hear it, but not see it. The basilisk moves through the pipes and emerges when it senses the scent of blood. This means that if we place roosters throughout the castle, Slytherin's heir would be too afraid to unleash the basilisk again. If it does appear, it would be slain by the roosters crowing. Harry declared loudly. The three exchanged glances, exhilarated and hardly able to believe it. It took them a while to remember they were still in Dumbledore's office, and upon looking up, they found everyone watching them with great interest. Their faces flushed, they lowered their heads. Professor? Hermione timidly addressed Dumbledore. He gently applauded. An excellent deduction, Miss Granger. I believe I owe Gryffindor an apology. Snape replied coldly. I presumed this was a conclusion drawn by Slytherin students. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded repeatedly. I shall award Slytherin 50 points. However, Miss Granger has deduced the location of the basilisk's movements, which must be acknowledged. Professor McGonagall wrapped her shawl tightly, stating, I consider this a significant breakthrough. Quite right, Dumbledore concurred, awarding Gryffindor 50 points. Snape's expression darkened considerably. I believe, Imogen interjected. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets might also be guessed. They all looked at him in astonishment. The pipes, Imogen explained, the basilisk traverses through the pipes. And the most convenient entry points would be the bathrooms and lavatories. There is one location where a girl died 50 years ago when the chamber was last opened. 50 years later, when it opened again, it became the site of the attacks once more. Hermione clutched her chest tightly, nearly breathless. It's Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Indeed. Considering the vastness of the castle, it is quite likely that a bathroom could be favored by the basilisk. Imogen nodded. What I wish to know, Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon him, is how you came to know that 50 years ago, the chamber was opened and a girl student died. No teacher would tell the students about it. Ever since I learned that the chamber had been opened before, I sought to inquire about the previous occurrence, Imogen replied. Although no teacher mentioned it, the ghosts in the castle were more than willing to share the events of that time. I also discovered that the girl who died then was Moaning Myrtle. Coincidentally, just before Myrtle was attacked, I saw her at Nicholas's anniversary party and, out of curiosity, asked her how she died. She told me that just before her death, she saw a pair of yellow, large eyes. Prior to that, she had been crying in the bathroom, and then she heard a peculiar voice, a boy's voice. She opened the door to let him leave, and then she perished. Did she tell you all of this? Ron asked incredulously, finding it strange for someone to freely discuss their own death. Why not? Imogen countered. In fact, Myrtle seems quite proud of the manner of her death. Ron was nearly leaping with excitement. Indeed, he exclaimed. Moyen regarded him with a puzzled expression. Why are you so astonished? Did you not attend the feast on Halloween as well? That fellow from the Headless Hunt seemed rather pleased with his own decapitation, didn't he? He even mocked Sir Nicholas for it. By the way, why did you speak ill of Myrtle that day? You truly hurt his feelings. Moyen's accusation caused all three individuals to lower their heads in embarrassment, particularly Hermione, who, despite her strong sense of justice, found it intolerable to endure the neurotic behavior of Myrtilla. The disparaging remarks made that day were indeed uttered by her. I, too, harbor a dislike for her. Imogen lifted his chin slightly with a sense of pride, maintaining a stern expression while secretly contemplating. But I am far more skilled at acting than you all. Competing for points with me, feeling a twinge of guilt, is quite lenient. Thus, it is imperative that we prepare ourselves and then pay a visit to Myrtle's lavatory. Imogen remarked that it would be simply splendid to drag Professor Dumbledore into a confrontation with the basilisk. Perhaps I am mistaken. Yet with even a mere 1% chance, it is worth attempting. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Dumbledore? I find merit in what this child suggests, Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall stated after a prolonged silence. The sooner we resolve the matter of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, the safer the students shall be. Should another incident occur, perhaps fortune would not favor us with no casualties. It is conceivable that the school might even face closure. However, there remains one question. Dumbledore inquired. Who precisely opened the chamber? And how did they manage to do so? If Myrtle speaks the truth, then the second point becomes evident. Professor Snape remarked that he heard a boy speaking in a peculiar voice. As one of Salazar Slytherin's hallmarks, Parseltongue is clearly the key to unlocking the chamber. Snape cast a malevolent smirk at Harry, his dark glasses gleaming ominously. I did not. Harry shouted in anger, unable to fathom being suspected while under attack himself. We have all been assaulted. Ron shouted indignantly. Could Harry be mad enough to attack himself? Hermione and I stood beside him, he had no opportunity to unleash the basilisk. Of course, brother. I know that even if you had the chance, you would never release that monstrous beast. Finally, he turned to Harry. For Harry was glaring fiercely at him for his second remark. Mo Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. None of you have sustained any injuries. Professor Snape's smile became more pronounced. And even Potter had only been unconscious for a brief moment, not even half an hour. Compared to Professor Lockhart, who still lay in the infirmary. The disparity was quite evident. Personally, I believe it is worth celebrating, rather than inciting blame and suspicion, that Mr. Potter has neither perished from this attack, nor lies in the infirmary awaiting the maturation of Mandrake, exclaimed Professor McGonagall. Her voice raised before the three Gryffindors sprang up like startled cats. As she spoke, her body trembled slightly, clearly agitated. Unless proven guilty, he remains innocent, Severus. Dumbledore asserted firmly. I told you this over a month ago, and I still stand by it. There is no direct evidence to substantiate that Harry is the heir of Slytherin who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Snape appeared exceedingly furious, his voice rising in pitch. Opening the chamber requires Parseltongue. Surely there cannot be another person in this school with such an ability? Nothing is impossible, Severus, Dumbledore replied, rubbing his forehead. After enduring so much and so many disputes, even he felt somewhat weary. Harry hesitated before speaking. I have an idea to discover the heir of Slytherin. Go ahead, child. Dumbledore urged gently. The girls' lavatory of Moaning Myrtle is the entrance to the chamber. If the basilisk is to be released, one must go to Myrtle's lavatory. Hermione noted that it is rarely visited. Professor Dumbledore could place a magical alarm there, so that anyone entering would be immediately detected, allowing us to capture the heir of Slytherin. No, Harry, Hermione interjected. Ever since Myrtle was petrified, people have been entering and exiting the lavatory. Just yesterday, I encountered Ginny going there. She then gently shook her head at the two concerned boys, who both sighed in relief. Mo Yin speculated that they were likely still secretly concocting Polyjuice potion in that lavatory. And what if the lavatory is not the entrance to the chamber? Professor McGonagall suggested that we should first attempt to see if we can open Slytherin's chamber. If so, we can slay the basilisk and set up a magical alarm inside the chamber. If not, we should resume our search for its location. Mo Yin opened his mouth, only to close it once more. Dumbledore nodded gently, yet remained silent. Observing Mo Yan's hesitation, he inquired, Mr. Evans, is there something you wish to express that remains unspoken? Mo hesitated for a moment. Ginny Weasley, with her fiery red hair, had mentioned that she encountered a suspicious individual not long ago, just before Potter was attacked. The sound of her voice echoed in the room, and she observed the astonished expressions on everyone's faces. Their emotions that day oscillated between surprise and shock. But this instance was the most pronounced. The person had collided with her, leaving a feather on her clothing, and appeared pale and exceedingly anxious. Who could it be? The image of Harry, clad in an identical green sweater produced by the Weasleys, joyfully running into the Great Hall, surfaced in her mind. Mo Yan's heart skipped a beat. Wesley, I have never been a good person. If you provoke me, you shall bear the consequences. The cold, mocking silver eyes turned towards Ron. The red-haired boy remained perplexed, while the girl beside him was already seething with indignation. You're talking nonsense. Ron would never do that. He has always been with us. The other two boys also grasped the situation, and Ron looked at the professors in panic, speechless. Just as Harry sprang up, Mo Yan's voice echoed. I never said it was him. Miss Granger is simply too sensitive. Then why are you looking at me? Ron demanded angrily. While it may not be you, it is not entirely unrelated either. Mo Yan lowered his head, obscuring his face from view, revealing only the cold smile that curled at the corner of his lips. It was a red-haired girl. Silence. After 5 seconds of stillness, a thunderous uproar erupted. The voices of the three Gryffindors clashing like a tempest, nearly tearing the roof off Dumbledore's office. Each person shouted at the top of their lungs, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern what was being said. The palpable fury surged towards the Slytherin boy standing resolutely in the center of the room. He remained erect. Like a pine tree, his back proudly straightened, only slightly bowing his head as he toyed with the wand he had drawn at some point. It was as if he were entirely oblivious to the deafening shouts surrounding him. Silence, Dumbledore commanded, for the first time devoid of a smile or gentle gaze. He fixed his eyes on Mo Yin and inquired, Are you certain, Mr. Evans? I've already stated that Ginny is merely suspicious. Perhaps she merely picked something up near Hagrid's hut. Mo Yin chuckled softly, a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Rather than arguing here, why not summon her and ask? Wouldn't that clarify everything? Minerva, Dumbledore addressed Professor McGonagall, his gaze behind the crescent-shaped lenses remaining calm. Please bring Miss Weasley. Headmaster. Miss Weasley cannot possibly be involved. She has always been a well-behaved and shy girl, Professor McGonagall replied. Indeed, but we must still eliminate any suspicion, Dumbledore nodded, resolute in his decision despite her objections. Mo Yin found a chair and settled down. Dumbledore offered him a glass of strawberry juice, which Mo Yin accepted but merely held in his hands, lost in silence for a while. The entire office fell into a hushed stillness. The crimson juice swayed gently within the transparent glass, creating exquisite ripples, while his long, fair fingers rested upon it, reflecting a delicate shade of pink. The sudden surge of anger dissipated in an instant, and as calmness and reason reclaimed his thoughts, Mo Yin began to regret his momentary impulse. What fault did Ginny possess? Although he felt that this young girl's idolization of a legendary figure, which had morphed into affection, was somewhat capricious and naive, his first impression of her was quite favorable. She seemed innocent, shy, and tinged with sadness, feeling inferior due to her family's poverty, yet brimming with affection for them. Despite the teasing from her brothers sometimes causing her distress, her complaints were still laced with genuine love. He truly should not have cast her aside due to his fleeting jealousy. Moreover, Dumbledore and Professor Snape had been observing him all along. He harbored numerous secrets, a fact both parties were well aware of. To this day, they had adopted a lenient stance toward him, largely because of his unwavering support for Gryffindor, particularly for Harry. His clear allegiance had mitigated their animosity toward him. But what would happen after this? With Voldemort's cunning and power, was it due to Dumbledore's scrutiny that he had achieved nothing during his time at school? Even the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin was opened merely once, resulting in the death of an inconsequential girl before it had to be abandoned. Perhaps Voldemort never even had the opportunity to unearth any treasures left behind by Slytherin. That was of little importance. What mattered was that if he were to be monitored in the future by the old fox and the double agent, he would be rendered utterly powerless. If Dumbledore were to learn of his past life, perhaps Hagrid had already informed him. Would he view him with 100 times more vigilance if he understood the awe with which the children at the orphanage had regarded him? Would he be alarmed to discover the lengths an 11-year-old had gone to in order to imprison his guardian? Furthermore, while young Voldemort merely regarded theft as a pastime, occasionally punishing those who opposed him, Mo Yin was a professional at it. Mo Yin slowly rotated the cup in his hand, contemplating how to remedy his impulsive actions. The silence in the room had persisted for an extended period by the time Professor McGonagall entered with Ginny. Mo Yin was deep in thought, while Professor Snape sat coldly, lost in his own reflections. Dumbledore gazed at his fingers, and the three Gryffindors sat nervously, unable to utter a word, their eyes offering silent encouragement to one another. Only the small phoenix on the shelf flapped its wings energetically, gradually becoming covered in a fine layer of down and managing to wobble about. It was likely that in another hour or two, it would be able to take flight. Ginny timidly peered into the room, and her eyes brightened upon seeing Harry. But as she noticed the stillness of everyone waiting for her, her complexion turned ashen. Watching the trembling girl step forward, Dumbledore conjured a chair and placed it between Ron and Hermione. Please, take a seat, Miss Weasley. Would you care for a glass of pumpkin juice? No, thank you, Professor. Ginny sat down, appearing somewhat reassured, yet the collective gaze of the room unsettled her, prompting her to subtly shrink behind Ron. So, the cockroach cluster? Dumbledore produced a plate of candies that scuttled about like cockroaches. Mo Yin felt a wave of relief that Dumbledore had not had the opportunity to showcase his hospitality upon their entrance. No, thank you, Professor. Ginny glanced at the cluster with an effort to suppress her disgust. Not eating? What a pity. Dumbledore seemed intent on promoting his beloved sweets to the others, but Professor Snape intervened just in time to salvage their appetites. Dumbledore, he said coolly. Dumbledore sighed, then turned his attention back to the suddenly more anxious Ginny, speaking slowly. Listen to me, Miss Weasley. We have some questions that require your answers. Please ensure your honesty, will you? Ginny shivered inexplicably. Miss Weasley, the entire school has recently been engulfed in panic caused by the heir of Slytherin. Ginny's face grew even paler, devoid of color. Madame Norris, Myrtle, Professor Lockhart, they are all still in the hospital wing. Just recently, even Harry was attacked. Ginny gasped, covering her mouth and letting out a low whimper. She swayed precariously in her chair, a look of despair etched on her face. Except for Ron, who believed she was merely worried for Harry. The others sensed something was amiss. If you know anything regarding the heir of Slytherin or any other suspicious occurrences, please speak candidly. Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet steady. but Ginny appeared nearly paralyzed with fear. I don't know, she stammered, tears welling in her eyes, her lips trembling, her hands gripping her knees tightly. Professor. Ron couldn't restrain himself. She knows nothing. Our family has no Slytherin blood. How could Ginny possibly be the one to open the Chamber of Secrets? I've lived with her for 11 years and have never seen her speak to a snake. Please, let her go, Professor. Ginny is innocent. At the mention of the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny flinched, large tears rolling down her cheeks as she bit her lip, remaining silent. Ginny, Imogen suddenly interjected, adding the final straw. Why did you strangle Hagrid's rooster? Ginny's entire body jolted, fear flashing in her eyes as she slumped in her chair. I don't know. I don't know anything. She broke down, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably, struggling to articulate her words. Ron was about to speak, but Hermione held him back. My robes are covered in feathers. I don't know where they came from. I can't remember what I did on Halloween. Everyone says Madame Norris and Myrtle were attacked. But my front is stained with paint. Each time an attack occurs, I have no recollection of my actions. I can't remember where I've been. I'm so scared. The girl's intermittent sobs echoed in the office, transparent droplets slipping through her fingers. It is time for the performance, Imogen. Imogen spoke to himself before approaching Ginny. What do you intend to do? Ron lunged forward, spreading his arms to shield Ginny, watching him warily, and shouted, even if it was Ginny's doing. It is Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall who will decide what to do. Step away. If it were confirmed that Ginny Weasley had opened the Chamber of Secrets, her wand would be snapped, she would be expelled from Hogwarts, or even sent to Azkaban. Imogen advanced 2 steps. Is this what you desire? This is all your fault. Ron attempted to shove him aside, but Imogen seized his wrist, causing him excruciating pain as if it were being crushed. Ron let out a cry. No. Hermione sobbed, but neither boy paid her any heed. Aren't you also fervently searching for the heir of Slytherin? Don't you long to catch the culprit behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets? Imogen glared at him coldly. What, now that you discover it was your sister? You shift all the blame onto me? Move aside. With a flick of his hand, Ron was sent stumbling to the side, barely regaining his balance. Mr. Weasley. Please remain calm. Professor McGonagall intervened before Ron could draw his wand. Imogen disregarded the expressions and actions of those around him, repeatedly hypnotizing himself as he crouched. I care for her. I care for her. I care for her. Ginny. He grasped the hand that Ginny had resting on her knee, feeling her tremble slightly, yet she did not pull away. Ginny, do you still recognize me? Ginny had cried to the point of breathlessness, while Hermione gently patted her back. After a moment of sobbing, Ginny nodded. Imogen, will I be imprisoned in Azkaban? Perhaps not. There was a brief silence in the surroundings. Ginny finally lifted her gaze to meet his. She found a pair of gentle, tranquil silver eyes, reminiscent of a year and a half ago. Ginny, have you encountered anything peculiar lately? Something you were inexplicably drawn to, perhaps useful, or of unknown origin? Ginny paused for a moment, her eyes widening slowly. There is. Something. What is it? A black diary I found in a book my mother gave me, from about 50 years ago. It was blank. But when I wrote in it, it would respond to me. Ron dashed over, shouting, Ginny, how could you use such a dubious object? Ginny trembled once more. With a forceful elbow strike, Imogen sent Ron reeling backward, clutching his stomach and letting out a groan. Who is he, Ginny? Riddle, she replied. He goes by the name Tom Marvolo Riddle. Imogen exerted great restraint to avoid observing Dumbledore's expression. Where is that diary? May we inspect it? He inquired. In my backpack. Ginny attempted to open her bag, but her fingers trembled incessantly. Hermione quickly assisted her in retrieving a black notebook from within. Is it truly problematic? Ginny asked again as she handed the diary to Imogen. Do you really like it? Imogen leafed through it, and though reluctant, he feigned nonchalance as he passed it to Dumbledore. Indeed. Ginny's gaze followed the diary as it moved to Dumbledore's desk. Riddle is my closest friend. No one understands me quite like he does. She was so preoccupied with her anxiety that she momentarily forgot her own predicament. Imogen was convinced her concern was not for Riddle himself, but rather for the secrets inscribed within the diary that might be exposed. For this young girl. The embarrassment of having her innermost thoughts unveiled outweighed all else, as she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Ginny, this is very likely a dark magical object. Imogen cautioned. It probably enticed you to open the Chamber of Secrets and attack your classmates. If we can prove this, you will be safe. Otherwise, you may find yourself sent to Azkaban. Ginny's face, which had just regained some color, paled once more. Do not worry, Ginny, Hermione reassured her. embracing her and casting a fierce glare at Mo Yin for intimidating Ginny at such a time. We all know you're innocent. With Professor Dumbledore here, we shall all be fine. Mo Yin shrugged slightly and leisurely sipped his strawberry juice. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered the little phoenix struggling to grasp his shoulder, its glossy black eyes revolving as it regarded him. A mere few delicate feathers adorned its head, rendering it as unappealing as ever. Mo Yin scrutinized the little phoenix for a moment and muttered softly. Abruptly, a sharp pain pierced his ear. He turned to see that the unsightly little bird had leapt up to peck at his earlobe and was now clinging to his robe, flapping its wings with an air of bravado. As Mo extended his hand to touch, he was unexpectedly met with blood, which incensed him. He seized the little phoenix, contemplating how to chastise it with a fierce glare, when suddenly he recalled that Dumbledore was nearby. With a huff, he tossed the creature into Hermione's arms. Hermione, flustered, quickly embraced the little phoenix, soothing the agitated fox, who was struggling to escape her grasp, producing a melodious sound. Professor, this diary is a dark magic item, isn't it? Ron asked eagerly, noticing Dumbledore's long, curved nose had finally lifted. He felt a twinge of discontent at Hermione for momentarily neglecting such an important matter to tend to a bird, albeit a phoenix. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, in fact, it belongs to Voldemort. Tom Riddle? Harry murmured, while the others trembled at the name. Mo wished to feign surprise, but faltered, taken aback that Dumbledore would so plainly divulge this information. The old fox was typically one to conceal truths. A glimmer flickered across the crescent-shaped lens. Perhaps Mr. Evans has already surmised the true owner of the diary? Dumbledore inquired. Yes, Professor, Mo responded with a smile, though he remained wary of the old fox's perceptiveness. Dumbledore conjured golden letters in the air with his wand, which swiftly rearranged themselves to spell, I am Voldemort. Harry whispered the words aloud. Merely a simple word game. Mo said with a humble smile. Quite so, Dumbledore nodded in approval. Few are aware that Voldemort was once Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I was his teacher. He was perhaps the most brilliant student in the school's history. The three Gryffindors were evidently taken aback by this revelation. And then, Harry pressed. After leaving school, he vanished, Dumbledore reflected, immersing himself in the dark arts, associating with the most nefarious wizards, until he transformed into Voldemort, leaving only his appearance recognizable. Hardly anyone would associate Voldemort with that once brilliant boy. Professor, what about Ginny? Hermione asked anxiously. I believe Miss Weasley has learned enough from this ordeal, Dumbledore replied gently. It has been a harrowing experience for her, and no further punishment is necessary. Many adult wizards, far older than her, have also fallen victim to Voldemort's deceptions. Minerva. He turned to Professor McGonagall. Would you be so kind as to fetch some food from the kitchen? They have endured much today, and are in need of a hearty meal and a good night's rest. Certainly, Professor McGonagall agreed promptly, exiting through the door. Severus. Could you find Hagrid? We need to prepare more roosters, Dumbledore instructed the quietly observant Professor Snape, prompting the others to realize they had almost entirely forgotten about him. An unthinkable oversight in the past. Snape's dark eyes scanned the group, causing several to feel as if they were under scrutiny, of course. Ron had no idea what X-ray was, and the Gryffindors instinctively shrank back, eyes fixed on their shoelaces. Mo, unperturbed, chuckled, and as Snape turned to leave, he asked Dumbledore, Professor, how many points can I earn for Slytherin? For your keen observation and astute mind, Slytherin earns 100 points, Dumbledore winked. The black robes billowed as Snape vanished through the door. Dumbledore regarded them with a kind smile. Now, children, calm yourselves. All will soon come to an end, thanks to your efforts. He suddenly remembered something and added, Oh, perhaps we need a more comfortable setting? With a few swift motions of his wand. They felt a shift beneath them, exclaiming in surprise, only to realize they had not fallen, but rather their chairs had transformed into soft sofas adorned with cushions shaped like teddy bears and rabbits. The table lengthened and lowered to accommodate their heights, revealing gleaming golden dishes identical to those in the Great Hall, soon laden with an abundance of delicious food. Harry and Ron immediately began to feast, while Hermione, Ginny, and Mo, though maintaining decorum, were noticeably quicker in their servings than usual. Once Harry finished the last morsel of pudding, the plates and cutlery suddenly vanished, leaving them languidly reclining on the sofas, their stomachs full. Mo was certain he had never consumed so much in his life. After their meal, spirits lifted considerably. Even Ginny wore a smile, though fatigue hung over them. All right. It's time to return, Dumbledore said. A good night's sleep will surely rejuvenate you. Professor, Harry interjected eagerly, can we participate in the battle against the basilisk? I mean, is there anything we can do? His face radiated enthusiasm, clearly eager for the imminent confrontation, showing no fear. If you children can take care of yourselves, that would be the greatest assistance, Dumbledore replied. The fight is the responsibility of adult wizards. A 1,000-year-old basilisk is not something you 2-year students can tackle, Harry. Harry sulked, visibly disheartened. Professor, perhaps you cannot refuse our request to fight, Emma suddenly interjected, prompting Harry and Ron to look at him with excitement. Opening the Chamber of Secrets may require proof of Slytherin's heir, Emma explained. The most direct way is Parseltongue. Without the diary's manipulation, Miss Weasley cannot speak it. And others certainly cannot either. Only Potter can achieve this. Therefore, if the chamber is to be opened, Potter is essential. And the best option now is to take the opportunity to slay the basilisk, Harry suggested, exhilarated. However, Ron appeared disappointed, while Hermione gazed at Harry with concern, clearly disapproving of his reckless pursuit, yet she ultimately remained silent. If Potter can join, then we naturally can as well. Moreover, we might be of assistance, Emma continued. Ron looked at him with renewed hope. The value of Mr. Weasley is still to be determined, Ron glared, but should I also participate, I might uncover something concealed. That is my specialty, Emma declared with a proud smile. Dumbledore regarded them thoughtfully. Passionate Harry sat up straight on the sofa, eager to display his readiness for battle. The serene Emma reclined lazily, his gaze confident and relaxed. Ron breathed rapidly, his eyes flickering between anticipation and trepidation, yet ultimately hope prevailed. Hermione's expression was one of steadfastness, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, calm and resolute. Ginny clutched her swollen stomach, her pallor reminiscent of the time she was manipulated by the diary. Very well, Dumbledore finally conceded. You may go. Of course, first-year students should remain in their dormitories. Noticing Ginny's face whiten further, he added, Ginny, you should rest. Ginny hesitated for a moment but ultimately remained silent. Mo Yin let out a gentle sigh, aware that his subsequent performance had, to some extent, regained Dumbledore's trust. By the time he left Dumbledore's office, it was nearly midnight, prompting Dumbledore to ask Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, who were on patrol that night, to escort them back. After bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Mo Yin returned to the dormitory only to realize he was so exhausted that he lacked the strength to contemplate anything. He collapsed onto his bed without even changing his clothes. No sooner had his head touched the pillow than he was completely enveloped in slumber. After 3 days of anxious anticipation, during which the fluctuating scores of Slytherin and Gryffindor had sparked a flurry of speculation and doubt, yet all parties involved unanimously decided to remain silent until the basilisk was vanquished, they finally received a note. Come to the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Harry's note even specifically mentioned, don't forget your glasses. They hurried to the entrance of Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, only to discover that the entire 2nd floor corridor had been sealed off. As Mo Yin arrived, he overheard Ron conversing with Hermione. Seamus bet me there's bound to be a 3-headed dog here. I told him it might be a sphinx. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore appeared, with Fawkes soaring above his head. Mo Yin was astonished to see that in just 3 days, Fawkes had grown to the size of a typical hen, his long tail feathers shimmering gold behind him. The magnificent creature now bore little resemblance to his former self before the rebirth. He was truly beautiful. Mo Yin felt a sense of unease as he met Fawkes' gaze. Instinctively retreating 2 cautious steps, Fawkes disdainfully expelled a puff of breath, tilting his head to glance at Dumbledore beside him, then lowered his head to preen the feathers on his chest. Accompanying Dumbledore were Hagrid, who held a large cage, along with Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick. Dumbledore nodded at Harry, saying, Let us go, Harry. Harry stepped into the lavatory first, about to conduct a thorough inspection when Professor McGonagall halted him. Oh, Harry. You don't really think we teachers have done nothing in the past 3 days, do you? She pointed to a tap that appeared identical to the others, all brass and pristine despite the lavatory having been in use for a considerable time. As Harry leaned closer, he noticed a tiny snake etched on one side of the tap. He attempted to turn it, but was unsuccessful. Say something, Harry, Hermione urged him, in Parseltongue. Harry fixated on the small snake, which seemed to be holding its breath. He then emitted a peculiar hissing sound. Instantly, the tap was enveloped in a radiant white light, beginning to spin, and shortly after, the basin began to descend, revealing a tunnel wide enough for a person to slide into. Fawkes took flight and entered first. Just as Harry prepared to follow, Professor Flitwick pulled him back. Children, he said, his tone as jovial as ever, you are not here to dash ahead into battle. But we are, Harry protested. Flitwick chuckled and stepped into the tunnel, swiftly disappearing from sight. After what felt like an eternity, as anxiety began to creep in among the group, a burst of green light erupted from the tunnel, scattering into myriad sparkling points before vanishing. "All right, let us go," Dumbledore declared. Following him, Snape, Dumbledore, Hagrid, Imogen, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sequentially slid into the tunnel. Professor McGonagall remained outside, ready to assist them while also preventing curious students from venturing in. Twisting, spiraling, and plunging straight down, they descended the tunnel, occasionally catching glimpses of numerous other passages branching off into the darkness, yet none as grand as theirs. As they rounded corners, they occasionally collided with the tunnel walls, and Hermione's startled cries had been absent from the onset. Imogen tightly covered his mouth, fearing he might vomit. The smoothness of their glide revealed the viscous interior of the pipe, compounded by an incessant foul odor that he could not escape. Despite his efforts to suppress his imagination regarding the filthiness of the conduit, the more he tried, the more nauseous he felt. Suddenly, the pipe became level and straight, followed by a series of thuds as they landed. Imogen shot out from the pipe's end, landing on the damp stone floor. He quickly sprang to his feet, attempting to cleanse himself multiple times, yet still feeling an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. They found themselves in an underground passage, spacious enough for most individuals to walk upright. Yet for Hagrid, with his towering stature, it necessitated a laborious stoop. The ground was slick and littered with the remains of small animals. Stepping upon them produced a chilling crunch. The silence was so profound that even the boisterous Hagrid instinctively subdued his breathing. Cautiously, they advanced through the passage, with Fawkes leading the way, emitting a clear, melodious call each time they rounded a bend, prompting the group to proceed. "What is that?" Ron suddenly croaked. At the corner of the passage loomed a massive, serpentine silhouette, appearing particularly terrifying in the dark. "Do not worry, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore reassured. "Fawkes has informed us that it is safe." As they drew nearer, Professor Flitwick gasped and took a couple of steps back. It was a gigantic python skin, a vibrant green adorned with intricate, swirling patterns, remarkably beautiful. Coiled up, it was hollow within, yet still taller than Professor Flitwick, measuring at least 20 feet long as it lay sprawled across the floor of the passage. Hagrid gazed at the skin in fascination, reaching out to touch it. "Isn't it splendid?" he remarked. No one responded. "Oh dear," Ron sighed weakly, gripping Harry's shoulder for support as his knees buckled. "Let us move on," Dumbledore urged. They circumvented the python's skin and continued onward. The passage twisted and turned until, at last, a solid wall confronted them. Carved into the wall were two intertwining snakes, their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. Harry stepped forward, fixating intently on those lifelike eyes. Clearing his throat, he uttered a low, faint hiss, and the wall split open, allowing the snakes to part. The wall slid aside smoothly, revealing a vast stone chamber before them. This chamber was large and dimly lit. Imogen carefully scanned the surroundings but could not discern the source of light within the enclosed space. Towering stone columns were entwined with numerous sculpted serpents, ascending until they vanished into the darkness, obscured either by their height or the black ceiling above. The serpents' eyes were hollow, yet standing before them evoked a peculiar sensation of being watched. The chamber was exceedingly spacious, causing each step to resonate with a dull echo. Hermione clutched Ron's arm tightly, trembling slightly, while Ron's complexion remained pallid throughout. Fawkes, with his golden-red plumage, offered a feeble sense of security as they passed the last pair of columns. A sculpture, equal in height to the chamber, came into view. It stood against the rear wall, with a massive face that appeared ancient, wrinkled like that of a monkey, and adorned with sparse whiskers that hung down to the ground. The corners of Imogen's mouth involuntarily twitched. Is this truly Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House? This gaunt, wrinkled, elderly figure, so frail and unseemly? Throughout the ages, the four founders of Hogwarts have been legendary not only within the school, but across the entire wizarding world. Whenever Imogen envisioned them, he imagined their appearances as follows: Godric Gryffindor, handsome and robust, with a radiant smile; Rowena Ravenclaw, beautiful and elegant, embodying a serene sadness; Helga Hufflepuff, gentle and sincere, perhaps with a touch of adorableness; and Salazar Slytherin, strikingly proud, exuding an air of aloof superiority. Yet this old man? Did he not grasp the concept of embellishment when crafting his own statue? Imogen felt profoundly disheartened. If it were possible, he would truly prefer to avert his gaze from the statue entirely. However, with the serpent lurking within, he had no choice but to feign diligent observation. ultimately required to report his findings. The magic of Salazar Slytherin was undoubtedly intricate. Everyone recognized that the key lay within this statue, yet none could decipher the clues. Harry stood before the statue, hissing various sentences of varying lengths, while Dumbledore employed numerous detection spells, but the statue remained unresponsive. After a prolonged period of fruitless searching, impatience began to set in among the group. Ron even audaciously climbed atop the statue's head. Mo Yin maliciously entertained the thought of what might ensue if the statue were to open its mouth, causing Ron to plummet and confront the serpent. Praise Salazar Slytherin, Potter, or beseech him to speak, Mo Yin suggested after a considerable time. At that moment, Ron had shifted his attention from Salazar's head to a badge on his chest. Heeding the advice, Harry complied. Moments later, the colossal face of the Slytherin statue began to shift, its mouth widening until a vast black abyss emerged. Something appeared to be swirling within, rapidly ascending from the depths. Ron, now pale and frozen atop the statue's shoulder, found himself precariously poised to fall. With a momentary lapse of grip, he tumbled from a height of 30 feet. Before Hermione could utter a gasp, Dumbledore had already caught him, safely placing him on the smooth floor. However, Ron, his legs weakened, sank to his knees. "Come here, children." As Mo Yin was about to check on Harry's condition, a large hand grasped his shoulder and pulled him aside. Soon, Ron, Harry, and Hermione were also brought over by Hagrid. He lifted them high, assisting them in climbing onto the shoulders of a statue, where there was just enough of a gap between it and the wall. The four children found themselves comfortably nestled in this concealed space. "Stay here," he instructed. "The basilisk's sense of smell is not keen, as long as you remain silent. It will not detect your presence." Mo glanced outside, and the figures of Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick had vanished from sight. "Dumbledore instructed me to convey a message to you, Harry." Hagrid, panting, clambered onto the other shoulder of the statue, his large cage in hand. "Put on your glasses. And once the basilisk has fully emerged, close the entrance and return to your seat without making a sound. Hey, Evans, retract your head." Mo Yin made a playful grimace before sitting back down. In truth, the serpent would undoubtedly descend from the gaping maw of Salazar Slytherin. How could it possibly gaze upwards? He leaned forward to take a look, discovering that it was, in fact, quite safe. Mo Yin cast an envious glance at Harry, who was peering intently downwards, and let out a silent sigh. In truth, his ring contained several pairs of failed glasses, one of which was overly sensitive and would retaliate at the slightest push, rendering it impractical for everyday use. However, it might serve him well now. The dilemma was how to retrieve it. Disregarding Hermione and Ron, who were fervently crossing their fingers in prayer, Mo Yin leaned against the statue and closed his eyes, attentively listening to the sounds around him. The ground trembled as if a heavy object had fallen, followed by a rustling noise behind him, the sound of the basilisk's sinuous body rubbing against the mouth of Salazar Slytherin's statue. The creature glided across the ground with a hissing sound. "Now, Hagrid." Dumbledore's voice resonated loudly, followed by the rush of countless wings and the clucking of roosters. Foxclear's song filled the air. As the basilisk fled in a panic, it collided with the stone pillars, causing debris to rain down. Fox sang a wondrous melody while the basilisk's anguished roars echoed, its massive tail thrashing against the pillars and walls. Mo Yin heard several pillars collapse with a thunderous crash. Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and Flitwick began to chant spells, and something exploded, sending countless roosters into a flurry of chaotic clucking. The impact of the basilisk's thrashing grew more frenzied, and the ground quaked. Suddenly, Harry exclaimed as the sound of the basilisk's movements drew ever closer. "Get away from there!" The grinding of stones beneath Hagrid's feet seemed to resonate in his ears, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind sweeping past the statue. Mo Yin suddenly opened his eyes. He seized Harry and leaped out, inadvertently delivering a sharp kick to Hermione and Ron's backs. The four of them plunged through a narrow gap, plummeting towards the ground. A sudden buoyancy in midair softened their descent, and aside from the painful impact, none of them sustained serious injuries. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed above them, sending a shower of dirt and stones cascading down. "Run!" Mo Yin seized Harry and attempted to flee, but Harry suddenly broke free from his grasp to reach for Ron and Hermione. Mo Yin firmly grasped his shoulder and, employing a deft maneuver, flung him aside. He repeated this action with Hermione, sending her soaring towards him, and then delivered a forceful kick to Ron, who was kneeling on the ground, propelling him outward as well. A tremendous shadow, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind, descended upon them from above. With a thunderous roar, Mo Yin wielded his wand, which had transformed into a gleaming silver spear. piercing the air to strike directly at the serpent-like creature's forked tongue, severing it at the root. Black blood gushed forth like a cascading waterfall. The serpent, now rendered voiceless, emitted a chilling, tremulous shriek from its throat, as a searing pain coursed through Mo Yan's arm, blurring his vision. A shadow once again enveloped him. From a distant realm, the resounding call of a rooster echoed, a long and piercing crow. Ah, is it morning already? Mo Yan felt a vague sense of confusion. Suddenly, a colossal object crashed down beside him, sending stones flying and striking his face. Yet, he felt no pain. Instead, a growing weakness enveloped his body, as if a precious essence was gradually dissipating from within him. What could it be? Mo Yan was lost in thought. Yet nothing came to mind. However, deep within his subconscious, he recognized the profound significance of that entity to him, and instinctively, he struggled to reclaim the tide of vanishing sensations. No, do not go. Please do not leave me, he murmured in silent desperation, though no sound escaped his lips. His body betrayed his consciousness, collaborating in the exodus of that essence from his innermost being. His bones, organs, limbs, muscles, skin, hair, and even every pore were surrendering. Pain too departed from him, as the dark ceiling above seemed to descend, pressing down upon him. Suddenly, a cool sensation emanated from his arm, gradually spreading throughout his entire body. His awareness began to sharpen, and his vision cleared. He heard Harry's frantic voice calling out, Mo Yan, are you all right? The tears of the phoenix possess healing properties. Dumbledore's voice echoed, the venom will soon be neutralized. He will awaken shortly. And indeed, he had already awakened. Mo murmured softly, blinking his eyes as clarity finally dawned upon him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione knelt beside him, their expressions laced with concern. Dumbledore stood behind them, a gentle smile gracing his features. Hagrid lingered nearby, his mouth agape in a rather foolish manner. Professor Snape was positioned beside a stone column. Clutching a rooster in his hand, Fawkes nestled against his injured arm, the toxins having been purged and the wounds completely healed, yet Fawkes remained by his side. Professor Flitwick stood on his other side. Before him loomed a colossal serpent's head, as thick as an oak trunk, adorned with smooth scales and deep green patterns. What should have been eyes were gruesomely bloodied, black serpent blood pooling on the ground, while Professor Flitwick diligently employed his wand to dispel it, preventing it from staining him. The moment he opened his eyes and spoke, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Mo Yan smiled gently. Yet his mind raced with calculations on how to procure a serpent's fang right beneath Dumbledore's vigilant gaze. If fortune favored him, he aspired to amass a considerable wealth within the confines of this Slytherin chamber. He harbored no belief that Salazar Slytherin had bequeathed only a monster to his descendants. With this thought, a warm and sincere smile graced Mo Yan's visage. Very well, he said, as he pushed away Harry's supportive hand, bracing himself to rise. I am fine now. There is no need for concern. Suddenly, his grip faltered, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. The venom has just been neutralized. It will be a while before you regain your strength, Dumbledore remarked with a gentle smile. Mo Yan forced a smile. Yet his physical condition was utterly unlike that of an ordinary person. Logically speaking, once the snake venom was purged, even if he could not engage in combat, it should not impede his mobility in any significant way. However, the current state resembled that of a complete debilitation. The smile vanished from Mo Yan's face. He attempted to circulate his internal energy, only to discover an emptiness within his dantian. There was nothing at all. Mo Yan, undeterred, attempted once more, yet to no avail. His complexion instantly turned ashen. Mo Yan, what is the matter with you? Mo Yan shook his head, his unfocused gaze gradually reassembling. As he strained the muscles of his face to offer a faint smile and softly uttered, It's nothing. He pushed himself up from the ground, swaying slightly, yet quickly regained his balance. Turning towards the serpent's head, he attempted to extract his wand from its jaws, only to discover that he possessed no strength in his hands. Do not grasp that, Mr. Evans, came the timely voice of Professor Flitwick. Mo Yan instinctively withdrew his hand, ensuring that no one noticed his frailty. Why, Professor? Mo Yan added a note of confusion to his voice. It has been saturated with the basilisk's venom, my child, Professor Flitwick replied, waving his wand. A silver object shot forth from the serpent's maw, hovering in midair, as Harry and his companions leaned in with curiosity to examine the weapon, now stained with dark blood. Had you grasped it just now, you would have been poisoned once more. But it is my wand, Professor, he protested, a hint of unyielding desperation lacing his tone. I cannot be without it. Fear not, Mr. Evans, Dumbledore assured him with a smile. Once the toxins affixed to it are dispelled, you shall be able to wield it again. Very well. Mo Yin averted his gaze from the wand, redirecting it towards the serpent's head. The enormous, diamond-shaped cranium lay limply on the ground, with a portion of its pink tongue dangling outward, while its long fangs glimmered with a chilling sheen. Mo Yin gazed at the most lethal weapon of the soul artifact for a while before turning to Professor Dumbledore and inquiring, "Professor, may I retain a few serpent fangs as compensation for the harm inflicted upon me?" The fangs of the basilisk are incredibly venomous. Certainly not items to be deemed mere collectibles by a 12-year-old child. Yet, to Mo Yin's surprise, Dumbledore replied, "Of course, you may." Mo Yin smiled with genuine joy. Regardless of the reasons behind Dang Bulijuo's agreement, he felt elated at the prospect of no longer having to concoct lies for his own sake, as he lacked the energy to fabricate a flawless excuse. "Professor, Ron stammered, his face flushed, his eyes furtively glancing at the serpent's fangs. "Absolutely not, Mr. Weasley," Professor Snape sneered as he approached, and it was then that Mo Yin realized the extent of his disheveled state. His greasy hair appeared untamed for the first time. His complexion was pallid, his clothing tattered, and he bore numerous bloodstains and smudges on his face and body. Although the wounds were not visible, it was evident he had recently endured significant injury. The rooster lay discarded nearby, though a few feathers still clung to his robes. The fangs of the basilisk are highly venomous. Mr. Evans possesses excellent knowledge of potions and extensive practical experience. Thus, he is adept at handling them. As for you..." Snape cast a disdainful glance at Ron, whose face immediately flushed even deeper. "As long as you can refrain from blowing up the cauldron in my class, that would be a considerable triumph. I am not Neville." Ron's face burned scarlet. "Compared to Longbottom?" Snape emitted a sound reminiscent of wood scraping against wood. "Weasley, I had hoped for a modicum of ambition from you. This has proven to be a monumental error." He conjured several large glass vials, crystal boxes, and various other containers. And after filling half of the serpent's fangs for Mo Yin, he began eagerly collecting every part of the snake: fangs, skin, eye pecked out, flesh, and bones. Mo Yin watched enviously as he also gathered the serpent's gallbladder, smacking his lips in admiration. The gallbladder, revered in various legends, could potentially assist with his injuries. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Mo Yin quickly dismissed his speculation. While the gallbladder is indeed valuable, it primarily serves to affect the physical body. His body was currently in good health, yet after testing his fortune, Mo Yin discovered that not only had the inner strength he had painstakingly cultivated over the years dissipated, but his meridians had also atrophied. It was uncertain whether those fragile meridians could withstand such a potent and cold substance as the gallbladder. And even the slightest movement of the almost non-existent inner energy caused him excruciating pain. Moreover, the concept of meridians had become almost legendary in China. Only those who practiced diligently for years could attain a subtle awareness of their existence. In the Western magical world, such theories were entirely absent. How then could he find a remedy? Moyen felt a slight bitterness in his mouth, and his eyes were somewhat dry. He turned his gaze towards the towering stone statue of Salazar Slytherin, no longer focusing on the professors bustling around the basilisk. Professor Snape had already enlisted the help of Professors Flitwick and Hagrid to gather materials for him, even appropriating the large wooden crate Hagrid used to transport the roosters. To accommodate those roosters, Dumbledore personally enchanted the crate to expand its space. Suddenly, Moyen's gaze sharpened. A round emblem hung from Salazar Slytherin's chest, entwined with a slender gray serpent that bore an uncanny resemblance to the basilisk. The serpent's eyes were two minuscule yellow gemstones, emanating a faint glow that illuminated the room, as if they were alive, intently observing them. Mo Yin could not resist the urge to approach and scrutinize the pair of eyes. He climbed onto the shoulder of the stone sculpture and, as he leaned in closer, he discovered that the small emblem, along with the surrounding robe and facial features, ingeniously formed an echo chamber. Upon estimation, he realized that if someone were to speak from a specific position at the statue's base, their voice would resonate precisely to the center of this emblem. Furthermore, he was convinced that Salazar Slytherin had undoubtedly cast additional enchantments to prevent sounds from other areas from reaching this spot. Mo Yin approached the location he had estimated, only to discover that it was precisely the height at which a youth of average stature would kneel to speak. What a wretched old pervert, Mo Yin thought to himself, then pondered whether this might be the very reason Salazar Slytherin had crafted his statue to appear so aged and grotesque. After all, it is exceedingly difficult for most to feel reverence upon gazing at such an unsightly visage, let alone to kneel before it. Only those utterly devoid of hope or those fervently reckless would dare to kneel before the effigy of an ancestor long departed, clinging to a fragile hope. What then might they utter? Imogen pondered for a moment and then beckoned Harry. Come here. He guided Harry to the designated spot, and although Harry found it peculiar, he did not object. Imogen estimated the height and remarked, I think perhaps you should take a seat. What exactly are we to do, Imogen? Harry inquired with a smile, as he obediently settled onto the ground. Imogen raised an eyebrow in bemusement. Harry had not bestowed upon him a smile in the past 2 months. Aside from the quarrels instigated by Draco and Ron, the two had scarcely exchanged a word. Furthermore, Harry now addressed him as Imogen, whereas he had previously opted for the more familiar you or employed imperative phrases. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Speak in Parseltongue, for instance, grant me strength, esteemed ancestor Salazar Slytherin, Imogen suggested. Harry furrowed his brow and retorted with disdain, I possess no Slytherin lineage. Nor do I consider Slytherin to be my ancestor. After a moment's contemplation, he added with a huff, moreover, I do not deem him to be esteemed. Imogen scrutinized Harry with a skeptical gaze, as if questioning who he thought he was deceiving. It was only when the young lion, irked, attempted to rise from the ground that Imogen chuckled softly and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I know, I merely require you to utter those words. Nothing more, Imogen remarked. He urged Harry to beseech Salazar Slytherin for something, encouraging him to try several times. This prompted Harry to quiet down. He fixated on the basilisk lying nearby for a moment before emitting a series of hissing sounds. On the first attempt, there was no response. On the second, he bowed his head in contemplation and uttered a brief phrase. Suddenly, they witnessed the circular emblem begin to rotate, and to their astonishment, the statue lifted its head, took 2 steps forward, and came to a halt. Behind it appeared a dark entrance. My goodness, what is that? Professor Flitwick exclaimed sharply, drawing the attention of others nearby. I believe we must venture inside to investigate, Dumbledore suggested, as Fawkes had already flown in. One by one, the others followed suit, soon accompanied by a cacophony of startled exclamations emanating from behind Salazar Slytherin, predominantly from Hermione, Ron, and Professor Flitwick, while Hagrid's labored breathing echoed incessantly after they entered. Yet, Imogen and Harry remained, one standing and the other seated at the threshold. Initially, Imogen had coveted Slytherin's treasures, but now he found himself devoid of urgency. Having lost his internal energy, he felt as though he had relinquished his greatest advantage in contending with those of the magical realm. He was now somewhat disheartened. In times past, even with Dumbledore present, he would have stealthily secured a few useful items, but now, his body, weakened by the abrupt loss of energy, rendered him fatigued after merely a few steps. The treasure lay tantalizingly ahead, yet it felt as though it were beyond his reach, making it seem less worthwhile to pursue. What did you just say? He inquired. To request you, the King of Hogwarts, Harry replied with a smile. Imogen nodded slightly, confirming that he was indeed a manipulative old pervert with a strong desire for power. Harry, his voice hesitant and subdued, suddenly spoke up. What? Can you forgive me? Please. Look at me. We are still friends, right? Imogen lowered his head, silently gazing at Harry's face, although the dim indoor lighting rendered the details somewhat unclear. Those emerald-like eyes seemed to shimmer with a luminous glow, flowing with glistening reflections. Sincere, innocent, earnest. Imogen suddenly recalled their first encounter, when the boy stood timidly at the entrance of Diagon Alley. He was considerably more slender than his peers, clad in ill-fitting, tattered garments that were soiled. Yet his smile radiated with a brilliance that eclipsed the sun, shy, curious, and exuberant. Apart from the oversized, worn-out clothing and his uncommonly slight frame, one could hardly discern the hardships that life had imposed upon him. Even now, having grown to a height similar to Imogen's and having survived 2 near-fatal experiences, his eyes remained as pure and kind, untouched by the dust of the world. This brother of mine is indeed a remarkable individual. Imogen sighed softly. In recent days, had the unexpressed jealousy and anger, the complexities of adult thought and behavior, along with the ordinary cadence of school life, obscured his vision? Well, he said, and then sat cross-legged, offering a faint smile. The exuberant Harry beamed broadly, yet found himself at a loss for words. Thus, Imogen urged him to recount the recent battle, questioning how, despite being thoroughly prepared, he had found himself in such a desperate struggle. Harry began to recount animatedly. Upon seeing the serpent monster fully emerge, he promptly sealed the secret passage. The creature, hearing the noise, began to turn around just as Dumbledore commanded Hagrid to release the roosters. Hundreds of roosters burst forth from the box, seemingly endless. Yet their clucking had little effect on the serpent. Although the creature was terrified, it suffered minimal harm. Fox soared out, pecking at the serpent's eyes. Black blood splattering across its face. The spells cast by several professors were dazzling and formidable. Some glided off the serpent, while others elicited agonizing roars from it. Professor Snape was struck by the serpent's tail, crashing violently against a stone pillar before collapsing limply to the ground, prompting an involuntary gasp from Harry. The serpent, hearing this, inexplicably abandoned its assault on the professors, turning its full attention toward them. Then you pushed us aside, severing the serpent's fang, though your arm was cut in the process. Just as the serpent's head was about to crush you, Professor Snape cast a Lumos charm on a rooster, which let out a loud crow, and upon hearing this, the serpent perished. Harry looked at Mo Yin with remorse, grateful that the phoenix's tears could heal, or else you would have perished. This is all my fault, Mo Yin. If I hadn't suddenly made that sound, Professor Snape would have died. Shaking his head to dispel the deepening dizziness, Mo Yin grasped Harry's trembling hand, smiling as he said, "But now, we are both alive. How much longer until we wake up? At most, just 2 minutes. Madame Pomfrey, you have already repeated that 12 times. No, in fact, it was 5 times, with 2 instances saying 5 minutes, for instances stating 10 minutes, and once mentioning half an hour. Thank you for reminding me of this, Miss Granger." Mo Yin suddenly opened his eyes, discovering himself reclined on a hospital bed in the infirmary. Harry, Ron, and Hermione surrounded him, while Madame Pomfrey was also present. Draco sat at the far end of the room, legs crossed, perusing a copy of the Daily Prophet. Mo Yin. Upon seeing him awaken, Harry rushed over. "How do you feel? What happened?" Mo Yin rubbed his forehead, bewildered as to why he found himself in the infirmary. "Do you remember what you were doing last?" Madame Pomfrey inquired. Mo Yin pondered for a moment, shrugged. "I was talking to Harry. He suggested we go check out the Chamber of Secrets, that's all." He then turned to Harry. "What happened next? How did I end up here?" The others exhaled in relief. "You fainted, Mo Yin," Harry explained. "It was completely unexpected. Even Dumbledore was baffled. After we brought you back, you've been in a deep slumber for 3 days. 3 days? Mo Yin thought to himself. No wonder I feel so famished. Indeed, 3 days, Ron chimed in. The term has ended, and everyone has gone home. What we did in the chamber is now common knowledge. Mo Yin, you've become quite the sensation. A sensation? That's not particularly good news for me. Mo Yin scoffed, pushing Ron's face away as he struggled to sit up. And when did I ever permit you to come so close, Weasley? He expected the usually impetuous Ron to erupt in anger, but to his surprise, Ron merely smiled. Mo Yin, Ron suddenly said with gravity, I must thank you. You saved my life. Of course, Harry and Hermione played their parts, but they can account for themselves. What I mean is, may I be your friend? He extended his hand. Mo Yin cast a derisive glance at the seemingly steady yet trembling hand, noting the fine sheen of sweat on Ron's nose. Though he attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, it was evident to Mo Yin just how much trepidation and reluctance lay beneath the surface. It appeared he had been coerced into this by Harry and Hermione. So, because I saved your life, you must become my friend? Mo Yin scoffed. Ron Weasley. Are you expressing gratitude or seeking revenge? Before Mo Yin could finish his thought, Harry interjected with a loud cry. Ron's smile faltered, yet Hermione remained closely behind him, whispering something, his hand still suspended in midair. Very well. Mo Yin observed Harry's eager expression and reluctantly extended his hand, briefly touching Ron's fingertips before retracting it as if it were a vessel of a deadly virus. Ron's lips curled slightly in a suppressed scoff, but he managed to hold back. Hermione pushed him aside, poised to speak, only to be interrupted by Madame Pomfrey. She approached with a cup containing a potion that exuded a foul odor, causing Mo Yin to recoil. It was time for him to take his medicine. Madame Pomfrey shooed Harry and Hermione aside, then fixed Mo Yin with an unwavering gaze, compelling him to drink the concoction that smelled like a ghastly blend of unprocessed fish and wool. Harry, having endured a similar ordeal, cast a sympathetic glance at him before shifting his gaze to the resolute Madame Pomfrey, uncharacteristically retracting his neck to diminish his presence. Mo Yin understood that reasoning with this lady and pleading for leniency would be utterly futile. With a grimace, he accepted the potion, closed his eyes, and gulped it down, covering his mouth to endure the taste until it passed. Madame Pomfrey, observing his pitiable expression, smiled gently and produced a citrus-flavored hard candy. Mo Yin hastily took it and placed it in his mouth, his contorted face relaxing slightly. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and you too, Draco, you have lingered long enough. He is awake now. It is time for you to return, Madame Pomfrey stated firmly. Please, let us stay a little longer, Harry implored. He has just awakened. And we have hardly exchanged 2 words. You will have ample opportunity to converse later, Madame Pomfrey remained unmoved. Now, off you go, children. Perhaps by afternoon. He will be able to rejoin you. Reluctantly, the others departed. Imogen, I shall see you in the Slytherin common room this afternoon, Draco said, glancing back before turning away, ignoring even Ron's taunts. Very well, Imogen, Madame Pomfrey addressed him. In 5 minutes, the effects of the potion will take hold. Be attentive to any irregularities in your body and report them to me. Understood? We still need to conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the true cause of your 3-day coma. Must we really go through all this, Madame Pomfrey? Imogen replied with resignation. Although he was uncertain of the precise reason for his unconsciousness, he could surmise that it stemmed from the snake venom. Perhaps compounded by the residual effects of phoenix tears. It was disheartening to know the cause yet be unable to articulate it. All while enduring various inconvenient examinations and distasteful potions in the name of discovering the truth. Absolutely, we must, Madame Pomfrey asserted decisively. There was once a wizard named Male Rosat who, after an inexplicable fainting spell, neglected to undergo a complete examination. 2 months later, he discovered a juvenile devil's snare had grown on his back, nearly choking him to death. Imogen sighed as he gazed at the quill pen diligently recording notes beside Madame Pomfrey, sincerely wishing for her potion-making skills to advance by leaps and bounds, achieving in an instant the transformation from a slug to a fire lizard, at the very least in flavor. When Moyen returned to the Slytherin common room, it was already past 7 in the evening. As he stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Draco lounging on the finest sofa in front of the fireplace, sipping from a mug of butterbeer. An empty bottle and another half-filled bottle rested before him. The scent of alcohol clung to Draco. Underage drinking was prohibited. Moyen reached out and snatched the cup from Draco's grasp. Draco made no effort to resist, gazing at Moyen with a dazed expression. What is it? Moyen inquired, furrowing his brow, sensing something amiss with Draco. Moyen, Draco hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. You should go check the notice. Imogen cast a peculiar glance at him, then turned to the far corner of the lounge, where a faint scent of blood compelled him to cover his mouth and nose. This was precisely the reason he never bothered to read the notices. The odor here was a severe torment to his sensitive nose. It was said that this scent originated from a dark period many years ago when Hogwarts permitted corporal punishment for students. Every afternoon, students were punished in this very spot, resulting in a lingering stench of blood that had persisted for centuries. Even now, dark brown stains could still be seen in the corner. The content of the notice truly startled Imogen. The Slytherin head boy, Edmund, along with Wendy and all the graders, issued the following proclamation. 1. From this day forth, Imogen Evans is deprived of his eligibility to be selected as a grader during his time at school. Should he be chosen as head boy or president of the Boy Student Council, the entirety of Slytherin shall not recognize his honors or titles, nor acknowledge any of his commands. 2. From this day forth, Imogen Evans is, in name, expelled from Slytherin House. This decree takes effect immediately upon issuance. Below are the signatures of Edmund, Wendy, and all the graders, with Draco's name appended last. Additionally, there was another notice. Imogen Evans is hereby expelled from the Slytherin Quidditch team. Marcus Flint. After Imogen finished reading, he leisurely walked back with his hands behind his back, observing Draco once more.